Liuzheng found herself inexplicably transported to an alternate ancient era. Driven by necessity, she entered the imperial palace of the Xingu and unwittingly became bound to the Gu system, ultimately assigned to serve as a team maid in the presence of the Tyrant Emperor. Amidst her busy days, she seized every opportunity to indulge in gossip. As the system's watchful, I spared neither the former court nor the inner palace. Oh my! The pure and innocent Zoe has recently acquired a secret manual on intimate arts and has secluded herself in her chamber for 3 consecutive days to practice, intending to surprise the emperor. The delicate and soft Zoe exclaimed, "How utterly embarrassing!" Behind the corrupt officials lies a web of accomplices, including Elger, the governor of Jing, and Zhong Zhichen, the commander. The corrupt officials pleaded, "Spare us." The prince consort seeks to replace the long prince's offspring with that of a concubine, even attempting to orchestrate a double demise for her. The betrayed long princess lamented, "Cursed scoundrel. XNPN has been diagnosed with pregnancy, but the child is the result of an affair." The disgraced Xiao Jingfan declared, "I shall turn the scoundrel into a human pig." One day, silence enveloped Xiao Jingfan, prompting the question, "Leave the palace? Who permitted her to do so?" "Never mind, I shall go personally." "Home." Xiao Jingfan embraced her, saying, "The palace is your home." Liuzheng could only respond with disbelief. Unable to defy the emperor's command without dire consequences, she resigned herself to a life of leisure, continuing to savor the unfolding dramas of the harem. One juicy scandal after another erupted. The former court gradually purged, and the inner palace grew increasingly harmonious, propelling the Xingu towards prosperity. Yet, Liuzheng remarked with disdain, "Why must the tyrant visit again today?" Xiao Jingfan perked up. "What gossip awaits us today?" In Chapter 1, that list, within the tea room of New Palace, Liuzheng completed her tea preparation before taking a moment to sit on a stool, perusing the latest gossip. Within her mind system, Zoe has locked herself away for 3 days to practice secret arts, intending to delight the emperor. I hear she is as alluring as her reputation suggests. How enviable for the tyrant. Last night, the noble consort tested a beauty balm presented by the Imperial Medical Institute and woke up this morning with a face full of rashes, possibly leaving scars. A fitting retribution for her cruel treatment of the palace maids. Rumors swirled at the prince consort. Just as she began to delve deeper into the gossip, a slightly sharp voice interrupted her thoughts. "Miss Liuzheng, the morning court has concluded His Majesty has summoned the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Personnel, and Grand Scholars HNG to Nhu Palace for a meeting. Is the tea prepared?" The chief eunuch, Zhu Yund, approached with his feather duster in hand, noticing Liuzheng lost in thought while on duty. He couldn't help but feel compelled to reprimand her. "Rest assured, Gong Gong, I am dutiful," Liuzheng replied, rising to smooth her skirt and gesturing toward the long table. "The autumn air is particularly dry, and His Majesty has been burning the midnight oil with state affairs. I have prepared lotus seed, lily, and longan tea to soothe his mind and replenish his spirit. I have also stocked the teas favored by the esteemed ministers who frequent New Palace. The Minister of Revenue prefers pu'er, the Minister of Personnel enjoys Longjing, and Grand Scholars Chenji favors Dahongpo. Did I err in my recollection?" "Not in the slightest," Zhu Yund replied with satisfaction. "Truly, a testament to the Empress's training your service is meticulous and thoughtful. Is it any wonder that she holds such a prominent position beside the tyrant?" This compliment not only praises 2 individuals, but subtly elevates the Empress's standing as well. Should this reach her ears, how could she not remember your merits? Zhu Yund urged, "Since everything is prepared, we must not delay any longer. His Majesty and the 3 ministers are awaiting." "Indeed," Liuzheng replied as she lifted the copper kettle from the charcoal stove, lowering her head to brew the tea step by step. Her delicate fingers, reminiscent of tender lotus roots, made the act of preparing tea appear more graceful than anyone else. Zhu Yund observed her for a moment, contemplating how such exquisite hands could captivate the emperor's gaze. "I recall that Miss WNTNG is also on duty today. Where is she?" Hearing the tone of Zhu Yund, it seemed he was about to unleash his ire. Startled by his presence, Jing WNTNG quickly knelt and greeted, "Greetings, Gong Gong." Zhu Yund turned, sternly admonishing her before offering a final reminder to Chu Liuzheng before departing. Jing Wntng stuck her tongue out at his retreating figure and affectionately linked arms with Chu Liuzheng. "Thank you for covering for me, sister, otherwise I would surely face." His wrath. Chu Liuzheng handed her a wooden tray. "Gong Gong is only looking out for your best interests. Will you dare to drink cold water again?" "I shall not dare," Jing Wntng replied, helping to place the glass teacups onto the tray. There were 2 trays in total. The emperor's tea was set apart, while the remaining 3 cups were grouped together. "Sister, let us hurry," Jing Wntng urged, lifting the tray with the lotus seed, lily, and longan tea and leading the way outside. Chu Liuzheng was well aware of Jing Wntng's intentions. Rather than compete with her, she felt a strong desire to grasp her hand in gratitude. May good fortune be upon her. She carefully recalled the contents of the 3 cups, confirming she had not made a mistake before lifting the tray to follow. Within Hu Palace, Emperor Xiao Jingfan slammed the memorial he held onto the floor with great force. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger." The 3 ministers hastily knelt, the Minister of Personnel trembling, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Temper my anger." Xiao Jingfan's brows furrowed in disdain. A mere county magistrate, neglecting the welfare of the people, instead enabling the cruel officials to exploit the citizens' resources, has embezzled over 50,000 taels in just 2 years. The grievances of the people are palpable, their suffering unbearable. If it weren't for Zhong Zhichen's secret investigation, how long would you continue to deceive me? How can I temper my anger? The 3 ministers quaked in fear, pleading, for the sake of the dragon's health, "May your Majesty temper your anger." As he regarded these seasoned officials, Xiao Jingfan's fury surged. "Temper my anger? Besides that, what else can these so-called loyal advisors do? How could an 8th-grade magistrate possess such audacity to deceive me?" He refused to believe these 3 old foxes were entirely unaware of the situation. Goodness, the tyrant is in a foul mood. This is an ill-timed visit. Upon hearing this familiar thought, Xiao Jingfan's rage suddenly faltered, and his gaze shifted to the entrance of the hall, where he indeed spotted a familiar figure leaning against the wall. Will this tea ever be delivered? Given the tyrant's fury, it seems this exquisite glass teacup is destined for destruction. Alas, what a waste! Chu Liuzheng was about to escape when she noticed Jing Wntng gracefully approaching the tyrant with the tray in hand. "You risked your life for my sake." Seeing Chu Liuzheng frozen in place, Zhu Yun quickly gestured for her to hurry. "Go now." Chu Liuzheng sighed. "Fine, I'll go." "Oh no. Cursed tyrant. Why must I serve you in the palace when I was content in Chn Palace?" The tyrant's anger is palpable. The corrupt officials behind this scandal are just as greedy, if not more so, than the 50,000 taels. If all is uncovered, the tyrant may very well be driven to madness. I still remember that list from a gossip. It includes Jur, the governor of Jing, the commander, and Ko Jino, the magistrate of Tiju, among others. A total of 14 individuals. Truly, the number of corrupt officials is staggering. Xiao Jingfan, who had heard every word, thought to himself, "Thank you for the invitation. I am already on the brink of madness." He abruptly seized the glass teacup and hurled it to the ground, the scalding tea mingling with shattered fragments, startling Jing Wntng into covering her face and exclaiming, "Ah!" Xiao Jingfan did not spare her a glance, coldly commanding, "Drag her out and execute her." Immediately, a young eunuch stepped forward to gag Jiang Wantong and drag her away, not even granting her a chance to plead for mercy. Jiang Wantong, terrified and tear-streaked, looked helplessly towards Chu Liuzheng. Chu Liuzheng lowered her gaze, letting out a quiet sigh. "Silly girl, no matter how handsome the tyrant may be, he is still a tyrant capable of killing without blinking." Alas, that was the 3rd brave soul lost this month. She would have to find a new roommate again. Would it be too much to hope for someone who could endure a little longer like her? She did not wish to serve the tyrant alone. Seizing a moment when the tyrant was distracted, Chu Liuzheng quietly set down her teacup, intending to slip away, but was abruptly halted by a voice filled with anger. "Stop." In Chapter 2, The 9 Clans Meltdown, a chill ran down Chu Liuzheng's neck. Damn it. Blaming others is not the hallmark of a great man. Taking a deep breath, she turned and bowed. "Please command me, Your Majesty." Her posture was impeccable, leaving even the sternest matron in the palace unable to find a fault. Xiao Jingfan narrowed his eyes at the false smile on her face, tempted to slice it away with a sword. Yet, recalling the list he had just heard, the flicker of murderous intent dissipated. This woman was more useful alive than dead. "Come here and grind the ink." Chu Liuzheng wanted to argue that her duty was to serve tea, while the task of preparing ink belonged to Zhou Yuenda, and extra work deserved additional pay. However, she was too timid. She hoped to survive in the palace until the age of 25, saving enough for retirement to reunite with her family in the outside world. It was not worth risking her life over such a trivial matter as grinding ink. Chu Liuzheng obediently approached the desk, rolling up the sleeves of her palace attire to reveal her fair wrists. She grasped the ink stick with her delicate fingers, pouring water and grinding the ink. With her head bowed, she dared not glance sideways, focusing intently on her task. Seeing that she had at least refrained from cursing the tyrant in her heart, Xiao Jingfan's anger eased slightly, allowing the 3 kneeling ministers to rise. All 3 were of considerable age, while the 2 ministers fared better. Scholar Zhang, already 54, found it easier to kneel than to rise. Out of camaraderie, the 2 ministers lent him a hand. They understood that the new emperor's anger would not dissipate easily. Exchanging glances, they pondered which scapegoat to present for blame. Xiao Jingfan paid no mind to their thoughts as he dipped his brush in ink and swiftly wrote down a list. It contained the first 10 names from the 14 Chu Liuzheng had silently mentioned. Upon reviewing the list, the 3 ministers were taken aback, their expressions shifting subtly. How could the emperor know so much? Could it be that the Jin Yi had infiltrated their ranks? The thought sent a chill down their spines as they broke into a cold sweat in the late autumn air. Scholar Zhang, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Your Majesty, who are these individuals?" "They are those who conspired with Lu Gang," Xiao Jingfan replied, his gaze fixed on Zhang with a smile that did not reach his eyes, causing Zhang's heart to race. It was not due to the new emperor's striking appearance, but rather from fear. The old man could hardly bear such intimidation. Xiao Jingfan's expression softened slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "I entrust this matter to you 3 ministers. I trust you will provide me with a satisfactory report." With a smirk, he thought, the tyrant's wrath turns faster than a page. The smile faltered, returning to his usual impassiveness. He vowed that once this woman lost her usefulness, he would make her regret the countless times she had cursed him as a tyrant in her heart. Given that he had produced the list, they believed the new emperor must have crucial evidence in hand, waiting to make an example of them. To delay further would only bring disaster upon themselves. All 3 were astute individuals, each had maneuvered to their current positions. To preserve themselves, they dared not be ambiguous, responding in unison. "We shall carry out your orders and ascertain the truth of this matter swiftly, not failing your Majesties." "Trust." Xiao Jingfan nodded in satisfaction. Despite their cunning, he still trusted their capability. He gestured for them to take their seats. Noticing Chu Liuzheng absorbed in grinding ink, Zhou Yuenda discreetly fetched a cup of tea, placing it beside Xiao Jingfan. The emperor began discussing other state affairs with his trusted ministers. Meanwhile, Chu Liuzheng was in a dire predicament. As long as Xiao Jingfan did not call for a halt, she could not stop. Grinding ink was a skillful task. Her wrist grew sore, and in an attempt to distract herself, she quietly opened the system to continue reading the gossip she had not finished. Earlier, what was I reading before? The familiar internal voice echoed once more, causing Xiao Jingfan to pause mid-sentence and cast a sideways glance at Chu Liuzheng, who seemed engrossed in her task. How dare she slack off in front of him? Just as he contemplated punishing her, a new thought emerged. Found it. The prince consort of the eldest princess has replaced the eldest princess's child with an illegitimate child, sending the real child to a manor 20 miles away in the northern city. The wet nurse, having received money from the mistress, abuses the child, who suffers from a high fever, endangering their life. My goodness, replacing the eldest princess's child with an illegitimate one. The prince consort is quite audacious. Is this a ploy to confuse the royal bloodline? Is the prince consort seeking to play a game of annihilating the 9 clans? Xiao Jingfan gasped, his hand trembling as scalding tea splashed onto his leg, causing him to shudder. "Your Majesty!" Zhou Yuenda exclaimed, rushing forward to check on him. Chu Liuzheng also ceased her reading, feigning concern as she looked over. The three ministers hurried to his side. Fortunately, due to the thickness of the autumn garments, Xiao Jingfan's leg sustained no serious injury. Had he been wearing a thin summer robe, the scalding tea would have surely left severe burns. "Get away, I am fine." Xiao Jingfan kicked Zhou Yuanda away from his leg, disregarding the need for a change of clothes, commanding, "Prepare the horses, I must leave the palace." He only had one sister, the eldest princess. How dare the prince consort? Xiao Jingfan was furious enough to kill. If anything were to happen on the way, with this woman around, he could stay informed. Chu Liuzheng thought to herself, "What does this have to do with me?" Everyone turned their gaze towards her, especially the three ministers, their expressions laden with meaning. No wonder the emperor insisted on keeping her around to assist with ink. It appeared he had taken a liking to this maid. The fact that he wished to take her with him, even while leaving the palace, underscored his fondness. This maid possessed a decent temperament, though not exceptionally beautiful. Her skin was as smooth as jade, with an oval face, crescent-shaped brows, bright almond eyes, and rosy lips, embodying a graceful and dignified demeanor. It was no wonder the emperor favored such a presence, for the stunning beauties previously sent to the palace had failed to capture his attention. It was challenging to find someone with captivating charm, but such a maid could still be found. With the emperor having only one princess in his charge, if the individuals they sent to the palace could bear a dragon heir. Chu Liuzheng was utterly oblivious to the fact that the three ministers were already spiraling into a wild train of thought, and soon the tyrant would receive a slew of beauties. Modeled after her, she accompanied the tyrant to the eldest princess's residence. Rumors circulated that the eldest princess had once advised the Shuangguang emperor against being overly tyrannical, which displeased him, leading to her marriage and subsequent estrangement. Everyone believed that the relationship between the Shuangguang emperor and the eldest princess was cold, even suggesting he had long since grown weary of her. No one anticipated that the Shuangguang emperor would suddenly storm into the eldest princess's residence, delivering a fierce kick to the prince consort who came to greet him, sending him sprawling and spitting blood. Chapter 3: The entire family executed. Is this the prince consort who dares to secretly maintain mistresses while attempting to obscure the royal bloodline? TSK. Despite his seemingly respectable appearance, how can he act so disgracefully, relying on the dowry of the eldest princess to support a whole household? He even expects her to fulfill her duties as a daughter-in-law, while he indulges his own mother. And that mother-in-law, too, is utterly clueless, daring to impose rules on the eldest princess, glaring at her daily and demanding that she serve her in washing and preparing meals. Does she not have hands of her own? As Chu Liuzheng continued to peruse the pages, he clicked his tongue again. Oh my, this prince consort is even more remarkable. While keeping his home affairs intact, he has three mistresses outside, one of whom has already borne a child capable of wandering the streets. The eldest princess has been deceived by his feigned gentleness, and the household has aided in the concealment, leading her to believe that he is occupied with military matters when he is actually indulging in sweet nothings with his mistresses. Ah, what a scoundrel. The tyrant has done well to kick him out. With each revelation of the prince consort's vile deeds, Xiao Jingfan's expression darkened further, a tempest of rage brewing within him. His breath becoming increasingly labored, his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously as he bellowed, "Bring this scoundrel to me. Execute him by slow slicing." At the utterance of slow slicing, the atmosphere fell silent. Everyone present turned their gaze towards the prince consort, bewildered at the gravity of his offense that could incite such fury from his majesty. The prince consort himself was equally dazed. The mere mention of slow slicing sent his legs trembling, nearly toppling him and the servant who supported him. The Minister of Personnel spoke up, "Your Majesty, our court has traditionally reserved the punishment of slow slicing for the most heinous of criminals. May I ask what crime the prince consort has committed?" Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Although the Shuangguang emperor bore a reputation as a tyrant among the common folk, the officials knew he was not one to slaughter the innocent indiscriminately. Such an immediate call for slow slicing against the prince consort required an explanation. Chu Liuzheng, too, felt perplexed. Could it be that the tyrant has already discovered the prince consort's deception of the eldest princess and has come to support his sister? Yet, he had seen no one deliver such news to the tyrant. How could he possibly know? Xiao Jingfan replied coldly, "It is because of you." indulging relatives who humiliate the royal princess, keeping 3 mistresses, and attempting to confuse the royal bloodline by passing off a child from a mistress as his legitimate heir, all the while mocking the royal family. His voice was icy, brimming with uncontainable anger. With a litany of offenses, I would have executed the entire Nanyang Bo family as a consideration for the late emperor's sentiments. The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded the prince consort. His complexion drained of color. He felt as if his spirit was being crushed. How could his majesty possibly know of these matters? Did the princess inform him? But the wet nurse was his ally. She could not have revealed the truth about the child being swapped. His mind was a chaotic mess, growing more terrified with each thought. Could it be that the eyes within the eldest princess's household had not been thoroughly eradicated, and there were spies from his majesty? Drag him away. Xiao Jingfan commanded once more. The evidence of these matters was clear enough upon investigation. The emperor's fury could not be without reason. Simply the act of confusing the royal bloodline was enough to warrant 1,000 deaths for the prince consort. As 2 guards approached to seize the prince consort, a feeble voice suddenly called out, "Wait!" The crowd turned to see the eldest princess arriving from the inner courtyard, accompanied by the prince consort's mother, the elderly matron of the Nanyang Bo family, Zhou. Ever since her son married the princess, Zhou had been brought to reside in the eldest princess's household, enjoying the luxuries of royalty. Ah, this must be the prince consort's mother, whose countenance suggests a harsh nature. How could the tyrant have chosen such a wicked mother-in-law for the princess? Xiao Jingfan interjected. He did not choose her. For years, Zhou had wielded her status to impose rules upon the princess, who respected and honored her, causing her to become quite haughty. She glanced sorrowfully at her son, now restrained by the guards, and before the princess could speak, she demanded, "Your Majesty, may I inquire what crime my son has committed to provoke such wrath upon entering our residence? I implore you for an explanation, lest this matter tarnish your reputation for benevolence." Chu Liuzheng blinked in astonishment. Wow, the old lady is quite audacious, even daring to threaten the tyrant, as if fearing she might miss the opportunity for her family's total annihilation. Xiao Jingfan found the situation amusing. Did this old hag think that because she was the princess's mother-in-law, the emperor would not dare to act against her? He could hardly be bothered to engage in dialogue, simply gesturing for silence. Gasps filled the room. Striking someone, even just slapping their face, was indeed quite the affront. Zhou was momentarily stunned. Hadn't her late husband said that all emperors desired a reputation for benevolence? This was not the development she had anticipated. She quickly turned to the eldest princess, seeking her aid. Slap! A resounding slap echoed as Zhou was struck, sending her staggering and nearly collapsing to the ground. Oh dear! Zhou's slap was quite fierce, leaving her face swollen. Many servants of the eldest princess gasped, "Old madam." Yet under the emperor's intimidation, they dared not intervene. The sound of slapping continued, relentless. As long as Xiao Jingfan did not call for a halt, Zhou Yuanda would not dare stop. The onlookers winced, feeling the sting of embarrassment on their own faces. Why provoke the emperor at all? The emperor could execute even his own brothers. Did she truly expect him to uphold the values of respect for the elderly and love for the young? Stop! Do not strike my mother. The prince consort struggled to move closer, but the guard's grip was like iron, and with his meager skills, he could not break free. He called out to the eldest princess, "Princess, my mother praises your filial piety to everyone. Can you bear to watch her suffer punishment?" The eldest princess could not stand by idly, wishing to plead for her mother-in-law, but was pulled back by the wet nurse, Lu Mama, who shook her head. Ever since the princess married into the family, this old hag had constantly nitpicked at her. For the sake of the prince consort, the princess had tolerated her, even instructing those around her not to inform him to avoid strife between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, putting the prince consort in a difficult position. Now, with the emperor backing her, he was punishing this old hag, making her think twice about her behavior towards the princess in the future. Could it be that despite the prince consort's outrageous actions, the eldest princess still sought to intercede for her mother-in-law? Was she truly that soft-hearted? Wait, the eldest princess arrived so swiftly. Did she still remain unaware of the prince consort's misdeeds? Chapter 4. Another scheme. Chu Liuzheng's guess proved accurate. The messenger sent to the inner courtyard had left hastily, only aware that the emperor was furious and had delivered a decisive kick to the prince consort. Xiao Jingfan, feeling vexed, pointed to Chu Liuzheng. Assist the eldest princess and explain to her what the prince consort has done. Chu Liuzheng promptly stepped forward to support the eldest princess, sharing the tales of the prince consort's disgraceful actions with an infusion of personal sentiment, all while the eldest princess looked on in confusion. As she listened, her shock deepened. Her already pale complexion turned ghastly, her frail form swaying unsteadily. Were it not for Lu Mama's support, she might have collapsed. The prince consort had indeed kept mistresses, 3 of them, and swapped her child with the son of a mistress? Was the prince consort deceiving her all along? No, this could not be true. She felt as if trapped in a nightmare. Surely, once she woke from this dream, all would return to normal. What did it matter about the man? The most important thing was the child she nurtured for 10 months. This realization struck the eldest princess like a thunderbolt, dispelling the confusion in her eyes and replacing it with a glimmer of sharpness reminiscent of her pre-marriage authority. She inhaled deeply, steadying her heart, and bent her knees, preparing to kneel before Xiao Jingfan. At a mere glance from him, Chu Liuzheng promptly extended his hand to support her. She softly reassured, "Your Highness, the eldest princess, need not worry. His Majesty has already dispatched the genie Wei to fetch the young master, and the imperial physician has accompanied them. The young master will be safe." Upon hearing this, the eldest princess felt a wave of relief wash over her, the forced composure she had maintained dissipating slightly, causing her vision to darken momentarily as she struggled to stay conscious. Chu Liuzheng observed her with a furrowed brow. Her complexion was pallid, rendering her almost as thin as a piece of paper. The eldest princess does not seem to have just given birth. Rather, it appears as though a demon has drained her vitality. Her face is so pale it could reflect light, devoid of any color. What kind of woman loses so much weight just 3 days after childbirth? TSK. Could it be that she has fallen victim to the schemes of the prince consort as family? Chu Liuzheng discreetly opened the system to search for gossip from 3 days prior. Princess gives birth. Found it. How intriguing. She truly has been schemed against. It turns out that Zhou Shi added a cold substance to the tonic, intending to cause the eldest princess to suffer both death and the loss of her child. Xiao Jingfan's brow twitched at this revelation. It is said that a woman giving birth teeters on the brink of death, so it is not unusual for her to appear haggard afterward. Yet his elder sister seemed extraordinarily weak, and it was indeed the wicked Zhou Shi behind this scheme. He coldly commanded, "Stop." Zhou Shi was struck across the face by a eunuch in front of the crowd, her cheeks swelling like peaches. Accustomed to a life of luxury and reverence, she could not endure such humiliation and collapsed, losing consciousness. The emperor remained silent, and the servants dared not approach to assist her. The prince consort was also silenced by the genie Wei. Although he was frantic, he could only emit indistinguishable sounds of protest. Xiao Jingfan gestured to the accompanying physician. Physician Li promptly approached with his medicine box, intending to examine the unconscious Zhou Shi. The onlookers believed the emperor had suddenly experienced a pang of conscience, feeling remorse for ordering a eunuch to strike a noble woman publicly, and sought to make amends. However, as soon as they saw Physician Li advancing towards Zhou Shi, Xiao Jingfan kicked him in the rear, scolding, "Fool!" Physician Li stumbled from the kick, clutching his precious medicine box, fearful of damaging it. Nearby, Chu Liuzheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. "So you think kicking is the only way to express yourself? What has Physician Li done to deserve such treatment? Can you not show some respect to the healer?" Xiao Jingfan's anger faltered, and rather than continue kicking the oblivious fool, he spoke in a low voice, "Check the eldest princess's pulse." The eldest princess was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Xiao Jingfan summoned the physician for her sake. Clearly, after her childbirth, the prince consort had sent word of congratulations to the palace, and both the Empress Dowager and the Empress had dispatched gifts. While Xiao Jingfan had not shown any sign of acknowledgement, she assumed he still harbored resentment over the incident from 3 years prior. Did her younger brother truly care for her? Her emotions were complex, yet Lu Momo was filled with joy. As long as His Majesty still valued the sibling bond with their princess, regardless of the prince consort's character, her future would not be bleak. She hurriedly assisted the eldest princess in sitting down and urged Physician Li to take her pulse. As he examined her, Physician Li's brow furrowed deeply, casting a cautious glance at Xiao Jingfan, his demeanor indicating he was hesitant to speak. Xiao Jingfan, realizing the pulse was certainly abnormal, impatiently demanded, "Speak." In essence, it meant her life was in jeopardy. The onlookers gasped in shock. Wow, today's gossip is truly astonishing. The eldest princess nearly lost her life in her own residence. Who would believe it? An elderly servant recalled, on the day of the princess's labor, the old matriarch sent a bowl of ginseng soup. Aside from that bowl, everything else was prepared under my supervision. Lu Momo glared furiously at the unconscious Zhou Shi, wishing she could devour her flesh. Yet, that was also Zhou Shi's own grandson. How could she bring herself to do so? Ginseng soup. The eldest princess sat in a daze, muttering those two words. Since her marriage to the prince consort, she had always yielded, showing filial piety to her mother-in-law and fostering harmonious relationships with her sisters-in-law, ensuring to send the best offerings to her mother-in-law first. Fearing any slight neglect, when her mother-in-law fell ill, she personally tended to her, preparing medicine with her own hands and kneeling nightly in the Buddhist hall to pray for her mother-in-law's swift recovery. After 3 years of heartfelt dedication, she received nothing but a bowl of tainted ginseng soup. How ironic. The eldest princess felt a chill enveloping her entire being, as if her heart had been filled with wind, rendering her numb. "Princess," Lu Momo said, embracing her in concern, noticing her icy hands and hastily ordering someone to fetch a fur cloak. The eldest princess, however, pushed her away, taking deliberate steps towards the prince consort. Bending down to remove the cloth that had muzzled him, she enunciated each word. "Are you aware of this matter?" The prince consort wanted to deny knowledge, but under the piercing gaze of Xiao Jingfan, those simple words stuck in his throat, unable to escape. Chapter 5. The thoughts of men understand best. He was afraid. Afraid to deceive the woman before him, who had once been easily swayed by sweet words. Willing to forsake her noble status as a royal princess to serve as his devoted wife, managing everything for him. A tear rolled down her cheek, and the eldest princess pressed her lips together, wiping it away, her voice tinged with disappointment. After 3 years of marriage, she had never truly seen the true nature of the man beside her. Was there anyone more foolish than she? The last flicker of hope in her eyes was extinguished by the heartless betrayal of her husband. Why? The eldest princess questioned the man before her. "You are as your son, your legitimate heir. Why would you harm him?" She could not understand whether it was her lack of noble status or her inadequacy as a wife that led the two whom she had devoted herself to turn against her and her child. The prince consort's gaze faltered, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. But he quickly recalled the frustration of having lost power after becoming a consort, and resentment filled his heart. If it were not for the princess, how could he have become a mere figure in the military, despite his esteemed lineage as a descendant of the Nanyang Marquis? The princess showed no understanding or compassion, not only failing to honor her mother-in-law, but also looking down on the sons of the Nanyang Marquis, leaving him caught in the middle. He lowered his gaze to hide the bitterness and resentment in his eyes, speaking coldly. "The princess may consider this my wrongdoing." "Bah, scoundrel, what do you mean by consider it a wrongdoing? You have wronged the eldest princess. Did you not want to marry the princess when you agreed? Enjoying her wealth, living in her home, and now you turn around to blame her? Greedy, want it all. Do you blame me?" The eldest princess could not miss the underlying resentment in the prince consort's words. She felt a twinge of confusion. Perhaps she had indeed failed in some way. "Of course, he blames you." Xiao Jingfan's voice cut through from behind, laced with mockery. "He blames you for obstructing his path to success, for possessing the title of a princess, yet not providing any substantial benefits to the Nanyang Marquis family, unable to elevate their status. Men's thoughts are best understood by men." Xiao Jingfan could see through the prince consort's thoughts with a single glance. He was nothing but a selfish, ruthless scoundrel. The prince consort's face flushed with anger, half from shame and half from being exposed. Had it not been for the emperor's presence, he would have erupted in curses. What nonsense! The eldest princess stared wide-eyed in disbelief, realizing that it was indeed for this reason. However, it was Qin Lang who had sought to approach her, to win her affection, desiring to marry her. She had been moved by his sincerity, and with his tall, handsome stature, he had captured her heart, prompting her to seek Xiao Jingfan's permission for marriage. Otherwise, a mere Nanyang marquis would not have piqued her interest. At that time, Xiao Jingfan had opposed her, claiming that Qin Lang was of poor character and unworthy of her. After 2 days of illness, she had thought the marriage was hopeless, only to receive the imperial edict on the 3rd day, granting her marriage to the prince consort. From that moment on, Xiao Jingfan became unwilling to see her again. She could only catch a glimpse of her younger brother during palace banquets. To say there were no regrets in her heart would be disingenuous. She had reflected on whether a proper conversation with Xiao Jingfan back then might have prevented their quarrel. Would they not have reached a point where they could scarcely exchange a word? Qin Lang had repeatedly advised her to frequent the palace, which at the time she thought was considerate of him. In hindsight, however, it was clearly a ploy to have her curry favor for the Nanyangbo residents. She had merely been blinded by the facade of tenderness that Qin Lang had constructed, failing to see through it. 3 years of memories flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. Those moments of affection, the gentle words, and the seemingly understanding actions that were in fact riddled with ulterior motives. The princess felt her stomach churn, unable to suppress a dry heave. Xiao Jingfan immediately signaled to Li Tai. Li Tai hurried over, but the princess waved him off, insisting she was fine. She lifted her head, her eyes reddened from retching, meeting the prince's gaze, filled with disdain. Qin Lang, you disgust me. At this declaration, the color drained from the prince's face, leaving him looking ghastly pale. Faced with her cold demeanor, he felt an inexplicable unease, opening his mouth to speak. But the princess had already turned away, supported by Lu Mama, making her way toward Xiao Jingfan, neglecting to spare him another glance, as if looking upon him once more would taint her vision. The Jin Yiwei hastily gagged the prince again with a handkerchief, leaving him to watch helplessly as the princess's fragile figure retreated further into the distance, step by step, out of the cage woven from 3 years of lies. Princess, Lu Mama called out anxiously. Do not worry, I am well, the princess replied, a smile curving her lips. Removing a malignant growth would naturally elicit some reaction. She approached Xiao Jingfan, bowing deeply. I beseech your majesty to grant me a divorce. The emperor's consent was required for a marriage to be dissolved, especially since she sought to end her marriage rather than simply divorce. Xiao Jingfan's expression darkened, preparing to express his anger. Zhang Yu was the first to voice his opposition vehemently. How can a woman seek a divorce? Throughout history, only men have had the right to divorce their wives. Even a royal princess should serve as a model for her subjects and not engage in such absurdity. I grant it. Xiao Jingfan disregarded Zhang's words as mere noise, assisting the princess to her feet. Her eyes welled with tears of gratitude. Yet, Zhang Yu grew frantic. Dropping to his knees, the two ministers quickly voiced their dissent. Minister of Revenue, Wan Yen stated, Your Majesty, a woman cannot seek a divorce. If the common folk were to follow suit, it would lead to chaos in households and unrest across the realm. Minister of Personnel Meng Hao Yuan added, Your Majesty, this action is against propriety. Please reconsider and do not give the people a handle to criticize. Xiao Jingfan's eyes darkened as he prepared to unleash his fury. What folly! Are you employing the rhetoric of victim blaming and moral coercion? These 3 old men are quite cunning. One, when your legitimate son recklessly galloped through the streets, injuring others. Why did you not educate him on the dangers of such behavior, lest the common people imitate him? Is it that your family's misdeeds are not to be emulated? Yet the princess's divorce will incite a rush among the populace to do the same? The people have no such inclination. Meng, your worthless brother takes advantage of his position to force common girls into becoming his concubines. Why did you not reprimand him for his impropriety when that news reached your ears? You fear the consequences, do you not? Rules are man-made. What are the customs of our ancestors? Wise individuals should inherit the essence and discard the dross. If changes are made now in a few decades, these new rules will become the customs of our ancestors. By heavens, if you have the time to meddle in divorce matters, perhaps you should first manage your own affairs. Chu Liuzheng mentally ranted, observing Xiao Jingfan's anger dissipate. This woman should continue to speak her mind. Had he not wished to expose Chu Liuzheng's extraordinary nature, Xiao Jingfan would have allowed Chu Liuzheng to confront them directly. Those three old men deserve to be chastised. However, as an emperor, one must maintain a certain demeanor, making it inconvenient to be too confrontational. He could not be bothered to engage in further dialogue with the three seasoned officials. I am the son of heaven. He gazed coldly at the three heads bowed before him, exuding imperial authority. What I decree is law. Should you have any objections, you may follow the example of bygone and offer your heart in counsel. None dare to respond. The term tyrant might be whispered among themselves, but who would dare utter it before the emperor? Did they not see that even the staunchest officials in the censorate refrained from mentioning the word tyrant? In the princess's residence, all knelt in silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension, except for a single thought echoing within. What a display of audacity! Xiao Jingfan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, nearly losing his composed demeanor. He cleared his throat and coldly stated, Qin Lang is a man devoid of virtue, unfaithful and unfilial, unworthy to be the princess's consort. From this day forth, let the princess sever ties with him. His son shall take the mother's surname and be entered into the imperial genealogy, with no further connection to the Nanyangbo residence. The princess was overwhelmed with joy, nearly losing her composure as she pinched her palm. She bowed deeply to Xiao Jingfan, exclaiming, Your Majesty is wise. Long live your Majesty. The others, regardless of their feelings, followed suit, chanting long live, long live. Xiao Jingfan cast a glance at the lifeless figure of the prince, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Zhou Shi has poisoned the princess, and the evidence is irrefutable. She is to be stripped of her second-rank title, demoted to commoner status, and executed immediately. As for her son, Qin Lang, his crimes are numerous and unforgivable. He is to be stripped of his title as Nanyangbo and executed without delay. Xiao Jingfan, however, showed some consideration for the late Nanyangbo and the former emperor's sentiments, refraining from ordering Qin Lang's slow execution. Zhou Shi, having just regained consciousness, let out a wail upon hearing the emperor's decree and fainted again in terror. The Jin Yiwei stepped forward to drag the mother and son away. The matter was far from over, as Xiao Jingfan resolved to support his royal sister fully. He commanded the Jin Yiwei to conduct a thorough investigation into Qin Lang, ensuring all his mistresses were to be punished severely, with any children being relegated to common status, forever barred from ascending the ranks. A full investigation into the princess's residence was also mandated, with anyone complicit in concealing information to be imprisoned in the Shuntian prefecture, awaiting execution once confirmed. If not for the servant's assistance in the deception, how could the princess have remained so oblivious to the prince's irregularities? Accomplices, too, must face justice. Zhou Yuanda inquired, Your Majesty, how should we handle the Qin residence? The Qin residence, once the Nanyangbo residence, could no longer be referred to as such, having lost its title. Wu Gongong, how quickly you adapt to the winds of change. It seems you have discerned the emperor's regard for the princess and wish to take the opportunity to curry favor. Xiao Jingfan remarked, arching an eyebrow at the grand eunuch beside him. Zhou Yuna suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, pondering, does the emperor not wish to deal with the Qin residents? Have I overstepped? Of course, we must deal with them, Xiao Jingfan asserted. In light of the late Nanyangbo's long service to the former emperor and his loyalty, the Qin family shall receive leniency in their punishment. However, while death may be avoided, they shall not escape lesser penalties. Their entire estate shall be confiscated, and all members shall be exiled from the capital, barred from holding any office for 5 generations. Everyone sighed inwardly. To have their estate confiscated and to be barred from serving an office for 5 generations meant the Qin family was utterly finished. By the time they returned to the palace, it was already evening. Upon entering the tea room, Chu Liuzheng learned that the Naiwafu had arranged for new palace maids to arrive. Lu Jiarui, my name is Cui Yun. It was evident that Cui Yun had inquired beforehand, as she retrieved a moon-white pouch from her sleeve and handed it to Chu Liuzheng, her small face beaming with joy. I used to work in the Shangyi Bureau, and this pouch is embroidered by my own hands. I hope you won't find it unworthy. The pouch was adorned with 2 vividly embroidered fat koi, appearing quite charming. The embroidery is exquisite, Chu Liuzheng remarked as she accepted it, but immediately noticed the pouch's unusual weight. Since being assigned to serve tea before the emperor, she had received no fewer than 10 such pouches. The silver content varied, and this one likely contained around 2 taels. Those who navigated the palace without understanding the intricacies of human relationships often met their demise in some obscure corner. How could they ever hope to serve close to the emperor? As she tucked the pouch into her sleeve, a sincere smile graced Chu Liuzheng's face. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Shortly, I will inform you of His Majesty's and the various officials' preferences regarding tea and snacks. So be sure to remember them to avoid mistakes while serving. Thank you, sister, Cui Yin cheerfully replied, her heart finally settling. She flatteringly added, everyone says you are kind, and now that I've met you, it is truly evident that you are both beautiful and benevolent. Who wouldn't relish hearing such compliments? Chu Liuzheng acknowledged her own ordinariness. Observing Cui Yun's joyful expression, she genuinely hoped this newcomer could endure longer than her predecessors. Chapter 7. Dividing the inheritance to ensure they were always within reach. The palace maids serving the emperor resided in the Nongyun garden behind the Wenhua Hall, with 2 maids sharing a room. Chu Liuzheng entered the room, lit the oil lamp on the table, and pointed to the bed on the left. You will sleep here. The belongings on the bed belong to Wantang, who is no longer with us. You may dispose of them as you see fit. Jiang Wantang had been executed, and her bedding and pillows remained untouched. Understood. Cui Yin responded, beginning to tidy up. Meanwhile, Chu Liuzheng opened the wardrobe against the wall and retrieved Jiang Wantang's possessions. There were not many items. 3 sets of clothing, 2 silver hairpins, a pair of silver bracelets, a jade ring, and 5 taels of silver. Don't rush. Come over here and let us divide the belongings. Chu Liuzheng beckoned Cui Yin. As Cui Yin approached and glanced at the items on the table, she asked, are these all Miss Wantang's? Chu Liuzheng nodded, proceeding to distribute the inheritance with familiarity. It was not that Chu Liuzheng lacked sentiment. Jiang Wantang had incurred the emperor's wrath and faced execution, with even her family too fearful to collect her remains, let alone her belongings. Even if she, Chu Liuzheng, refrained from taking anything, these items would ultimately benefit someone else. Who would not claim them? She needed to save money for her future outside the palace. Chu Liuzheng informed Cui Yin, I do not want the clothing. I will take 2 taels of silver, 1 hairpin, 1 bracelet, and this jade ring. Cui Yin gazed longingly at the jade ring. Crafted from white jade, it exhibited a fine texture, emanating the unique, warm luster of jade under the candlelight. Clearly a valuable item. Cui Yin desired the jade ring as well, but being new, she did not wish to offend her senior, Chu Liuzheng. She obediently nodded and pulled her chair closer. Without needing to mention the jewelry and silver, she rifled through the 3 sets of clothing and discovered that the bottom set was still new. Trying on, she found it fit quite well. Chu Liuzheng glanced at her and smiled. The color suits you. In her eyes, there was no superstition against wearing the clothes of the deceased. Coming from a poor background, having clothes to wear was already a blessing. Back home, when she couldn't afford new clothes, she had worn her brother's old garments. However, the 3 outfits Jiang Wantang owned were all brightly colored, easily noticeable in a crowd, which did not align with Chu Liuzheng's principle of maintaining a low profile to ensure her survival in the palace until the age of 25. Noticing Cui Yun's fondness for such vibrant colors, which were indeed eye-catching, she could see that Cui Yun had chosen to keep all 3 outfits, her face brightening with delight. This evening, she would not have to serve the night shift at Wenhua Hall, allowing her to rest early. Just as she was about to fetch hot water for her wash, a sudden knock echoed at the closed door. Is Miss Liuzheng inside? It was Xiao Xiazi's voice. Chu Liuzheng quickly approached and opened the door, discovering a small, slender eunuch outside, Xiao Xiazi, who worked as a helper in the imperial medical department. Noticing the urgency on Xiao Xiazi's face, she furrowed her brow and asked, what is the matter? Miss, please help Miss Jiarui, Xiao Xiazi urged. Half an hour ago, she was taken into the Shun Xingxi. If we do not rescue her, she may not survive. Chu Liuzheng's complexion paled, realizing Cui Yin was peeking outside. She stepped out, closing the door behind her, and led Xiao Xiazi to the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Calm down and explain everything clearly. What did Jiarui do to deserve confinement in Shun Xingxi? In a hushed voice, Xiao Xiazi recounted. The Dou family sent a beauty-enhancing prescription to Lu Tai, requesting him to prepare an ointment for the noble consort. However, after using the ointment last night, the noble consort woke up with a face full of rashes, sending a maid to hold Lu Jiarui accountable, claiming he harmed her. Chu Liuzheng frowned. The Dou family is the noble consort's maternal family, and Lu Jiarui served her. How could he possibly harm her? Exactly, Xiao Xiazi lamented. All the physicians in the imperial medical department have examined it. The prescription is fine and indeed has beauty-enhancing effects. So, the problem lies with the ointment? A sense of foreboding gripped Chu Liuzheng as she observed Xiao Xiazi. Please do not tell me that Xiao Ru is the unfortunate soul who delivered the ointment to the noble consort. Xiao Xiazi nodded. Indeed, it is unfortunate. Someone mixed an oleander juice with that box of ointment. Lu Jiarui claimed he checked the ointment when he handed it to Xiao Ru, and it was fine. The only one who had contact with that box of ointment on the way was Xiao Ru, and the maid from Huaqing Palace firmly believes that Xiao Ru intended to harm the noble consort. Despite Xiao Ru's protests of innocence, the maid would not listen and ordered Xiao Ru to be taken to Shunxing Si for severe interrogation. Xiao Ru has shown me kindness. How could I stand by and watch her die unjustly in Shunxing Si? I asked Xiao Yunzi to cover for me and rushed here to seek your help. Miss, you and Xiao Ru are like sisters. You must find a way to save her. Do not panic, let me think. Chu Liuzheng clenched her fists and paced back and forth, quietly activating the system to search. Oleander juice, poison the noble consort. Found it. Yun Fei is envious of the noble consort's beauty and has learned that the imperial medical department sent a beauty ointment exclusively for the noble consort. So she instructed her informants to mix oleander juice into the ointment while the noble consort bathed, intending to disfigure her and cause her to lose the emperor's favor. What a twist! There are indeed informants from Yun Fei in Huaqing Palace, though she presents herself as a naive and simple character. She is quite the schemer. Currently, there is still oleander juice hidden in the informant's quarters. If this information is leaked to those in Huaqing Palace, once the true culprit behind the noble consort's poisoning is captured, Xiao Ru will be exonerated. As Chu Liuzheng paced, her brow furrowed deeply. However, how could she convey this information without exposing herself? Poisoning the noble consort. As he strolled, the Emperor Xiao Jingfan paused, turning his gaze toward the palace not far away. At this distance, he could clearly hear the woman's thoughts. That woman actually intended to poison the noble consort. What audacity did she possess? Just as Zhou Yuanda was about to instruct someone to apprehend her, Xiao Jingfan's gaze flickered as he carefully listened to the thoughts conveyed, and an image of Yun Pin's beautiful and innocent face flashed before him. What a treacherous beauty she was. Xiao Jingfan's expression darkened, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. These women certainly knew how to disguise themselves. Zhou Yuanda remained bowed, awaiting the emperor's command. After a moment of silence, he raised his head in confusion, calling out, "Your Majesty?" Xiao Jingfan replied, "Come closer." Zhou Yuanda hurriedly leaned in, and upon hearing Xiao Jingfan's instructions, astonishment crossed his face. Xiao Jingfan waved his hand, urging him to hurry. "As you command," Nu Kai replied, and Zhou Yuanda took his leave. Xiao Jingfan stood in place for a moment, not hearing any further thoughts. He turned on his heel and walked down a different path. His displeasure meant that he could not allow others to be overly joyful. Chapter 8. How could one be so forgetful? A quarter of an hour later, Jinwei Commander Lu Fei, accompanied by 2 squads of Jinwei, stormed into the Wen and Meng residences. Wen Shangshu's legitimate second son, Wen Ji, was seized by 2 Jinwei soldiers, shouting at Lu Fei, you scoundrel! Have you gone blind? How dare you trespass into my Wen residence and lay hands on me? My father will never let you off." When Shangshu hurried over, and upon hearing his son's threats towards Lu Fei, he nearly slapped him. Lu Fei was a trusted confidant of the emperor. How could this brat dare to insult him? Silence. Wen Shangshu reprimanded his son before turning to Lu Fei with a bow. "Lord Lu, I am unaware of my son's transgressions." When Shangshu felt choked. Had he not tidied up the situation? How could Lu Fei know of it? Unfortunately, after injuring someone, Ji was quite remorseful and immediately ordered the injured party to be sent to the medical hall for treatment, as well as compensating the victim's family with silver. "Lord Wen, I have come here on orders. Lu Fei remained stern, imploring the Lord not to make things difficult for him. As a Jinwei commander, whom else could Lu Fei serve? Aside from the emperor? When Shangshu's expression turned sourer than swallowing a fly, and he dared not interfere any longer, watching helplessly as Lu Fei took his son away. Master, where is Ji? Madame Wen arrived, fully dressed, but saw neither the Jinwei nor her precious son. He has been taken by the Jinwei. Madame Wen grew anxious. Master, how could you allow Ji to be taken away? What if they inflict torture upon him? How can you say that? When Shangshu glared, if it weren't for your spoiling him, he wouldn't have dared to act recklessly, injuring someone over a mere courtesan. What rescue? This is a direct order from the emperor. Do you wish for the Wen family to bear the crime of defying imperial edicts? Madame Wen dared not argue. When Shangshu's face was cold, no one will die. He might just get a few lashes and spend 2 months in prison. Let that boy learn a lesson. The old steward stole a glance at his master's bare foot, thinking, who exactly rushed here without even wearing shoes to stop this? But the prison is harsh. How could Ji endure it? Madame Wen was still distressed for her son. A piece of herself had fallen away. How could she not feel heartache? Endure it he must. When Shangshu was angered by Madame Wen's demeanor, she had always been clear-headed, adept at managing household affairs and raising children. Yet she had indulged this hard-earned second son, unable to be strict with him. Ultimately, she had spoiled a reckless young master. He dealt with the younger son, yet Madame Wen always intervened to protect him. Now, let that boy stay in prison for a while, suffering a bit to learn his lesson. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I have my own plans. Though he said so, when Shangshu still sent someone to the Shuntian prefecture to make an inquiry. Once the old steward left, when Shangshu cursed inwardly, Xiahui, you had better not fall into my hands. Xiahui was the commander of the Jinui, responsible for supervising the officials. Evidently, when Shangshu suspected that the incident of when Ji injuring someone in public had been reported to the emperor by Xia. Meanwhile, the second master of the Meng family was also seized by the Jinwei for forcibly abducting a common girl, receiving 30 lashes and being imprisoned in the Shuntian prefecture. Meng Shangshu hurriedly sent someone to make an inquiry at the Shuntian prefecture, simultaneously cursing, Xiahui, you had better not fall into my hands. The Shuntian prefecture's chief, having been awakened twice and unable to sleep, cursed silently, Xiahui, you troublemaker. Xiahui, who had been abruptly awakened, shivered in his sleep, quietly wrapping himself in his quilt like a silkworm. The chilly autumn air was quite biting. He would need to have thicker bedding added tomorrow. Inside the palace. It is done. Chu Liuzheng exhaled softly, handing Xiao Xiazi a pouch. This matter would likely not yield results until tomorrow. The pouch contained 10 taels of silver. Take this to the Shunshin court and handle matters carefully. At such a crucial moment, Xiao Xiazi did not stand on ceremony with Chu Liuzheng, prioritizing the need to secure the person involved. Not far off, Zhou Yuanda rushed by with a group of guards. Why was Zhou Yuanda not attending to the tyrant at this late hour, but instead heading to Yaohua Palace? Chu Liuzheng immediately opened the system, searching for the latest gossip. He swiftly skimmed past trivial news of the son of the Minister of Personnel being arrested and the younger brother of the Minister of Revenue being imprisoned for abduction. Continuing to scroll down, the emperor inadvertently lost a jade pendant, ordering Zhou Yuanda to search for it, which was ultimately found in the cabinet of a palace maid named Xiulan in Huqing Palace, along with half a bottle of oleander juice. Upon questioning, the maid claimed she was instructed by Yun Fei to secretly add a few drops of oleander juice to the beauty ointment of the consort while she bathed. The emperor was enraged, stripping Yun Fei of her title and demoting her to the rank of 4th rank 1, ordering her removal from the main hall of Yaohua Palace to the rear hall of Huayin Palace to copy scriptures and reflect on her actions. How amusing! The tyrant unwittingly did a good deed. The loss of this jade pendant was perfectly timed. Chu Liuzheng wanted to applaud the tyrant, wondering how one could be so forgetful. This matter had already reached the tyrant's ears. Even for the sake of her image in the tyrant's heart, the consort would likely let Xiao Ru off the hook, perhaps even providing some rewards to ease the situation. Xiao Xiazi, let us go to the Shinshan court to fetch Xiao Ru. But isn't the result due tomorrow? Xiao Xiazi was perplexed. Trust me, you won't be wrong. Chu Liuzheng pulled him towards the Shinshan court. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuanda and the guards arrive at Yaohua Palace. Knocking on the palace door, Yin Fei, thinking the emperor had arrived, checked herself in the mirror to ensure her makeup was perfect before gracefully stepping out with the maid to welcome the emperor, not seeing the beloved figure she anticipated. Yin Fei's smile faltered, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Zhou Yuanda. Gonggong Zhou, where's his majesty? Zhou Yuanda remained silent, gesturing behind him. Bring her forward. Chapter 9. The absurdity of imperial power. The guards immediately dragged a gagged and bound palace maid forward. Seeing the familiar face, Yin Fei's heart skipped a beat, yet her expression was even more perplexed. What does Gonggong Zhou mean by this? Zhou Yuanda retrieved the cloth from Xiaolan's mouth. Madam, save me. Tears streamed down her face, clearly marked by slaps. I was only following your orders to add oleander juice to Rong Fei's beauty ointment. Impudent wretch. Yin Fei interrupted sharply. I have never seen you. Everyone in the palace can attest to this. Who sent you to frame me? She turned to Zhou Yuanda, her expression a perfect blend of righteous indignation and grievance. Gonggong Zhou, do not believe this lowly maid's words. I have always respected Sister Rong Fei. How could I harm her? It must be that this maid accepted bribes from others, intending to frame me. Whether it is a frame or not, His Majesty will adjudicate. Zhou Yuanda signaled to the guards, who regagged Xiaolan and dragged her away. Zhou Yuanda wore a cold smile, bowing to Yin Fei. His Majesty has ordered this servant to assist Wan Yi in relocating to the rear hall. In the future, she is to diligently copy scriptures and pray for blessings for the emperor and the empress dowager. Wan Yi, upon hearing this title, Su Ruo Shuang felt as if struck by lightning, her expression one of shock and disbelief. Not only had her rank been reduced, but her title was also stripped away. She swayed, nearly collapsing against the head maid, fearing she might faint. Zhou Yuanda snorted coldly. Wan Yi, be careful. If you fall ill, how will you continue to pray for the emperor and the empress dowager? Upon hearing this, Su Ruo Shuang dared not faint. Who knew what this ruthless eunuch would say to the emperor if she truly lost consciousness? If he claimed she was dissatisfied with the emperor, she would surely be thrown into the cold palace, or worse, lose her life. After clarifying the pros and cons, Su Ruoxuang steadied herself. She smiled at Zhou Yuanda, mentioning that she felt a bit dizzy from the midday breeze, and asked him not to take offense. Such trivial matters as moving residences hardly require your personal involvement. Zhou Gonggong may simply offer guidance while I have my people handle the relocation. She signaled to the head maid, Chunlian, who promptly stepped forward and presented Zhou Yuanda with a purse, requesting him to take a trip on her behalf, offering him a pot of hot tea for the cooler weather. Although Zhou Yuanda did not accept the purse, he refrained from making things difficult for Su Ruoxuang, allowing her servants to manage the moving. Chunlian and the others knelt on the ground, too frightened to speak. You vile woman, Do Jingwan, Su Ruoxuang exclaimed as she shattered a vase, glaring at the scattered porcelain fragments with resentment. Let us see how this unfolds. Chunlian immediately assisted Su Ruoxuang to sit on the couch, softly comforting her. My lady, please calm down and don't let your anger harm your health. The master will soon receive news and will certainly plead your case before the emperor. Su Ruoxuang let out a soft hum, feeling slightly soothed. That wretched Do always flaunts herself before the emperor. Surely she has deceived him into not granting me a chance to explain. The emperor is currently in a fit of anger. Once he calms down, he will surely remember your virtues, my lady. Chunlian poured a cup of hot tea and offered it. Please be patient. The Empress Dowager has always held you in high regard. Perhaps you could transcribe a couple of Buddhist scriptures to present to the Empress Dowager, demonstrating that you have heeded the emperor's words and showcasing your filial piety. Su Ruoxuang found this reasoning sound and immediately ordered the restoration of the chaotic palace room, laying out paper and ink, preparing to stay up late to copy the scriptures. Meanwhile, unaware that the noble consort had taken the blame for him, Chu Liuzheng and Xiao Xiazi stood outside the Xinqing division for a while, when they spotted Mama Qian from Huaqing Palace leading Xiao Qiaoru out. Xiao Qiaoru appeared pale and weak, supported by two maidservants. Upon seeing Chu Liuzheng and Xiao Xiazi waiting at the entrance, a smile broke out on her face. Liuzheng, Xiao Xiazi, you have come. Chu Liuzheng and Xiao Xiazi hurried over to take Xiao Qiaoru from the maidservants. Are you injured? Xiao Qiaoru shook her head and gently squeezed Chu Liuzheng's hand. Chu Liuzheng felt a shiver, realizing he had spoken out of turn in his anxiety. Concern often leads to confusion. Such inquiries should not be made in front of those from Huaqing Palace. Is this the esteemed young lady serving tea before the emperor? Mama Qian greeted Chu Liuzheng with a smile. I have met Mama. Chu Liuzheng bowed respectfully. Mama Qian returned a half bow, her sharp eyes scanning Chu Liuzheng. While her demeanor was impeccable, her appearance paled in comparison to her own mistress, making it hard to believe the emperor would take notice of her. Having heard rumors of the emperor's special regard for this young lady, she dismissed them as mere gossip. With this understanding, her expression softened further as she sighed at Xiao Qiaoru. That vile maid has been cunning, dragging Miss Qiaoru into suffering. The noble consort was also deceived by that maid. Upon discovering the truth, she immediately ordered me to bring you out, fearing you would suffer further inside. Xiao Qiaoru, despite her pain, bowed slightly and said, The noble consort is benevolent. I am grateful. Do Jingwan, the daughter of the Minister of War, was conferred the title of Rong Fei upon her promotion to noble consort last year. How absurd it is that the victim must thank the perpetrator. Chu Liuzheng silently cursed while maintaining a slight smile, replying, Everyone in the palace knows that Rong Fei is exceptionally kind-hearted and always considerate of us servants. She would never allow Qiaoru to suffer unjustly. Xiao Shazi chimed in, Indeed, I often hear the physicians say the same. Mama Qian's smile faltered. Her own words had been turned against her, making the praise feel awkward. Was this a request for something from her? Mama Qian glanced at Chu Liuzheng, recognizing her shrewdness, but questioned whether she could be trusted. She took Xiao Qiaoru's hand and patted it affectionately. The noble consort has heard of your suffering and has sent some restorative items. I left in haste earlier and forgot to bring them, but I shall send someone with them shortly. If you're not feeling well, please do seek out physician Lu from the imperial hospital. The expenses will be covered by Huaqing Palace. You must take care of yourself and avoid leaving any lasting ailments. Such flattering words, but is it not a ploy to elevate Rong Fei's reputation? A few blows followed by a sweet reward to ensure gratitude for Rong Fei's kindness? Xiao Qiaoru obediently replied, Once I recover fully, I will certainly visit Huaqing Palace to express my thanks to the noble consort. Seeing that this young maid understood the situation, Mama Qian felt satisfied and exchanged a few more words of concern before leaving. Xiao Shazi, remembering her duties at the pharmacy, prepared some hot water before departing. Xiao Qiaoru worked in the pharmacy of the imperial hospital and lived in a room with 6 others, compared to Chu Liuzheng's 2-person quarters. This 6-person room felt considerably cramped. Xiao Qiaoru's bed was at the far end, and as the others had already fallen asleep, Chu Liuzheng and she entered the room unnoticed. Utilizing the moonlight, Chu Liuzheng assisted Xiao Qiaoru to sit on her bed, gently helping her remove her clothing. The fabric brushed against her whip marks, causing Xiao Qiaoru to gasp softly in pain. Bear with it, Chu Liuzheng urged, lightening her touch. Once the clothing was removed and she saw the intersecting whip marks still oozing blood, her eyes brimmed with tears. In less than 2 hours, she has sustained such injuries. The Shenqing division is truly inhumane. I am fine, Xiao Qiaoru reassured her friend with a smile, feeling fortunate to have made it out alive. These wounds would heal in a few days. What the emperor bestowed upon you, keep for yourself, Xiao Qiaoru insisted. I have medicine here that works wonders. It won't leave scars. Noticing Xiao Qiaoru's continued refusal, Chu Liuzheng glared at her. If you are left with scars, how will you marry your Zhi Jiegu when you leave the palace? Upon hearing the name Zhi Jiegu, a faint blush appeared on Xiao Qiaoru's pale face, only to quickly fade. She smiled. If he were to reject me because of scars, why should I marry him? Knowing she was putting up a brave front, Chu Liuzheng chose not to call her out, carefully applying the ointment and wrapping it with breathable gauze to prevent the medicine from staining her clothes. The coolness of the ointment alleviated some pain, and after getting dressed, Xiao Qiaoru embraced Chu Liuzheng's waist, whispering, Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Chu Liuzheng patted her head, recalling how during her time at the pharmacy, if it weren't for Xiao Qiaoru's help in obtaining medicine and her attentive care, she would have succumbed to a high fever. Xiao Qiaoru mumbled, But I only saved you once, while you've saved me many times. Is there a hierarchy in saving lives? Chu Liuzheng sighed. You overthink things. This will not aid in your recovery. Do not dwell on it, understood? You should rest now. Chu Liuzheng picked up the basin of hot water. I will pour the water and then leave. All right. Xiao Jingfan, having endured punishment, felt exhausted and did not force herself to stay awake. She lay on her side, careful not to press on her wounds, closing her eyes and drifting into a peaceful sleep amidst the light scent of medicine. Upon returning to Nongyan courtyard, Chu Liuzheng pushed the door open and found Sun already asleep. Perhaps unaccustomed to the new surroundings, Sun awakened immediately upon hearing the door, only to relax upon seeing Chu Liuzheng, rubbing her eyes and mumbling something before turning over to sleep again. Nongyan courtyard did not have hot water readily available like the pharmacy, and the water on the stove had run cold. Chu Liuzheng hastily washed her face with the icy well water, shivering as she climbed into bed. The consequences of a sleepless night resulted in Chu Liuzheng waking up with dark circles under her eyes, accentuated by her fair complexion, resembling someone who had been struck in the eyes. Almost in a daze, she ate breakfast and shuffled half awake to the tea room, nearly colliding with the sprightly young Anzi rushing out. Anzi, Zhou Yuanda's newly appointed apprentice at just 15, was clever and charming. He was startled by Chu Liuzheng's appearance, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what happened to you, miss? I didn't sleep well last night." Feeling weary, stifled a yawn and inquired, "The morning assembly has yet to disperse. What has you in such a hurry?" Xiao Anzi replied, "A fresh batch of ink has just arrived in the inner storeroom. My master has instructed me to inspect it, and if any fine Huema ink is found, to bring 2 pieces to Wenwadian." Nodding in understanding, acknowledged that the Shunguang Emperor had a fondness for Huema ink, and it was only fitting for the considerate chief eunuch, Zhou Yuanda, to cater to his preferences. "I shall have someone deliver 2 eggs to the young lady shortly. She ought to apply them to her eyes." In truth, had already used eggs for soothing treatment, but she saw no reason to reject the goodwill of others. With a smile, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "I shall certainly sing your praises before Gonggong Zhou later. How fortunate you are to have such a thoughtful and attentive disciple. It makes me quite envious." Xiao Anzi chuckled modestly in response, not indulging in further idle chatter before taking his leave, as she boiled mountain spring water, rubbed her temples, sincerely hoping that the tyrant would refrain from summoning the ministers for discussion today. Alas, her wishes were in vain, for the Shunguang Emperor not only called for the ministers, but summoned an entire assembly. "Be cautious today. Do not make any mistakes," Zhou Yuanda advised as he departed, his gaze resting on Suyun. Suyun promptly assured him, "Rest assured, Gonggong, I will follow my sister's lead." It was indeed fortunate for Yun that Miss Lu Zheng chose to guide her. If she mastered these skills, they would become her own. Zhou Yuanda waved his whisk, shifting it to the other arm, and cryptically remarked, "Serve the tea well, but do not think of what should not be thought, nor do what should not be done." Suyun's face flushed slightly, as if her secret had been laid bare. She bowed her head to Zhou Yuanda, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Gonggong." Observing her obedient demeanor, Zhou Yuanda added, "To serve in the presence of the emperor is a blessing earned in a past life. Cherish this fortune for longevity." Suyin replied yes. After imparting his wisdom, Zhou Yuanda smiled saying, "You may continue your duties, my lady. We must now attend to his majesty." Inclined her head in respect. Safe travels. Gonggong Zhou. Though Zhou Yuanda often exhibited a sarcastic nature and judged others harshly, who in the palace was not similarly inclined. He did possess a semblance of kindness. Offering his advice without my needing to intervene, one could only hope Suyun would heed his words. "Sister, have I done something wrong to upset Gonggong Zhou?" Suyun lifted her head, her eyes rimmed with red, gazing with a hint of vulnerability. "Ah, the little girl is quite the actress, weeping at the drop of a hat to garner sympathy," mused inwardly. "Is she seeking my counsel, or perhaps a reprimand for Zhou Yuanda? If I were to scold him, I could guarantee that my words would reach his ears in no time." Maintaining her composure, gently advised, "Gonggong Zhou means well. Focus on fulfilling your responsibilities, and no one shall find fault with you." Suyun nodded, dabbing at her eyes, refraining from any actual tears, and dutifully set about preparing tea. With a soft sigh, rubbed her temples and applied a touch of peppermint oil to her temples, striving to invigorate herself. "Suyun, are you ready? She inquired. As you instructed, everything is prepared, Yun replied, a touch of nervousness evident as she followed closely with a wooden tray. The atmosphere within Wenhua Dian was relatively harmonious that day, with Xiao Jingfan engaging the ministers in discussions concerning the salt and iron trade. Ah, the sun rises in the west today. The tyrant seems in good spirits, likely more manageable than yesterday. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Jingfan looked up and indeed saw the audacious woman had arrived. Change the tea, he commanded. Remained speechless. Is His Majesty endowed with the gift of foresight, demanding a change before even lifting the lid? After 3 such exchanges, all present began to sense something amiss. The tea lids had not even been opened, yet the emperor insisted on a change. Was he deliberately toying with the serving maid? If he was unsatisfied with her service, why not simply replace her? Only Zhang Daxuishi and Meng Shangshu, who considered themselves in the know, exchanged knowing glances. The emperor was not displeased with the maid service. He was simply teasing her. Young as he was, he still delighted in this playful interaction. It would be no surprise if the serving maid soon found herself in the emperor's harem. What fortune it would be for her to ascend from maid to royal consort. Were privy to their thoughts, she would surely express her disdain. What fortune indeed? Does anyone wish for such a fate? Clearly, the tyrant must have consumed something unusual today. If he does not wish to drink tea, why torment me? Thought, suppressing the urge to hurl the entire cup at Xiao Jingfan. On the 5th attempt, she placed the teacup on the dragon table, glaring at Xiao Jingfan's elegant fingers, silently threatening him. Dare to tap again, and I shall spit in your tea. Xiao Jingfan refrained from tapping, not out of moral awakening, but rather from the thirst arising from excessive conversation. However, the thought of her spitting in the tea lingered in his mind, leading him to scrutinize the cup with suspicion. The tea appeared clear and pristine, not at all likely to contain any spittle. Consider this a reward, he said, pushing the cup to the edge of the table, signaling for it to drink immediately. Has the tyrant truly lost his senses? She wondered. The ministers, feigning ignorance, secretly observed the two, their ears perked up. The uninformed speculated whether the emperor had taken a liking to this serving maid. The informed exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging the emperor's youthful exuberance. Zhou Yuan mused that the emperor favored this particular blue and white teacup, one that even the empress and the favored concubine had never used, now bestowed upon a mere maid. He would likely treat Miss Lu Jiarui with greater respect from now on. Yun gazed at with envy, wishing the emperor would treat her with such favor. She would gladly run errands for him. Why do you not drink? Xiao Jingfan's suspicion deepened, his gaze growing colder. Drink! Without hesitation, lifted the cup, ignoring the slight burn, and took a generous sip. The exquisite tea mitigated her ill mood as she stood respectfully, awaiting the emperor's next command. Xiao Jingfan's expression darkened, realizing she had not spat in the tea, thus allowing her to escape punishment. However, his desire to continue teasing her had waned, and he gestured for her to brew another cup. Complied, initially expecting further antics, but to her surprise, the emperor simply accepted the tea, glanced at it briefly, and drank without further games. Ah, it seems the storm has passed, she thought. Yun gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Sister, you must be tired. Lean against the wall and rest. I will handle the water. Observing Yun's gaze lingering on Xiao Jingfan, filled with yearning and shyness, felt a pang of concern. Could it be that even Zhou Gonggong's advice does not suffice? Is she truly so headstrong? Surely she would not wish to change roommates again after all my efforts. Why must the tyrant be so beguiling? Day after day, he attracts the attention of innocent girls. Xiao Jingfan raised an eyebrow, bemused. Attracting attention? Yun, suppressing her excitement, poised to approach with a small copper kettle, only to have Xiao Jingfan's gaze abruptly land upon, who was lounging against the wall. Xiao Jingfan mused that he must assign her some tasks to prevent her from idling and uttering foolishness. Sister, I do not seek to compete with you. I would never dare disobey the emperor's commands. Truly, I have no desire to serve the tyrant. Thought, why must one person shoulder 2 burdens? A little extra compensation would be nice. Xiao Jingfan's lips curled into a faint smile. As long as this woman is displeased, he finds joy in it. The court officials, pretending to be oblivious, stifled their curiosity and continued to deliberate on matters of state. Grinding ink is both a technical and mechanical task. Chu Liuzheng had not rested well the previous night, and as he ground the ink in circles, he could not help but stifle a yawn. Yawning in the Emperor's presence is a breach of decorum and could lead to punishment. I cannot allow this to continue. I must divert my attention and indulge in some gossip instead. Opening the system, Chu Liuzheng began scrolling through the latest gossip. Wen Ji believed that the courtesan from Wanfang Lu was more beautiful than the one from Chunman Yuan, which led to a brawl between him and Meng Haojuan in the Shuntian Prefecture prison, where Meng Haojuan, unable to withstand the younger man's vigor, lost 2 of his front teeth. How amusing! With both front teeth gone, can he even blow out a candle? Wait a moment. How could these 2 young masters, one sheltered by a father who is the Minister of Revenue and the other by a brother who is the Minister of Personnel, end up imprisoned in Shuntian Prefecture? Could it be that the esteemed ministers suddenly experienced a pang of conscience? Oh, it was the commander of the Jin Wu Wei who arrested them, following the tyrant's orders to act swiftly. I suspected the tyrant was well aware of the misdeeds of these young masters. This is nothing but a personal vendetta. Chapter 12. The tyrant wears the green hat. I never imagined the tyrant harbored a sister complex. Chu Liuzheng stole a glance at the serious profile of Xiao Jingfan as he listened to the ministers, then continued to scroll through the gossip. Xie Jiu had adopted a Persian cat, which scared the empress and was subsequently killed by the maidservants of Changchun Palace. Xie Jiu was heartbroken and cried until her eyes were swollen. Poor little cat. If it is to be reborn, may it never enter the palace again. Shockingly, Wang Kalin's image as an ethereal being crumbled when it was revealed she secretly indulged in stinky tofu at midnight, leaving her bed smelling of old socks. Oh, just reading about it makes the scent waft through the air, keeping me wide awake. Next. What the heck? Your Majesty, the Empress has sent someone to deliver joyful news. Zhou Yuanda entered the hall with a pleased expression and bowed to Xiao Jingfan. Today, the Imperial Medical Bureau conducted routine checks on the consorts and discovered that Xian Pin is already 1 month pregnant, which brings great joy to His Majesty. The ministers knelt in unison to convey their congratulations. Xiao Jingfan's brows relaxed, and a smile began to form as he absorbed Chu Liuzheng's inner thoughts. Diagnosed with pregnancy. Yet the child is not that of the Shunguang Emperor. What the heck? The tyrant has been duped. The smile that had not yet fully bloomed froze on Xiao Jingfan's lips. Taking a deep breath with a sharp crack, he snapped the brush in his hand. The crowd looked up in surprise. Is His Majesty overwhelmed with joy? But why does his expression appear somewhat grim? Xiao Jingfan's demeanor was not merely grim. With such a countenance on the streets, he could frighten 10 children into tears. He turned his glare towards Chu Liuzheng, who was momentarily stunned by the shocking news and had forgotten to grind the ink. Confronted with Xiao Jingfan's gaze, which seemed to threaten dismemberment, Chu Liuzheng's heart raced, and goosebumps prickled on his skin. How absurd. It's not as if I placed the green hat on the tyrant. Why is he glaring at me? Xiao Jingfan suppressed the urge to strangle Chu Liuzheng and turned his gaze away. Seeing this, Chu Liuzheng exhaled softly. Ancient wisdom extols the virtues of many children as blessings, and the royal family is expected to propagate their lineage. Currently, the tyrant has only 1 daughter, a mere 2 years old, born of the Shufei, and no other consorts have produced offspring. It is evident how much the tyrant yearns for heirs. What a pity that the child in Xian Pin's womb is a product of infidelity. One wonders if the tyrant will ever discover the truth. If he remains unaware, will he be forced to raise another man's child? How amusing. Is this not a case of immediate retribution? Chu Liuzheng had no intention of revealing the truth to Xiao Jingfan, setting aside the fact that he had no idea how to explain his knowledge of the truth. Taking the initiative to expose such matters before the emperor contradicts his survival instincts in the palace. He has always been one to endure and focus on his assigned duties, avoiding taking risks or drawing attention, merely hoping to live safely until the age of 25 when he could reunite with his family. The intrigues of the palace are best kept at arm's length. He has no desire to become entangled. Detecting the glee in Chu Liuzheng's thoughts, Xiao Jingfan feared that if he did not restrain himself, he would draw his sword and cleave this woman in 2. You dare speak to me? Although I cannot reveal the truth to the tyrant, I can investigate who the lover is. Is the tyrant conversing with me? Chu Liuzheng blinked. observing that Xiao Jingfan's expression lacked any semblance of joy. How strange. The tyrant is unaware of his own predicament, yet is displeased to learn of Xian Pin's pregnancy. Xiao Jingfan, thanks to you, I am fully aware. Could it be that the tyrant dislikes Xian Pin bearing a child? How ridiculous. If he did not fancy her, why did he sleep with her in the first place? Xiao Jingfan could no longer endure, silencing Chu Liuzheng. I said nothing. Could it be that? Xiao Jingfan's eyelids twitched, fearing that Chu Liuzheng might discern the truth. His mind began formulating contingency plans, yet he noticed Chu Liuzheng turn to look behind him and subtly nod. Indeed, everyone sensed that the tyrant's demeanor was amiss. Just a few remarks, and the tyrant is so petty. Xiao Jingfan, try being magnanimous when you've been cuckolded. Your Majesty? Zhou Yuanda cautiously called out, unsure whether to continue with the rewards. The ministers looked at Xiao Jingfan in confusion. Given the emperor's sparse offspring, one would expect joy at news of a consort's pregnancy, yet he appeared far from pleased. Xiao Jingfan refused to allow the ministers to witness his embarrassment. Maintaining his usual tone, we will defer today's discussions until later. Zhang Qing, please compile today's discussions, and we shall reconvene tomorrow. Zhang Daxueshi cupped his hands. I accept the decree. Once the ministers departed, Xiao Jingfan's previously calm expression darkened, sending a shiver down Zhou Yuan's spine. It seemed the emperor was contemplating violence. Who had invoked the wrath of this formidable figure? To Yin Gui Yuan. Xiao Jingfan strode toward the exit. Zhou Yuanda hurriedly called out, urging, let us proceed. To Yin Gui Yuan. Zhou Yuanda, ever observant, promptly encouraged. Why are we still standing here? Hurry, follow the emperor. Chu Liuzheng. She merely serves tea and water. Why must I accompany her to visit the pregnant woman? Surely, the tyrant would not be so heartless as to require her to work in Yin Gui Yuan. Cui Yun was quite enthusiastic, but Shunguang Emperor cast a disdainful glance, freezing the little warrior in place. Under Cui Yun's envious gaze, Chu Liuzheng longed to suggest a trade. Why not switch places? Who wishes to accompany the emperor when one can take it easy? On the way, recalling the half-eaten gossip, Chu Liuzheng reopened the system. Let me see who this brave soul is that dares to place a green hat on the tyrant. Wow, what a scandal. It turns out to be a forbidden romance between a eunuch and a consort. Chu Liuzheng excitedly scrolled down, his eyes sparkling like bright bulbs. No wonder these two managed to become involved. Xian Pin and Li Zhongxin had known each other prior to entering the palace and were once a couple. Had Xian Pin not been chosen to enter the palace, she would have married Li Zhongxin long ago. Li Zhongxin, infatuated with Xian Pin, pursued her into the palace. And Xian Pin, moved by love, shed tears but refrained from acknowledging her feelings due to her status. The two spent their days together, and ultimately, Li Zhongxin won Xian Pin's heart, leading to their union, engaging in romantic escapades within Yin Gui Yuan. How absurd! This is nothing short of a melodramatic love story. Will they cast aside everything for love? Did they not consider the repercussions for their families upon discovery? In a realm where imperial authority reigns supreme, a palace concubine engages in a clandestine affair with a man from outside the palace. It raises the question of what sins their families committed in their past lives to merit such ill-fated encounters that threaten to drag their entire clans to the executioner's blade. After hearing the entire story, Xiao Jingfan declares that there is no need to investigate further. They should simply apprehend the culprits. Chapter 13. Renji, I've arrived just in time. The palace maid's warning proved somewhat useful as the two individuals hurriedly donned their garments upon realizing the tyrant's approach. With a swift kick, Xiao Jingfan burst through the palace doors and immediately spotted a disheveled couple within. Behind him, Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. How could Xian Pin be so foolish as to consort with a eunuch? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flash of cold steel caught his eye. His Majesty had drawn his sword. Xian Pin forced a smile, attempting to feign nonchalance. But as Xiao Jingfan advanced with his blade drawn, her demeanor froze. Long live your Majesty. Li Zhongxin collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. Prompted by this reminder, Xian Pin immediately knelt, pretending to greet the emperor. Your servant greets your Majesty. Rise, Xiao Jingfan replied, his voice laced with a gentleness that belied the tension. My beloved consort is with child. We must be cautious not to harm the little one." Hearing this, Pin felt a momentary sense of relief and, feigning modesty, responded, "Your servant thanks the emperor for his kindness. Come here," he commanded, pointing at Lu Jiarui. "I have inquiries for you." The man, consumed by guilt, approached with trepidation. "Your servant is at your majesty's command." With a swift motion, the blade glimmered, and an icy chill enveloped him. A scream pierced the air as Lu Jiarui collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. A wrapped bundle rolled to Pin's feet, and upon recognizing its nature, she shrieked and fell to the ground, her anguish palpable. My child! My child!" Xiao Jingfan, devoid of any sympathy, discarded the bloodied sword to Zhou Yuanda, who was still reeling from the shock of his sovereign's betrayal. What should be done with Pin, who has disrupted the palace? "Leave the matter of the Lu family to the empress," Xiao Jingfan replied coldly, casting a glance at the unconscious Lu Jiarui. If he desired to become a eunuch, he would live as one for eternity, transformed into a renji, a living relic. With that, a figure emerged from the shadows, carrying Lu Jiarui away. Another shadow materialized, kneeling respectfully before Xiao Jingfan. "The entire Li and Lu families shall face extermination. Not a single soul shall remain," he declared. "Were it not for the late emperor's legacy, I would not hesitate to eradicate their entire lineage. And no, please, your majesty." Pin, despite her agony, crawled toward him, leaving a trail of blood. "All the blame lies with me. It is not the Lu family's fault. I beg for your majesty's mercy." Her blood-stained hands attempted to grasp Xiao Jingfan's robes, but were swiftly kicked away by Zhou Yuanda. "What filth dares to approach his majesty? It was all my fault. I was wrong." Pin's hair was disheveled, tears streaming down her face as she appeared utterly disheveled and far from her previous charm. She could not fathom how her child's birth coincided so perfectly with the records of favor from the Ministry of Rights. How could she have been discovered? This question lingered in Zhou Yuanda's mind as well, but he dared not voice it. He knew he must serve the emperor with utmost diligence to avoid sharing the fate of those before him. News of the emperor's furious arrival at Yingei Garden spread rapidly, and soon the concubines gathered, though they saw only Zhou Yuanda waiting at the entrance. Zhou Yuanda bowed to Empress Xiong. The tyrant is shrouded in an aura of menace. Indeed, no man can accept such humiliation lightly. Chu Liuzheng cautiously followed Xiao Jingfan, striving to diminish her presence, wishing she could become invisible. Xiao Jingfan, equally disinclined to see her, waved her away. Upon returning to the tea room, she exchanged a few words with Cui Yun before turning to her system to track the developments of the situation. The emperor decreed the complete extermination of the Li and Lu families. Empress Zhong had poisoned the Lu family with a cup of lethal wine, and all the palace maids and eunuchs of Yingui Garden had perished, leaving no survivors. It was a grave sin they committed, and to conceal such a scandal, countless lives would be sacrificed. Chu Liuzheng felt a sense of foreboding and resolved to maintain a low profile in the palace. Empress Zhong issued a gag order, forbidding anyone in the inner court from discussing the matter under threat of severe punishment. Lu Jiarui was transformed into a renji, submerged in a concoction. The thought of such a fate sent chills down Chu Liuzheng's spine as she recalled images she had inadvertently seen online. She shuddered, vowing to herself that she must under no circumstances provoke the tyrant. Despite the palace's orders for silence, the massacre of the Li and Lu families could not be concealed, as even the fish from the lotus pond were slaughtered. Reports of the incident flooded into the imperial court. During the Grand Council meeting, an official criticized the Shuntian prefecture for its negligence, questioning why such a horrific event could occur without any response. Others accused the Wuqing military command of incompetence for failing to detect the massacre of the Li and Lu families. As accusations echoed through the Grand Hall, the emperor remained silent upon his dragon throne, observing the chaos among his ministers. An astute official realized that the emperor's reaction was peculiar. He turned to observe the responses of those being criticized, particularly Dong Yi of the Shuntian prefecture and Xia Hui of the Jinyue, who appeared unfazed, suggesting they had some form of backing. Chapter 14. Who is that? Those who navigate the intricacies of court politics are invariably astute, no matter their outward demeanor. Though Empress Zhong had issued a gag order, whispers of Xinpin's demise had reached certain ears. Following her death, the Li and Lu families faced immediate annihilation, hinting at potential royal scandals. Gradually, the ministers began to fall silent. While the court was not utterly devoid of sound, it had certainly quieted down significantly. As the crowd exchanged glances, they ultimately turned their collective gaze towards the emperor seated at the front, who was undoubtedly entertained by the unfolding spectacle. Xiao Jingfan, in a particularly buoyant mood, shifted his head onto one hand, casting a languorous glance at Zhou Yuanda. Without delay, Zhou Yuanda stepped forward and proclaimed, "If there are matters to report, speak now. If not, you may retire." "Your servant has a report," announced Zhang Daxueshi, stepping forward with a tablet in hand. "Regarding the matter of salt vouchers, I visited Xia Qiaoru this morning. It seemed that the individuals from Huaqing Palace had made arrangements, for the steward of the pharmacy permitted Xia Qiaoru to recuperate before returning to her duties. Presently, she rested in bed, attended to by Xiao Xiazi, who brought her meals and hot water, sparing her from labor. Her injuries were healing satisfactorily, and although Madame Qian had indeed sent some nourishing supplements, they were scant, yet better than nothing. Xia Qiaoru was reluctant to partake, but eventually acquiesced to Chu Liuzheng's insistence. Chu Liuzheng pondered how to procure superior ointments for wounds. Aware that despite Xia Qiaoru's claims of indifference toward scars, her heart surely harbored concerns. After all, it is not only for other sake, but for her own peace of mind, is it not? Preoccupied with such thoughts, Chu Liuzheng became somewhat distracted while boiling water, inadvertently scalding her hand. The back of her hand immediately reddened and formed 2 blisters, a stark contrast against her fair skin. With a hiss, she submerged her hand in cold water, grimacing in pain. "Sister, how will you serve tea to His Majesty in this condition?" Suiyun worriedly inquired. "But you are here with me," replied Chu Liuzheng, tilting her head towards her. "In a moment, I shall inform Gonggong Zhou and let Meixiang take over for a couple of days." Meixiang had long served in the inner court, and Chu Liuzheng reassured her that she could comfortably follow her lead. Meixiang, also a tea-serving maid in the imperial palace, had once guided Chu Liuzheng when she first arrived at court. Once Chu Liuzheng proved capable, she had been assigned elsewhere, training new recruits alongside Meixiang. The palace had a total of 4 tea-serving maids, divided into 2 shifts, alternating between day and night. The diligent Xunguang Emperor required tea and water, even while laboring over official documents late into the night. The turnover among maids in the inner court was particularly swift, often due to the whims of those in power expressing their displeasure on the servants, but more commonly because the maids themselves harbored aspirations for advancement. Those who failed to ascend often found themselves dismissed, sometimes with their very lives in jeopardy. Upon reflection, Chu Liuzheng could empathize with the ambitions of those maids yearning for promotion. After all, it is human nature to strive for higher ground. It is often said that power serves as the finest aphrodisiac, and the emperor, standing at the pinnacle of authority, is an irresistible allure. Furthermore, the tyrant's youthful visage, merely 23 years of age, was exponentially more captivating compared to older emperors, drawing countless young maidens' admiration. Since her arrival at court, Chu Liuzheng had adhered to the principle of offering guidance without interference, fully respecting the paths of others, be it Jiang Wantong or now Sun. Upon learning of Chu Liuzheng's injury, Zhou Yuanda made a point to visit the tea room personally. Observing her reddened hand as she applied medicine, he felt a genuine pang of sympathy. Chu Liuzheng, sensing his concern, instinctively concealed her hand, feeling somewhat wary. Could it be that he harbored intentions towards her? Many maids and eunuchs within the palace sought companionship due to the solitude of the inner court, but Chu Liuzheng had no such inclinations. She found solace in her companionship with the system, relishing in the daily gossip without a hint of loneliness. One must care for a hand that has been injured. Zhou Yuanda instructed his apprentice, Xiao Anzi, go fetch the Baihen ointment bestowed by the emperor for the young lady. Given the emperor's evident regard for her, Zhou Yuanda feared the consequences should her delicate hands bear scars. There's no need for such an extravagant remedy. I am but a humble maid, Chu Liuzheng hastily protested. Is it so simple to obtain your esteemed medicine? Though she desired to procure fine ointments for Qiaoru, she had no intention of sacrificing her own welfare. Are we not all servants of His Majesty? Zhou Yuanda countered, refusing to accept her rejection, resolute in his mission to heal her burn expeditiously. Should the emperor inquire about her condition, he must be able to provide a satisfactory explanation. Reluctantly conceding, Chu Liuzheng accepted the ointment, internally vowing to repay this favor swiftly, determined not to allow him to leverage it against her. "Thank you, sister," she said, removing a silver hairpin from her own hair and placing it in Mei Xiang's, smiling brightly. "This pin suits you perfectly. Consider it a token of my gratitude. You're far too courteous." Mei Xiang gently chided, playfully tapping Chu Liuzheng's smooth forehead. "No one is indebted here." Chu Liuzheng smiled in response. "I owe much for your guidance. It is your beauty and kindness that allows me to remain unburdened." "Flatterer," Mei Xiang remarked, observing the injury on Chu Liuzheng's hand with concern. "Such beautiful hands must be well cared for. Scars would be unfortunate. Do not worry about serving the inner court. I will handle everything. With you in charge, I am indeed at ease." Within the Wenhua Hall, the Xuanguang Emperor found the day unusually quiet, an unfamiliar silence that left him slightly disoriented. He glanced around, failing to spot the familiar figure he sought. Setting down his brush, he tapped the desk lightly with his fingers, uttering a single word. "Tea." Zhou Yuanda promptly called out, "Change the tea." Suyin entered with a redwood tray, respectfully placing a teacup beside Xiao Jingfan, casting a shy glance his way, her eyes sparkling with allure. Xiao Jingfan frowned, puzzled by her presence. It was a pity that Suyin had been serving for 2 days without even having caught the emperor's attention. Just as Xiao Jingfan intended to inquire about Chu Liuzheng's whereabouts, he realized he couldn't recall her name. What was it again? Zhou Yuanda? The Xuanguang Emperor chose not to perplex himself further and summoned his chief eunuch. "How may I serve your majesty?" Zhou Yuanda inquired, bowing deeply. Xiao Jingfan gestured towards the teacup, asking, "What of that one?" "Which one, your majesty?" Zhou Yuanda swiftly understood, realizing the context. "Is she injured?" Xiao Jingfan's brow furrowed in concern. "Her injury is not severe," Zhou Yuanda exaggerated slightly. "I had Xiao Anzi deliver by hand ointment to Miss Liuzheng. With a couple of days of rest, she should recover completely." Relieved, Xiao Jingfan nodded. "As long as it is not serious, it should not disrupt the system." His gaze flickered to Ziyun, assessing her demeanor. "Newcomer? I am Ziyun, here to serve your majesty. May you be well." Zhou Yuanda's eyelids twitched at the sight. Was she attempting to garner favor? The emperor's concern for her was palpable. Ziyun gazed up at the strikingly handsome man before her, her eyes brimming with admiration, her voice laced with shyness. "To serve your majesty is a privilege beyond measure." Had Chu Liuzheng been present, she would have undoubtedly commended Ziyun's audacity. Zhou Yuanda silently prayed for her well-being. All his efforts seemed in vain, for this young woman was willingly plunging into peril. Having practiced for an entire year to present herself in the most enchanting manner before the Xuanguang Emperor, her aspirations were now within reach. As she had successfully captured his attention, today could very well mark the day she transforms from a humble servant to a phoenix. With the emperor's favor, she would no longer endure the indignities of servitude, nor would she need to grovel for approval. The allure of power would grant her the means to obtain whatever she desired. A mere word from her could seal Chu Liuzheng's fate should she rise to prominence. With her heart brimming with hope, Ziyun maintained a graceful poise, her gaze fixed upon the emperor, eagerly awaiting his hand to lift her. Yet, instead of the anticipated gesture, she was met with a stormy countenance. Xiao Jingfan's expression darkened. "You dare to serve before me without even mastering the proper decorum? Do you take Wenhua Hall for a place where any stray cat or dog may linger? Is Wang Jinzong, the head of the imperial household, seeking dismissal? Your majesty, please temper your anger." Zhou Yuanda skillfully commanded the attendants to drag Ziyun away. Since she had not learned the proper decorum, it was only fitting to send her to the laundry bureau for further education. The emperor's health was paramount, and anger could be detrimental. Xiao Jingfan cast a cold glance at him, while Zhou Yuanda forced a smile and presented a cup of hot tea, promising to personally select someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs the following day, ensuring they would possess both etiquette and decorum. Xiao Jingfan took a sip of the tea and found its flavor off. Having failed to learn the rules, she could not even brew tea properly. Disdainfully, he set the teacup aside and unexpectedly recalled Chu Liuzheng. Although that woman often berated him internally, her tea-making skills were indeed commendable, consistently presenting him with delightful pastries during her service. Your Majesty. After the initial shock, Xiun, flanked by 2 young eunuchs, began to struggle. She had expended considerable effort and money to persuade Wang Jinzong's apprentice to allow her to serve the emperor directly. Unwilling to accept being punished to the most arduous laundry bureau, Zhou Yuanda's lips curled slightly. This was clearly an insinuation that her failure to learn proper decorum was due to Chu Liuzheng's lack of instruction. Was he attempting to drag Chu Liuzheng down with her? He discreetly observed the emperor's reaction. Xiao Jingfan did not flinch, picking up a red brush to continue reviewing memorials. Sui Yun was silenced and dragged away, and soon the courtyard fell silent once more. Xiao Jingfan marked a section on the memorial and spoke in a deep voice. Zhou Yuanda summoned the Minister of Justice and the left Vice Minister of Justice. Yes. Startled by the news of Chu Liuzheng's disappearance, she accidentally sprayed her tea across the room, choking as she coughed. What? I've barely rested for half a day, and Xiun has already been sent to the laundry bureau? They didn't even allow her to pack her belongings. Chu Liuzheng patted her chest to calm her cough, mentally scrolling through the updates. The tea maid, Xiun, attempted to entice the emperor, but was instead scorned for her lack of decorum, resulting in her punishment to the laundry bureau. The head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Wang Jinzong, was reprimanded for poorly selecting personnel and nearly lost his position. Even the most opportunistic Wang was implicated. What a grave mistake Sui Yun had made. Chu Liuzheng instantly felt fortunate that she was not present. Otherwise, she might have been entangled in Sui Yun's misfortune. Surely, caution was the best policy. Changing her position, Chu Liuzheng resumed her gossip reading. The esteemed Chun Zhao personally prepared nourishing chicken soup and sent it to Wenhua Palace. And the emperor has agreed to dine with her tonight in Maohua Palace. Wow. Chun Zhao has finally perfected her secret skills and is boldly inviting the tyrant for a practical session. If only the system could capture this on video. But even if it could, she wouldn't watch, as such things were beneath her. Nevertheless, the tyrant was quite the anomaly among emperors regarding visits to the harem. While he was said to have no interest in women, he had numerous beautiful consorts. Conversely, if he favored the fairer sex, he would not neglect the many beauties in the harem, focusing solely on state affairs and cherishing memorials, with his visits to the harem each month countable on one hand. Had the empress not invited him to Wanshou Palace multiple times, he might not have visited at all. The tyrant also had a peculiar habit, even when favoring a consort. He would not stay overnight in her palace. After summoning a consort, he would send her away immediately. Only on the 1st and 15th days of the month did he stay in the empress's Changchun Palace. At all other times, he secluded himself in Yangxin Palace. Surrounded by beautiful women, he chose to live like an ascetic. This was also one of the reasons for his few offspring. To reap abundantly, one must cultivate diligently. Without effort, how could there be children? Relying solely on the greenery above one's head? As Chu Liuzheng was about to continue her gossip, she suddenly heard someone calling for her from outside. Is Miss Liuzheng in? The voice was unfamiliar. Rising, she concealed a sharp hairpin in her sleeve and cautiously peeked out the door. The window paper was hazy, revealing only a vague silhouette, a tall young eunuch. She opened the door and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The young eunuch smiled. "You can call me Zai Yuanzai. Steward Wang has sent me to invite you to the Ministry of Internal Affairs for a discussion." Steward Wang, Jinzong? What could he want with her? Chu Liuzheng frowned, wondering if it was regarding Siyun's punishment. Just as she was about to inquire further, the young eunuch raised his hand and threw a handful of powder over her. Chu Liuzheng gasped, attempting to hold her breath, but it was too late. How uncouth. The world spun before her eyes, and she succumbed to darkness. A small flower made of pearls fell from her hair, quietly landing on the threshold. Chapter 16. Daring rogue as night fell and the bright moon hung high. Xiao Jingfan emerged from Maohua Palace in good spirits, boarding his carriage towards Yangxin Palace. Zhou Yuanda followed closely, but suddenly his sleeve was tugged back. He halted, and Xiao Anzi stepped forward, whispering urgently, "Master, a young eunuch from the pharmacy just claimed to be Zai Yuanzai and said that Miss Liuzheng has gone missing." Zhou Yuanda was taken aback. He vaguely remembered the name Zai Yuanzai, who had been with Chu Liuzheng. But was that young man not recuperating in Nongyan Garden? How could he suddenly vanish? What was going on? Xiao Jingfan turned to regard the two, halting the carriage. Xiao Anzi wanted to explain that Xiao Gong had searched the surroundings of Nongyan Garden but found no trace of her. Given Miss Liuzheng's cautious nature, she would not wander far if she were out for a stroll. The fact that she had gone missing was alarming. Your Majesty, it seems you truly value Miss Liuzheng, Zhou Yuanda acknowledged, directing Xiao Anzi to gather people to search for her. Xiao Anzi hurried off with the group. Xiao Jingfan pondered briefly before calling out into the air. 11. A shadow appeared out of nowhere, respectfully kneeling beside the carriage. The woman's system was quite useful. It could not simply be discarded. Zhou Yuanda was astonished that for the sake of finding Chu Liuzheng, the emperor had even employed the secret guards, usually reserved for critical matters. To send them after Emir Palace maid was a significant show of importance. Miss Liuzheng was surely destined for great fortune. A sneeze startled her. Who was insulting me? Chu Liuzheng sniffed, rubbing her swollen wrist that had been bound tightly with rope. She kicked the severed rope into a corner. Her head still spun, likely a remnant of the drug. The door was evidently locked from the outside. With a sigh, she examined her surroundings by the moonlight streaming through the window. The room was filled with old furniture and cobwebs. Dust was thick enough to wipe off layers. Such places were common in the palace. Given the multitude of halls and pavilions, and those unoccupied would naturally not be maintained. The furnishings offered no clues as to which palace this might be. Is anyone there? I'm a palace maid serving the emperor. Help me. Someone. Help. Water's flooding. Earthquake. Save your breath. Chu Liuzheng sat cross-legged on the floor, deciding to assess her situation first. The young eunuch named Lu Yuanzai had brought her to this abandoned palace after drugging her and bound her to a pillar. She was unharmed, and her hairpin remained in her sleeve, indicating that Zhao Yuanzai had done nothing more than bind her. But why go to such lengths just to leave her here to gather dust? Was he out his mind? Her stomach growled, and she wondered if Zhao Yuanzai intended for her to perish from hunger, utterly devoid of compassion. I cannot remain idle. Chu Liuzheng stood and began to stretch her arms and legs, bending down to lift a wooden chair, and with all her might, she hurled it at the tightly shut window. Crash! 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 The sound of the window shattering echoed through the quiet night. Xiao Shi's ears perked up, and he swiftly made his way towards the source of the sound. Also awake in the middle of the night was Wang Kalin, who had ventured out to indulge in some stinky tofu and was now lingering outside Inyue Xian, dispersing its odor. What was that noise? She asked, straining to hear. Turning to the palace maid Chu Liuzheng, who had accompanied her. Upon hearing this, Wang Kalin shivered slightly but maintained a stern demeanor as she reprimanded. There are no ghosts in this world. Don't speak nonsense. If others hear you, I will also be implicated. Chu Liuzheng obediently acknowledged her. Wang Kalin tilted her head to listen again, but realized the peculiar sound had vanished. Despite her fear, Chu Liuzheng resolutely followed her, unwilling to leave her alone. I'm exhausted. Chu Liuzheng panted against a sturdy wooden chair, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He looked at the intact window and muttered, Who made such sturdy windows? Once I'm out of here, I'll reward you with a banner. Upon arriving, Xiao Shi heard his vigorous complaints and felt a measure of relief. Good. The man was still lively, which meant he could report back. He leaped into the air and crashed through the window. Chu Liuzheng, who had been struck by the flying debris, exclaimed, I thank your whole family. Who are you? Chu Liuzheng brushed off the wood shavings from his clothes, cautiously glaring at the figure before him, dressed entirely in black with a black dragon mask that concealed all but his eyes, instinctively taking a step back. Wasn't he this figure reminiscent of legendary assassins? Xiao Shi responded, His Majesty knows you are missing and has sent me to find you. Are you trying to deceive me? Chu Liuzheng continued to retreat, quietly gripping the hairpin hidden in his sleeve. Even if he knew, would the tyrant truly send someone specifically to find her? Nonsense. A mere palace maid could have delivered the news with just a few words. Chu Liuzheng was acutely aware of her position. She was at best a familiar face to the tyrant, of no greater importance than an aunt, hardly deserving of such attention from him. What are you doing? Put me down, cried Chu Liuzheng, who had been shoulder-slung after being incapacitated. Help! Murder! Stop! A figure in a pale, yellow palace gown abruptly halted, pointing at Xiao Shi with a fierce demeanor. You bold scoundrel, Release this maid at once. Simultaneously, a sharp voice rang out not far away. The noble consort Rong has arrived. When Xiao Anzi and his entourage arrived, they were met with the sight of consort Rong seated in her palanquin, facing Chu Liuzheng and Wang Kailan, who were kneeling and being reprimanded. He inwardly cursed, wondering how these two had offended such a formidable figure. Your Highness, the esteemed eunuch and has come to attend, the palace maid Xianglu reported as she approached. Consort Rong turned her gaze, and Xiao Anzi smiled as he stepped forward to bow. I pay my respects to your Highness. May you have eternal blessings. The red rash on Consort Rong's face had yet to heal completely, and she wore a veil, revealing only her captivating and lively fox-like eyes. She glanced at Xiao Anzi and asked, "Why are you not serving His Majesty and instead come here?" Xiao Anzi replied, truthfully, "His Majesty commanded this servant to find someone." Such a refined interest as Majesty has. Consort Rong rested her head on her hand, surveying the two women before her. Who are you looking for? Naturally, she could not allow His Majesty to wait too long. Consort Rong turned her attention to Chu Liuzheng, her tone casual. Let me see what kind of person you are. Curse it. The tyrant has stirred up enmity against me. Chu Liuzheng complied and raised her head. After being bound and having the window smashed, her previously neat hairstyle was now disheveled. Stray hairs fell across her cheeks and neck, her face smeared with dirt, leaving her with little more than a fraction of her former beauty. In the imperial harem, such appearances were commonplace and hardly worth a second thought. Consort Rong assessed her and waved her hand. You may rise. From now on, serve diligently before the emperor. If you make even the slightest mistake, I shall not spare you. Chu Liuzheng longed to roll her eyes at her. This was merely a warning to keep her in line, advising her not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts about the tyrant. Not everyone viewed the tyrant as a treasure. After all, she had never once thought of climbing onto his bed. Hurry up, the emperor waits. Xiao Anzi signaled to Chu Liuzheng, who curtsied to Consort Rong and followed him out. As for Wang Kailan, still kneeling, Chu Liuzheng wished to assist but was unable to. She was struggling to ensure her own safety. Thankfully, Wang Kailan was viewed as harmless by Consort Rong. She had entered the palace as a Kailan and would remain so for 3 years. Such a woman was not worthy of the esteemed consort's concern. Yes, Wang Kailan replied meekly, like a frightened rabbit. Once the palanquin had moved far away, Chu Liuzheng hurried to help Wang Kailan up, asking with concern, Kailan, are you all right? The palace's hot fruit truly cannot be casually observed. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi appeared behind Chu Liuzheng like a specter. Her pupils dilated in shock, nearly causing her to scream. How did this person come and go without a trace? Just moments ago, upon hearing Consort Rong's arrival, he had tossed her onto the ground and vanished without a sound. Now he reappeared from seemingly nowhere. Do not fear. This young man is a shadow guard dedicated to protecting the emperor, Xiao Anzi explained. If it were not for him, I would have been unaware that you were in Zheoxuetang. Zheoxuetang? The name sounded somewhat familiar to Chu Liuzheng. Now that she had been rescued, she had time to peruse the system's gossip. Zheoxuetang, ah yes. During the reign of the late emperor, there was a Wu Baolin residing in Zheoxuetang. Wu Baolin had only been in the palace for 2 months before becoming pregnant, garnering the late emperor's favor for a time. Unfortunately, her good fortune was short-lived. While strolling in Zheoxuetang, she twisted her ankle and lost her child, soon after passing away herself. Since then, the cries of infants have frequently echoed from Zheoxuetang, instilling fear in others who dare not approach it. Following the ascension of the new emperor, no concubines have taken residence there, leaving Zheoxuetang abandoned. No wonder no one came for her despite her hoarse cries. They probably thought she was a ghost. Chu Liuzheng continued to sift through information regarding the shadow guards. There are a total of 24 shadow guard by the side of the Shunguang emperor, all highly skilled, elusive, and possessing unique abilities, responding solely to the emperor's commands. When not on duty, they covertly protect the emperor, taking turns on duty. Well, it seems there truly are such remarkable beings as shadow guards. Chu Liuzheng couldn't help but glance curiously at the shadow guard walking beside her. So, if you're assigned to protect the emperor personally, do the shadow guards have to observe when the tyrant and the consorts, you know? Observing the lively spring palace, especially in the prime of youth. How should I inquire about the shadow guard's feelings? Xiao Shi sensed that the maid's gaze was becoming increasingly peculiar, as if she were undressing him with her eyes, causing goosebumps to rise on the back of his hand. Wang Kalen, perhaps, had merely risen in the middle of the night to enjoy some stinky tofu and wandered over to investigate the noise of the window breaking, simply caught up in the excitement. However, Consort Rong's residence in Hucking Palace was quite distant from Zheox Weitang. There was no reason for her to come to Zheox Weitang late at night. Chu Liuzheng had a nagging feeling that she was targeting her specifically, yet since entering the palace, she had never exchanged a word with the noble consort. What could have prompted such attention? She needed to investigate further. There was certainly more to this. Consort Rong. Zheox Weitang, Siyun is not here today. It is already past midnight. It was yesterday that she visited Consort Rong. What could she have gone to see Consort Rong for? By the heavens! Siyun had the audacity to slander me before Consort Rong, saying the tyrant has feelings for me and wishes to bring me into the harem. What nonsense! Can one spread rumors freely? Which eye of yours saw the tyrant treating me differently or having feelings for me? The tyrant is deliberately making things difficult for me, summoning me back and forth to fetch tea. Were you blind to that? Continue to explore the related entries. Goodness. Siyun, you little wretch, are you planning to ruin my reputation by sending the guards after me? What has become of humanity? What of fragile friendships? So, Siyun's surprise for the noble consort Rome was to deliver irrefutable evidence of my chaos in the palace. A shiver ran down Chu Liuzheng's spine. Had it not been for the guard's fear of repercussions upon hearing that Siyun had been punished to the laundry bureau, she might have already faced a dire fate. Siyun's plan was to have the guard complete his task and leave her behind, awaiting capture. Even if she could discern the guard's name through the system, she would have already perished due to the palace turmoil. How could she seek vengeance then? More critically, the incident of the tyrant being cuckolded by Consort Xin occurred merely 2 days ago. If such a scandal were to erupt again in the harem, would the tyrant not turn me into a human pig out of rage? Chapter 18. The 1,000-year-old tortoise pretending to be a turtle contemplating the term human pig made Chu Liuzheng feel an immediate pain throughout her body. I was so close to becoming a human pig at the tyrant's hands. Just then, Xiao Jingfan, who happened to overhear this thought, was taken aback. When had he ever expressed a desire to turn that woman into a human pig? Zhou Yuanda, stationed at the entrance of the Yangxin Hall, spotted Chu Liuzheng approaching and his eyes brightened. He hurriedly greeted her, his gaze scanning her from head to toe, concern lacing his tone. Are you well, miss? Have you been hurt? All is well, thank you, Gonggong Zhou, for your concern. Chu Liuzheng could hardly suppress her frustration with Siyun, the treacherous little wretch, as she had to manage the attention of a high-ranking eunuch eager to dine with her. How exhausting, realizing that her hair was disheveled and her clothing covered in dust. She deemed it inappropriate to meet the emperor in such a state and followed 2 young palace maids to freshen up. After washing and changing into clean attire, Chu Liuzheng entered the Yangxin Hall and knelt before the reclining Shuangguang emperor, offering her greetings. Rise. Xiao Jingfan assessed her with a discerning gaze. Where have you just been? I did not leave willingly. I was harmed by a scoundrel. I seek your majesty's justice. Chu Liuzheng remained kneeling, bowing her head and striking the floor with her forehead. I serve at your majesty's side, yet a scoundrel dared to abduct me in broad daylight, truly audacious. The distance between Longyan Courtyard and Wenhuo Hall is so short. My life is trivial, but your majesty's safety is paramount. If that scoundrel were to infiltrate Wenhuo Hall, the consequences would be unimaginable. I implore your majesty to investigate thoroughly and apprehend this rogue, restoring order to the palace. The tyrant may not care for the safety of a mere palace maid, but surely he values his own life. Though she had already heard the details from Xiao Shi, he did not mind hearing this woman recount the events once more. Chu Liuzheng rose, her head bowed, presenting herself as both respectful and obedient. Xiao Jingfan instructed, narrate the events from beginning to end. I shall ensure your cause is heard. The matter was of great significance. The person behind this audacious act against her was courting death. Feeling a sense of relief, Chu Liuzheng realized that regardless of the emperor, no ruler could tolerate a threat to their life. I accidentally injured my hand while resting in Longyan Courtyard. Suddenly, I heard someone calling for me from outside, and upon opening the door, I was met by an unfamiliar eunuch who introduced himself as Zai Yuanzi, sent by Chief Wang of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, requesting my presence to discuss matters. When I inquired further, he unexpectedly threw a handful of powder at me. I immediately lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself tied up in Zhuangzi, utterly helpless. Chu Liuzheng displayed her swollen wrist, which she had intentionally left untreated, saving it as evidence. The white skin was marred with deep, glaring marks. Xiao Jingfan's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing the injury. I attempted to break the window with a chair, but did not succeed. However, it attracted the attention of a young man in black who rescued me. Misunderstandings ensued with Wang Taijian, and shortly after, Consort Rong arrived. Chu Liuzheng recounted the events clearly and without embellishment, demonstrating her ability to navigate the complexities of the situation. Surely, the cunning tyrant would not miss the intricacies that even she could comprehend. She refrained from excessive commentary, as too much speech could become tiresome. As for provoking the tyrant against Consort Rong on her behalf, a mere palace, maid had no such influence. Indeed, Xiao Jingfan did not inquire about Consort Rong's nocturnal visit to Zhuangzi or the dispute between Wang Taijian and the guards. He simply asked, "Do you still remember the face of that Xiao Yuanzi?" Chu Liuzheng nodded. "I would recognize him even in ashes." Xiao Jingfan raised an eyebrow. "If you could recognize him in ashes, then this would be straightforward." "Zhou Yuanda, at your service," Zhou Yuanda responded promptly. Xiao Jingfan gestured toward Chu Liuzheng. "You will personally escort her to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to identify the individual. It is imperative that we find this Xiao Yuanzi." "Yes." As Chu Liuzheng followed Zhou Yuanda out of the Yangxin Hall, she let out a sigh of relief, loosening her tightly clenched fist and wiping her perspiration on her skirt. Her steps light as she made her way to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. At this hour, aside from a night watchman, everyone else was asleep. Zhou Yuanda, undeterred, summoned all the personnel of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, causing a stir. Chief Wang Jinzong hurriedly donned his clothes, his expression far from pleasant. "Gong Zhou, are you planning to cause a ruckus in my Ministry of Internal Affairs?" Wang Jinzong, taller than Zhou Yuanda, shot him a sidelong glance with his narrow eyes, his voice sharper than Zhou Yuanda's. "This is a royal command. Do you dare defy it?" Zhou Yuanda stood tall, his neck elongated, resembling a battle-ready swan, unwilling to yield to Wang Jinzong. This old fellow, relying on his seniority to flaunt his authority before them, truly underestimated their position. Seeing that Zhou Yuanda was not swayed, Wang Jinzong's demeanor softened slightly. "Gong, how could I ever defy a royal mandate? I would never dare. What does His Majesty desire?" Zhou Yuanda, victorious, lifted his chin and declared, "Gather all the eunuchs in your Ministry of Internal Affairs, line them up, and allow Miss Liuzheng to identify them." Wang Jinzong ordered his trusted aides to summon everyone, then turned to Chu Liuzheng, a hint of confusion on his face. "What seems to be the issue? Did some careless fellows offend the young lady? If that is the case, I shall apologize on their behalf." "Wang Gong, your words are too much. How could I accept such an apology?" Chu Liuzheng sidestepped the courtesy, her face adorned with a polite smile. "Continue your charade. A 1,000-year-old tortoise pretending to be the turtle. Your network of spies in the palace is surely aware of the events that transpired in Zhuangzi." With a smiling face. This was the perfect reflection of Chu Liuzheng's sentiments at that moment. She had confirmed in the system that Xiao Yuanzi indeed worked at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, tasked with caring for the pets of the nobility. Yesterday, a eunuch named Xiao Yuanzi was sent to Longyun Courtyard to summon me to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Do you recall this matter? Upon hearing this, Wang Jinzong's face displayed surprise. "My lady seems to have misremembered. The entire Ministry of Internal Affairs is busy preparing for the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet in half a month. When could I have sent someone to Longyun Courtyard to invite you for a chat?" Chapter 19. The balding at 30, passing at 40. Chu Liuzheng played along, frowning. "Did you truly not send anyone?" Wang Jinzong shook his head, stating that if the young lady did not believe him, she could inquire with the entire Naiwafu to ascertain whether he had uttered a single falsehood. He certainly held faith in the Gong. Chu Liuzheng remarked that since His Majesty had summoned her to identify someone, she ought to fulfill her duty diligently. Disturbing the Gong slumber was indeed her fault, and she offered her apologies. She knelt in a gesture of respect. Yet Wang Jinzong refrained from fully accepting it. He had not been oblivious to some whispers. In observing Zhou Yuanda's courteous demeanor towards her, one could speculate that this young lady might very well become a figure of importance in the future. The three engaged in a polite exchange of pleasantries, and just as Chu Liuzheng felt parched, the eunuchs from the Naiwafu finally arrived. Wang Jinzong, with a stern countenance, addressed the eunuchs, asking who among them was Xiao Yuanzai, urging him to step forward. Upon his words, three eunuchs, heads bowed, presented themselves, Xiao Yuanzai, and Xiao Yuanzai. Their names phonetically identical. Wang Jinzong gestured for them to approach, and they lined up before Chu Liuzheng. Turning to her, he smiled and said, "Everyone is here now. Please identify them." Chu Liuzheng nodded in gratitude and instructed the three eunuchs to raise their heads. They complied, fixing their gaze straight ahead. As her eyes swept over their faces, a heaviness settled in Chu Liuzheng's heart. As she had anticipated, the eunuch who had rendered her unconscious had utilized an alias. The gossip within the Chiguis system was vast, yet as the host, she was unable to record her own narratives. She could only glean bits of information related to herself from the tales of others. Moreover, only matters that had been spoken or acted upon could be archived within the gossip, as mere thoughts held no weight. While the Chiguis system was indeed useful for inquiries, it bore the drawback of lacking images or videos. Without a name, one could not connect the gossip to a person, and knowing an alias could lead to misinterpretation. Typically, this would not pose a problem. After all, the essence of gossip was amusement, and one could digest any triviality. However, today was not a day for levity. The Naiwafu undoubtedly had a Xiao Yuanzai, yet this Xiao Yuanzai was not the one she sought. Chu Liuzheng's mind whirled as she reopened the system to delve into gossip concerning Sun. She rarely made enemies, with Ziyun being the sole recent individual harboring ill will towards her. The only way Ziyun's schemes could come to fruition was by abducting her to Zhaoxua Hall. Thus the eunuch who had sought her out must undoubtedly be associated with Sun. Perhaps in her previous ire, she had overlooked this connection. Chu Liuzheng began to investigate Ziyun's experiences since entering the palace. Several pieces of gossip flew past her, with key phrases embedding themselves in her memory. Suddenly, her gaze halted. Duosher, the eunuch in charge of the storeroom, Xiao Yinzi, was from Thiyun's hometown and wished to form a bond with her, but Thiyun had been unwilling. Recently, Ziyun had approached Xiao Yinzi, expressing her desire to form such a bond. Isn't that timing rather fortuitous? Xiao Yinzi. Chu Liuzheng unconsciously repeated the name. What did the young lady say? Zhou Yuanda, with keen ears, inquired if it was Xiao Yinzi. Wang Jinzong, initially believing the subject of their search had changed, immediately instructed the other eunuchs to have Xiao Yinzi step forward. Shortly after, a rather short eunuch emerged from the crowd, his legs nervously shaking. Wang Jinzong commanded him to approach. The young eunuch, with a sorrowful expression, complied. Chu Liuzheng took a glance and discerned that he was not the individual she sought. Yet she still asked, "Are you Xiao Yinzi?" Chu Liuzheng thought, how can one not differentiate between nasal sounds? Is distinguishing tones so difficult? What poor hearing! Wang Jinzong raised his hand and struck Xiao Yinzi's head, exclaiming irritably, "Why do you stand here when you're not Xiao Yinzi?" Xiao Yinzi whimpered. "Xiao Yinzi is ill and unable to rise. I share a room with him and merely wish to inform you." How can one be so ill as to be unable to rise? Wang Jinzong's brows furrowed, instructing two trusted aides to bring the person forth. Soon, they returned with Xiao Yinzi. Upon seeing his face, Chu Liuzheng's expression brightened. "Gong, do you remember me? Young lady, you just Xiao Yinzi," appearing frail and with a lowered head, replied, "I have never seen a young lady." Wang Jinzong glanced between Xiao Yinzi and Chu Liuzheng, asking, "Are you certain? Is it truly him?" Regardless of his status within the Naiwafu, he needed to clarify matters to avoid implicating the innocent. "Absolutely." Chu Liuzheng's smile vanished, her expression hardening. "The one who harmed me, I would recognize, even in ashes." Her sudden shift in demeanor startled everyone. The individual who had been amiable since entering now bore a formidable visage that commanded respect. Wang Jinzong opted not to inquire further, remaining unmoved by Xiao Yinzi's pleas. Even accompanying Chu Liuzheng to Yangxin Hall. Regardless of Xiao Yinzi's transgressions, he must clear the Naiwafu and himself before the emperor. Zhou Yuanda, eager to assist Chu Liuzheng, took charge of the interrogation. By the time they reached Yangxin Hall, Xiao Yinzi had already confessed. He had indeed rendered Chu Liuzheng unconscious and concealed her, only departing for Zhaoxue Hall once darkness fell. I merely wished to assist Ziyun. Xiao Yinzi, with a sickly pallor, glared at Chu Liuzheng, blaming her for Ziyun's punishment and suffering. Chu Liuzheng retorted, "What an outrageous accusation. Ziyun was punished by the tyrant. What is her fault in this?" It appeared as though he had chosen the softest target to attack. Chu Liuzheng felt a surge of anger, wishing to confront Ziyun directly. What a malicious creature. To have crossed paths with you has been nothing but misfortune. She narrowed her eyes at Xiao Yinzi, her tone sharp. Did Ziyun instigate you to do this? Xiao Yinzi pressed his lips together, refusing to answer. Wang Jinzong raised his hand and delivered several slaps to Xiao Yinzi's head, prompting him to relent. Yes, he admitted, his gaze flickering, but I acted of my own volition. Ziyun did not coerce me. Chu Liuzheng raised an eyebrow inwardly at this unnecessary clarification. Does he truly believe he has feelings for Ziyun? It is merely a matter of self-preservation now. Regret came too late once the deed was done. Within Yangxin Hall, the lights blazed brightly, indicating that the occupants had yet to retire. Chu Liuzheng could not resist glancing at the dimming sky above, realizing it was already nearing dawn. Is the tyrant preparing for an all-night session of reviewing memorials? Ah, to be 30 and balding, 40 and deceased. What a fine tyrant indeed. Cursed to meet an early demise. Xiao Jingfan grumbled under his breath. Damnable woman. One day, I shall make you pay. Enter. Zhou Yuanda, startled, sensed the emperor's unusual tone. Wondering who had provoked his majesty's ire, he cautiously led the others into Yangxin Hall. As the crowd knelt in respectful greeting, Xiao Jingfan's icy gaze landed on Xiao Yinzi. The eunuch, who had previously displayed bravado before Chu Liuzheng, now trembled in fear, wishing to bury his head in the ground. Without the need for inquiry from Xiao Jingfan, Zhou Yuanda recounted Xiao Yinzi's confession in detail. Xiao Jingfan frowned. How could that unruly maid cause such trouble? She nearly jeopardized my extraordinary system. Such transgressions are unforgivable. Both she and that wretched servant shall be dragged out and executed. Marvelous. The tyrant is indeed wise. The phrase resonated pleasingly. Xiao Jingfan's expression softened somewhat. I must see how the tyrant fared with Chun Zhao Yi tonight. Was that secret manual truly effective? Suddenly, Xiao Jingfan erupted into a violent fit of coughing, as if afflicted with tuberculosis. Your Majesty! Zhou Yuanda rushed to provide assistance, patting his back and offering tea, frantically attending to him. What is the matter? Though the encounter was too intense. I feel utterly drained. Xiao Jingfan lamented. I wish to remove that woman's tongue. He heard the woman's innermost thoughts. Was it of any use to remove her tongue? Realizing that it was futile, the emperor, feeling humiliated and angry, tried to cover his ears and pretend not to hear. Ultimately, he decided to expel everyone from the Yangxin Palace, shutting the door with a resounding thud behind him. Gazing at the sliver of golden light emerging on the horizon, Chu Liuzheng yawned without any regard for appearances. He bowed slightly to Zhou Yuanda and Wang Jinzong before sauntering towards Nongyan Garden, his relaxed demeanor evident even from his silhouette. The two eunuchs, who wielded significant power yet toiled incessantly, exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a twinge of envy. Xia Xiazi rose swiftly from the stone steps at the entrance of Nongyan Garden and hurried over, her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized Chu Liuzheng. Miss, your disappearance has worried both me and Xiao Ru greatly. Thankfully, you have returned safe and sound. Du still clung to his attire, indicating he had been here all night. Chu Liuzheng learned from Zhou Yuanda that Xia Xiazi had been the first to notice her absence. Thank you for your help, Chu Liuzheng said. Had it not been for your discovery, I would have been trapped in Zhaoxue Hall for an indeterminate time. She briefly recounted the events of the previous night, causing Xia Xiazi to chant prayers in relief, exclaiming, how fortunate that you hold some favor in the emperor's eyes. Otherwise, would he have personally dispatched someone to search for another? Why does even Xia Xiazi think this way? Chu Liuzheng sighed, helplessly stating, such words must not be uttered again. We are merely servants of the emperor. There is no question of favor or disgrace. If such remarks reach the ears of the wrong person, it could lead to calamity. After her encounter with Cui Yun, Chu Liuzheng had come to understand that jealousy could arise from the most inexplicable of sources. She must conduct herself with utmost caution in the palace henceforth. I spoke out of turn, Xia Xiazi said, slapping her own mouth. Thank you for your reminder. I shall refrain from such talk in the future. Just remember, the palace is filled with gossip. A single word can be twisted into countless meanings. We must not fall victim to it. Chu Liuzheng smiled, leading her inside. The lotus cake was a special treat from the imperial kitchen, and the palace maids accustomed to running errands in the pharmacy had rarely tasted such exquisite delicacies. Xia Xiazi, beaming with delight while cradling the box, suddenly remembered something as she was about to leave. She rummaged through her clothes and produced a pearl flower before handing it to Chu Liuzheng. I found this in your room, and it was only upon seeing this pearl flower that I realized you had left voluntarily but had gone missing. The pearl flower was something Chu Liuzheng had brought from outside the palace, crafted by her mother's own hands. Since entering the palace, she had worn it daily, never parting with it. I thought I had lost it. Chu Liuzheng exclaimed in delight as she accepted it. Thank you. After sending Xia Xiazi away, Chu Liuzheng closed the door and retrieved an ointment from the cabinet, applying it to her wrists and the back of her hands before carefully wrapping them in gauze. The room fell into silence. Yet outside, sounds of water being fetched and conversations gradually emerged. It appeared others were rising. After a sleepless night, she had felt drowsy, but upon lying in bed, all traces of fatigue vanished. She opened the system and searched, finding the information she sought among the latest gossip. An attendant from the Naiwafu, driven by personal grievances, abducted a palace maid serving tea to the emperor and was executed by order of the emperor. A maid from the laundry bureau, Cui Yun, incited the attendant to breach palace regulations and was dragged out in public to be executed. They were both dead. It was for the best. Chu Liuzheng confirmed this 3 times and then turned to find the embroidered pouch with the chubby koi that Cui Yun had given her. She had genuinely liked this pouch, but it was tainted with ill fortune. Setting a corner of the pouch ablaze with a candle, she cast it into the fire pit beside her bed. The flames licked at the moon-white pouch, gradually turning it charred until it was reduced to ashes. Chu Liuzheng poured a cup of cold tea into the fire pit and then laid back down, reopening the system to search once more. This scheme still harbored a hidden danger. The guard bribed by Cui Yun, mentioned in the gossip, was named Yin Kong, a minor officer of the Yulin Guard. The Yulin Guard was one of the emperor's personal troops, responsible for the palace's internal security. Although Yin Kong had ultimately backed out of the plan due to fear, she could not afford to let her guard down. If he accepted Cui Yun's bribes, who was to say another could not do the same? She needed to gather more information about this individual. Ideally, she would match his name to his face. If the opportunity arose, she would not hesitate to act. Yin Kong, Yulin Guard. Ah, there's a minor officer in the left Yulin Guard named Yin Kong, a notorious gambler, often frequenting the Jiabidu fan gambling den in the southern part of the city during his days off. So he's a gambler. May fortune shun you for life. But how could a gambler be selected for the Yulin Guard? Could it be that Yin Kong has some background? Let us investigate. Oh. It turns out Yin Kong's aunt is a concubine of Chu Tao, the assistant minister of war, who dotes upon her. It is through this connection that Yin Kong was able to join the Yulin Guard. This Chu Tao has been embezzling grain, deliberately purchasing damp and moldy rice to mix with the normal grain, passing off inferior goods as good ones. What the? Even the funds for soldiers' rations are being embezzled. How shameless. Filled with righteous indignation, Chu Liuzheng continued her search. Let us see how much he has embezzled. What the? A total of 78,432 taels. Surely this is enough to warrant Chu Tao's execution 1,000 times over. Such a massive embezzlement could not have been concealed by him alone. There must be accomplices. Accomplices here. It's actually him. Chu Liuzheng stared incredulously at the name. How could it possibly be this person? Chapter 21. Speak quickly. How do I tell the tyrant that someone is embezzling military funds? Inside the Wenhua Palace, Chu Liuzheng, her hand injury healed and back on duty, pondered deeply while holding a redwood tray. If she could bring down Chu Tao, Yin Kong would lose his support. At that point, she could anonymously report Yin Kong's gambling and debts. According to the military regulations of the Yulin Guard, he could not remain in service. Although this would not cost Yin Kong his life, as long as he was distanced from the palace, he would no longer pose a threat to her. Embezzling military funds? Behind the desk, Xiao Jingfan paused, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his cold eyes. He lifted his gaze to the woman lounging against the wall. Who is embezzling my military funds? Speak quickly. What the? The tyrant has discovered my idleness. Chu Liuzheng immediately straightened, hanging her head as if nothing had happened, her anxiety silencing her thoughts. Xiao Jingfan remarked, I'm not punishing you. Hurry up and tell me who is embezzling my military funds. He took a deep breath and tapped the table with his fingers. Add water. So it was just that the tea was finished. You scare me to death. Chu Liuzheng exhaled in relief and hurried over with a small copper pot, pouring water into the teacup. As Xiao Jingfan raised the cup to drink, he sneaked glances at her from the corner of his eye, wishing he could shake her by the shoulders. I won't hold it against you for being distracted during your duty. Just tell me who is embezzling my military funds. I want to dismember that audacious scoundrel. Chu Liuzheng was also glancing at Xiao Jingfan, and with the crisis of being caught idling averted, she resumed contemplating the earlier question. Chu Tao is the Assistant Minister of War, and I am merely a lowly maid. If I tell the tyrant that Chu Tao is embezzling military funds, he will surely not believe me. Moreover, I cannot explain how I came to know this. If I say it was a dream with the tyrant's intelligence, he would not believe it and might even think I am talking nonsense and have me dragged out to be executed. It was him. Very well. Xiao Jingfan ground his teeth in rage, wishing he could slay that old scoundrel right now. Chao Jian, the deputy censor of the right, is Chu Tao's accomplice. He helped Chu Tao conceal his misdeeds from the Daziyuan and the Jinyui. Otherwise, Chu Tao's embezzlement of over 70,000 taels would have been discovered long ago. Who would have thought that a man recognized as one of the most upright officials in the court, one of the most iron-willed men, would turn out to be a corrupt official? Even if I tell the tyrant, he would not believe me. With a crack, the teacup in Xiao Jingfan's hand shattered. Chu Liuzheng jumped in surprise. Before brewing tea, I had meticulously checked the teacup for any cracks, yet it shattered unexpectedly. I apologize for my negligence. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Although I cannot fathom how this occurred, the sudden shattering of the teacup must undoubtedly fall upon me. The serving maid. In this moment, Xiao Jingfan's mind was consumed with thoughts of the two treacherous officials who had embezzled grain funds. Leaving him no time to pay her any heed, he simply gestured for her to brew another cup of tea. Upon exiting the Wenhua Hall, Xiao Jingfan summoned the commander of the Jinyui, Xie Hui, for an audience. Zhou Yuanda dismissed all the palace attendants from the hall and closed the doors, personally guarding the entrance to prevent any eavesdropping on the conversation between the sovereign and his minister. Xie Hui, who had matters to report to the emperor, was taken aback by an unexpected reprimand before he could even speak. He was bewildered. Had he heard correctly? Chao Jian was embezzling. The very thought seemed ludicrous. Conduct a thorough investigation. After scolding his subordinate, Xiao Jingfan's anger dissipated as he reclined in his dragon throne. By tomorrow evening, I wish to see results. I shall obey, Xie Hui replied, kneeling to receive the command. Now be off to your duties. Xiao Jingfan waved him away, but Xie Hui interjected, Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. Xiao Jingfan's gaze sharpened as he sat upright. Speak. Your Majesty, the Jinyui has received intelligence that remnants of the 5th Prince's faction are still active in the capital. We have already tracked their movements. Please instruct us on how to proceed. They are but a group of insignificant clowns, Xiao Jingfan replied with a faint smile, his eyes glinting coldly. Arrest them all and subject them to severe interrogation to ascertain the whereabouts of the 5th Prince's consort and their child. Understood. Are you busy, my lady? Xiao Anzi entered the tea room with a smile, followed by a young maiden dressed in a cerulean palace gown. The girl had fair skin, large round eyes, a delicate nose, and rosy lips embodying youthful beauty. Chu Liuzheng set aside the meticulously prepared enamel teacup, a smile gracing his face as he turned to the maiden and inquired, Who is this? Her name is Kaiwe. My master personally selected her from the Ministry of Internal Affairs a few days ago. She is well versed in etiquette and will serve tea before the emperor in the future. I kindly ask you to guide her, she said. Kaiwe stepped forward and offered a respectful bow. I have met my elder sister. Though my words may falter, my hands are quite dexterous. Please feel free to command me. You are too kind. There is no need for commands. We are all servants before the emperor. Just follow my lead in whatever I do, Chu Liuzheng replied. Kaiwa nodded softly, responding in agreement. While others might seize the opportunity to curry favor with Chu Liuzheng, Kaiwa chose to remain quietly by her side, her head bowed. Indeed, as she claimed, her speech was not her strong suit. Take care, my lord. She bid farewell as Xiao Anzi departed. Chu Liuzheng succinctly explained the etiquette for serving tea to Kaiwa. The latter listened intently, diligently noting everything down, observing Chu Liuzheng's patience. She mustered the courage to ask for clarification on several points, revealing herself to be quite capable. After the mishap with the teacup, we are fortunate that the emperor has not held me accountable. To prevent any recurrence, we shall inspect all the teacups today. Chu Liuzheng led Kaiwa to the cabinet where the teacups were stored, unlocking it with a key from her waist. She retrieved a set of white jade and blue lotus cups, demonstrating as she spoke. Primarily, check for any stains or cracks on the teacups, and ensure the patterns are intact. Any with even the slightest damage must be placed in that basket over there and not used for the emperor. Kaiwa obediently nodded and selected a set of pink porcelain cups, diligently following Chu Liuzheng's demonstration. Sister, may I ask if I am doing this correctly? Indeed, Chu Liuzheng confirmed, gesturing to the line of cabinets. We shall each be responsible for one cabinet, inspecting each thoroughly without haste. If there are any cups left unexamined, I will inform Sister Mo Xiang during the shift change, so she can continue the task. As they inspected the teacups, Chu Liuzheng shared various insights with Kaiwa, such as the different teas favored by the ministers, the particular tea preferences of the Shunguang Emperor, the appropriate tea snacks, and the temperature at which tea should be served. These were details she had reiterated countless times. Kaiwa listened attentively, occasionally responding, and remained diligent in her work. While Chu Liuzheng was somewhat satisfied, she recalled having been deceived by the seemingly obedient Xiun before and found herself wary of Tsayue's true intentions. What if she too possessed a duplicitous nature? Subtly accessing the system, Chu Liuzheng sought to uncover more about this Kaiwa. Ministry of Internal Affairs. Chu Liuzheng paused. This girl had quite an intriguing background. 15 days ago, Kaiwa broke a vase and was transferred from the Empress Dowager's Wanshou Palace to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. After 3 days of menial tasks, she was assigned to clean the imperial garden. Yesterday, she was selected by Chief Steward Zhou to serve tea before the emperor. Such a record was remarkable. Which palace maid would not be punished with hard labor for breaking something of their masters? Even if the Empress Dowager were merciful, a maid who had erred would not find herself in the coveted Ministry of Internal Affairs, but rather serving lower-rank consorts. Moreover, Kaiwa had been expelled from Wanshou Palace around the same time Jiang Wanhong was transferred from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to Wenhua Hall. What a coincidence! Having entered the palace at the age of 12, Chu Liuzheng had spent 5 years within its confines, learning that coincidences were often deceptive. Tracing back from the current situation, Sayue's arrival at Wenhua Hall likely had a similar ulterior motive. Thus, was Kaiwa an informant sent by the Empress Dowager? But why would the Empress Dowager suddenly send an informant to serve before the emperor? The emperor himself was wary of such matters, and the current Empress Dowager was not the biological mother of the Shunguang Emperor. If the emperor were to discover this, would it not jeopardize their seemingly harmonious relationship? After pondering for a moment, Chu Liuzheng decided to dig deeper into Sayue's background. The Empress Dowager was not to be trifled with. Even if she were to discover something, it was beyond her influence. However, should Kaiwa attempt to stir trouble, Chu Liuzheng needed to be cautious not to be ensnared. Kaiwa entered the palace at 14 and is now 17. Since her arrival, she has been assigned to the Empress Dowager's Wanshou Palace, performing cleaning duties. Such mundane details yield little insight. Let me delve further. Kaiwa actually hails from an official family. Her father is a county magistrate in Dahua County, Chuanzhou, while her mother passed away, leaving behind 2 younger brothers from her stepmother. Strange, why would a well-off official daughter become a palace maid? Surely, marrying well would be preferable than entering the palace. Moreover, with Sayue's looks, she could have easily been chosen as a selection during the recent imperial consort recruitment. Chu Liuzheng was perplexed and continued her search. Recruitment into the palace. Kaiwa, fearing the tyrant's notorious cruelty, was unwilling to participate in the recruitment but was coerced by her family. In a moment of desperation, she opted to become a palace maid, thus successfully gaining entry. She even bribed someone to impersonate a young eunuch to convey the news to her family, who still believe she has become a favored consort of the Shunguang Emperor, living in luxury within the palace. Goodness, this situation is utterly absurd. Chu Liuzheng found herself speechless while she entered the palace out of necessity. Kaiwa had been pushed into a foolish decision by her family. What was this girl truly thinking? As Chu Liuzheng continued her search, she finally stumbled upon a piece of gossip tucked away in a corner. Chu Liuzheng, how utterly ridiculous! Sayue's persona has indeed transformed her into the favored concubine of a tyrant. Should this family let her fall into the hands of the concubines in the harem, they would surely tear her apart. How could this father be so careless, not even verifying the facts? If the tyrant were to show any affection toward a concubine, the news would have spread like wildfire. Chu Liuzheng let out a soft sigh as she began to fathom the reason behind Sayue's acceptance of the Empress Dowager's arrangement. Regardless of whether the Empress Dowager intended for Kaiwa to seduce the tyrant, it seemed that Kaiwa herself harbored such aspirations, genuinely wishing to become the tyrant's person and secure a favorable position for her father. Alas! Oh, Zhou Gonggong, you have truly chosen poorly. Are you exhausted, sister? Kaiwa tilted her head towards Chu Liuzheng with concern. If you are weary, you may rest. I can handle these tasks. The exploitation of newcomers by the senior residents of the palace was a common sight, and Kaiwa had both witnessed and experienced it, assuming Chu Liuzheng was in a similar predicament. After all, inspecting the teacups was a trivial task that she could manage alone. While she may not possess the gift of flattery, she could certainly contribute through hard work and by offering her assistance. She hoped to curry favor with Chu Liuzheng for future guidance. However, Chu Liuzheng declined the tempting offer to rest. Please do not burden this humble palace maid, she insisted. Kaiwa, oblivious to the underlying meaning, blinked her enchanting autumn eyes, gazing at Chu Liuzheng with curiosity. What do you mean, sister? Chu Liuzheng felt disheartened at the thought of Sayue's intentions, forcing a smile. It is nothing. Let us continue our work. Oh, is that not Miss Liuzheng ahead? Kaiwa paused, turning to see a young eunuch, unfamiliar to her, rushing towards her. Did you call for me, Gonggong? Indeed, Mississippi. The young eunuch's cheeks flushed as he retrieved a warm letter from his bosom. I am working under Gonggong Chun, who is currently occupied, and he asked me to deliver this letter to you. Gonggong Chun, full name Chun Shuping, was responsible for procuring ingredients for the imperial kitchen. Chapter 23. Establishing an impressive sect, a sense of unease washed over Chu Liuzheng. Her family understood the difficulties she faced within the palace and refrained from sending letters to avoid causing her trouble, ensuring no correspondence would reach her unless absolutely necessary. Could it be that something had transpired at home? Today, she was on night duty, exempt from attending the Wenhua Hall during the day, which was a small mercy. Shutting the doors and windows, Chu Liuzheng sat at her desk and unfolded the letter, reading line by line. Halfway through, her complexion drained of color, her hands trembling as they nearly dropped the letter. She stared in shock at the 2 lines of text. Isn't my elder brother studying at Shanghong Academy? How could he get entangled with the remnants of the 5th prince, only to be captured by the Genie Wei and imprisoned in the Zhaoyu? Was the Zhaoyu a place for humans to dwell? She had only been away from home for a few days. How could such a calamity occur? Chu Liuzheng hastily opened the system to search for the latest gossip and paused at a particular headline. The Genie Wei has uncovered that Chu Tao, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, has embezzled grain, and the commander Xia Hui personally led a raid on the Chu family, discovering nearly 200,000 taels of silver and gold bars in a secret chamber. The Chu family has been executed, along with their 3 clans. His accomplices, Chao Jian, Yu Huichuan, Wang Yu, Guoming, and Feng Shiju, share the same fate. Wow, the Gene Wei truly instills fear in all officials. They are not to be trifled with. INT even made an anonymous report, yet they uncovered it. Wait, that's not the main issue. Brother, Chu Xiaoming. The student from Shanghong Academy, Zhong Zhichen, is an informant planted by the remnants of the 5th prince in the capital. Student Chu Xiaoming has been closely associated with him, leading the Genie Wei to suspect him as well, resulting in both being imprisoned in the Zhaoyu for interrogation. Good heavens! My dear brother, your choice of friends remains abysmal. Could you not select someone slightly more reliable? Chu Liuzheng, agitated, struck the table in frustration. How could you become entangled with the remnants of the fifth prince? Brother, how can I rescue you? She was well aware that her brother was not truly aligned with the remnants of the fifth prince. With his social acumen, he would undoubtedly reveal himself in no time, as if he were eager for a swift demise. Yet, she lacked any evidence. Evidence. That Zhong Zhichen has been lurking in the academy for 3 years. The moment my brother entered, they became fast friends, going in and out together daily, and visiting several strongholds of the remnants. How could he extricate himself from this relationship? Chu Liuzheng felt a wave of panic. The tyrant's stance towards the remnants of the fifth prince had always been one of extreme caution, and her brother was in dire straits. Chu Liuzheng hastily finished reading the remainder of the letter. Sister, 3 days ago, Father and Uncle Lu went to Hejian Prefecture to deliver goods. Only Mother and I are at home. Mother nearly fainted upon learning that brother was captured by the Jin Yiwei. We attempted to offer bribes, but the Jin Yiwei refused to accept silver and would not allow us to see brother. Sister, we are at our wits' end. Mother secretly weeps and forbids me from writing to you, fearing you would be worried. But the Jin Yiwei is ruthless, and brother may perish. I wish to save him, which is why I secretly wrote this letter to you. Please do not inform Mother, for she would punish me. Sister, you are the cleverest and most resourceful. Can you devise a way to rescue brother? Your sister, Yusin, sends her prayers for peace and safety. Staring at the hasty scrawl on the letter, Chu Liuzheng sighed. Dear sister, you truly overestimate your elder sister. Is it so simple to rescue someone from the Zhaoyu when captured by the Jin Yiwei? Nevertheless, he was her beloved elder brother. During their family's most challenging times, he had endured hunger for 2 days, fainting from starvation just to buy her a flower hairpin. So she would not envy the other girls. Though he may have been somewhat foolish, she would do everything in her power to save him. The longer she delayed, the more suffering he would endure. She must seek out the tyrant immediately. At worst, she would fabricate a story about being a disciple of a reclusive master, capable of divining the world's affairs. Surely no emperor could resist such temptation. As for whether the tyrant would see her as a threat and eliminate her, that was a concern for another time. She was ready to risk it all, fearing that any further delay might weaken her resolve. Chu Liuzheng locked the letter away and strode determinedly towards Wenhua Hall. From this day forth, she, Chu Liuzheng, would become a diviner. Miss, please wait. At the entrance of Wenhua Hall, Xiao Anzi stepped forward to intercept Chu Liuzheng, whispering, Your Majesty is currently in a rage, unless it is urgent. It would be best not to enter now. Really? The tyrant is not a volcano. How can he erupt daily? Oh, right. The Jin Yiwei has uncovered Chu Tao and the others' embezzlement. The tyrant must indeed be furious. But my brother's matter is urgent. Chu Liuzheng struggled to suppress her growing anxiety, bowing respectfully to Xiao Anzi. I have urgent news to report to the Emperor. I kindly ask you to relay my request. Please rise. Xiao Anzi quickly assisted her up, kindly advising Miss, heed my counsel. Whatever the urgency, it can wait a while longer. I do not wish to act recklessly. But my brother has been captured by the Jin Yiwei and may lose his life. I cannot afford to wait. I appreciate your kindness. Gong. Chu Liuzheng pressed a small pouch into his hand. I truly have pressing matters. I implore you to convey my request to enter immediately, and I will remember your kindness. Xiao Anzi dared not accept the pouch from Chu Liuzheng. If his master were to find out, he would be punished. A glimmer of hope ignited within Chu Liuzheng. Thank you, Gong. Xiao Anzi turned and stepped inside, just as Zhou Yuanda rushed out from within the hall. Miss Liuzheng, His Majesty summons you to enter. Chu Liuzheng was taken aback. How did the tyrant know I was here? Does he possess some supernatural ability? Oh, I nearly forgot. The tyrant has shadow guards. So it is likely they informed him. How about trying to refrain from cursing the tyrant in your heart? The maid bowed. I pay my respects to your majesty. May your majesty be well. Xiao Jingfan placed down his brush and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Yuanda, who promptly ushered the palace attendants out. Lu Ji, known for his calm demeanor, was an unexpected visitor at the Wenhua Palace. Chu Liuzheng was too preoccupied to notice anyone else. Her mind raced as she crafted an elaborate narrative to substantiate her identity As a disciple of a reclusive master, I must first construct a grandiose lineage for myself, one that sounds ethereal and suggests instant ascension to immortality. What do those cultivators in Xinxian novels call their sects? Kunwu? Taishu? Or was it Kunlun? Kunlun it shall be. My master is the esteemed leader of the Lingyun sect on Kunlun Mountain, and I am his 467th direct disciple. My master foresaw the rampant corruption within the Shang kingdom, where greedy officials plundered the people until they could barely survive. Unable to bear the sight of the suffering populace, she specifically dispatched me, her beloved disciple, to descend from the mountain and expose the malevolence of these corrupt officials, rescuing the masses from peril. The tyrant would surely not be easily convinced, but I could mention crops like sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes, those that are easy to cultivate and yield abundantly, capable of alleviating hunger. I could entice the tyrant to send people out to sea to find them, thereby proving my foresight and demonstrating my worth. If the tyrant inquires about the route to Kunlun Mountain, I shall say that only those with fate can locate it. Xiao Jingfan interjected. But how abundant are these sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes? They are easy to grow and can serve as sustenance. If true, would not the subjects of Shang Kingdom gain another chance at life? Having concluded her mental preparation and finding no significant loopholes, Chu Liuzheng resolved to commence her performance. She bolstered her courage internally. Is it not merely a matter of deceiving an ignorant tyrant? Chu Liuzheng, you can do this. The uninformed Xiao Jingfan remarked, Your Majesty. Recently, the Jiarui apprehended a group of remnants from the fifth prince, and I have heard that your elder brother is among them. Xiao Jingfan was reluctant to play the fool and assist Chu Liuzheng in her act, denying her the opportunity to begin. Chu Liuzheng was taken aback. How could the emperor know of my elder brother, and even his name? Was it again the all-knowing shadow guards that informed him? Xiao Jingfan replied, Of course. It is because I have long dispatched someone to investigate your family lineage. Unfortunately, only Chu Liuzheng possessed the unique ability among the Chu family. This inquiry disrupted Chu Liuzheng's entire plan. Should I continue to deceive the tyrant? Certainly not. Xiao Jingfan cleared his throat, tapping his fingers on the desk, and noted that since the tea you brewed is still drinkable, I shall grant you an opportunity to defend your brother. Defend? Does the tyrant not believe my brother to be a remnant of the fifth prince? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Chu Liuzheng promptly abandoned the unreliable ruse, bowing deeply to the tyrant. Your Majesty, before I entered the palace, my family was impoverished, and I interacted only with those of similar circumstances. It is only in the past 2 years that my family has engaged in a modest business, improving our situation, which allowed my brother to attend the academy. Prior to this, my brother had no acquaintance with nobility, and it is impossible for him to be a remnant of the fifth prince. I dare to guarantee with my life. I beseech your Majesty to see clearly. In truth, Xiao Jingfan was already aware that the Chu family had no ties to the remnants. He had dispatched shadow guards to thoroughly investigate the Chu family. Had they been connected to the fifth prince, they would not have survived to this day. As for why the Jiarui mistakenly apprehended Chu Shangming, even the commander, Xiahui, was unaware of Chu Liuzheng's unique abilities. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather the gravity of the situation. The more who knew, the greater the risk. Until he comprehended the full extent of Chu Liuzheng's capabilities, he would confide in no one but his closest shadow guards. He had not anticipated that this woman, who valued her life, held her brother in such high regard that she would risk exposing her secret to sway him, the tyrant she had scolded countless times. Chu Liuzheng complied, bowing her head respectfully, avoiding direct eye contact with the emperor. Xiao Jingfan propped his head on his hand, his keen eyes scrutinizing her thoughtfully. This woman, like those in the harem, was adept at pretense. Yet, there was a distinction. She was of greater utility than those in the palace. After a brief contemplation, he spoke coldly. I once perused a book in the library that mentioned 3 miraculous items from overseas, namely sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes, which are remarkably productive and can satiate hunger. I shall permit you access to the library, if you can identify the locations of these 3 items within a day. I shall command that Chu Shangming be released from the prison. Chu Liuzheng felt a jolt of surprise. The tyrant knows of sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes from overseas. One cannot underestimate the wisdom of ancient peoples. Though transportation was slow, they traveled great distances, documenting their observations in books for posterity. I could detail the approximate locations of these 3 miraculous items right now, but I cannot explain how I know. What a conundrum. As Chu Liuzheng pondered how to request a favor from the tyrant to spare her brother from torture, unexpectedly, the tyrant anticipated her thoughts. I shall order the Jianui not to inflict punishment on Chu Xiaoming for a day. Xiao Jingfan understood the adage that one must feed a horse to have it run. Since the apprehension was a mistake, torture would be futile. Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty. Chu Liuzheng thought joyously. Her brother was saved. Xiao Jingfan raised his voice a notch. Zhou Yuanda entered promptly, his gaze sweeping across Chu Liuzheng's elated countenance as he awaited the Emperor's command to escort her to the library. My lady, the library is just ahead. Have you remembered the precautions I mentioned earlier? With the prospect of rescuing her brother imminent, Chu Liuzheng felt exuberant and did not mind Zhou Yuanda's reminders. Replying earnestly, rest assured, I will not touch anything inappropriate. I know that you are a sensible and prudent young lady, Zhou Yuanda said, greeting the guards of the library before leading Chu Liuzheng to the management office to collect her identification token. After ensuring she wore it, he said, please proceed. If you require ink and paper, do not hesitate to ask the attendants. I will return later to fetch you. Chu Liuzheng bowed her head. Thank you, Zhou Gonggong. Zhou Yuanda smiled, twirling his feather duster as he turned to leave. Chu Liuzheng stepped into the library. Upon entering, the scent of wood mingled with the aroma of ink enveloped her. Rows of neatly arranged yellow pear wood bookshelves greeted her eyes. Without haste to locate the 3 crops, she wandered the library, realizing she might not have another opportunity to explore the Emperor's library, and thus indulged her curiosity. The library comprised 5 expansive levels, each spacious enough to accommodate horses, filled with countless tomes, including rare volumes and artworks, accessible only to the Emperor. Each floor was guarded by several palace maids or eunuchs. One merely needed to inform them of the desired book, and they would assist, eliminating the need for personal searches. Having been denied access to the 5th floor, Chu Liuzheng ambled through the first 4 levels. She observed the layout and casually flipped through a few books, losing track of time as 2 hours passed. Considering the task set by the tyrant, even though she already knew the answers, she must feign diligence in her search. Chu Liuzheng selected several books and wooden slips related to overseas encounters and piled them onto an enormous desk on the 2nd floor, burying herself in earnest examination. While perusing, she took notes, striving to maintain the FAAD. As another 2 hours elapsed and darkness enveloped the sky, Zhou Yuanda returned to escort her, at which point she swiftly transcribed the 3 pieces of gossip she had previously memorized from the system. Although there was no specific location, at least there was a direction and a rough idea of how to navigate the ship after departing from Sh. To reflect that it was transcribed from books, Liuzheng polished it with his limited knowledge of classical Chinese, adding some sentences that held little practical significance but elevated the sophistication of the text. Glancing at the 3 sheets of paper in his hand, Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The handwriting was decent, yet the content was utterly nonsensical. Isn't the tyrant speaking? Surely those sentences I deliberately included wouldn't be noticed by him, right? Xiao. The Sh. Emperor activated his clever mind, scrutinizing the paper and gradually restoring the original text. Seeing the tyrant fixated on the paper with a stern expression, Xiao Jingfan could not help but feel his heart race and his palms sweat. I beg you, may Buddha, Guanyin, and the Jade Emperor bless me. I, your humble servant, am willing to eat vegetarian tomorrow. Please let the tyrant not inquire about the source of my references. The presence of these divine entities was palpable. He is asking. Liuzheng clenched his fists in anxiety, his mind racing to concoct a fabrication. You discovered it. Who do you think would be best suited to send on a voyage in search of divine artifacts? Midway through his fabrication, Liuzheng thought, Isn't it forbidden for the harem to interfere in governance? Asking a mere palace maid about such state affairs, has the tyrant lost his mind? However, The most suitable candidate for the voyage would certainly be Zhong H. Zhong H is highly selective, ensuring quality. But there is no Zhong H in SHN. There seems to be someone with a similar experience. I recall seeing it not long ago. Where was that? Rapidly. Li Zhong searched through the system. Not this, this one isn't right either. Ah, found it. The Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, FNH, hailing from FZHU. Not only participated in quelling southern rebellions and suppressing pirates, but is also adept in diplomatic maneuvers, possessing rich experience. He even sailed with his grandfather's merchant ship in his youth and speaks 3 foreign languages. Truly the best candidate for the sea voyage. Xiao Jingfan eyes flickered. FNH, you say? The officials of the Ministry of Rights are quite competent, each proficient in multiple languages. Unfortunately, it seems his health is rather poor. If he were to embark on a voyage, he might not withstand the unfamiliar climate, risking his life. When setting sail, one is bound to encounter pirates. It would be wise to select someone with combat prowess for self-defense, as well as a general experienced in warfare to lead the protection. As for the ship, wait a moment. Such significant matters of selection are not for a mere palace maid like me to decide. Why am I wasting my thoughts on this? Midway through her task, Xiao mused. Can't this woman refrain from speaking so much? Casting a glance at Li Zhong's impeccably formal posture, he felt inexplicably vexed and waved her off. Enough. Go attend to your duties. The maid's brother, Xiao Jingfan declared. CHSHNGM is to be released without charge. Go handle it on the 15th. As the words fell, a shadow darted out of the open window like a hawk. Wow, the elusive shadowy guard. ZHUUND. Without a moment to converse with Li Jiarui, ZHUUND stepped into the grand hall with haste, bowing. Your servant is here. The Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, FNH, requests an audience. ZHUUND cast a surprised glance at the darkening sky outside. It was already nightfall, and it was likely that Lord FN had already retired. Xiao Jingfan interjected, I, the Emperor, am working overtime. What is a minister doing asleep? Hurry and rise to discuss matters. The late night summons pulled Lord FN from his warm bedding. He sniffled in the chilly air before entering the palace. Meanwhile, as they approached the entrance of Ning Garden, Zhong suddenly remembered that it was her turn for the night watch. So she swiftly turned her steps towards the tea room. The sky had darkened significantly, and Siyu was already in the tea room, standing by the table pouring tea. M11 and another tea-serving maid, Wai Zhu, were absent. Hearing the commotion, Siyu turned to Li Jiarui and quickly set down the teapot to greet her with a smile. I didn't tea wait for you at Ning Garden. Seeing the time was late, I came over first. I apologize for being late. Did M11 leave any instructions? Siyu replied. M11 only asked me to keep an eye on the water on the stove, nothing else. Inspecting the tea leaves she had just distributed, finding each portion perfectly measured. Indeed, she was deft in her duties. Diligent practice is commendable. You've done well. Li Jiarui generously praised, knowing that such words would bring joy to others and goodwill to herself. Upon receiving compliments, Cuy's smile broadened, and a hint of blush appeared, seemingly a bit flustered. Suddenly, Li Jiaruy's stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment, causing her to remember that in her rush to appear busy in the library, she had yet to eat. Earlier, her nerves had masked her hunger, but now it was undeniable. Sister, I have red sugar cakes that I was saving for a late-night snack. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao entered the tea room carrying a plate of snowflake pastries, a cheerful smile on his face. He placed the pastries on the table and said to Li Jiarui, Miss, you've been busy all day without a meal, and coincidentally, the imperial kitchen sent over a plate of snowflake pastries for you. The night is still long. Do not neglect your own nourishment. I appreciate you making this trip. Please convey my thanks to your master. Li Jiarui smiled and casually handed 2 pieces of snowflake pastries to Xiao. I'd like to share in the honor of your kindness. Xiao gladly accepted, exchanging a few pleasantries before departing. He had the luxury of enjoying pastries from the imperial kitchen, which were infinitely superior to her red sugar cakes. There was no need for her to offer such hospitality. Here, let us share. Lu Jiarui pushed the porcelain plate towards Cu, appreciating that Zhu was considerate of their efforts in serving His Majesty. And they should also experience the taste of the snowflake pastries made by the imperial kitchen's chef. Thank you, sister. See you, bitter lip. Reaching for a piece of snowflake pastry. Taking a bite, she found herself unable to discern its flavor. Chapter 26. Palace Maid and Favored Concubine, a mismatch in profession. Back when she was at home, she often indulged in snowflake pastries from the Zhong family shop in the county town. However, since entering the palace as a maid, opportunities to even see them had become rare, let alone tasting them. Sia glanced up at the person sitting across from her. Even while eating, her demeanor rivaled that of any young lady. Under the candlelight, her jade-white skin seemed to glow, enhancing her beauty. Sia lowered her gaze, focusing on the half-piece of snowflake pastry in her hand. It was a small morsel, enveloped in a layer of white icing, with various nuts and dried fruits visible where she had bitten into it. The tiny sugar crystals around its edge reflected the candlelight. Were it not for the radiance of the person across from her, she would never have had the chance to savor this delightful snowflake pastry. The palace is indeed a place that elevates some while diminishing others. If one desires to eat well and dress finely, one must strive to ascend the social ladder. Her fingers tightened inch by inch, and with her head bowed, Sia finished the remaining half of the snowflake pastry. The flavor of the snowflake pastry was undeniably sweet and fragrant. Lu Jiarui remained oblivious to Cu's unusual demeanor, preoccupied with her own worries over the pastries. Oh no! With all this attention being showered upon me with gifts of BHN ointment and snowflake pastries, when has Zhu ever been so considerate toward the mere palace maid? Such attentiveness surely means Zhund is hoping for a closer relationship with me. Oh no, I do not wish for this. After finishing the plate of snowflake pastries, a young eunuch suddenly rushed in with a message. His Majesty summons the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, F&D Run, to W New Palace for a meeting. He has already entered the palace grounds, and the two young ladies should prepare tea promptly. In the dead of night, summoning ministers to discuss affairs. Could the tyrant be selecting the model worker of the current era? Lu Jiarui silently scoffed, never contemplating that she was the one responsible for dragging Lord F.N. into the palace at such an hour. Sia followed Lu Jiarui as she rose, inquiring, "Sister, what type of tea does Lord F.N. prefer?" "Jasmine tea," Lu Jiarui replied while retrieving the tea canister. Lord F.N. is from FZHU, which is renowned for its tea production, and the jasmine tea made from stored leaves is among its finest offerings. Locally produced tea is generally favored by the gentleman. If you truly have no alternative or are pressed for time, simply opt for green tea. While it may not be your preference, it is a safe choice. However, Kaiwei gazed curiously at the jar beside Chu Liuzheng, filled with reddish-brown tea leaves, and inquired, "Since Master Fan enjoys jasmine tea, why did you choose to Hong Pao?" The difference between green tea and oolong tea is too significant to mistake one for the other. It is already midnight, and one is weary. Naturally, when summoned by His Majesty, Master Fan would require a refreshing brew. Jasmine tea, though fragrant, does not invigorate as effectively as Da Hong Pao. Da Hong Pao is also one of the teas produced in Fuzhou, which Master Fan relishes. This is a matter of experience, and Kaiwei diligently took note. Chu Liuzheng lifted the copper kettle from the stove and poured water into the teacup. Noticing Sayue's attentiveness, she added, "Tiguanyin produced in Anxi, Fuzhou, is also delightful, with a unique orchid fragrance and a sweet taste, providing a similar invigorating effect to Da Hong Pao." Kaiwei queried, "Then, why not select Tiguanyin?" "The reason is that His Majesty holds a greater affection for Da Hong Pao." Chu Liuzheng winked at her and whispered, "We have little of Tiguanyin left. To brew it, we must fetch it from the inner storehouse, which requires proper documentation and is rather troublesome. It is late at night. Let us indulge in a brief respite." Their primary duty as tea-serving maidens is to attend to the emperor, while the ministers who come to discuss matters are secondary. Thus, the emperor's preferences take precedence. Kaiwei nodded in agreement, unable to suppress her admiration. "Sister, you possess such knowledge. It is merely a matter of practice. Chu Liuzheng smiled, counting the time in her mind, and thought that after spending several months in His Majesty's presence, one need not remember these details, as they would naturally embed themselves in the mind, impossible to forget. Kai Wei retrieved a redwood tray from the shelf, smiling. I am rather slow-witted. I shall rely on you to guide me in the future. Chu Liuzheng glanced at her, wishing she could teach her more. But the truth was that Kai Wei was destined for the dragon bed, making any instruction futile. Kai Wei felt a sudden flutter of anxiety, as if Chu Liuzheng could see through her completely. Yet, upon closer inspection, she found the same glistening almond eyes, imbued with a gentle smile, no different from usual. Let us go, Chu Liuzheng announced, lifting the tray and signaling for Kai Wei to follow. In the prison, a man named Chu Shangming, a guard from the Jiarui, knocked on the bars of the cell and called out loudly. In a corner, a scholarly-looking youth stirred from his slumber, suddenly awakened by the shout of his name, and instinctively replied, "Here." The Jiarui assessed the young man, noting his handsome features, before opening the cell door. "Come here. You are fortunate. Someone important is backing you, and you may leave." Chu Shangming was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward, thanking the guard. "Sir, I have a classmate named Chai Zhicheng, who was also mistakenly captured. Can he accompany me?" The guard regarded him with a bemused grin. "Him? He is a remnant of the Fifth Prince. It is his association that led to your arrest. Otherwise, you would not have found yourself in this predicament." "What?" Chu Shangming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sir, there must be some misunderstanding. Brother Chai is a person of utmost virtue. How could he be connected to the Fifth Prince?" "Enough! Enough!" The guard's feigned intimidation made Chu Shangming dare not linger further. Once outside the prison, the distant sounds of torture faded, and he exhaled deeply. How could such a good person like Brother Chai be linked to the Fifth Prince? Had he chosen the wrong friends again? He patted his head, lamenting, "If only Yong Miao had not entered the palace, I could have asked her." Yong Miao was a name given to Chu Liuzheng, derived from the phrase, "and Liuzheng ek Zhuan 11, Sheng Yong Miao Fu Yang." The names of the three siblings of the Chu family were specifically chosen by their father, who sought the assistance of a local scholar to bestow auspicious names upon his children. The names Gong, Shang, Jiao, Zheng, and you utilized 3 out of 5. He needed to hurry home. His mother and younger sister must be terribly worried. Without regard for decorum, Chu Shangming dashed homeward. The Chu family operated a modest grocery store in the southern part of the city, with a small courtyard and 3 rooms attached, perfectly suited for both business and residence. As night deepened, a lone oil lamp flickered in the courtyard. Chu Mu, Bai Shi, and Chu Yusin sat in the yard winding thread, unable to sleep due to concern for Chu Shangming's safety. Seeing the lamp lit, they decided to keep themselves occupied. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed on the locked gate, startling both women. Bai Shi grasped the pole beside her, but upon hearing a familiar voice from outside, she rushed forward. "I see the light in the courtyard. Mother, little sister, it is me. Do not be afraid." Bai Shi threw down the pole and hurried to the gate, where she found her son, disheveled yet unharmed. Tears welled in her eyes, unable to contain her emotions. Wiping her tears, she managed to smile. "I did not mean to cry. Seeing you safe overwhelmed me. You must be hungry after a day in prison. Let me cook you a bowl of noodles." As she spoke, she headed to the kitchen, her joyful footsteps revealing her elation. "Big brother." Chu Yusin crossed her arms, her round face puffed up in indignation. "You seem too carefree," she chided. "Sleeping in a prison while mother and I worried ourselves sleepless." Pushing him inside, she locked the courtyard gate again, securing it with a chain and a wooden bar. "Big brother is not father," she muttered. "Father could take on 3, but big brother would only be subdued." "I am not that weak," Chu Shangming retorted. Chu Yusin dashed into the kitchen, bringing him a bowl of warm water. "Sister said drinking tea at night will keep you awake. Just have some water, big brother. Mother is preparing the noodles, but it will take a while." "No hurry." Chu Shangming sipped the warm water, noticing his little sister resting her chin on her hands, her large eyes blinking at him. "Feel free to ask me anything. I will gladly answer." "I can wait," she affirmed, showing remarkable patience for a child. After finishing half the bowl of water, Chu Shangming placed it on the stone table, only to be startled by her bright voice. "Big brother, how did you get out of prison?" "The Jiarui who released me said someone important was supporting me." Someone important? Chu Yusin looked up at the sky, puzzled. Who could it be? Chu Xiaoming shook his head. I do not know. That is strange, she said, wrinkling her nose. Then why did you get out? Chu Xiaoming himself was bewildered and had no answer for her. Big brother, why were you arrested by the Jianui? Because of Brother Chai. Brother Chai? She tilted her head. Yes, Chu Xiaoming explained. The Jianui said that Brother Chai is a remnant of the fifth prince, and I was implicated because of him. What does remnant of the fifth prince mean? It means a bad person, someone the emperor wants to capture. Chu Yusin understood. If the emperor sought this person, he must be truly wicked. Sister mentioned that the current emperor is a good one who cares for the people. Chu Xiaoming nodded in agreement, intending to take another sip of warm water when a sudden exclamation startled him, nearly causing him to drop the bowl. He looked at his little sister helplessly. What now? Elder brother, I have discovered who is in charge. Chu Yusin excitedly pointed towards the sky. It is Agia. Huh? Chu Xiaoming, taken aback, raised his voice slightly. Did you send a message to the palace? Shu, lower your voice, elder brother. Chu Yusin glanced at the kitchen, ensuring Bai Shi had not overheard, before letting out a sigh of relief and glaring at her brother. Mother forbade me from writing to Agia. If she finds out I secretly sent a message to the palace, will you take the blame for me? After all, when mother punishes, she uses a heavy stick. She might scold a younger sister, but would certainly strike her son. Chu Xiaoming quickly shook his head, expressing a lack of sibling affection, saying, whoever causes trouble should take the punishment. Your elder brother cannot endure 2 strokes from a stick. Chu Yusin pouted, but Agia would take the blame for me. She merely said this out of frustration. Chu Xiaoming coldly rebutted. She is in the palace. Would mother really carry a stick into the palace to hit her? I want to discuss this further. Chu Yusin stamped her foot, insisting that Agia is the best. Yes, Agia is the best, he replied dismissively. Yet his mind was racing. Yong Miao was merely a tea-serving maid in front of the emperor, incapable of commanding the genie way. The notorious prison was known for its brutality. Those who entered suffered greatly, some even losing their lives. The individuals who were captured alongside him faced severe punishments, while he, aside from being struck a few times during the initial chaos, experienced no repercussions. This was clearly preferential treatment. The only person who could influence the genie way to release him without interrogation must be the emperor. Logically, the emperor, burdened with state affairs, would not concern himself with the trivial matters of a commoner. Yet, the emperor intervened, which undoubtedly suggested he had gained some favor from Yong Miao. What could a mere maid offer the emperor? A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that Yong Miao sought to ingratiate herself with the emperor to save him? Chu Xiaoming shuddered, not from excitement, but from fear. The palace was a treacherous place, and he could not provide any assistance to Yong Miao. If she truly sought the emperor's favor, she might be devoured entirely. His heart raced with apprehension. Yong Miao had promised that upon reaching 25, she would leave the palace to reunite with them. Could she truly have risked everything to save him? As he surveyed the small courtyard, his complexion paled further. If she had already rescued him, then it was indeed true. Oh, poor younger sister. Oh, how he had harmed Yong Miao. He was not a good brother. Chapter 28. Weeping under the blanket all night long at Chu Liuzheng sneezed for the 23rd time that morning. Has the young lady caught a cold? Chun Shuping inquired with concern. Not at all. Perhaps my family is merely mentioning me. Chu Liuzheng handed over a letter along with a paper package, requesting that the esteemed official take care of this family letter. The package contains Anshi Tiguanyan. Please do sample it. Thank you, esteemed official. Chu Liuzheng bowed slightly, noting the time, and stated she would not delay the official from his duties. Chun Shuping returned the gesture, smiling, saying, the young lady may depart. Achoo! Walking along the palace path, Chu Liuzheng sneezed again. Could she truly be catching a cold? She raised her hand to touch her forehead and cheeks. The temperature felt normal. I wonder how elder brother is faring. Let me check. Chu Xiaoming has been crying under the blanket all night. Chu Liuzheng widened her eyes in surprise. Why was he crying without being beaten or scolded? She quickly searched for gossip. He wasn't bullied by the genie way. How strange. What could be troubling elder brother? Could it be that he was so overjoyed to be released from the prison that he cried tears of joy? Achoo! Another sneeze, and Chu Liuzheng rubbed her nose, suspecting this might be a precursor to a cold. Those who serve in the emperor's presence must not fall ill easily. If they were to transmit an illness to the emperor, it would be a grave crime. Chu Liuzheng turned her steps towards the imperial medical department. After spending some silver on 2 doses of medicine for treating a cold, Chu Liuzheng beckoned to Xiao Xiazi, asking for a moment to speak. Xiao Xiazi set down the pestle and followed Chu Liuzheng outside. They glanced around to ensure no one was nearby. Chu Liuzheng signaled for Xiao Xiazi to come closer and whispered a few words in his ear, discreetly slipping him 2 taels of silver. We all understand the rules of doing business in the palace. Without silver, who can be relied upon? Chu Liuzheng placed the silver in Xiao Xiazi's hand, stating that if he was to assist her, she could not allow him to incur expenses. Xiao Xiazi wanted to decline again, but Chu Liuzheng immediately said, "If you refuse, I will not dare to seek your help again." Xiao Xiazi promptly accepted, assuring her, "Rest assured, young lady, I will handle your request meticulously." He glanced at the medicine package Chu Liuzheng was carrying and smiled, saying, "It is inconvenient to brew medicine in Nongyun courtyard. You may give me the medicine, and once it is ready, I will deliver it to you. I have the time during the day, and brewing medicine does not require much effort." When Chu Liuzheng first entered the palace, she was assigned to the pharmacy due to her knowledge of a few characters. She understood that while the tasks seemed light, they were tedious and laborious. She could not burden Xiao Xiazi with the task of brewing medicine. It would merely lead to a scolding for him. Xiao Xiazi still wanted to insist, but Chu Liuzheng changed the topic, asking, "Why isn't Xiao here?" Although she had not fully recovered from her injuries, the head eunuch of the pharmacy would not allow a small maid to remain idle, receiving her monthly allowance without working for 10 days or half a month. She was fortunate to rest for 3 to 5 days thanks to the favor of Huaqing Palace. Xiao Xiazi replied. Xiao Ru went to Huaqing Palace to deliver medicine and also to express gratitude to the esteemed Rongui Fei for her generosity. Chu Liuzheng sighed lightly. Although she did not favor the situation, the survival rules of the palace were as such. "I must take my leave now." The young lady made apart. "What did Miss Liuzheng want to discuss with you?" Xiao Yunzi, who was grinding medicine nearby, leaned over with curiosity. Xiao Xiazi, placing a piece of poria into the stone trough, replied, "She merely inquired if Miss Xiao Ru's injuries have healed and asked me to keep an eye on her." "Miss Liuzheng is indeed considerate," Xiao Yunzi remarked. "For individuals like us, being assigned to serve the emperor is a remarkable achievement. Others would have already pretended not to know us, yet she greets us with a smile." The two were from the same hometown, their relationship closer than with others. Moreover, they thought of each other when something good came their way, often helping one another, thereby developing a bond akin to brotherhood in this cold palace. Xiao Yunzi leaned in closer, cheerfully saying, "I just want to help. Please convey my message to Miss Liuzheng. Whenever she requires assistance, I am willing to go through fire and water for her." He had entered the palace at the age of 7, having seen many people, and always felt that Miss Liuzheng was destined for greatness. Seizing the opportunity before she became prominent, he wished to ingratiate himself, anticipating that if she were to rise, he could ascend alongside her. His time spent in the pharmacy was sufficient. Xiao Xiazi did not share Xiao Yunzi's ambitions, simply stating, "We shall see if the opportunity arises." What opportunity? Brotherly matters should be prioritized. Xiao Yunzi insisted, saying, "Once it is accomplished, I shall treat you to a drink." Noticing the head eunuch approaching, Xiao Yunzi refrained from further chit-chat and focused on his work. As evening descended and the sun set in the west, painting the sky with brilliant hues of twilight, Yin Kong knocked on his aching head as he entered the Yulin Way station, raising his hand to greet his colleagues. One colleague paused, asking, "Have you been drinking again?" "Just a little bit last night," Yin Kong gestured with his hand. His colleague thought to himself, with a hangover like that, "Who would believe you?" He pointed towards the inner chamber, saying, "The boss is looking for you. Hurry up." Yin Kong felt a jolt of panic that sobered him up, asking, "What does the boss want with me?" "Why not ask the boss yourself?" The colleague was in a hurry to report for duty, bidding farewell as he left. With a heart full of trepidation, Yin Kong entered the inner chamber, cupping his hands in salute to the person seated at the head, saying, "Subordinate Yin Kong pays his respects to you, esteemed sir." Chapter 29. He is the emperor, not a scrap collector, Yulin Wei's junior officer Yin Kong. having violated military regulations, was punished with 100 strokes of a rod and expelled from Yulinwei. Alas, receiving 100 strokes, Yin Kong will emerge either dead or severely injured. In the Wenhua Palace, during the night shift, Chu Liuzheng's eyes sparkled with interest as he silently applauded Xiao Shazi. Who is Yin Kong? Upon hearing the unspoken thoughts, Xiao Jingfan glanced at the woman who was momentarily distracted in his presence and coughed lightly, saying, "Grind the ink." Chu Liuzheng halted his gossiping and turned to the chief steward. "I called you, go on." Zhou Yuanda thought to himself that the emperor was not calling him at all. So why should he move? He remained still, signaling to Chu Liuzheng. "The emperor is calling you, hurry." Chu Liuzheng remained unmoved. "Why should I do double the work for a single salary? The tyrant did not specify my name." Xiao Jingfan could not help but reflect. Could it be that the monthly silver was indeed insufficient? The mutual inaction of Zhou Yuanda and Chu Liuzheng resulted in Kaiyue taking action. She stepped forward, rolled up her pink sleeves to reveal a segment of her fair wrist, poured a small spoonful of tea water onto the inkstone, and began grinding the vermilion ink stick with her fingers. The beauty bowed her head, her posture gentle, inadvertently exposing her delicate neck, captivating onlookers. The fair wrist swirled gently, the ink dissolving in water. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, stirring the hearts of those nearby with the wafting fragrance. Xiao Jingfan cast a sidelong glance at the beauty beside him, his gaze subtly shifting. "Oh dear, she is enchanting. Look at that. Wow, Kaiyue can even use seduction. Truly a hidden gem. This type of woman has caught my attention with her alluring gaze. It seems the tyrant has a preference for this kind. TSK, TSK. A little beauty adding fragrance, I would adore her too." Xiao Jingfan's eyelid twitched. How could this woman ponder such trivial matters all day? Could she not focus on something substantial? Why has the tyrant not made a move? According to the usual pattern of a domineering ruler falling in love, should he not be embracing the beauty now and dismissing everyone to inspect the imperial writing desk together? Xiao Jingfan pondered. Could it be true that the rumors suggest the tyrant seldom visits the harem because he is lacking in that regard? Xiao Jingfan reassured himself. He is quite capable. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Xiao Jingfan erupted into a fit of coughing, drawing the attention of everyone in Wenhua Palace. Kaiyue quickly stepped forward, concerned, and placed her hand on his chest. "Oh dear, she has touched him." Chu Liuzheng's bright almond eyes sparkled. Tyrant quickly grasped the beauty's delicate hands. But the tyrant did not grasp her. Instead, he brushed aside the hand that was exploring his chest. He fixed his cold gaze on the palace maid and asked, "Did you use perfume?" Kaiyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and replied, "Yes." No wonder it felt stifling just now. Xiao Jingfan, with a look of disdain, covered his nose and coldly commanded, "Take her away and wash her clean in the moon pool." The moon pool is a small artificial pond behind Wenhua Palace, named for its crescent shape, where a few lotus flowers and a dozen red carp are cultivated. Xiao Jingfan often visited there to relax after dealing with official documents. In the late autumn weather, the night breeze was crisp and the water was chillingly cold. TSK, making someone bathe in cold water at night. Does the tyrant not understand the concept of cherishing beauty? Cherishing beauty? Xiao Jingfan cast a dismissive glance at Kaiyue, who was being held by two eunuchs. With a face like this, he had yet to internally criticize her for being visually appealing, and he was expected to show pity. He is the emperor, not a collector of scraps. If Kaiyue knew she was being compared to refuse by the Shunguang emperor, she would surely weep enough to collapse two great walls. Presently, her state was not much better. Tears cascaded down her fair cheeks like pearls, complementing her panicked expression, making her appear truly pitiable. Chu Liuzheng raised an eyebrow secretly. It was impossible for Xiao Jingfan to soften his heart. He felt the lingering, oppressive fragrance surrounding him, vexing his spirit. He tossed aside the memorial and irritably declared, "Prepare water for bathing." Zhou Yuanda promptly ordered preparations. Chu Liuzheng, being quite aware, stepped aside and said to Zhou Yuanda, "Gong Gong Zhou, the emperor is calling you." Zhou Yuanda replied, "The emperor is clearly calling you." He shot Chu Liuzheng a look that suggested he should perform well and stepped out of the palace. Chu Liuzheng thought, "Damn it, that treacherous eunuch has no loyalty." leaving me alone to face the impending storm. Xiao Jingfan stared at her for a moment, his thin lips uttering two words, grind the ink. Grind the ink, grind the ink, and more ink. Do you think you can use it all? Observing the woman beside him, who continued to internally criticize him, yet displayed no impatience. Xiao Jingfan raised an eyebrow and resumed grinding. Chu Liuzheng remarked, all right, being an emperor is indeed a privilege, isn't it? Xiao Jingfan refrained from reviewing memorials, instead resting his head on one hand, lazily watching her, his gaze drifting from her fair profile to her hands. These hands, as pale as jade with slender fingers, were exquisite, perfectly suited for elegant tasks. The hands he had seen earlier also appeared fair, but perhaps not as lovely as those before him now. Chu Liuzheng felt a slight stiffness in her back, the scrutiny making her skin prickle with goosebumps. Why is the tyrant staring at my hands? I'm not slacking off. Surely he doesn't find my hands so beautiful that he wishes to sever them for his collection? Oh no, please don't. Xiao Jingfan, who simply found her hands appealing, thought, is it wrong for me to admire them? The perfume is just too expensive, exorbitantly costly. After laboring for a month to earn 5 taels of silver, over 2 taels must be spent on social obligations. The remainder must be reserved for unexpected illnesses or accidents. How could I dare to spend freely? Moreover, I must save money to retire from the palace. I will not squander it on these cosmetics. Xiao Jingfan had grown accustomed to this woman's duplicitous nature. Her outward expressions rarely matched her inner thoughts. This woman would be serving him long-term, and it was better that she did not use those perfumes to spare his nose. Seeing Xiao Jingfan no longer inquiring, Chu Liuzheng resumed, grinding the ink. Endure, the tyrant will inevitably go bald. Xiao Jingfan, Your Majesty, the Yuda Hall is ready. Zhou Yuanda announced from outside the palace, requesting the emperor to proceed. Chapter 30. Casting flirtatious glances, Xiao Jingfan rose and walked outside. The moment he turned his back, Chu Liuzheng promptly set down the ink stick, rubbed her wrist, and followed. Zhou Yuanda watched the palace door with wide eyes, expecting to see his emperor emerge with a beauty in his arms, only to find the two walking in succession, with enough space between them for 2 more individuals. Zhou Yuanda cast a disapproving glance at Chu Liuzheng. He had clearly observed the emperor's intentions. Such a splendid opportunity was squandered. The townsfolk numbly gazed upon the captives in the large vehicle, devoid of compassion or particular disdain. Yang Tian, with an impassive expression, extended his right hand and languidly pointed his index finger into the air, causing ripples to dance in the atmosphere, effectively deflecting all assaults from McCain. Mo Chun languidly reclined on the bed, the towel barely concealing his modesty, his defined abdominal muscles trailing down in a tantalizing curve, ultimately hidden beneath the white towel, inciting curiosity to unveil the mystery beneath. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of his ostentatious demeanor, which should not be interrupted. He waved her away dismissively, as one would shoo away a fly. Contemplating this, Ku Xiangbao felt a surge of inspiration and picked up the phone, smiling as he dialed Uncle Zheng. It was the same man I had arranged to shatter glass, but now he regarded me with an expression of belief that set him apart from many others. Yet, new issues arose almost concurrently, as the amalgamation with the intelligent creatures of GPL surfaced, though Bader seemed almost oblivious to it. Reflecting on past battles, despite having encountered life-and-death moments and sustaining injuries, the journey for Yun Kong had been relatively smooth. Apart from those few days of captivity, he had never truly felt powerless. Friend? Su Yuran ceased her sobbing, sniffled, and once again lifted her gaze towards her. Another tremor shook the ground. The crowd, having lost patience, began to panic as the eerie light drew closer, halting their advance. It was likely that the previous course system of Shangzhongya was not the true trump card. Rather, it was the terrifying strategy of the 4 blue-collar workers catering to royalty that revealed their genuine fangs. That colossal Kuan transformed into a human form and descended directly beside the corpse of Ingdiyu, regardless of the truth of her words. Her audacity in front of Li Tianchen was already enough to evoke envy. Approaching Chu Taidian, a palace maid was seen in the distance, anxiously pacing, her hands clasped together, scanning her surroundings. Chapter 31. Bah! Scoundrel! The failure of the mission is not your fault. It is my oversight. Having underestimated the strength of that demonic faction, you need not feel guilty. Mu Qinfeng comforted Lin Fan. The commentary on the sunset celebrated the team's genuine victory in the first round, applauding their performance in the match. The head beneath his feet resembled a ripe watermelon. Tonight was indeed a slaughter. The vice-captain of the Warhorse nodded to the two captains, preparing for a fierce counterattack when he turned to witness a scene that left him dumbfounded. Now, she exchanged her life for an immense explosion, a firework commemorating her past as she departed this world. Although Nicoladan was blind, he perceived a blinding flash akin to heavenly thunder, his thoughts momentarily severed. His voice trembled, yet resonated powerfully. Yinamo, how is it that you still do not trust me? Cold Xianyi, frowning and suppressing his inner fury, looked heartbroken. Teacher, I have nearly finished my preparations, just waiting for the enchantment. Wang Zhuahao pointed at an arm-shaped exoskeleton armor on the table. You are Chenyu, the champion of the previous elite tournament, a core preparatory member of our martial alliance? Diling gazed at the figure clad in black, his tone tinged with excitement, his eyes sparkling as though he had discovered treasure. Very well, I trust President Li. 15 taels it shall be. In truth, Mo Ran was elated, as merely molding 2 spheres would earn her money, yet she feigned reluctance, putting on an act of unwillingness. They packed their belongings to depart the next day. The neighboring country had joined the world government, making the route exceptionally smooth. Most importantly, there was no need to worry about safety, as each city and town was protected by the appropriate forces of the world government, a key factor in increasing travel speed. Eong felt profoundly disappointed with the management's actions, at which point his phone vibrated once more. Subsequently, Huanglei Academy set its sights on Tianqiong Academy, astonished by Jia Ling Academy's generosity in offering a multitude of Ziling seals. Moments ago, the vendor efficiently packed a bag of snacks for Qianyi, then, with an unyielding demeanor, thrust it into her hand. Mo Nansheng abruptly halted, her inky eyes fixed on Jun Ting, her expression questioning, yet her tone undeniably assertive. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiang's pale face darkened, her eyes glistening like icy orbs. Her lips moved, yet no words escaped. Her gaze fell upon her sister's waist, where a pair of hands encircled her. All creatures, be they human or demon, possess consciousness. With consciousness comes the sea of awareness, and with the sea of awareness, destruction is possible. In a jewelry store, Princess Shui Yao expressed her dissatisfaction with the abruptly closed shop, incessantly grumbling, while the shopkeeper attempted to usher her out. But she stubbornly refused to leave. Su, with a raised eyebrow, scrutinized the chef, who appeared eager to negotiate terms, pondering what he truly sought to know. After all, Feng and Aichong and Feng Yalan held comparable status, and, at this moment, she was even seemingly superior to this Lan aunt. Strangely, it seemed he had not noticed this place before. Only under their gazes did he turn to see them. Curiously, despite the calamity that befell the Tsang family, today was the first time she had seen Song Ling Heir's figure. Discussing finances at this juncture felt too mundane. Yi Tian waved dismissively, shattering the bone spear with a mere flick of his wrist. Very well, we shall converse further at the hospital. Brother, do not exhaust yourself too much, Lu Yu advised. Amidst the flames of the stellar true fire, the rust on the divine sword suddenly shimmered with flowing light, producing a series of crackling sounds wherever the brilliance touched. Bang! The boy raised his left hand, sheltering his body behind the shield just as arrows rained down. He felt a jolt as though the shield had absorbed a heavy blow. Yet he soon discovered that the arrows had been entirely thwarted by the shield. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tianqian fell silent, then suddenly struck out, landing a punch on Yi Xiaoyao's chest. The collision of azure and violet created a profound impact, carving a deep pit below, with dust swirling before a white figure soared from the haze. The metallic clang of weapons echoed as Zhao Yun's dragon spear was sent flying by Su Lai's pillar. Rescuing Bali Xuanza. If I had helped you with your phone, perhaps this would not have happened. Wang Gu patted Ho Chang's shoulder. Whether in terrain or external circumstances, the outlook for Zhen Sanshur-san was grim. The plains offered no defenses, and once spring arrived, the Luo tribe's members would have to graze on the plains. hastily assembling over 1,000 cavalrymen, lacking everything except their steeds. In the Five Elements continent, numerous surnames were associated with the water tribes, such as Shukti Jiang, Hu, Hai, Shi, and Lu, yet the Jiang clan had never produced any formidable warriors. Jiang Shao was perhaps a remnant of an ancient ancestor who had concealed himself long ago, and when the Time and Space tribe was pursued by the Chaos tribe. It was likely that Jiang Ling was adopted by Jiang Shao. Chapter 32. The couple plays delightfully. Such formations should belong to a relatively advanced category. Formations like the Yuling formation are essentially the most basic. The treasured sword gleamed like a rainbow before him. The first reaction of Shimizu Nagamasa was to retreat slightly. Casting a furtive glance at his wife, his cheeks flushed crimson. Meng Luo's mother appeared to be in relatively good spirits. Upon seeing Meng Luo, some color returned to her face. A glance revealed a transformed scene, with orderly rows of makeshift houses and operational machinery already in motion. Various machines unfolding as the ground was leveled, and construction of houses was underway. From a distance, the excavation work at the foot of the mountain had commenced. At this moment, Chunxi's face appeared utterly grotesque and terrifying. Anyone who beheld his current expression could sense that he resembled a lion consumed by rage. Su Tianhao suddenly uttered a seemingly random remark before activating the computer before him. Subsequently, he soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards a certain direction. It was assumed that although Wang Kai possessed the combat prowess of a supreme ninth rank, he was certainly not a true supreme's adversary. Lin Zhua understood the need for preparedness. The inner palace, once his domain, had now morphed into a colossal vortex targeting him. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire situation, leading to a complete loss. Let AI Lin sing us a song. After all, she's the champion of Huaxia's excellent songs. How can we not showcase her talents at such a moment? Shun Yi remarked with a smile directed at AI Lin. Consequently, when Cao Cao sought him out, Zhang Chun would resolutely decline visitors. However, the very next instant, as over 200 giant winged birds lunged towards and cheer, a tremendous rumble echoed, and the ground within a 50-meter radius collapsed violently. Simultaneously, fiery red flames erupted from the underground, encircling and cheer protectively. Does this imply that the Fan Tian Yin is merely a triviality for Shu Mountain? Yifeng inquired. In essence, this groove was originally meant to house the guiding stone, which contained the eternal flame. When mages arrive here, they can utilize this as an anchor point to forcibly open the gate, Luca elaborated. Yi Shihua donned a spaghetti-strapped nightgown, and upon hearing Shun Yi's urging, her body quivered slightly as she suppressed her shyness, tremblingly reaching for the two straps resting on her shoulders. Ria had never used this before. It seemed to require specific attributes for operation. She did not inquire how to use it from Saktas, but simply adorned it. My previous president acquired this. I found it amusing and convenient to carry. Hence we minted our silver into this form, he said, handing a silver coin to Luca, while others may not recognize the individual before them. The sixth prince and Su Jinj were immediately struck by her presence. She was Delia, the former princess of Shijue, now the queen of Shijue. Through these encounters, along with numerous battles against Murong Guang, Long Fei had thoroughly grasped Murong Guang's ultimate techniques. Had it not been for the turmoil of war and the decline of his family, the Yu family's ancestral home would have been several times larger than it is now. Yichun Guang felt perplexed. Observing his mother's demeanor, it appeared she was unaware of his disappearance for over 7 months. Qiu Feng activated his movement technique, moving faster than the eye could perceive, while the terrified beasts beneath the mountain struggled to acclimate to the vibrations beneath them, gazing up in bewilderment at the alternating shadows and light that formed straight lines. Hua Dong sensed that she was reluctant to speak the truth to him, and he gazed at her unhappily, holding his helmet in silence. One should not gaze at indecency. He even turned his head away, aside from lifting Jiang Qin's garments, his hands gentlemanly refraining from touching even an inch of her skin. She realized both Long Fei and Zhao Linger were practitioners, and a sense of impending misfortune washed over her today. As the hellish Azura merged with the sword technique, a bloodthirsty strike emerged, akin to a demon revealing its sharp fangs. The lifespan of cultivators often spans thousands of years, some even tens of thousands. Their magical prowess is cultivated over millennia, and the devastation of dying after such diligence is profoundly impactful for them. Earlier, Zhu Gang remarked that they were not celestial embryos. Mortals must train through martial arts to ascend, whereas celestial and demonic spirits are inherently predisposed. The world has never been fair in modern society. Some individuals start from lofty positions, their starting point being another's endpoint. Celestial and demonic spirits, from the outset, are born with innate bodies, marking the first milestone for mortals in cultivation. Gazing at the crimson-hued world before him, Chun Feng felt a surge of emotions, never anticipating he would one day tread upon this devouring realm. Before the Grand Hall, upon hearing the report from the servant, Wang Hao and Tai Yuqian hastened to the scene, exchanging glances of bewilderment as they beheld the unfolding situation. Chu Liuzheng's actions genuinely warmed his heart. He had not expected her to react with such urgency in light of his predicament. Chen Hao bit down, then spat out blood-tinged saliva, his icy gaze fixating on the leader of the assassin group, exerting formidable spiritual pressure from the mid-foundation stage upon him. Damn it! Chun Feng couldn't help but raise his middle finger towards Medi's back, thinking, do you really believe you can lure AI Shi away from me? Dream on. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent green, an overwhelming aura of evil radiating from the 200+ of them as they gathered to create a tremendous spectacle, awaiting Chun how to fall into their trap. The underwater realm was vast, with its limited search capacity, even when the grand scheme of the Yanluo realm commenced. He could not comb through all the depths, let alone with the time constraints he faced. As the preparations for the Yanluo realm's Sacred Dragon Initiative required his guidance and oversight. Chapter 33. The Thespian, are you hungry? Lita placed the plate of snacks on the bedside table, picked up the pillow from the floor, adjusted it beneath her son's head, and then took a seat before Hugo, gently inquiring. Everyone turned in unison towards the source of the voice. At that moment, at the entrance of the CF booth, a frail, white-haired individual was laboriously making his way forward. Encouraged by Toby, the Spirit Beast clan members began to revert to their primal instincts, squatting down and using their fluffy paws to dig pits across the battlefield. The two uncles rotated the prepared turntable counterclockwise, and Wang Jin immediately sensed the difference, as if the stars above were moving in tandem with the turntable. Merely 3 months after the crisis erupted, the global power grid collapsed, plunging humanity into an abyss of darkness. For the moment, Wang Jin had no time to concern himself with yamming. He quickly inspected his arm, finding only a small cut that bled a bit, with no serious harm done. Taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the successor of the corpse-raising being detained, Chen Bo and the others began mercilessly targeting the relatively weaker spirits for slaughter. Unbeknownst to anyone, the shipyard had set up various traps, and if anyone approached the entrance within a certain distance, a deep, grinding sound would echo, causing a batch of individuals to collapse. What is your esteemed surname, sir? After the leader finished reading the text on the technique, he immediately donned a sycophantic smile, inquiring of Hu Yu. So, did you discover anything? Ji Linyan approached Hu Yu's side, curiously asking. Fool, if you were so easily outsmarted by such a simple scheme, you might as well die, Li Ke angrily rebuked, though the knife in his hand plunged viciously into Biaozi's thigh. It was not that Li Ke lacked the resolve to kill him, but he believed the timing was not yet right. The crowd found the situation both amusing and alarming. It was amusing to see Hua Jitian's earnestness, yet alarming that his storage space was indeed vast enough to accommodate tables and chairs. Tula Mailing raised his head, looking into Hua Jitian's eyes, feeling a spark of enlightenment. His mind expanded with knowledge of his tribe's language, the crafting of arrows and blades, and scenes of his kin returning from hunts, singing and dancing in celebration. Observing this, the warlord of the Amada's tribe, Xiao Bang, promptly retreated, halting only when he was 30 meters away. These magical crystals inherently possessed powerful shadow energy, capable of both emitting and absorbing shadow energy. Thus, treasures forged from these magical crystals were naturally suited for shadow energy manipulation. He retrieved a censer, took a pinch of powder, and began to roast it over charcoal, releasing a pungent and somewhat fishy aroma. At this moment, the doctor was bound to the bed, unable to move. In his fit of rage, he berated the nurses one by one, expressing sentiments that echoed a lack of conscience and betrayal. The unfamiliarity of his actions made Feng Qingyue's heart tremble slightly, especially as she observed Qiu Mingyan, who was typically the most avaricious. The steward had yet to report to the prince regarding which families had sent invitations. Suddenly, Shi Xiao burst forth, shouting animatedly. Sierra attempted to explain that, from a moral standpoint, or even a legal one, such actions were hardly permissible. Mo Ran refused to let him hold her while sleeping, nor would she allow him to sleep in the nude, threatening that if he continued to disobey, she would toss him into the sea to feed the sharks. This demon now held scissors perilously close to his most sensitive area, clearly intent on not backing down. Almost immediately after this threat, the body vanished into the flames. Moments later, when the fire extinguished, only a cluster of black powder remained on the ground. When Shi departed, another boy tried to retain him, but was effortlessly brushed aside, urged to remain behind. No, it truly was gone. Chu Yin believed that even if Yao Shi concealed her aura and walked like an ordinary person, she could not venture far. As the lights extinguished, the crowd displayed expressions of tension and anticipation, their previous pallor vanishing instantaneously as they gazed toward the operating room doors. Most of those within the sacred grounds had experienced the horrifying and desperate battle against the subterranean creatures, instilling in them an instinctual fear of such beings. In the midst of battle, even the slightest change could be sensed by the opponent. Gui Yuan, proficient in martial arts, immediately perceived the shift in Pangda and concluded that Pangda lacked sufficient strength, compelling him to exert additional force. Fortunately, the Qixing gun was already in hand. Old Zhu raised the gun to counter, feeling immense resistance in the air that distorted his movements, rendering his shooting speed exceedingly slow. Yin, who seemed to have anticipated this situation, glancing at Zhu Qing with a knowing look, indicating that this Qing Wu tournament would demand more effort from him. In the past year, old Zhu had first restored his primary consciousness, then reshaped his sea of consciousness, and finally organized his scattered thoughts, remaining oblivious to the changes around him. Upon witnessing these scenes, Shan Yujing's heart trembled uncontrollably. Have you all noticed that it seems our abilities have subtly begun to recover upon entering this second floor? At this moment, Shun Zhu expressed his surprise. Chapter 34. As if gazing at a fool, the minister's wife declared her willingness. Princess Mingxia unhesitatingly bowed her head to the emperor. No, your majesty. It is all my fault. The princess was unaware. Yu Xiaoyun also bowed, the sound echoing. The princess is innocent. I beseech your majesty for mercy. Yu Lang. Princess Mingxia called out affectionately, tears streaming down her beautiful face. Fool, Yu Xiaoyun said, nursing his swollen forehead and grasping the hand of the woman beside him. Unfortunately, within a few days, two pieces of news spread through Luoyang. First, someone offered 300,000 guan to purchase the Wang family's house. But the Wang family did not sell. Second, the mysterious tycoon who had previously bought the first house for 300,000 guan sold it again for 400,000. Subsequently, regardless of how Lu Qiaopu raged, Lu Heng remained silent, maintaining the same posture before his grandfather until the old man could no longer continue and snatched away the server's name tag from Lu Heng's hand. The heights reached were astounding. To illustrate with concrete numbers, 100 copper equated to 1 silver, 100 silver to 1 gold, 100 gold to 1 yuan of crystal, and 100 yuan of crystal could only exchange for a drop of dragon marrow. Even the most mundane divine weapon would require tens of thousands of dragon marrow, amounting to billions of taels of gold and hundreds of billions of taels of silver. Li Hua candidly expressed that after a thrilling scheme, she wished to find someone, but she truly did not want it to be this half-grown child, especially not in the presence of others, rendering any promises impossible. That is acceptable, but I forgot to mention something crucial. Chu Shuyan adjusted his hat and addressed me. The MC was just about to channel the uncontrolled emotions of the audience when he discovered that the name of this contestant was somewhat unfamiliar. Although it was a supplementary match, the MC had prepared thoroughly, being able to recall the names of 500 contestants. Yet this Hyman Bash seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Thus, as he beheld the two bowing to the moon, he felt no jealousy, only an indescribable joy. He was delighted that Long Xiang had found a true friend and one of equal standing, and he willingly continued to act as Long Xiang's loyal confidant. Xiao Kelly dashed out of the room. The sound of his footsteps racing down toward the tower below could be heard, leaving only Sister Wang and Yun Yao as the two sober individuals in the room. Rather than directing Sister Wang, who was anxiously watching him, Yun Yao approached the proprietress directly. After a brief exchange, the individual in question blushed intensely, as this brother at the tribulation stage spoke nothing but the truth, leaving him utterly devoid of any rebuttal. It was precisely this disparity that ignited the collective desire to merge with the Blood Moon continent. Naturally, the most furious was Lin Feng. Upon witnessing Lin Yun transform into Qin Yun, he erupted in anger, spewing a mouthful of blood. With an overwhelming killing intent surging within him, Nan Xiaoyu commenced her live stream, commemorating her 3rd anniversary in the industry, promising her fans a special broadcast. Yi Fantian gasped heavily, his eyes a vivid crimson, as if they were about to bleed. Just moments earlier, Nan Gongmeng had nearly been thrust into the ruins by her opponent. Be good, do not speak. Na Tai reached out to wipe away the tears flowing from Huangfu Xuanqing's face, feeling his anger dissipate. At this moment, the numerous disciples from humble backgrounds erupted, vocally chastising Xia Ho Wu. And as the scene threatened to spiral out of control, a beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens, sweeping over Xia Ho Wu, causing him to vanish from sight in an instant. Chapter 35. Tyrant, you have harmed me. Where is the reward? Realizing her tone was overly agitated, Princess Ming Xia coughed softly, gently supporting her forehead, her once robust voice now weakened. What I mean is the reward is insignificant. Your Majesty's clemency in pardoning my transgressions in light of my ancestors' favor is a tremendous grace. How can I shamelessly request further rewards from your Majesty? 11e remarque. If it weren't for those handsome men and the mourning maidens, I would believe you were genuinely weak. The two clashed fiercely in the northwest city of Mo City in the Xia Kingdom, the outcome unknown, but it was clear that Mo City was left in ruins. While Zhao Qinkong successfully ascended to the presidency of the Martial Arts Association, demoting Yu Zhankue to a subordinate position. Child, your company has only just begun. Your finances must be strained. How could you buy me such an extravagant gift? Hua Jian accepted the jade hairpin with a gratified expression, examining it before removing the silver hairpin from her head and replacing it with the jade one. Later, she finally recalled that on that morning, after the departure of the 4 male ghosts, only Wang Ping lingered. However, the Grand Elder remained indifferent to her actions, and Jing Chun would only obey the Grand Elder's orders, so he strode forward, intending to seize Chun Yusin and throw her out. The number of positions was indeed limited. Hong Hua did not intend to interfere with the pet's pursuit of the Special Task Force's wanted criminals. On the contrary, she supported this endeavor as it stabilized the situation in Nanzhou. Shang Xiong fled south to avoid the ravages of war, fortuitously discovering this secluded valley, where he settled and established a ranch. The academy can profit from buying and selling, with the earnings utilized for its development, while the students can ensure their livelihoods and refine their skills during the pursuit. Thus, as everyone solemnly gazed upon the torchbearers running down the mountain with their flaming torches, only Pei Ying appeared as if struck by lightning, her expression one of bewilderment. This young lady expressed her desire to visit Wanhua Valley to meet Ling Chun, stating that if horses were not permitted within the valley, they would simply tether the horse outside. Pei Ying remarked that he had brought her much emotional resonance and a sense of longing, for which she was deeply grateful to have encountered him in this lifetime. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged, and he grasped the pillar, his gaze fixed on Xia Shi, a look of clear inquiry in his eyes. Before Yang Shiwero could respond, she hastily got out of bed, but nearly collapsed to the floor. Fortunately, Yang Shiwero managed to support her just in time. Setting her phone aside, she entered the bathroom for a brief wash, then descended to the kitchen to prepare several breakfasts, having a duck nearly within her grasp. How could she let slip away? A Shilong reached out to tear away her clothing. However, Fu Lin observed Si Zhen's relentless evasion, living daily in a dreamlike state, and in a moment of youthful impulsiveness, blurted out the truth. Sai Bao was astonished, for given their familial ties, Talma had always treated her with utmost courtesy, even more warmly than other noble ladies, never exhibiting the airs of Jiarui, Gugu, and thus she gradually became familiar with Xizhen. As Xian Ku's eyes grew increasingly bloodshot and his expression contorted, he raised an arm, which unexpectedly bore a blood-red orb. Chapter 36. Honey for one, poison for another. It was only when he began to counter that he halted mid-sentence, his expression shifting from clarity to shock, then confusion, and finally transforming into incredulous rage. This figure had calculated precisely this point, hence choosing not to employ any invisibility spells, but rather manipulating his vital energy to suppress the flowing waters around him as he boldly walked into the palace where A.O. Guang resided. John Wick gasped for breath. He was no longer young, and his physical condition had deteriorated significantly. The long journey, combined with the occasional emergence of assassins, had left him utterly fatigued. Rosen held a high level of trust in Walter, akin to that he had in his manager Han, as both their families had fallen under his surveillance. She had not anticipated Zhang Zhuan would speak to her in such a manner, so unlike his usual demeanor. The reality of ancient society was such that the lower-class citizens were regarded as no different from livestock in the eyes of the powerful. Those who boasted of ancient courts were either foolish or malevolent. Yan Shishao unsealed 2 jars of wine from his horse's back, the openings sealed with yellow clay, upon which a few words were inscribed, though the age had rendered them illegible. Yi Tian naturally desired this, for in a few days, the repairs at the breeding farm would be completed, leaving Zhang Liang with little to do. Li Pingyan, wishing to prevent the exposure of the secrets behind the Sui Yang Gong technique, had only provided Dr. Sun with 1/3 of the complete prescription with incorrect dosage ratios. Diao Chan turned off the restaurant lights, locked the door, and linked arms with Liu to head to the backyard to feed the horses, ensuring the main gate was securely locked. Whether a nation can genuinely partake in global competition depends on its strengths in governance and military might. Some salt lakes. After prolonged evaporation, sea salt crystals settle at the bottom, such as the Shaka Salt Lake before us. Swimming to the side of the centipede boat, he grasped the edge with one hand and leaped lightly aboard, the vessel barely rocking. Amidst the chaos aboard the large ship, it sank another meter. Zhao Kai's eyes reddening as he ordered the crew to repair the cabin while drawing his Qingxiu blade, leading over 100 aquatic warriors directly into the depths. Ever since Chu Ba emerged onto the scene, having occupied the position of Jiangxing's wealthiest for quite some time, the Chu family conglomerate had obstructed numerous financial avenues for them. Now, with this fortuitous opportunity, they were determined to seize it and bring him down. Indeed, very well. Now that we have eaten our fill, let's tidy up this place, clearing away these bones and firewood. Bai Lang instructed the goblins, imagining their reactions upon hearing his words. An endless stream of azurewood essence surged forth from Long Xing's body, filling his limbs with power once more. With the combined strength of the 8 cauldrons, Long Xing fought vigorously against his restraints. Rather than slaying the demons and allowing the heavenly demons to scheme in the shadows, fostering an extreme enmity towards himself, it would be wiser to seize the benefits and develop his own power. Mo Song gazed at the wailing flame horse, slightly startled, though not overly surprised. After all, compared to the dark hold worm being mercilessly beaten by the blue flames, the flame horse was hardly a concern. The western plains of the Daduan mountain range are broader to the south and narrower to the north, forming the northern part of the Zhong Basin, encompassing the counties of Zhu and Li. Therefore, the figure shadowing old Madame Su had long been detected by those below, but sensing no murderous intent from that force, they chose to observe quietly instead. In the past, the human population was merely in the millions, yet after over 10,000 years of development, the total number had surged over 300-fold, reaching more than 30 billion. Song Ning broke down once more. She wished to give up, but in this desolate desert, surrendering equated to waiting for death. She had already grasped Zhou Xingyao's movements. As long as she kept a watchful eye from the shadows, she would eventually unearth the mastermind behind it all. Anna gazed at Tong Yuan in disbelief. She had known from the start that Tong Yuan could temporarily harness the power of the Black Demon Sword, but only for less than a minute before it would shatter, far from being repaired. To her astonishment, tonight, the Black Demon Sword had silently restored itself, merging into one. In the live streaming room, a multitude of viewers were left perplexed, unable to comprehend the conversation between the master and disciple. Wu Ho, whose surname was Wu, was remembered by Xinqing. As among the youth who had recently been thoroughly tormented by Lu Jiarui, there was indeed one with the surname Wu. On the high seas, Lin Bei held a Cuban cigar in his mouth, opened his phone, and beheld the high-definition images displayed on the screen. Upon reaching the council chamber, Zhong Zhichen discovered it filled with people. Besides Xing Jie and Song Yingchong, for officials from the Qingli division were also present. Days passed swiftly, and on one particular day, Wan Yu had just risen. Seeing the dappled light streaming through the dressing table, she felt invigorated and decided to take a stroll in the courtyard. If they could endure until Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao completed their alchemy, the earth armor would have essentially achieved its purpose. Thus agreeing to the requests of the Copperhorn Boy and the Ironhorn Boy, the second decree stipulated that the Bear King would not prohibit any type of material transaction, nor would any force be allowed to investigate the sources of goods. This is self-evident. It was merely Jin Jiao being considerate, seeking an excuse to make me leave Li Hen Tian, thereby allowing everyone the opportunity to board this six-colored cloud. By the way, there's a particularly beautiful mountain below. Come, let's take a look together, Qing Yo suggested. Xie Kuan also operated a Huada branch in Gaoyang. He was now closely following the Chong Ni group, ensuring that wherever Chong Ni established an office, a Huada hotel would also be present, as it served as a designated reception venue, and the rooms were often fully booked by clients of the Chong Ni group. After the emperor spoke, Lu Yu could only nod, though internally he found it somewhat incredulous that it was necessary to summon him for such a matter. How does an auction house showcase its identity? The old man was perplexed and inquired. Chao Run and Chao Hong exchanged glances, both revealing their mutual reluctance. Yet they also found Li Dian's reasoning sound. In that moment, both brothers lost their resolve. It was just that Chao Hong excelled in martial arts, and knowing he would surely be no match for Ma Chao, he truly had no further suggestions. Lei Hu understood that the essence of a faction lies in its cohesion. Although Mu Xiaofeng's side may not be the strongest at present, what could be more significant than the trust that allows individuals to risk their lives for one another? Chapter 37. It still requires regulation. If His Majesty does not prioritize indulgence, how could he place such importance on a bowl of chicken soup? Chun Lian softly advised. Chun Zhao is backed by the Yin family. Yin Taishu is not only His Majesty's teacher, but also a crucial figure in the court. Even considering the Yin family, His Majesty will undoubtedly show more favor towards Chun Zhao. Excluding those emperors who are inherently lecherous, the emperor's acceptance of numerous concubines serves to balance the previous dynasty. Ultimately, it is still the fault of the fourth brother for not being capable. Su Ruo Shuang, incensed, struck the armrest. The courtesan would depart in 3 days. Once he ensured his mother's well-being, he could don his military attire with dignity and head to the frontier. Zhang Shu remarked that this was called elegance. Lian Yin felt that she could not grasp her teacher's realm and chose to follow his lead. Tan Xing Yin shielded the boy in front of her, hastening her steps toward the door. She feared that these individuals might change their minds at the last moment and eliminate both her and the boy. Should that occur, confining this boy would be of no avail. At this thought, Tang Wan Ying's previously dull eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope once more. For the disciples of our refining tools hall, it is often possible to infer the properties of the burning materials from the colors of the flames. Thus, Tan Xing Yun had little hesitation, tightening her coat and pacing anxiously in place. I surmise that your peculiar behavior stems from years of silence in the secret chamber, leading to a lack of communication with others. The police officers in the patrol car ahead belonged to Xue Jinhai's faction and approached Manager Zhang's wife, intending to escort her away first. If Luna still harbored a faint hope regarding Shangguan Haoyan, upon catching sight of Yin Qingcheng's visage, her heart fell into a state of desolation. If not for the defensive advantage of the physical body, it would be clear that the chaotic force alone could not easily contend with the ancestor. The physical form had become a frail aspect instead. However, upon reaching the third level, it was not as he had envisioned. There was merely one person awaiting him. Upon hearing this, Deng Zheng felt a pang of discomfort, but accepted the reality of his inferiority. It cannot be dismissed that Shiwu indeed grasped his intentions. Yet Chu Feng understood that initially, Xiu manipulated him primarily to plan a mark, unrelated to any romantic affection. Yi In's and the others were truly stunned, with Yi Lao's words taken into account. Who could still harbor doubts? If you possess a tenacious will, complemented by a touch of fortune, seizing that fleeting opportunity shall enable you to triumph over the heavenly path and achieve the extraordinary. Otherwise, brace yourself to be mercilessly crushed by the heavenly decree. The enhancement of spiritual energy would also allow his stature to increase further, and Zhong Hao pondered whether he should prepare a larger size as well. The old adage states that severing one's financial avenues is akin to killing one's parents. If you insist on making him accept an interview, it would not merely disrupt his financial prospects, but could also jeopardize his career path. If it were indeed coercive, the grudge would deepen significantly. Tang Chun scrutinized the materials he received, and only after careful examination did he comprehend why Fan Tian Lei frequently remarked during his reprimands of the new Special Forces soldiers. I was far superior to you in my youth. As the refined spiritual souls accumulated, Qin Yi Bai gradually sensed abnormalities. His spiritual essence, already incredibly condensed, appeared even more tangible after this trial. At this moment, he faintly realized that if he were to project his consciousness outward, he could indeed perceive the circumstances beyond Li Shan. Chapter 38. A sudden desire to turn back. Where did this gold come from? If the tyrant knew how it was obtained, he would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Xiao Jingfan exclaimed, "What is happening? Is it corruption or bribery? Speak quickly." But Chu Liuzheng's attention had already shifted to other gossip. Wang Yao was bitten by a dog, and that dog belongs to the official from the Qi Tianjian. He fears the official's covert schemes against him and dares not retaliate. Although Wu Wan suffered a great defeat, the North still harbors formidable minorities like the Xiongnu and Xinbei. Qi Yu, intrigued by these words, wondered what Wang Tsong would ultimately present. Previously, the enhancements had only been for fake manuals. He was uncertain if weapons could indeed be strengthened, though he presumed it might be feasible. Even the Lu Wei Di Huang Wan had been upgraded to 8 kidneys worth of Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, leaving him perplexed as to the changes occurring within his own body. Jiuyu, Dashen Belod, Kisting of Reed Glen Satsuyu. 3 skeletons launched themselves over a meter high, their sharp claws reaching for the trio. A chilling aura enveloped them, starkly accentuating the skeletal figures. A deep, emotionless voice echoed once more, devoid of inflection. At this moment, words could not be excessive. Simple repetition sufficed. Oh, could it be? In this desolate wilderness, one dozes off only to have someone deliver a pillow? Is there indeed a highwayman to meet the blade? Feng Shi and Bai Si arrived in the royal city on the 3rd morning, where Mei's remains were prepared for transport to the Holy See. However, the Season Mountain demon, accustomed to the ways of the world, felt neither fear nor trepidation, but rather a surge of excitement. Bai Xinghua's words puzzled me. Why would she say such a thing? She is so young and beautiful. Why would she claim she could not marry again? What could be the reason? Concealed within the hotel, Zhao Wuji observed coldly, finding this nation fascinating. With just a single provocation, everything spiraled out of control. Evidently, the populace was harboring a well of grievances, ready to vent at the slightest opportunity. For after all, the law does not penalize the multitude, does it? Song Yin understood that Yuan Mu's confidence stemmed from discovering the ancestral artifact, and he was quite curious about that Rakshasa ancestral hall, desiring to explore it further. From the left, we are already the closest unit to the edge. Beyond that lies the borders of Huaxia. If we circumvent from there, the enemy will certainly not anticipate it. Even if they do, they cannot possibly dispatch troops into Huaxia to block us, Monde suggested. Our Jiqi Tower's assessments are exceedingly stringent. One must arrange an attack formation, a defense formation, an illusion formation to pass. Song Qing stroked his beard, speaking slowly. However, Gu Qi refrained from further confrontation with the clan leader, fearing that in a fit of rage, the leader might truly expel their family from the clan. He merely gazed at Hong Yi in silence, not believing that the princess would remain silent while he endured such humiliation. Had he encountered her sooner, she would have joyfully collaborated with him on how to restore this body to its rightful owner. She could even use Mo Yan's form, even if temporarily becoming a songstress. to enjoy freedom. Chapter 39. Promotion beyond rank. Congratulations, selected attendant. His Majesty has flipped your token tonight. The eunuch from the Jing Shi Fong beamed with delight. The girl clad in a moon-white palace dress with dark patterns beamed with joy. His Majesty truly flipped my token? The palace maid, Kai Zhu, immediately chimed in. Do not blame the eunuch. My mistress is simply too overjoyed. As she spoke, she offered a stone-blue pouch to the eunuch for tea. The chosen attendant also regained her composure, suppressing her emotions. Zhuoran was heartbroken. I have failed again. I'm not a fitting manager, but I will surely find him work through my own abilities. Shenluan and Yang Chan sat down, while the black bear spirit stood awkwardly, inwardly vexed that the guards outside were not reporting in. Guosheng frowned, sensing that the prince's inquiries today were particularly meticulous, unlike before. Moreover, with the onset of the Industrial Revolution in cities across the European continent, a significant influx of free laborers emerged, resulting in a dwindling number of free farmers. Xiang Yundu retrieved the skin bag belonging to the human skin creature, which he had yet to untie. Inside were the remnants of a family of 3, which should have been delivered to the underworld by the ghost emissaries of the Western market. Under Shun Luan's mediation, the human and demon races chose to shake hands in peace, recognizing that post-war reconstruction and recuperation, as well as the eradication of remaining sorcerers, were of paramount importance. He made his way to the thatched cottage, where he discovered a lifeless body sprawled outside the fence, surrounded by marks of swords, while the cottage itself lay in ruins. Of course, she could still continue to fight against those ancient demons and ascend further. Xiao Yu could not tolerate their arrogance. In her previous life, despite having the backing of a wealthy benefactor in the entertainment industry, her temperament had hindered her success. In this life, having turned away from the entertainment world, how could she endure such insults? This was solitude, yet I reveled in this solitude. Devoid of soul-deep connections, even amidst noise, my heart felt more isolated. Thus, when Dongzhi was sought to recruit, and El Bu, who did not wish to meet an early demise, ultimately joined Dongzhi's ranks. It was a seamless transition for El Bu, who was then regarded as the mightiest under heaven. For these impoverished common folk, speaking of fortunes in the thousands was futile. Even a mere 10 gold pieces was a rarity among those gathered for breakfast, whether it was to negotiate amicably with Hao Meng or to engage in battle. The mere presence of all was sufficient. One could see Wang Zai gripping the mutated sheep with fervor, his gaping maw relentlessly biting down. The metallic scent of blood filled the courtyard, and one could faintly hear the sound of bones shattering. Master, listen, the JNSHN gently tugged at Moxia, her large eyes quietly pointing toward the remnants of the wall. Subsequently, Su Chu forcibly dragged a venerable elder from the mountain stronghold into the cave. Li Ji is dead, was the first utterance from Chu Liuzheng. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, cascading into her hair. I was unaware of the particulars, for my status in Qingxiu was not particularly esteemed. I intentionally left my words ambiguous, allowing her to speculate. Otherwise, it would seem disingenuous. Physical prowess? Zhuang Lan smiled slightly, indicating a strong confidence in this innate ability. Chapter 40. A Personal Inquiry. Empress Zhong set aside her unfinished embroidery, casually remarking, "It is merely a title for a beauty. As long as His Majesty is pleased, what need is there for me to play the villain?" However, the beauty did not receive favor the previous night, and Xiosi took the bird's nest handed to her by a young palace maid and placed it on the small table before Empress Zhong, whose promotion decree had stirred murmurs within the harem. Was there any shortage of jealousy and discord within the harem? Empress Zhong gently stirred with her fingers, gripping the silver spoon's slender handle. Upon hearing this, Victor instinctively glanced at the ivory pig, only to find it had quickly closed its eyes again. Su Zhiji reserved a bowl, awaiting the village head, who would certainly not arrive during mealtimes. However, in the next moment, Fong Janning suddenly shifted direction, seizing the man's shoulder and pushing him towards the door. Bai Yuan remained silent for a moment, shook his head, then bid farewell to the elder as he walked along the mountain path through the village, his gaze filled with longing for the people around him. Luo Libi observed this and noted the remarkable bloodline. The lady was indeed a goddess of slaughter, capable of rapid cultivation through killing. Wang Chun appeared indignant, his expression resembling that of a furious old man, leading one to believe he was the proprietor of the tavern. Steward when often casually spoke with the young man about their grandfather, to which the youth would simply recount his grandfather's life here. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned the Buddhist realm, drawing Sun Tianyun's spiritual essence into his palm space. Old Master Han glanced at Dong Yanting, who was indeed seething with suppressed fury as she gazed at the dawn. It seemed the only way to swiftly resolve matters with Liu Bei and maintain a separation with Sun Quan across the river. Only then could he have the opportunity to significantly reduce troop strength. Yet, upon reconsideration, he dismissed this thought. Was it not the depletion of national strength that prevented a direct attack on Jingzhou? Why not call her the Great King then? Noticing the oppressive atmosphere, I decided to lighten it with a jest. Ming Hongmeng, aided by Yi Ziliuo, felt reassured and neglected to bicker with his father, efficiently clearing the area alongside Yi Ziliuo as they helped the elderly out. Though perplexed, Yi Ziliuo was pleased. His drinking capacity was limited, and he dared not indulge in rich spirits, lest it spoil the mood. Thus, the lighter wines suited his hearty drinking style. It turned out that Yu Huiying's seemingly fierce strike was, in fact, a powerful force that helped Tanya break through a long-standing bottleneck. In this twist of fate, Tanya not only emerged unscathed but also broke through the barrier, leaping into a higher realm. Tang Jin was utterly exhausted when he suddenly spotted a student sitting on a blue electric bike by the roadside. A mysterious divine palace, with its halls draped in layers of sheer curtains, shimmered with indescribable hues of purple, scarlet, and green. At that moment, I noticed the faint shadow concealed within the emerald body of the insect. Xie Bingxin had not intended to owe Du Fei too much, yet regrettably, she found herself in significant debt, clueless as to how to repay it. The pursuer was an old man clad in a black robe, his face obscured. Initially inclined to argue, he felt his anxious expression fade upon hearing the old man's words, turning to leave with brisk steps. Chapter 41. The Mad Prince. Though he had anticipated the clothes in this shop would not be inexpensive, he thought several thousand yuan would suffice, convincing himself it was merely a gift to himself. Yang Chang's eyes widened as if he wished to speak, but Ning Feng did not grant him the opportunity, forcing him to drink before letting him down. Indeed, he was married, and Qian was merely a recent acquaintance from the internet. A crowd gathered in a circle, with layers of onlookers stretching their necks to witness the unfolding of the most ludicrous event in 5 years. Ren Zhongji's funeral was rather simple, reflecting his uncomplicated nature. Thus, Ren Zhongji retired in this manner, and it was a retirement that lasted a lifetime. I am quite grateful to him for his assistance and the many lessons he imparted. He had a fair understanding of Chu Qingran's character. Beneath her seemingly carefree demeanor lay meticulousness, and when she was serious, she was never aimless. Was she suggesting something with her hypothesis? For Qin Haonan, he needed to train in areas above level 200 to level up. The members within the guild were generally around level 145, making his presence here of little use. Jean Ling's light remark sent a chill down Su Zheng's spine. He had witnessed her stubborn nature and knew she would follow through on her words. Should this information leak, it would not only jeopardize him, but also the entire Qin family. He realized that if members of the Li family were indeed lurking in the shadows, he must exercise caution. Su Zheng's eyes were sharp, and with the sudden arrival of the Hu Emperor's decree, it was clear something significant was afoot. Upon learning of the bow's purpose, Li Yisin was quite pleased with the bow forged by Mo Chun. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that martial arts training could not be accomplished in isolation. The duels on these battle platforms involved genius-level combatants, and absorbing experiences or techniques from them would be of immense importance. Heart heavy with anxiety, Yi Rua bit her lip, turning her vibrant red lips pale, her eyes uncontrollably reddening. He reached for Yi Rua's hand, sending a shiver down her spine, akin to a snake slithering over her skin, yet she feigned composure. After listening to Su Lang's grievances and anxieties, Gao Yu dialed Lu Fifan's home. Were Bo Yuhan's parents not said to have died honorably in service? How had it turned into being murdered? Now, he naturally does not dare to attempt it, but once his cultivation breaks through the Wuji realm and enters the Wushuan realm, He may try, for at that time his strength will significantly enhance, allowing him to condense a battle domain, making the fusion of two types of Xuanhua evidently feasible. Yi Er Ruo clenched her hands tightly, her eyes growing increasingly red. The current delicate figure did not resemble a human nor a ghost. She was simply too thin. Far too thin. Was it the addiction that had flared up? Although Mo Chen's intervention with his sword greatly diminished the power of the martial technique shockwave, even so, such a formidable technique, striking a person would, at the very least, leave a wound deep enough to expose bone, if not cause instant death. Much like nuclear weapons, there should not be too many nations in this world possessing such maritime dominance, mobile oceanic bases, while they do not pose a threat to the forces behind him. They will inevitably alter the maritime strategic landscape to a certain extent, eroding people's awe towards aircraft carriers or the powers backing him. No, that won't be necessary. She merely wishes to establish a pet school. Hong Hua silently declined this suggestion. Initially, there were only fox furs, yet somehow, Dihani later produced some exquisite crystals, adorning the shoes, rendering them astonishingly beautiful. Ban Mian, either intentionally or unintentionally, followed along. When Lin Xiu halted, she too came to a stop at a distance, continuing to listen to Lu Fei Xian's complaints. Back in Hong Kong, it was she who hurriedly carried her suitcase there. 2 years prior, she shamelessly expressed her desire to visit the other's hometown, and just a few days ago, she suggested a trip to downtown Tokyo. Xia Ningming resolved a challenging mathematics problem and then turned to English, seeking clarification for even the slightest doubt, not relenting until Chu Miao had to attend class. Finally, allowing the academic prodigy some respite. Just now, did they hear correctly that the mentor brought someone, or was it an elder for an inspection? He observed Ling Fanyu and her companions, their demeanor extraordinary. Both their attire and the spirit pets they carried were of a caliber far beyond ordinary individuals. Yi Xin had no choice but to open the box, revealing a pink pearl bracelet that appeared before her eyes. Mr. Pei, following this examination, you can rest assured. Dr. Zheng's tone carried a hint of joy. The well-being of the patient is the greatest solace for a doctor. You may leave now. If you still feel pain in your hand, you can apply some ice. This bruise evidently resulted from a twist. He was unwilling to sit idly by, retracing the original owner's path. Otherwise, his presence would hold no significance whatsoever. Chapter 42. The most victimized reputation. Chu Liuzheng had never felt so speechless in his life. What a peculiar situation this was. With such beauty, she could have easily gained favor through normal procedures. Even if we take a step back, being unloved should not lead to suffering from allergies. It truly feels as though I killed your entire family in a past life to encounter you, a lunatic. In this one, how astonishing is it that a man would allow his true love to shiver for warmth all winter? At least he could spend some money on charcoal, right? It seems true love is merely words. Chi Lai found nothing remarkable in this. He had no conceptual understanding of the histories of the snow domain and the central land. Lung Xiao Yin picked up several fragments of rock from the ground, exploring every corner of the cave, and upon confirming there were no traps, he headed straight for the prison. Luo Hao, in grief, retrieved all the materials for supreme artifacts from his inner space, hoping to save Yin. I think it's best to let it go. My abilities are still lacking, and if I fail, it would be disastrous. Wang Yin politely declined, fully aware of her own limitations. Han Wei shouted out while explaining the rules of the street racing to Yang Jiekai. This was a mountain road where one lap counted as 1 round, and with 5 rounds to win 3, she had already lost 2 rounds. In the abyss, there were treasures of unimaginable value, a fact that had yet to be confirmed until now under Luo Hao's verification. The instinct to predict and evade danger had become second nature, requiring no conscious thought. The streets were devoid of movement. The cold wind howled, stirring the dust on the ground and striking against the town. The residents and shops seemed to know of the day as tranquility, closing their doors early to cease business, leaving only this tavern to continue its trade in solitude. Lu Yu was an outsider, thus unaware of what the Feng Ling Shun Wang represented for so many demigods. She was hope, she was a lighthouse, and she was also a form of assurance for survival. But I have yet to see the master. I have only seen you. I am an elder of the Sacred Fire Hall. Yet why can I not meet the master? The shadow roared in anger. Of course, Xiao Mu's serving here was purely for fun. Her role as a waitress was merely nominal, appearing occasionally for comedic effect. Do you not understand? I thought you were so clear that you came to see me. Yin Zhen's tone revealed a hint of sharpness. With these words, the colossal sword descended from the void, and in that instant, flames surged forth, as if a great mountain had fiercely pressed down on a young disciple, causing him to gasp in astonishment and scream painfully. In such dim light, Guyuze could not see us, yet Ren Qianzong's luminescent cat-like eyes could clearly perceive our presence. He released Wu Ao, kicking him toward Guyuze. In the sudden turn of events, Wu Ao cried out again, trembling all over, when Ru Chu hurried to the vanity, extracting her essential oils and dripped a few drops into the incense burner, allowing the fragrance to gradually permeate the entire bedroom. The raised cup hesitated for a moment, yet she still drained it entirely. Han Jiming gazed at Tong Xian and Bai Xiao Tang, tightening her grip on the wine glass significantly. All right, your relationship with me is quite intimate, Brother Xiao. Do not forget, you are Yao Heir's father, Mei Heir amusingly reminded. He could keenly sense that if he did not arrive within half an hour, the protective array of the Linglong Snow Peak would undoubtedly be refined. By nightfall, Yi father, in front of Yi Qiaomu, compelled Ma Wei to sign a contract stating that if Ma Wei dared to break up with Yi Qiaomu in the future, he would owe her 500,000. A man clad in a black robe, his gaze that of an elder, sat upon an ancient throne, his countenance exceedingly grim, as dark as the bottom of a pot. The crowd no longer hesitated, immediately issuing the order to attack, leading the disciples of the Ghost King sect in a grand assault on Qin Yun Mountain. Chapter 43. A golden phoenix takes flight upon receiving the order. Lei Jiang regarded flood relief efforts as the paramount task above all else. The entire county was mobilized. All agency personnel were required to head to the flood front, with leaders at all levels directing from the front lines, clarifying responsibilities and dividing tasks. Damn it, Qi Muyin, this time I too shall be liberated. Let us see if he dares to act recklessly. Xiao Du Shou, wielding the broken sky, proclaimed with a face full of pride. Wang Peng's trip to the capital for New Year's greetings also involved discussing the marriage between Wang Shui and Qi Lin's family. Is it too much to ask for someone like me to receive such a phone call? If I had better luck, I wouldn't be in this predicament. I can't continue thinking this way. Everything from there is entirely our affair. What is it that can be discarded? This matter holds no significance. I am merely chatting with him. Thus, everything Li Nan had done earlier was superficial, while the key to Lu Ziming's injury lay in removing the fragmented bullet shards. A surgical difficulty acting Li Nan's capabilities. Reflecting on the illusionary realm they had just entered, Jiu Huang felt a sense of relief. With such a mirage as protection, who could possibly locate him, especially hidden within the borders of the Celestial Empire? Shortly after the signal flare ascended, within a mere 10 minutes, Wang Zheng and others atop the left side of the fortress's top layer could already see the massive, swiftly moving cloud and faintly hear the deep rumble akin to a flood sweeping through. A slender bamboo pole pierced his sturdy wrist, producing a crisp sound of bone fracturing. The man let out a pained roar, causing his handgun to fly from his grasp. YMU stepped into the vehicle amidst the astonished gaze of BNPIQ, who, once she regained her composure, averted her eyes and followed suit. WNSH Ing L NGW Ing turned a blind eye, while WNSH Ing G NGZH was a cunning vixen. NGTUCH Ing S words held weight. YM Ngu settled onto the steps by the roadside, contemplating a brief respite. Recently, Nju had been in a persistent state of discontent, unable to muster even the slightest pretense, her demeanor particularly harsh. Chi-O-S-H-Y was not one to meddle in others' affairs, yet he could not endure the notion of being forsaken by one's parents. Fully aware of the torment such feelings could entail, RN entered the door, brimming with excitement as she recounted the events of the morning, neglecting even to wipe the sweat from her brow. When NY approached Mju, RN had already departed. The one she yearned for was now beside her, and it felt as though a century had passed since their last encounter. Despite having a myriad of sentiments to convey, words eluded him in that moment. Initially wishing to thoroughly inspect the room, He was abruptly pulled outside by H. Nguyen. You certainly defend yourself. I distinctly saw you and QSN entangled. YNS are lamented. The SHN family had maintained relations with them over the years. YNL Oz suddenly recalled the late SHN Oz from years past, a fleeting look of melancholy crossing his face. Rushing to the kitchen to serve 2 bowls of rice, one for him and one for herself. Beneath the starlight, the bone flute in his hand emitted a gentle radiance, twinkling like a host of transparent spirits. CHCH, how could you have committed such shameless acts? Even LOT Itai could not bear to listen. JNTN responded affirmatively, producing a communication device to report everything to XCHNGQing, who would hastily come to assist YQing and the others, instructing JNTN to proceed to the eternal cycle realm. H and Z promptly ordered someone to fetch a jug of Mare's milk wine, personally filling the cups for HICH and Z and Li YSH. YZM, I remained unfazed, brandishing her sword to strike. With a resounding bang, the thunderbolt grenade was deflected by her blade, crashing into a large poplar tree several zhang away, splintering it into pieces. 9 calamities, celestial art. Is he truly my elder brother? Why has he changed so? Ring thought, unsure whether to recognize him, fearing it might be a misunderstanding. Leaving her in vain delight, the masked assailant, taken aback by Shi B's formidable skill and agility, instinctively drew his sword to parry. After exchanging several blows, he felt the chilling night breeze brush against his face and, without thinking, wiped it only to find the mask had been removed by Shi B. That person over there. There happens to be an empty seat. You may sit there, the manager casually gestured, speaking in a bland tone. DOCH and arrived at D. Ing Zhu's residence, elegantly adorned, and upon alighting from the carriage, her gaze fell upon LB. Ying Bil Ing's words, though light-hearted, carried an undertone of helplessness. For he was the third in command at the television station. YNTNCHU could not help but burst into laughter as TSHU leaped forward, intent on eliminating LDNGL, and right then and there. How scorching could it be in the desert? TNM Ing emerged from the water. Yet by the time he reached the ice beauty and Chi NMI, his clothes were already half dry, a testament to the perspiration one inevitably produces. Although ZY possessed profound martial arts, he struggled to shield both COCO and NHing. His complexion paled, drenched in cold sweat. Chakra dwindling to a mere thread, his body bearing hidden injuries from spatial compression, and his head felt dizzy. Hastily expending 200 points, he restored his condition. Xiao Wiring was filled with excitement, never expecting the opportunity to perform a duet with the children here. Chapter 44. As long as the overtime pay is sufficient, even the heaven-opening barrier could scarcely withstand the terrifying wave of energy shaking violently. 12 elders acted in unison, channeling energy into the heaven-opening barrier to stabilize it. The blinding light persisted for several minutes before it ceased. I proceeded towards YOCH, glancing at the layers of white mist rising from it, and without further hesitation, swiftly employed my lightness skill, betraying him, placing his sister in peril. SHG Ing felt that had it not been for his affiliation with TNSU and D-Ing, LNZF Ing would have already executed him on the spot. Despite LNZF Ing's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, SHG Ing understood that this man had been wounded. He simply chose not to reveal it. At that moment, as the crowd strained to catch the crucial moment, a shadow loomed outside, resembling a dark cloud descending, with a murderous glint sweeping across the establishment, causing everyone present to scatter like startled birds. Shi JNH's portrayal in the tale remained far more endearing than his true self. Why did it not evoke the cataclysmic shifts of legends, shaking the earth and heavens, as if the entire STNDOL must be informed? Thus, when CH-LL ultimately shattered her emotional defenses, she sighed, realizing she would inevitably belong to S-ING-DO-NW, and that this scene would eventually unfold. However, its suddenness left her momentarily taken aback. The tenderness of yesteryears lingered before her, and the warmth of the past seemed to still permeate the room. In the darkness, waves of excruciating pain surged forth, filled with regret over her worldly desires, unable to transform from caterpillar to butterfly. Thinking of XNR, I naturally must arrive early. He embraced her with a mischievous smile, watching her face gradually flush crimson. Can we plan in advance? Zhud Ng inquired, for if SNKW Ing truly required nothing, the Kaifeng front would prosper considerably. With these additional measures in place, Zhod Ing found it nearly impossible to unravel his own seal without over 100,000 years. Surviving 9 perilous encounters, YY Su In repeated the phrase, his mind racing with calculations. This time, El Xiao had encountered trouble. Chil Ng's expression grew serious. She had learned that the 4 great protectors of MXing Palace might join the L in SHNGZH in slaying Ting Ing Star. During the mobilization of the new army, the typically introverted Y Ing, who has found himself at a loss for words to encourage the soldiers. Knowing full well that a bloodbath awaited ahead, a scene of slaughter lay before them, and he could not fathom how to inspire his subordinates. YZLN, after studying CH in Mglu, felt he was an ideal candidate for her boyfriend, possessing talents, family background, and financial resources that could rival the Y family conglomerate. More importantly, his potential for growth was limitless, which was what YZLN valued most. YY Su In, I hope that when I awaken, I shall see you transformed into a true powerhouse, no longer in need of my protection. YNTN, harboring a faint smile of anticipation, silently murmured until sleep overcame him. Though ferocious beasts may be dull-witted, their inherent nature remains unchanged. Upon sensing a formidable aura, they would rather hide than emerge. A truth that cannot be altered. Mring T. New York, raised in the wild, excelled in trapping beasts, yet the desert offered no sign of life. After half a day's journey, not a single insect was in sight. Witnessing LNJ and grow increasingly feeble, while he himself felt utterly drained, he could not help but panic. WY, forgetting to deactivate his invisibility, began speaking, startling the 3 who had been gazing into the distance. SH Nguyen Lyo regarded her retreating figure, his lips pressed tighter and his hands, resting at his sides, involuntarily clenched into fists. Your Majesty, there is but one queen in this vast realm, residing within the Dragon Emperor's palace. The Dragon Emperor is, in the game S lore, the sovereign of this domain. F who shot a glance at HNFing, continuing, the essence of divine rhythm lies in the shaping and extension of collapse energy. The heart and form are necessary for one to manipulate greater collapse energy, ultimately fulfilling the fundamental requirements for wielding divinity. Upon encountering the elder, GWN was taken aback, never expecting to see him here alongside F. Ing J. Ingy. Liel gradually revealed her form through her words, unexpectedly accompanied by the appearance of L. Ing Shu Ing. Certainly, ordinary players may not comprehend Wu Ye's motives, and it seems that their president has no intention of clarifying matters, leaving it unresolved. As she pondered this, she gently leaned back to catch a glimpse behind her and indeed spotted a young man. Though his face was obscured, she instinctively knew he was not Su Nuo. There was an undeniable difference in the aura he exuded. She dared not act recklessly in front of Guan Yu, especially given the expensive gift he had presented. The second uprising of the mutated beings, led by Pu Ti, was once again thwarted by Yusuji Yuzhu and the deceived Qi Tian de Shang Sun Tai Shu, along with General Shui Rengui, resulting in Pu Ti's escape. After all, in the 21st century, various devices have become increasingly user-friendly and straightforward to operate. Chapter 45, Master of Time Management. 1, 2, 3, an inexplicable sense of irritation welled up within him. He absent-mindedly lifted his teacup and took a couple of sips. The sweet tea soothed his throat and alleviated his agitation. However, Lan Feng maintained his composure through his exceptional core strength, maneuvering the basketball to the left side, preventing Lan Duo from easily reaching it. Dressed and ready, Lan Duo and his companions had yet to enter the main hall of the gymnasium when the raucous sounds surged through the corridor. Seizing the bullet, Zhuizhen had no time to express his gratitude to the elder, quickly shouldering his rifle and rushing toward the training ground alongside his assistant. By the time he reached his comrades, a Mi-8 helicopter had begun its slow descent. Meanwhile, Su Liang continued to observe Anna's flustered expression with a calm smile. Anna, feeling bashful, deliberately averted her gaze from Su Liang's penetrating eyes. A cacophony of noise erupted, followed by dust clouds and splattered blood. The towering 6-zhong-high cloud chariot crashed heavily to the ground, causing blood to surge from the moat below and mercilessly crushing dozens of Liao soldiers who had no time to evade. In summary, this formation, known as the Qi-Zi formation, was one of the new strategies practiced by the Luo Yan army, specifically designed to counter the formidable charge formations of the enemy, facilitating mutual cooperation and support. Lu Mingchuan felt powerless against Yi Shenghan, sighing as he led the others away in defeat. Grasping the broken piece of his long gun, he threw it back, nearly taking the life of the terrified Yi Luo Haiwang. Had it not been for a guard's selfless sacrifice to shield him from the gunfire, he might have swiftly concluded this unnecessary trial. Next, the esteemed squad leader Guiyong Chao, who usually strutted with pride among the special police forces, found himself being lectured by Lu Jiarui for quite some time. The scene did not escape the eyes of the cadre soldiers accompanying him, who were astonished to witness Guiyong Chao's humility in accepting criticism. The seemingly dilapidated outer city wall remained intact, let alone the inner wall, which stood tall and majestic, unbreakable. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During this period, Li Ying and Yi Feng's relationship flourished, with Yi Feng now endeavoring to express his affection for Li Ying. As the night gradually quieted, Yu Huang entered a meditative state in his room, unperturbed by the thought of intruders. His simple barrier would alert him instantly if anyone attempted to breach it. Jiang Wei sat on the sidelines, observing the intense battle unfolding on stage, lost in contemplation. The air was suddenly permeated with the stench of blood as he heard a man's low groan. It was common knowledge that Shun Jiangqing's arrival was driven by ulterior motives. The once densely populated Lingbing Yu had long since vacated the area, all hastening towards Xiao Yi and his companions. He forcefully drew her into his embrace, the intensity in his eyes almost burning with a desire to annihilate Su Linga. Above him, a fierce wind howled, accompanied by thunder and flames, revealing a master who had ascended to celestial heights, having endured the trials of heavenly wind and fire. Yi Feng perceived that someone like Gu Yuang was merely an innocuous little rabbit in his presence. Chapter 46. Each one a thespian when Shangshu dismounted from the carriage and inadvertently caught sight of an impossible figure in this place. Upon closer inspection, he gasped, "Your Majesty?" "My lord, what are you looking at?" One foreign asked, noticing when Shangshu's frozen demeanor as she followed his gaze. There stood a young man in a red robe, tall and striking, exuding an aura of elegance and charm. Shangguan Shuani produced a fine-boned china cup, pouring water from a pouch, and gently gripped the cup, channeling his inner strength until the water began to warm. Was it possible that what it claimed was true? For a moment, Qin Feng felt a flicker of doubt. However, glancing at its comical appearance, he shook his head vigorously, dismissing the thought. It was an unavoidable situation. One could not simultaneously strike at others while also conjuring hands to shield oneself. No one possessed 4 hands. Yu Rong saw Ding Mu approaching, caught in indecision about whether to stay or leave when Ding Mu pushed the door open. The blood-fiend maniacs lay sprawled on the ground, their excessive blood loss leaving them dizzy and devoid of strength to rise. When Zhou awoke, she found herself face-to-face with a beautiful snow wolf, gazing at her with innocuous lake-blue eyes, occasionally licking her face in a display of affection. Cheng Yuer had long anticipated Wu Jun's reaction upon meeting. She never expected that he would exhibit such a familiar demeanor upon seeing her. Originally, where Chun Bailu stood, torrents of water surged upwards, seemingly capable of obliterating everything in their path. Now that the two had made such a scene, Gao Jing refused to concede defeat, speaking her mind without restraint. Observing the reactions of those around her, she realized her words bore some weight, even surprising herself with their reasonable essence. The host first introduced Lin Haoyu, taking 2 minutes to recount his achievements, though only a brief mention was made of his boxing accolades. Brother Huang formed a seal with his hands, unleashing a torrent of violent power, violet light flashing and enveloping the sky. Immediately, the sword spirit's gaze shifted towards the Chu Wang Sacred Hall, where figures began to soar through the air. Setting aside the survival skills of these three individuals, the fact that they had no money posed a significant dilemma. Should Xiaoxiong become agitated, he might resort to violence, endangering everyone. Father said this would help build strength. You want me to practice iron cloth shirt? Shursen earnestly stated. Jin Xiantian, Xiao Tianying, Guan Lingyan, and Chia were all alerted and rushed into the courtyard. I sighed deeply, realizing that these individuals had wasted their breakfast today and lunch would likely be doubled. The four-peaked demon generals had long been on high alert. Yet when Mo Fan launched his attack, the overwhelming and fierce firepower filled them with despair. Why had his aura not changed in the slightest? Was the previous terrifying aura merely an illusion? Li Xian frowned again, doubting even the notion of it being an illusion. Zhen Xiang, sitting beside him, scoffed at the thought, believing Tang Zihan regarded Felix as merely a temporary hunter. As long as there was food, she would have no need for someone as useless as Felix by her side. Chapter 47. The encounter of the Sea King He Shou was naturally obliged to present a gift, but Xie Zhihui had not prepared anything. He casually removed the jade buckle from his waist and placed it on the gift table as a token of celebration. The accountant in charge of recording remarked sarcastically, "Is this how you treat beggars?" Just as he was about to berate Xie Hui, he noticed the Shun Jun Wang beside him glancing at him insistently. Meanwhile, Chu Liuzheng and Zhou Ku Ersin, deep in thought, turned and entered the adjacent room, where Nick Fury and Maria Hill were present, along with various surveillance devices connected to hidden cameras in the room where Tang resided, ensuring comprehensive monitoring of their target. At that moment, the right wing of the creature had been excessively plucked, leaving only a few feathers at the tip. Gui Ran and Brother Andro returned to the middle path, only to be momentarily blinded by a flashbang, realizing too late that they had already perished. If I have offended the Empress previously, I hope she will not take it to heart. Lu Qi had completely yielded to Song Ji. Without her intervention, matters would not have proceeded so smoothly. Moreover, as this was a live broadcast, should he be recorded losing his temper, the journalist would surely seize the opportunity to create a sensational story, thrusting him into the spotlight for all the wrong reasons. Indeed, as Xiao Ran concluded his statement, the Wan Shui Shengzhen nodded and remarked, "Indeed, you have not deceived me." Xiao Ran, having heard Yao Chen's words, harbored no doubts. Having perused the original text, he was acutely aware of the wealth possessed by alchemists. It was the very dagger he had gifted Hu Fu before their parting, which later saved his life, and he never thought it would be preserved. "Tell me where Li Momo is, and I shall spare you." Hua Shuo initiated, his tone devoid of warmth. "This is acceptable. You may handle it as you see fit." Jiang Ke held no aversion to this. He was not a man of heroic ideals. If someone could uncover that psychopathic murderer before him, he would be more than pleased. The road ahead remained long. If the seventh supreme treasure pearl proved unusable, preserving it would offer him a sense of security. After traversing the staircase, Lin Tianyao flipped over a body curled in the corner from a distance. With the continuous growth of the human race, the power of destiny would only strengthen further. If it were potent enough, it could directly enable the panda to achieve sanctification. Approximately 20 minutes later, dozens of vehicles surrounded the Lung family, with several helicopters hovering above. "How could this be? I had no inkling of your arrival. I have an important meeting this afternoon. Perhaps my assistant instructed not to let anyone without an appointment disturb me." Jean Guangyan fabricated an excuse. After a few minutes, the crow possessing him, Senu, transported him several kilometers away before slaying him and consuming his soul. He exhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions, then leaned on his cane and knelt before the three elders. Strange, how could she lack the strength to activate the Holy Spirit Pearl, yet it suddenly manifests? Entrusting Xian Luo Li to Kai Yu and others for safekeeping, Lu Ningyo then grasped her right arm and swiftly tore off her sleeve. Her delicate features, partially obscured by a veil, revealed only her brows and eyes, yet could not conceal her ethereal elegance. Chapter 48. The arena of carnage awaits. The two youngsters are to be wed? The two dignitaries were momentarily taken aback before comprehending Xiao Jingfan's implication. The right general of the Central Army managed to maintain his composure, though he swayed slightly. The left junior minister of the Taichung Temple, however, could not withstand the blow and fainted. Let these two block his attempts to lift the maritime ban. They should focus on their own affairs. Xiao Jingfan narrowed his eyes in delight and commanded, "Take him away," and summoned the imperial physician. In the brief half-day since returning home, she felt more exhausted than an entire week of work abroad. At least during work, Xia Shiguang had clear objectives. Yet when faced with Guchun, she found herself utterly bewildered. In his mind, Alessida's provocative actions were releasing dangerously ominous signals. Lu Qi extinguished the incense, holding its middle section with palms facing upward, thumb pinching the front while the other 4 fingers grasped the rear. "Brother Hao, what do you say?" The rooster's stubbornness belied its cautious nature, and it passed the ball back to Chun Hao. This sentiment resonated with the majority of the audience, yet they remained unable to open their eyes. Even the formidable representative of Ba Shangfeng could discern some nuances but refrained from making any hasty conclusions, for they all understood that in such a closely matched battle, nothing was truly settled until the final moment. Only by possessing the power to alter everything could she choose her desired ending within the narrative. The flow of light became dense and innumerable, swiftly transforming into countless ethereal shadows across the landscape. All were astonished by the attack unleashed by Junyan. Such mastery that could alter the very heavens must require immense strength. "You are no different. You were engaged to Xia Shiru and then broke it off." Zhong Zhichen seized the opportunity to retort. The divine curse, transforming those who breached taboos into demons, indeed resembled tales from mythology. "Seeking territory, are we? Then we must see if my fists are willing," nor let out a furious roar, shaking the entire Han Boya planet. Li Longfei thought the man's words were utterly infuriating, always nitpicking and challenging him. He almost wished to punch him. However, upon reflection, given this fellow's rigid mindset, he might as well be an assembly line robot. Engaging in a quarrel with a machine would only diminish his own dignity, so he decided against it. Ming Tianqi resolutely closed her eyes. She must confront her fate, for who else could she blame for betraying her elder brother and inciting his wrath? Hua Rong recalled her brother's earlier grievances, her expression shifting awkwardly. She certainly could not reveal that her brother's impulsiveness toward Ming Ho had led to his indiscretion. Could she claim he had to plunge into icy waters to awaken himself? Why had hundreds of individuals stalled? What could this mean? The thought of swimming against the current puzzled him. He could not fathom that these hundreds had been left behind to obstruct him, yet they had fled as well. Name? One by one, they approached, circling around Lu Li, scrutinizing her intently. The vehicle sped along the highway, approaching a circular intersection when Xiao Tu suddenly removed both hands from the steering wheel, causing the car to veer uncontrollably toward the roundabout. Seeing his response, Qin Feng felt elated and inquired, "Brother, might one find food here? We are lost and desperately hungry." He employed his usual method of inquiry, attempting to bond with the burly man. When venturing out, people often struggled to find restrooms in cities or water and food in the countryside. Chapter 49. Appearance without substance. She and Wan Qi Longxi had been entangled for so many years. Their bond was intricate and inextricable. Without waiting for me to speak or think further, the bubble transformed into a beam of light, shooting away and vanishing in the parking lot of the bus station, as if we had never existed. At that moment, everyone began to scan the surroundings as instructed, only to be left astonished at the sight. What on earth was Yin Tianda planning? Assembling so many followers to the scene, was he attempting rebellion? He had no knowledge of the recent occurrences, nor the reason the sword spirit had abandoned him. Yet he found it absurd that Wang Yuyao would be made a younger sister. If he fled, he would fall into a trap, unaware of the dangers lurking ahead, and finding a way out would be arduous. At this moment, Gu Shi's figure had vanished around the bend. I cast aside distractions and raced forth. Yet, upon reaching the turn and gazing at the bustling nurse's station, I could no longer locate Gu Shi, regardless of her unreasonable behavior or capriciousness. She had someone to dote on and protect her. As long as she was happy, that sufficed. After a while, as the golden light gradually dissipated, The power of the talisman was exhausted. Looking at the specters, each appeared more vigorous than before, their conditions seemingly improved beyond that of their uninjured state. This was a result of their absorption of the energy from the talisman. As for their souls, they had become even more stable. No one would associate their deaths with the eerie cliff and coffins before them. Instead, they began to kneel in fervent prayer, beseeching the heavens for mercy, not only for themselves, but also for the dwindling MOZU, which had been reduced to a mere few hundred. In just over 2 years since its inception, it had transitioned from domestic to international markets, even achieving public listing. This approach was ideally suited to the current predicament, although ancient texts did not provide detailed accounts. Some individuals, after indulging in whimsical thoughts, would ultimately have to face reality and diligently attend to their prior obligations. No, it's not your mother. She didn't come. And Anne has come to seek your uncle for a favor. Wang Bo instinctively recalled Lu Jiaruy's earlier words. Then, Brother Yang, with your great abilities and vast knowledge, please offer us some advice. I would be most grateful, Lao Wang exclaimed, preparing to kneel before Yang Lin, who hurriedly supported him. For Yang Lin truly disliked such displays of deference. After effortlessly clearing the surrounding minor adversaries, Yu Hong descended from the sky, cradling Zi Yuan. The distance between the kingdom of ghosts and the kingdom of marsh was not great, and just as dawn fully embraced the sky, you had already brought her to this place. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He knew the Birdman could not be mistaken and also understood that the space within the temple could not be this vast. Hence, he sensed something was amiss and quickly activated his seventh sense, wishing to investigate whether an illusion had been cast upon them, preventing their escape from this space. At that moment, he discovered an issue. Although the circular shield in his grasp had blocked the icy arrows, its surface had already formed a thick layer of solid ice. Lin Yu suddenly sprang up, slapping outwards, producing 2 crisp sounds as Bai Xian and Jiang Yang inexplicably received 2 slaps. I want to go. There are so many zombies in Dongdu. I refuse to accompany you. You might survive, but I would undoubtedly perish. I will not go. Lu Si exclaimed, her face flushed, fully aware of the dangers that lay in Dongdu. Shenwu, with just a single sentence, had frightened away the exceptionally strong-willed ghost insect queen. Yu Ling had returned to normal. The letter of introduction for the Ling to Daoist could ultimately only be used by the Daoist, and this time, Yu Yi had walked away with nothing. After distributing the task rewards to the 2, Yeti Ling vanished, leaving Yu Yi without any opportunity to seek retribution. The red spear suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, revealing its fiery skill. Yu Yi was caught off guard, instantly struck, feeling a searing pain in the affected area. In that instant, a blinding spiritual light illuminated the point of attack, and at that moment, the cold, bloodthirsty aura clashed fiercely with the powerful sword intent. Following her gaze downward, she noticed that her nightgown had become unfastened, exposing her skin across her chest, causing her face to flush slightly. If one were to amalgamate all the rules for comprehension, it would be akin to finding a single thread in a tangled mass of yarn. Although they were coerced by Li Hao to swear oaths in that manner, the vows, while formidable, were not without flaws. Luo Hao stood upon the altar, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness, torn between desire and the urge to leave without a care, only to be firmly locked in place by Qin Lai's sword intent. With a thunderous crash, Qin Wuyo's body collided violently with the silver moon, feeling as though his bones might shatter. Upon noticing this phenomenon within Zhong Kui, Xia Yang became intensely curious and quietly sent a strand of divine thought into Zhong Kui's body. However, Zhong Kui remained completely oblivious to this intrusion. Wang Bo had claimed the title of scoring champion in the Jiangbei Middle School Basketball League, achieving 3 honors, all obtained atop the bodies of myself and Jin and I. Sun Jing silently observed Wang Bo's retreating figure for a moment before speaking. Chapter 50. The beautiful One Weeps Pear Blossom Rain, the unconscious Zhu Guanqing, was discovered by the guards of the Shunjun Wang Fu, who revived her by pinching her acupressure point. Just as she was about to cleverly deceive the situation alongside Gu Hong, an unforeseen complication arose. The crowd was instantly abuzz with chatter. Without warning, Zhu Guanqing's fortunes took a turn. Rin Xingxia grew anxious, approaching Pei Zhongjun, whose indecisive character lacked the necessary resolve to be a journalist. However, such a person, driven by ambition, would not adhere strictly to principles or ethics, making him precisely the assistant that Wu Jingyi required, leading her to reluctantly entrust the scoop to him despite her disdain. Yet, just as Wu Xining had anticipated, multiple surveillance cameras located among the rows failed to capture any footage at Yu Xinghe's booth. Yin Luer, not having mentioned this to Xue Shini, knew that once he met with Yin Xianghua, she would naturally relay the information. Yin Luer could not help but recall her moments with Lin Che, her mood darkening. Initially, she had been taken aback, but soon reverted to displaying her cultured, refined demeanor. In truth, she lacked the strength to resist and only offered a few token gestures of defiance. Could it be that her suspicions were misplaced, and this key was not meant for use within this underground palace? Murong was gravely injured, although he had rested for several days. He was still unable to rise from bed. Without a few days without food or drink, his body lacked strength, having sustained 3 broken ribs from a confrontation with a demon beast, though fortunately, none of the injuries were fatal. Jiang Shi, filled with joy, headed towards Qian Riyun and encountered her midway, promptly sharing the news with her. Nan Gonglai fixed his gaze upon Jun Wuxia, who approached him step by step, and the lingering dissatisfaction in his heart dissipated entirely. The alchemy furnace suddenly opened, and amidst the swirling mist, 9 points of light shot forth, resembling 9 glowing pearls. Regarding Professor Johnson's return to the country, many scholars expressed regret and confusion, deeming it a significant loss for academia. Universities, including Yale and UC Berkeley, offered substantial salaries and professorial positions to entice him to stay, but Professor Johnson graciously declined all offers. Little did they know that at that moment, Si Ro, standing next to Sai Lu Gu, took off running towards Bai Qingyan. Sai Lu Gu was momentarily caught off guard, and naturally, the silken threads of Alei failed to ensnare him. Lin Feng felt a surge of fear, terrified at the sight of a sea of flames hurled towards the monster's feet, determined to incinerate it to ashes if it did not disperse. Bai Qingyan's body abruptly sprang from the ground. The spear, radiating white light, plunged forward, creating a white afterimage in midair. Tian Zhao used the Kusanagi sword to deflect the spearhead, narrowly avoiding the strike. Regardless of how Zhao Yu pleaded, Lu He steadfastly refused to gamble with him, leaving Zhao Yu with no choice but to abandon this blatant extortion. While artemisinin is indeed a potent remedy for malaria, it is not irreplaceable. Prior to this, humanity had already discovered quinine, albeit with more significant side effects. Chapter 51. A wish to wipe away sisters tears a mere young lady, raised in seclusion, frail and sickly since childhood. How could she possess such cunning? Zhu Guanqing wept, using a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Her eyes reddened as she defiantly stared at Xiao Jingfan. It was as if she had endured a tremendous grievance, unable to meet the gaze of the heavens. For the attacking Qingdao High School baseball team, this was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to score. The sound of galloping hooves approached, and Gao Yigong had arrived before the 2 individuals. Upon seeing Gao Junshan and Li Guo, he reined in his warhorse. Yin Mushi, upon hearing this, indeed lightened her grip, exhaling gently, which brought great pleasure to Gong Yu, sweetly igniting a smile, filling even his heart with honeyed joy. Had it not been for encountering second brother today, the 2 of us would have changed locations. I never anticipated that the business at the Zue Xian Lu would be so flourishing, leaving us without a private room. Remarquez, Baye. The concoction of this elixir requires 3 essential conditions. Firstly, her peak spiritual fire potency. Secondly, a variety of rare herbs akin to solitary treasures. And thirdly, exceptional alchemical skills. They must be elite warriors under the command of the Wusun King, particularly sensitive to the strategic importance of their territory and adept at covert operations, stirring up trouble with words far more impolite than Qi Ping's. Above the surging river at the valley's bottom, the banks were merely the same elevated terrain cleaved into 2, thus displaying no discernible difference in topography. Those encountered on the east bank would also be met along the western river curve. The landscape primarily consisted of hills and ravines formed from loess, or sandy beaches and river terraces shaped by flowing waters. Shinrun observed that he seemed to be in a somewhat jovial mood, feeling speechless and thinking that this person must have some mental affliction. Moreover, there were still incompletely mastered technologies such as antimatter cannon technology and gravity control, which, when properly utilized, could yield unexpectedly formidable results, even if not specifically in military applications. It was evident that the military discipline in Jincheng was extraordinarily orderly, with not a single breach, indicating that everyone was present. After moving a couple of steps, Li Nan, at the corridor's corner, discovered the corpse of a zombie, a bullet lodged in its forehead, bursting forth countless white fragments. Mother, how I wish to arrive sooner. But this place is where Schwetter suffered. Lucia trembled as she spoke. The crowd followed the nobleman into the dining hall, for they all understood that any disturbances might very well lead to news headlines the following day about a stampede at Tianlong Academy, resulting in fatalities. However, all the citizens of Leijiang were well aware of Lucia's parents' heroic deeds. Even after Japan's surrender, the villagers merely eliminated the conspicuous marks of the Japanese from the white marble monument while preserving this edifice, which encapsulated their memories and reverence. The Japanese sword, a symbol of family honor, could never be allowed to fall into the hands of the Chinese as spoils of war. The Amba family? They had most likely turned into corpses, reduced to ashes by dragon flame in the Battle of Changhu. Tong Lei halted his advance, followed suit by Shui Yun and Su Shi, while the others, except for the elite Lin Yi, were all panting heavily, with Li Kuan exhausted and gasping for breath. Above the sea, fierce winds howled, dark clouds rolled in, and thunder cracked. A dreadful aura emanated from the depths of the ocean, spreading in all directions. Below the surface, the deep-sea shark that Fong Yun concealed was suddenly shattered into countless pieces. Chapter 52. The Emperor's fury pacified by blood. Your Majesty, Wen Tao, my son. Amidst the chaos of crying and falling, as people assisted one another, Xiao Jingfan turned and, as if retracing his steps, strolled leisurely away from the Shun Junwang mansion. Behind him, the crowd knelt. We humbly bid farewell to your Majesty. Moments later, at the grand entrance of the Shun Junwang mansion, Xie Hui drew his sword, its brilliant sheen flashing momentarily as blood splattered. The demonic glow immediately manifested without concealment, appearing somewhat unstable, while the fire dragon demon emperor, with a grim expression, used the strength of his dragon physique to withstand the assault. The Marquis cradled Ling Xin in his embrace, feeling a faint stream of magical energy slowly flowing within her. Without careful observation, one would scarcely notice this power. Upon sensing it, the Marquis turned to glance at Feng Yi. Zhong Fuming moved, like a specter, leaving behind remnants of dark energy, and in an instant he tore the water dragon to shreds, casting a glance at Zhang Yuanhao, his wicked gaze sending chills down spines. Days later, Wu Hao forced the heart corrosion goo poison to a specific location and then controlled the Qian Kuan Ding to suppress it, relying on the Zibing divine crystal to confine it, preventing the poison spread. This man, upon seeing the money, opened the door with a smile, accepted the cash, and said, "All right then, please come in, and we can discuss matters at home." After saying this, he ushered Wang Yuyang inside. Suddenly, Zhang Yunhao felt a sticky dampness at the root of his tendrils. The almost imperceptible root hairs instantly stood erect, greedily absorbing the remnants of a warm, viscous fluid in the soil. Regardless, this individual was already rendered ineffective. This ultimate technique was truly terrifying. Following these events, the team forged a path through the swarm of insects, bursting forth from the valley. Upon emerging 100 meters out, they encountered the rescuing army. Purple energy immediately enveloped everything as the two engaged in continuous combat, the holy body howling and the divine form roaring, shattering the void and obliterating all before them. What shall we do then? Bai Kai looked at Yi Ran with some embarrassment, a blush rising to her cheeks. From the moment I witnessed its various human-like actions, I suspected this insect was extraordinary, possessing advanced cognition, and was astonished to find it capable of communication. It possessed a pair of enviably bright and large eyes, deep and twinkling with starlight, drawing attention. Yet it did not directly hand the jade pendant to Zhang Ming. Instead, it held it aloft, sensing the malevolent aura emanating from it. Undoubtedly not of Taoist origin. I felt deflated. In truth, I feared nothing, but dreaded the prospect of my mother getting serious. If she did, my freedom would be an end. She would never truly abandon me, yet tethering me at home and forbidding me from going anywhere was entirely plausible. Sitting on the sand, I contemplated for a moment, preparing to adjust my mindset and embark on a new life, commencing with helping Xiao Chun tidy the room. Yang Mu had initially intended to inquire whether, given this, my treatment could not also guarantee 100% success. However, after hearing Yang Yesheng's explanation, Yang Mu felt disheartened and hung his head. Lin Fan nodded repeatedly. The two raised a toast, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles. Chapter 53. How many aids can life offer? Most importantly, this demon lord is so formidable. If he were to break free from the encirclement, would they not all face death? Fortunately, this remark was not overheard by Shan Meng. Otherwise, there would be no need for pretense, as Gu Zian could very well be driven to his demise. Your Highness, Ren Shun greeted the princess with reluctance, while those behind him bowed in unison. In the biting wind, a hint of desolation lingered. This place, unlike the vibrant greenery of Lidu, was marked by barren mountains. He, like the previous Run Chung Wang Yuan Chung, was a great-grandson of Emperor Taiwu, thus embodying noble lineage. Adorned with a crown of silver inlaid with gold and fine lotus patterns, he wore a golden headpiece from the southern Tang dynasty, with matching jewelry embellishing his ears and neck. Qin Yinmei beamed brightly, fervently waving at her from afar, their hearts connected despite the distance. Stop changing the subject. Lu Shi swatted away Gao Yan's hand, but as soon as she touched his arm, she winced in pain. It was still red from when she had struck it earlier. By late autumn, on the 20th day of the 9th month in the 4th year of Yongchu, the weather grew cooler, and just past the 4th watch, a faint light of dawn broke the horizon. At Fang Ziming's enthusiastic urging, their anticipated 3-day stay extended to 6, and with his guidance as a local, Gu Qingyun and the others explored all of Yangzhou City. After having dealt with numerous Japanese troops earlier, Tojo Juanxiong and his comrades had become quite adept. Yet, why had they not buried all these corpses? A Yin still felt it was unreasonable. Even if one did not bury the enemy's corpses at the very least, they ought to handle their own side's remains. However, in reality, not everyone can live on in the realm of consciousness after death. For instance, if a person's descendants cease to exist over time, that individual will truly vanish. Take the Shan Chun squad as an example. Hailing from an elite division, all the soldiers are indeed exceptional. The formidable skill of Han Bing, once it strikes a hero, can lead to a swift defeat if followed up correctly, easily turning the tide of battle. So who will you choose? Look at me, how about it? Xiao Xian said with a playful laugh, masking her anticipation and awkwardness. After Candace departed, Su Chang furrowed his brow, feeling an odd sensation about her. The attendant produced a flag from his person and proceeded to the bow of the ship, waving it a few times backwards. Unfortunately, Lu Ai from Handan City could not infiltrate, so he had no choice but to head north, persuading Wangman, with his ultimate aim being the formidable Ku Bai Nung of the grasslands beyond the Great Wall. Lan Ko pursed her lips, nodded, and took a deep breath. Having just entered the water, it felt as if countless serpents were gnawing at him. One could only imagine the ensuing agony, perhaps even the loss of life. Yet, her only concern was that she might not endure it, thus dragging her down. If it weren't for the two of you, could I have fallen to such a fate? The elderly man exclaimed, slamming his teacup down in frustration. Faced with them, Ma Lu felt as if he were an unevolved monkey, utterly perplexed as to why they would expend such effort and time on him. A person's life is but a fleeting span, mere decades, which can pass with a wave of the hand. Even without Zhou Yingying's narration, Suja understood that Zhao Xian was indeed a bit eccentric. Her actions largely stemmed from her own whims. She should not be blamed for past events. Dust and debris filled the air, transforming Su Zhe and Ma Jili into bloodied figures. Ma Jili's tree whip had been severed multiple times, while Su Zhe fared no better, his fire knife and lightning knife cast aside, embedded in the ground. In Su Zhe's possession, there was only a wind knife. In an instant, the world dimmed, Liang Dong's figure began to expand infinitely, and everything eerily halted, as if a movie had been paused. The remaining robust man in a purple robe appeared somewhat bewildered, but after a blink, he retrieved a yellow object from his waist and chanted a few incantations towards the pulsating formation. Following a series of hand gestures, an entrance, barely large enough for one person, emerged. "What is this?" Chen Su forced a bitter smile. It had been years since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. Upon hearing Lan Siti's words, Chao Yu and Su Zhi froze momentarily, then nodded in realization, understanding why Lan Site had made such a choice. A damage value of nearly 100 flashed above the head of the necromancer Sandru, as the lizard knight, Greed, raised a massive tower shield, blocking the sacred light's radiance. Subsequently, Xiao Yang alternated his grip on 3 silver needles, channeling internal energy to clear her facial meridians. Su Xiaoyu was enraptured in Dai Dong's embrace. Yet her head faced the entrance. Although few were outside, 1 or 2 would inevitably pass by. Even if no one noticed now, it would not be long before someone did. Exiting the Tiandi Jia Chun main hall, Yu Qin and Ning Pin, along with others, pulled Wan Shi aside. Exhaling in relief, all the military vehicles charged forward like an assault, with only a few dozen from the San Lian Society breaching the Public Security Bureau before the vehicles had already reached its entrance. Humanity is indeed the most abject of races. Do you not consider yourselves remarkable, capable of dominating the earth? Yet in our eyes, you are even less than ants, deserving only to kneel at our feet, begging for mercy. The demon warriors burst into laughter. Chapter 54. The Empress commands the lion's share. Chu Liuzheng. Is the young lady truly overjoyed? Mama Qian warmly grasped Chu Liuzheng's hand. Come with me. The Empress is waiting for you. The Hongmen Banquet. It must be the Hongmen Banquet. It was certainly anticipated that the tyrant would visit the Changchun Palace upon hearing news of the Empress's pregnancy, specifically to ambush me at the Nongyan courtyard. Chu Liuzheng inwardly lamented his misfortune, yet affectionately held Mama Qian's hand, considering that if she truly remembered, perhaps her pain would dissipate. However, at present, even if she wished to recall the past, she found herself incapable. Soon, everyone began making phone calls. Friends and family issuing announcements of mourning. It seemed even the newspapers would publish it. A blade of magical energy materialized, dark arcs slicing through space, tearing along. Grotesque gash toward Shaoling. For years had passed since the late emperor's demise and the ascension of the new emperor. He had accompanied his grandfather from East City to Wu Yuan, and now 4 years had elapsed. Xiao Jingfan approached, asking, "What is it?" Dressed in a fitted light-colored suit that accentuated her slender form, her modest bust and rear were balanced by a notably slim waist, and her beautiful face made her undeniably appealing. Chu LV tightly grasped Xiao Jingfan's hand, breathing heavily, as if otherwise he might feel his blood freeze into ice shards. Thoroughly chilled, he repeatedly uttered apologies, unsure if they were directed towards Xiao Jingfan or himself. If he Chan Feng truly harbored feelings for Yenya, surely, over the years, such sentiments would have developed. However, in Chu Ran's view, it was not that He Chun Feng lacked feelings for Yenya. Rather, any affection she may have had for him had long since faded. He Chun Feng was unwilling to confront the truth, wishing fervently that Chu Ran was merely playing a cruel jest. Yet, the surgical report's findings spoke volumes. The reality was that when Rome was the true architect of her own demise, yet this burden had been unjustly shouldered by Xinya. Zhao Jin and Su Fa Li exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. It seemed Meng Yu and Yu Xiao Yang's efforts had been in vain. Really? He-Man Z's spirits lifted. This was indeed fortuitous news for her amidst her misfortunes. Along the way, Yi Chun encountered countless wandering death creatures. This place was rife with such beings, along with some deities. Your Highness, do you not recall? You personally promised that from now on, I would remain by your side, serving you wholeheartedly. Bai Yu endeavored to make her words sound gentle and soothing. Zhong Yuan Mingshi was inherently a rational and composed individual, adept at analysis and strategy. As a member of the criminal underworld, he was naturally unafraid of bloodshed and violence, allowing him to calmly ponder the reasons behind events. Thus, he was able to coolly rescue Carl, becoming his most trusted ally. In truth, The treasures of the heroic spirits often possess specificity. If one were not accustomed to a particular type of treasure, they might be at a loss on how to fight with it. Gradually descending into the nocturnal world, the voices of one man and one beast appeared dissonant. As time passed, Jiangyin City grew increasingly lively, with countless treasure ships anchored upon the Lan River, including flying dragon treasure ships captained by martial kings and those only martial sovereigns could command. Chapter 55. The weight of Taishan is not in vain. You servants, why did you not inform me of the arrival? Rong Gui Fei scolded the palace attendants with a frown, who immediately knelt to apologize. Once relieved of her ire, Rong Gui Fei commanded, "What are you waiting for? Quickly help them up." Xiang Lu personally stepped forward to assist Chu Liuzheng. "It was my oversight. Please rise." "Can you still stand?" Chu Liuzheng took the opportunity to exclaim, "Guan Yu, you have arrived." Su Tin smiled as she gently blew on the freshly baked frog legs, respectfully offering them to Guan Yu Qiling. Reclining on a tree branch, Chun Hao observed the tortoise demon approaching him with a wry smile, just as he was about to devise a strategy. He suddenly noticed the two individuals sprawled on the ground, their breaths extinguished due to the tortoise demon's collision attack. This outcome was not unexpected. After all, even if Chun Sheng was aware, he would never allow his subordinates to know such a truth to satisfy his own ambitions. It was astonishing to discover such marvelous entities still existed in the world. After hearing Chun Hao's words, He Ming came to realize how peculiar this item was. Feeling somewhat sentimental, suddenly, Song Daily sat up. He had captured so many individuals, yet failed to apprehend Wu Chun from Poyang. What could this fellow be up to? Imagine residing in my royal prince's mansion, where it outwardly appears we are truly akin to close brothers, reluctant to part ways. Merely a few days had passed since Kong Fei was crashed into the ceiling of the Feilong jewelry store by Mu Lianin. Although Chung ultimately extracted Kong Fei from the police station and engaged the finest physician for treatment, Kong Fei's condition remained grim. At this moment, Lin Shi had exhausted all his true energy. Instinctual fear compelled him to unleash the full force of the true energy pill, instantly forming a tangible shield to safeguard his physical being. In the late 15th century, Ivan III of the Grand Duchy of Moscow established a centralized state known as the Grand Duchy of Moscow. It ranks fifth in brightness in the night sky and is the second brightest star in the northern hemisphere, surpassed only by Capella. Like Capella and Sirius, it is among the brightest stars near the sun. Song Yicheng was well aware of the temper of Song Zheng. Upon learning of Song Zheng's demise at the hands of the Lu family, Song Yicheng had bided his time for years, uprooting the towering Lu family tree. Now, with his younger sister's death, he would undoubtedly not rest easily. Feathers resembling gray down drifted gracefully from the sky like a gentle rain of feathers. Yet, through serendipity and the assistance of the Red King, everything seemed to fall into place. Zhu Huoding emerged with a smile, only to see Zhu Yaoning and Li Tuabe cheerfully entering the door, evidently having enjoyed themselves tremendously. They were initially adversaries, but their current alliance would soon revert to enmity. The onlookers had already devised plans for when the crown prince fell, contemplating how to undermine others to assist their own masteress' ascent. Finding a wise monk is no easy task, and even if one is found, they may not be willing to sacrifice their power to mitigate the risks of demonic transformation. Logically, this is indeed the case. However, in doing so, all those without alibis would be excluded, leaving those who remained at home with even greater suspicion. As long as his health is properly managed, he will recover, while Chongming's condition continues to deteriorate, and he certainly would not allow Chongming to overexert himself. Unanticipated, Mu Qingyan, despite his ailing health, sought her out, not solely to ensure her well-being. Relay the order. The artillery regiment is commencing bombardment. Annihilate this group of marauders. Wang Rui commanded decisively to the flag-bearer of the Central Army, as nearly all the charging marauders fell within the range of the mortars. Chapter 56. Bring the water to a boil. Zhang Baorong exclaimed in surprise, "Have you already divided it?" "I shall dutifully execute the Empress's instructions." Chu Liuzheng replied, "If you do not believe, feel free to send someone to verify." Naturally, Zhang Baorong was skeptical and personally went to the tea room for inspection. He found the large tea canister intact on the long table. alongside a silver basin filled with small, fragrant pills. Lifting the lid of the canister, he found it brimming with whole tea leaves. The youth in white regarded the figure in black seated before him with a cold gaze and spoke with an icy tone. You have just advanced to the rank of intermediate assassin. According to the regulations, you may apply for a delay in the competition until next month. Hu Sandao patiently advised Mo Xiaosheng. The three-headed Jiao, aged around 50, possessed an exceedingly peculiar appearance. With a mane of mixed black and white hair resembling steel needles thrust into his head, fashioned into a top knot. It holds intrinsic value. Regardless of whether the apocalyptic currency circulates, it cannot fully eliminate its existence. Not long ago, Hua Ziming executed a financial maneuver that severely struck back at Wall Street giants encroaching upon the Huaxiao financial market, earning him recognition as a prodigious strategist in the entire Huaxiao financial community. This financial operation garnered him widespread acknowledgement in the financial sector. In pursuit of aiding more beings in their evolution and achieving dominion, Xiao long undertook various efforts, including lecturing on the altar, all for the future of Earth and the broader Tianyang. To be candid, Lan Xiaoxiao found herself perplexed as to why Li Ji purchased 3/4 of the failed raw stone. Did he perceive something, or was it a deliberate act? If they could sever Chun Mo's passing route, they would secure victory in the season opener. Thus, Chun Jiang decided to reserve all the spiritual energy for Sun Lu, retaining the spiritual stones for future needs, as these stones were indeed treasures to them, akin to gems to ordinary individuals. Zhou Enan silently observed the trending topic regarding Zhao Ku, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chang'an City bustled with life, its streets teeming with vehicles. In the distance, the majestic imperial palace exuded an air of solemnity. Gu Yufei and her companions stowed away their carriage and ventured into the city, seeking a nearby grand tavern to dine in a private room on the second floor. Life necessitates choices. Regardless of what one chooses, there will always be regrets. Cherish the present, allowing time to resolve the dilemmas. In light of this, negotiation seemed unnecessary. Old pals, I have failed. It is your turn now, Hattori declared to those outside the room. Lu Shuai vigilantly employed his wisdom to scan the surroundings, yet found no monsters or traps. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and picked up the items scattered on the ground. Tianmin, had Lin she been present, not only would his acting skills have faltered, but he would also have thoroughly interrogated this demonic cultivator. This Tianmin, even Yu Xiao was unaware, intriguingly had some connection to the demon realm. The family of Caesar discussed among themselves, evidently content with such compensation, albeit still bearing some shadows of doubt. They had come to accept it. To test the principles he had discovered, Lu Shuai spent 20,000 points of monster reputation to acquire a beast god statue, discovering it had a vast area of influence over the entire army. The elder of the Su family listened to the gift lists and surveyed the meager offerings he had prepared, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was better than having nothing. It was at least a token of goodwill. Chapter 57. You cannot kill me, but you can scald me. After a few glances, Li Weiqi increasingly felt a sense of familiarity, though he had never truly encountered the monster before him. Its resemblance to the second-tier undead creature, Ghoul, showcased by players of the undead faction in the forums, was striking. Thus, is it true that demons created humanity? I can scarcely believe it. I feel as though many of my previously steadfast beliefs have been completely overturned. Pei Miaoju nodded, promptly rising to bow once more before following the servants of the Yu Wangfu out. Qing'er, explain how we deceived you. Be specific. Wu Darren could no longer contain himself, sternly stating. Old Zhou supported Chun Jie, gazing at the figure blocking their path, Huir, with a heavy sigh. Such treasonous words seemed to concern the emperor little. He suddenly comprehended the sentiment of being cast aside by a loved one. Li Weiqi immediately drew his sword and assumed a defensive stance. Given that his opponent dared to initiate an attack in the presence of numerous heroic units, they must possess considerable confidence and could not be underestimated. As the sun gradually descended in the west, Yu Tao approached, noticing Ruehua precariously carrying a full bucket of water toward the kitchen, and hurried to assist her. He did not inquire about how they arrived. Instead, he firmly asserted that someone must have brought them, convinced that they had an insider's assistance. Su Jing also glanced at Zhang Dahuan ahead, then whispered a few words in Yao Yan's ear. After listening, Yao Yan's expression improved significantly, and the look of fear gradually faded from her face. This scene truly left many spectators astonished. Even Lin Zi, who had just emerged, appeared somewhat bewildered. Night had already fallen, and the howling northern wind blew snowflakes, incessantly battering the outer walls of the carriage, producing a series of desolate and monotonous rustling sounds. Li Pozi and Li Laotu even voluntarily shared some of their cultivation doubts, hoping Yifan could offer some suggestions. In this lifetime, Fang Chen's aptitude was exceedingly poor, and with the limited spiritual energy in this space, he had yet to discover a suitable method to aid his cultivation. Rest assured, we will handle this matter. Jin Ling Shengmu nodded, noting that the people from Jiejiao were responsible for the equipment issues. Reallocating Sanshao to set up the Juku Huanghe array would not be a significant problem. It's nothing. If it were me, I would likely do the same. Well, I shall take my leave now. You are in charge of matters here, Li Xiaofan said with a smile. Thus, the deterrent effect of the contract's punishment entirely lost its efficacy on both parties, and the punishment naturally ceased to be regarded as such. Not only humans, but there were also numerous magical beasts drawn here, seemingly attracted by the rich energy of the Millennium Fire Spirit Mushroom, coming to enhance their own strength, a fortunate occurrence. Indeed, these spiritual stones are quite worthwhile. At the very least, I won't need to fear too much when facing other sex transformation realm cultivators next time. With this thought, Chen Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile as he walked towards his room. It is time for us to gather. I wonder what arrangements the team leader has, Yin Li remarked. The physique of the undead is inherently more robust than that of other professions. 100 points of damage inflicted on a Qianquan practitioner would only translate to about 30 points on an undead of the same cultivation level. Watching Wei Luanna lift the rear hatch of the floating cannon ship, she began tinkering inside, eventually pulling out several energy lines to fashion a rudimentary charging box, inserting the depleted energy combs to recharge them. As Lu Wanxin's personal bodyguard, he desperately wished to teach a lesson to this disrespectful individual before the family head. However, he couldn't deny that the fellow had a point. Since he couldn't gain any advantage from Chen Xiaofeng, he decided to change his approach. Just moments ago, when Lin Wu uttered the words fiancé, Alice felt an indescribable happiness surge within her, a feeling that left her in trance for quite some time. Since Team 4 did not enter the arena, they forfeited, and the top 3 teams in the group battle were settled. First, the Zijing Mercenary Corps. Second, the Tanlang Mercenary Corps. And third, the Zhongzhan team, which was led by Lu Lu. The High Army of Ma Yunmeng is meant to consolidate the influence of Ma Chao's family, while Claire's Scorpion Army can only be cultivated by her personally. Who else in the Qing Yi Army, besides her, He Qingming, can shoulder this responsibility? Upon returning to the academy, Han Fengxue took out the Holy Light Spear, feeling a chill enter her palm as she began practicing the Moonlight Spear technique. Following the manual's instructions, she practiced repeatedly, initially struggling, but gradually improving with each thrust. Everyone was swayed by the theory of the Red Fox, becoming increasingly indecisive. In an instant, Ren Xiao felt as though someone had struck his head, and he became considerably more alert. Yilan employed his Daoist spells to awaken Ren Xiao, who had been ensnared by the Red Fox's mesmerizing techniques. Jiang Fan and Yu Xiao had already devised their next plans, while only Pang Hao remained uncertain about what to do next. Oh, is that a spiritual weapon? Wow, there's even a switch. Why are you still using something meant for mortals? Mu Lingqing exclaimed as she discovered something peculiar, reaching out to touch the switch on the explosive stick. The reporters hidden in the shadows decided to abandon their concealment, boldly capturing their photographs. The significance of the talisman in hand slowly dissipated until it vanished into nothingness. Mo Shanshan gazed at the grim scene before her and the emaciated figure beside her, filled with a faint sense of bewilderment. The morning class was held in the microcomputer room, as our major is e-commerce, and some courses necessitate the use of computer operations. There were numerous outsiders, but few dared to approach, as Jiang Fan's combat prowess had already been demonstrated at the entrance of the secret realm. Without a considerable number of cultivators, none would dare to act. Chapter 58. Who can't play the delicate flower? Thank you, Josue Auntie, Chu Liuzheng sniffled, leaning against the soft pillow behind him. A glance around revealed many people in the room. Everyone who should be present was there, even Concubine Xin, who sat a short distance away on a stool, looking displeased, casting a glare in his direction when she caught his gaze. "What are you looking at?" The neglected Xiao Jingfan felt quite disgruntled. Typically timid before him, a stern word could easily pale her face. Yet he was unaware that she possessed the audacity to cause a ruckus in the Huaqing Palace. How could the laws of the world be transcended? No matter how powerful the divine technique, as long as one resides within a world, they must abide by that world's laws. What are laws? Simply put, they are rules. Moreover, transcending the laws of one world, everything that had just transpired felt exceedingly bizarre, leaving Qin Hao with an uncanny sensation. He was identical to those individuals. With no discernible differences, they were all human. When I finally managed to pry my eyes open and focus on the airship above me, I discovered that this black vessel was entirely obsidian, resembling a black lily. Compared to the agent's white patrol vehicles, the contrast in color was striking. "You want tea cooked for me? Are you planning to cook for that man instead?" The smile that once graced someone's lips had morphed into a cold smirk. A vibrant young man, with a bright future ahead of him, was on the verge of wilting, a truly heart-wrenching sight. "Who on earth are you?" Mayahara Kai exclaimed in shock. Although it had merely been a casual strike, if it had connected, it would have sufficed to eliminate an Earth Master. The sight of this figure in a black robe, appearing unscathed and calm, further unsettled him. 3. Jiku Huangquan Realm, 9 Lands, Guardian Deity, Xuanwu, Zhiming, Shunjun, Jinwu Dadi, transformed into 72, the ancestral shaman of the 12 Witches' reign. Upon witnessing this situation, the immovable king was filled with anxiety. During his travels, he had encountered many human masters. Through his efforts and negotiations, coupled with the hesitation of many dragons due to slaughter, discussions between humans and dragons were brought to the forefront. Gu Chan suddenly seemed to recall something, glancing at the North Star crystal ring on his hand, and then at the altar, exclaiming with delight. "In that courtyard of Luoxia, there's also a room. In Han Yi's courtyard, there's one as well. Would you like to stay?" Yun Wu inquired. Finally, he reached the top of the city wall and saw Jun Wuyo, clad in white, standing there. The front desk did not allow entry without a card swipe, so Tower 1 was refused entry. She had no choice but to call Qinjin to confirm her identity in front of the desk. "Sister Yi, you and my sister share a bond akin to that of sisters. I cannot blame you. My primary purpose for going this time is to rescue my sister," Lu Jiarui said, helping Yi up. Following the sound of a voice, I turned to gaze at the river, only to find a whirlpool had mysteriously formed in the center. "You are Guogua's father. Guogua wants to be with Daddy," said Chen Guogua, unable to grasp Qinjin's hand and instead tightly gripping his clothing. Since marrying Fu Yanzhou, there had never been a moment she felt as joyful about his presence as she did now. Lianbo Yanting, upon hearing others jest, would reveal a hint of a smile, even with a countenance colder than a millennium of ice. Chapter 59. One cannot live in restraint, nor die in restraint. Is this confinement directed at her? Rong Guifei's beautiful eyes widened, as if she intended to bore a hole into Xiao Jingfan's back. For the sake of a mere, insignificant seductress, His Majesty would actually confine her? Was he not trampling her dignity into the dust? "I shall not bid farewell to my sister." The observing Empress Zhong smiled gently. "Qiu Sui, escort Rong Guifei out." Qiu Sui stepped forward, bowing to Rong Guifei. "Your Highness." Students eagerly awaited the genius rankings, their expressions vividly reflecting the scene before them, witnessing Yang Ji lying unconscious on the ground. "Nevertheless, I am determined. 2 years. I shall succeed. I vow to give you a promise for a lifetime." Chang Fei, resolute within, decided to first gauge his wife's reaction. The cracks around the nameplate multiplied, becoming increasingly alarming, as they interconnected and radiated, making the world seem to tremble at its breaking point. Lin Xiao approached box 08. Pushing the door open to find Dong Yi and Bai Li Jishui seated at the round table, seemingly engaged in conversation. Yang Tian nodded. If Teacher Ji inquired about her phone call with her uncle, then he had indeed overheard it. Upon hearing the old man ask how Wu Zijian had learned of his identity as Professor Hao, Wu Zijian's expression dimmed, recalling his first encounter with Jia Yi. Chong Fei gently carried the startled He into the bathroom, washing away the remnants of yesterday, then dried him off before tucking him into bed. Wu Zijian felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing by Qi's first complaint to Fang Yuan. Sun Cheng had selected these two treasures, having perused the others, and without further delay, informed Meng Yao that they could depart. Endless thunder descended, yet all were absorbed by the chaotic giant egg surrounding Fang He, transforming into energy that infused his being. In the governor's office of Batavia, representatives from the Dutch, Spanish, and Portuguese congregated around a table. As Governor Anthony van Diemen spoke incessantly, "The more hands you hold, the stronger the aura," Bairuaju remarked thoughtfully. Seemingly crushed by this information, her face, once rosy from a touch of rouge, now could not conceal its pallor. She was unaware of Mo Zicheng's true identity and held no particular feelings toward her. However, Nie Zhu and she shared a connection with Bai Meng Mountain, having even crossed paths previously. The protein controlled the tattoo, curiously meandering around the various stalls, thoroughly enjoying the shopping experience. A beam of divine light, crossing in a cruciform pattern, seemed to part the heavens, revealing a faint shadow. When Su Lang and Gao Chun arrived at Yilan Fortress, they were taken aback by the sight of thousands of soldiers wielding picks and shovels, constructing defensive fortifications. Though the treasure of Tiandang Peak was likely cleared by the astute Lung Outyin using a diversion tactic, Li Bin, driven by curiosity, still wished to explore the treasure site himself. Su Lang felt overwhelmed. The issue in Vietnam must be resolved. Only with complete control over Vietnam could Yulin Bay claim a solid rear base. Otherwise, Hainan Island alone would not suffice. Yet Yi Yanqing was struck down by a giant claw, crashing violently to the ground. "Yao, are you asleep?" Upon entering, she found Song Yao already lying in bed. Bai Yuan glanced at the time. It was only 10 p.m., too early for Song Yao to be asleep. Chapter 60, each one more extraordinary than the last. This person was perfectly fine in the morning, neither ill nor in pain. A mere faint from sadness, and suddenly, how could they die unexpectedly? She clicked to view details. Poison? What the hell? Shun Jun Wang, you heartless bastard. After 20 years of marriage, you would act so coldly. The area beneath Kong Mang's feet was unknown to him. He only knew that after eliminating over 20 colonels and nearly 10 majors in transit, he finally arrived at the Liuhe Great Wilderness. The lightning mouse swiftly departed as Dari leaped down, heading straight for the flower pavilion in the back garden. At that moment, Lulu and her sister, along with Si Li, were still concocting the thunder-gathering magic circle. Over the past 3 days, Elena had gathered all the auxiliary materials for the magic circle, now only lacking the core. I understood he feared my poor table manners would embarrass him, so I complied with his wishes, taking a meatball with my chopsticks and placing it in my mouth. The reason Lu Huayan dared not act recklessly in my home was due to Ling Zhao's influence. After all, my father was Ling Zhao's teacher, and he would not dare raise his voice here. A purplish-red streak of light soared from afar, swiftly appearing beside him. Just as he called out, his voice faltered, and he followed the fate of the preceding two, pulled into darkness and silenced. This individual possessed both cunning and swordsmanship, unrivaled in Zhao. With a retinue of talented individuals and patrons from various regions, seemingly the most powerful figure in Zhao after the demise of Lord Zhaosheng. Perhaps her transformation emboldened me. After a moment, feeling discontent, I grasped her hand and led her to a more secluded spot, taking the initiative to touch her. Though Qin Yuan initially resisted, could she truly refuse? The terrifying wind blades twisted, engulfing even the figures of the first and second generations, as their bodies, resurrected from impure earth, disintegrated into fine dust. We must go there to find a new certification card. Only then can we release Gil and the others, Uchiha Madara declared. The bullet from my brother struck the fat dog in the abdomen. Whether the injury was severe or not was uncertain. But the fat dog clutched his belly tightly after firing once, blood seeping through his fingers, deep crimson. Everyone, lend me your remaining strength. We must expel this being that does not belong to this world. My power alone is far from sufficient. Straightening himself, Ling Xiao addressed the 7 chosen children. Let us have a proper discussion. There is no need for weapons. Huazi had already softened, realizing that the old beggar's gaze had remained unchanged, calm as still water, devoid of any vitality since he entered. Chapter 61. Too vivid. In Longyun courtyard, the dark medicinal broth emanated heat as Chu Liuzheng held his breath, drinking the bitter potion in one go, with a sourness that seemed to pierce his throat, reaching deep into his heart. Chu Liuzheng's face contorted, adjusting the bandage on his face, appearing both comical and pitiable. Summer Jiarui retrieved a piece of candy from her sleeve and placed it in Chu Liuzheng's mouth. Finally, the frown on his face eased slightly. With nothing to do at home, he might as well accompany Qi Yi to the company. He had initially planned to decline, intending to visit Qi Yi at the company in the afternoon, but unexpectedly his mother arrived. He believed that if he truly acted against Bailey, this world would undoubtedly retaliate. Hence Yang dared not let Lilia remain outside. Could it be? Long Tian glanced at the somewhat damp ground, feeling a vague sense of absurdity. Could such a situation truly invoke a serf? At that moment, Bloodsong also cast a glance at Mr. Gang, recognizing him as a member of Idlas, thus relying solely on tools to cast spells. The reason? Certainly, it was not just the ominous magical fluctuations emanating from a rift in the void. It was also due to the familiarity of that very magical energy. The formidable J, Chi N T N G L, gazed piercingly at the SHK duel, its colossal right claw radiating a blinding white light. In an instant, a thunderous clash erupted as it struck against the flame fist. If success eludes, temptations are cast. Should one acquiesce, it transforms into a threat. Such words are best reserved until after you have triumphed over me. Rinshur coldly snorted, dismissive, and unleashed a pokeball, summoning a gargantuan JZH I from the white luminescence, which let out a furious roar directed at LNGCH NJ Ing Bol. Yet, time has passed. The years have turned, and how has the once youthful and vibrant become so disheveled now? You fool, get as far away as you can. KNG withdrew her hand and struck the gambling table with a punch, causing it to shatter with a resounding crash, scattering chips and stakes across the floor. He furrowed his brow. Were there people from Team New York present? I had overlooked it. Had she not mentioned that Team New Jersey went to the J in Elling ruins? Was her insistence on going there truly for him? Perhaps Zhang Feng and I share similar motives, or perhaps we both rely on MIQ Ing to some extent. But I am indifferent. After all, defeating Zhang Feng brings me joy. We should depart quickly. Mdu recognized that at this moment, Ru X N felt shy and awkward, so he proceeded ahead, confident that she would follow, leading ZT and the others toward the nearby mountainous forest in search of medicinal herbs to cure Shi NGB. Regardless of your origins, perhaps we shall ultimately find ourselves on the same side. Shiwai, New Jersey, N remarked with an intriguing smile. In a society governed by economic discourse, the axiom that the economic base determines the superstructure holds true. In the future, the individual with greater capability and capital shall emerge as the true victor. Her heart grew increasingly uneasy, haunted by the image of his suffering during his episodes, which would uncontrollably invade her thoughts. Confronted with PLQY's spatial form and DYLK's temporal form, the overwhelming pressure left L-Anxi speechless. The atmosphere was thick with silence, so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping would be unmistakable. Ing uttered a single word before falling silent. Seemingly struggling to digest YN Kyunju's words, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her earlier irritability now subsiding as thoughts of YN Kyunju's statements lingered in her mind. Chapter 62. In a rage after acupuncture, Xiao felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, gesturing for WUNSH to take his leave. I take my leave, WUNSH said, shouldering his medicine box, as ZHUUND escorted him out, although it was merely a prescription to clear heat and quell fire. Matters concerning the Emperor are never trivial. Thus, WUNSH had to visit the Imperial Medical Institute, ensuring that the on-duty officials and physicians deemed it appropriate before administering the medicine to Xiao within the palace, after being attended to by the servants. Xiao washed up and, feeling drowsy, climbed into bed. Otherwise, one would not resort to such methods to enhance their strength. The tsunami technique I previously employed certainly inflicted pain upon those individuals, leading to the current situation where those who dared converse with me now hide beneath the surface of the water, too fearful to show their faces. Jian's Enki affectionately ruffled Jin Ruyu's hair, not displaying the anticipated sternness or rebuke. The auxiliary intelligence brain can stimulate human physiological functions, enhancing perception and strength to a certain degree. This enhancement correlates with evolution levels. As the higher the level, the more effective the stimulation, potentially pushing human combat capabilities to their zenith. The crowd initially felt puzzled, but upon seeing the hand-carried suitcase in Hiyin's possession, their eyes ignited with fervor. The guards recoiled, covering their faces in astonishment as they gazed at Lyfn. Yet, he remained motionless, still as bread. He then made several phone calls before heading straight to the office of the police chief, clutching the wanted notice. In light of this, I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request, but I have a condition. Su Oyin's eyes glimmered with a sudden brightness, her demeanor shifting from earlier dominance, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. This is impossible. Ing was astonished to see his many celestial demons unable to even approach. W11 with his vast knowledge, recognized the black circle beneath Ling's feet, pondering whether it resembled a demon-suppressing barrier or a curse. Ing grasped the situation, nearly exploding with fury. If he knew how arduous it was for her to safeguard this affection, would he feel even a flicker of gratitude? Yet, what use is the gratitude of a man whose heart is not with her? QQ summoned 2 nearby guards, instructing them to take the muddied individual away and lock them up, while she approached Su Y's annihilation. My choice to traverse the sea of humanity stems from LDH. With him, my protection reaches a heightened level, allowing me to confidently subdue ghosts. Unlike Q, who smiles and inquires, seemingly mocking Gudi, she is not that type of person. This is merely her way of expressing concern. At that moment, Ho and MSH finally prepared their juniors, hundreds of enormous ink dragons roaring as they charged into the battlefield, reducing the demonic soldiers to ashes in their wake. I too nodded with a smile, asking the elder to keep an eye on LY. This tent is opaque, shielding us from sunlight during the day, ensuring that even during the day, it is not an issue for ghosts. This tent was custom-made by Sich in LI upon our departure. RW and NDL squinted, abruptly pulling the triggers of their guns, pinning LSHing between them, aiming at the surroundings. He then spurred his horse forward, the youthful and handsome silhouette more captivating under the sun's rays. Ultimately, the elder stepped in to smooth things over, allowing the matter to pass without further incident. During the competition, he could choose to send Zhong Zhichen into battle or select a designated warrior. Chapter 63. This child cries excessively. Duke O landed a few punches, causing blood to flow from SHNJNWang's nose. He struggled to articulate something, but Duke O offered no opportunity. His eyes reddened as his fists rained down relentlessly. The elder, a veteran despite being over 60, still practiced daily, possessing considerable strength that several ministers could not restrain. The military official stood by, some even cheering in support. SHNYNZ, afflicted by his madness, had previously sent someone to our Angjing to procure 2 Tian mountain snow lotuses from a herbal merchant, spending 200,000 taels of silver for the pair. SHNYNCH. Do not blame me for being so heartless. I merely wish to avoid prolonging our relationship, as I dislike dragging things out. Now, confirming the location of the spirit spring pool will likely be quite challenging. These 2 ancient fellows from W11NZ have set their sights on this. It is not as simple as one might think. Nonetheless, I must devise a means to resolve this matter. Otherwise, escaping will not be easy. Congressman W. and Uncle T. O stood to leave, and although P. YYN and T. O. H. wished to intervene, they hesitated to speak up, as it was the wish of their elders. The subsequent space must either be constructed of gold and iron or consist of extraordinarily hard stone, certainly not resembling tomb bricks. Yoch worried for Princess Shying, but worry proved futile. She could not endure the torment in her stead, and all she could do was pray for her recovery. Having said that, regardless of the media's reactions, she pushed into the room, followed closely by Li, an invisible force shoving the reporters aside, leaving them bewildered as they gazed at the tightly shut door, ultimately departing in silence. The fireworks lasted 3 minutes, and as they faded, the lights illuminated, revealing H's figure at the center of the stage. Yuanxin felt somewhat reassured as she gazed at Sendai, her expression softening, showing less indifference toward Jier. However, it was regrettable. Her attempt to orchestrate an accident on the highway was perhaps overly ambitious. Ling Chen's possession of the locking spirit ring was no longer a secret, and now all eyes were directed towards the two Wu Lang stomach sacks. "Uncle Zheng, we shall take our leave and provide you with an answer tomorrow," Tang Long declared, preparing to depart, with Li San following suit. Luo Ling was poised to slay the human-faced demon spider when a scream caught her attention. She turned to see a disciple of the National Guardian being flung away by the tail of a venomous demon python. Upon learning that Shunta was her son, the witch was overwhelmed by shock and fainted, subsequently being rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Meanwhile, she offered advice to Chunhu, lamenting that if the truth were indeed as it appeared, her regrets would be too late. The elder spoke, casually retrieving a pearl from his pocket, lacking even a box, and handed it to Yingfeng. Filled with joy, Yingfeng eagerly accepted it and bowed in gratitude to the elder. Following this, a collection of elixirs was revealed, comprising various mid to high-grade pills, most of which were directly refined by Mu Qiu, along with some gifted by her master. Su Zhe and Leng Yin felt somewhat numbed, as they beheld an abundance of rare treasures that Mu Qiu had amassed. In Chapter 64, Medicine Package, Xiao Jingfan raised his hand. "No need for formalities. Please take a seat." Immediately, a young eunuch brought a chair, which was adorned with 2 layers of soft cushions, assisting the Duke of Zhao to sit down. Having just received a beating, the Duke found little comfort even with the cushions beneath him. Yet, considering it was the Emperor's grace, he gritted his teeth and bore the discomfort. The elder Zhao in the crowd was moved to tears, lamenting, "Father, you have suffered for the sake of the entire Duke's residence." Hua Tingshan was startled and quickly stepped forward to remove her shoes, revealing her snow-white feet marred with redness. She had exploited the inner court to sabotage Su Ani's plans, yet never dissuaded him, allowing him to sink deeper into his predicament. "Enough, since you have stated it thus. You shall act as a mediator and visit the Wanshun Mountain Conference." Li Shimin waved dismissively. The path here was not far. We had already missed the optimal moment for escape. However, it mattered little, as Shang Yi Dao had regained his cultivation, and I had also advanced, providing us with an opportunity to strike them unprepared. A large truck suddenly lost control, barreling towards Jiang Huiyun in the passenger seat, the specter of death looming as she squeezed her eyes shut in terror. The opposing forces comprised 1 individual at the 6th rank of the Immortal King and 2 at the 5th, with the rest below that level, posing little threat to Meng Zifen. Therefore, should Meng Zifen find the opportunity to severely injure the 3 strongest opponents, there remained a chance for the other 2 to escape. Upon hearing Lan Qinchue's confusion, Guyu exchanged a glance with Jiang Xiao, both sharing an expression of disbelief. Huang Fuchuan was in no position to father a child. The one that knight noblewoman carried was likely his last. "What need do you have for such a sum of money?" Being unable to leave, Lin Xingyue remarked with a teasing smile, prompting Yao Yuan to finally discern Lin Xingyue's stance. As the national princess, Li Xining indeed had the qualifications to represent the Shun Ying dynasty, yet Shen Roshue did not immediately acquiesce, considering her standing within Lin Yun's sect was not comparable to Li Xining's in the Shun Ying dynasty. "My goodness, foundational cultivation is not as common as cabbages. Many practitioners are stuck at the completion of qi training," she mused, although they had all entered the inner sect, where the sect would carefully nurture them. These 3 had just recently completed qi training and still needed several years to establish their foundation. As he finished speaking, the children promptly wrote the 4 characters on their sandboards. with the first child of each row presenting theirs for Lu Jiarui to evaluate before they proceeded to check the handwriting of the others. Bai Su nodded, and shortly after, Xiao Yu stood up from her chair and walked outside. Lin Jianxian raised the fire extinguisher, and before the server could react, he swiftly smashed the lock off the chain. Setting the fire extinguisher aside, he untangled the intertwined iron chains and pushed the door open, feeling a pang of heartache as if it were about to burst. After all, Huang Jiyun was a significant minister of the court, a loyal aide. It was not something the imperial physicians could easily coerce. The situation of the Grand Prince's consort was also worsening. The thought of the young crown prince pained the empress, who moved her lips, wanting to send Yu to fetch Huang Jiyun for a consultation. Yet the words remained unspoken. In Chapter 65, leaving items behind, Mo Ming had barely stepped out the door before being fixated upon by fierce exotic beasts, their eyes gleaming with malice, their features gradually contorting into grotesque visages, revealing their sharp fangs without launching an attack. In truth, the early phase of the concert was relatively more manageable, as the venues were comparatively close together. Had it been in the past, even with merits and the utmost effort to refine for growth, absent any limitations, it would have taken him 200 to 300 years to reach the 7th level of perfection. However, fundamentally, the reason behind these individuals' eagerness to present gifts stemmed from their fear of retribution from Mo Ming. At that moment, Liang Rong and the others surged forward to register, while the staff efficiently maintained order around them. Those from the Bai Jia group, such as Zuo Xian and Zhang He, did not need to register, as their names were already recorded. Fortunately, after that recent strike, Zuo Xian's level had risen to 24, resulting in a qualitative enhancement in both stamina and combat power. Moreover, having slain 27 monsters, he could still reap substantial rewards. Rationally, Ding Zhu was inclined to believe that Qin Gu had misunderstood the explanation, yet her intuition suggested otherwise. The purple electric arc, now infused with dark matter particles, had grown significantly more potent, with the power of a single release surpassing that of 100 before. In the midst of the commotion, the elder raised a heavy metal block weighing several tons with his foot and sent it flying towards Xiongqi with a single palm strike. Master, please do not say that. All of this was merely a series of accidents, and you cannot be held accountable. Zhang Yi consoled. Please depart for now. There may come a time when I require your assistance. I have more pressing matters to attend to, and it is best if you do not disturb me. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. Whatever could be deemed a significant trouble for Elder Tsangming had undoubtedly surpassed his capacity to manage. After a brief contemplation, he made a decision. The number of ferocious beasts had surged alarmingly, with their presence expanding rapidly, leaving Chongning and the others with no avenue for retreat. On his not particularly robust chest, where deep knife wounds should have been, there were merely bloodstain marks. Where were the wounds? Pray tell, what is your true name? Ji Youngying suddenly inquired fluently in Mandarin. Xiao Zhang's gaze remained fixed on the rabbit, serving as the test subject, as time slipped by without the creature exhibiting any symptoms. In truth, one had to thank Hitler and Xiongqi. Had it not been for the infatuated Hitler, unwilling to relinquish his life, striving with all his might to maintain his life signs and remain in a state of apparent death, he would have long departed. At this moment, the number of spectators observing the battle had indeed increased compared to before, making the atmosphere increasingly lively. However, the onlookers did not interfere with one another. Though they were all aware of each other's presence, they chose not to acknowledge it, for they were all astute individuals. In fact, he had already prepared the slideshow for Qin Feng, having Summer Nian created, one to validate her work capability, and the other he genuinely wished to challenge her. No need for concern. Lu Shan is a hooer, holding a significant position. I find him amusing yet loyal, hence I adopted him as my godson. He frequently visits the capital, so it matters little whether we meet today or not. Yang Guifei waved her hand dismissively. The so-called high platform is merely a slightly flattened expanse of yellow clay slope, yet it rises prominently, extending outward, offering a panoramic view of the entire Huaqing Palace. At this moment, Guoshi is meticulously observing the Liyuan pavilion situated below, his mind engaged in calculations. In the front row, Zhang Ji wears an impassive expression, slowly raising his right hand, while the crossbowmen behind him uniformly raised their arms in response. Lu Qingxi lies beside her, tilting his body, resting her head in the crook of his neck, speaking in a hushed tone, while Yuan trembles uncontrollably, a reflex beyond her control. Thunder rumbles and flashes. A violent crack reverberates through Yi Han's back, a wave of unbearable pain surging through him. His body hovers mid-air, trembling violently. Had it not been for the golden armor protecting him, this strike might have cleaved him in two. After Li Yu departed from the trio, he took out his phone to make a call, but as before, the device indicated it was turned off. One opportune moment for this Xian. Is there nothing that can be discussed tomorrow? Xiao Yi expressed his frustration, yet he understood that Wang Yu's visit must pertain to urgent matters. Following a report from the soldiers, He-Man, accompanied by the commanding officers, arrived at the city wall, facing the ire of the soldiers below. As Li Jian departed, Lu Yi glanced at the furrowed brow of Su Shu, who was pained on Dian Wei's back, and after a nod of acknowledgement to Dian Wei, they proceeded together toward the village. In Chapter 66, Exceeding Standards, while on the way, Kaiju noticed her poor complexion and gently urged, "My lady, I have heard that His Majesty has summoned many ministers for discussions. It must be a truly busy time for state affairs. So busy that he cannot spare a moment to see me?" Zhu Hanyu's tone was tinged with urgency. Her sudden elevation in status left her feeling uneasy if she could not meet the Emperor again. "My lady, please be cautious with your words." Kaiju scanned their surroundings, relieved to find no one eavesdropping. Tang Lily felt a bittersweet smile within. She had intended to avoid Zhou Qingxuang, yet fate had other plans. If Zhou Qingxuang were connected to this matter, her image would inevitably linger in his mind. Yet, what right did she have to prevent Kang Xiao from pondering Zhou Qingxuang? A wry smile crept on her face. In truth, she merely wished to tease him, to frighten him a little. His steps continued to press forward with vigor, forcing her to retreat gradually. This is an economic war, aimed at thoroughly stifling the economic development of the Wokoku, rendering their existence increasingly arduous. For every merchant from Wokoku, we possess superior competitors. Without foreign currency earnings, how will they procure oil, cotton, ore, rubber, metals, and other war supplies? The Kaifeng Military Conference primarily involved the Fifth Theater and the command headquarters. This meeting's purpose was to deliberate on future combat strategies. During this conference, Ding Xiaoyi met the commanders of the 64 divisions in the Fifth Theater, witnessing firsthand their conduct and demeanor. Li Shimin sought to avoid provoking such a formidable adversary as Meng Changsheng, and thus aligned his words with Meng Ye's intentions, directly attributing the matters regarding Wu Meinyang and Li Jian's marriage to the Tianxin sacred altar. Xian Yuan Yi Yen had previously observed that the probing awareness sweeping through the room appeared every quarter of an hour. In a moment of urgency, Lu Chao inhaled deeply, employing his lightness skill to pursue, ultimately closing the distance to less than 5 zhang from his target as the horse reached the mountain's precipice, its labored movements betraying exhaustion. The handsome uncle chuckled softly, his gentle smile rendering those in black cloaks around him speechless. "If your words are indeed truthful, how coincidental can this be? It feels as though someone has orchestrated these events, but why?" Tang Lily mused aloud. Although Xian Yuan Long Fei had informed him of Xian Yuan Yian's formidable combat prowess, he remained uneasy without witnessing it firsthand. Long Ping Fan felt immense joy upon hearing this. He had initially thought that the elixir was a gift to the Sun family, never expecting a turn of events. As for the danger, practitioners often risk their lives for opportunities. The old man, perceptive enough to sense Tian Yin's fury, quickly grasped Mo Fan's arm, seeking refuge behind him. Suffering grave injuries twice is not as simple as addition. Such tactics for overcoming foes could hardly be overlooked, yet despite his attempts, he could not land a blow on the opponent. When the middle-aged man unleashed his aura, revealing his fire attribute elemental force, the two by his side eagerly praised him, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd. The only scene that pierced my heart was when Lin Jia kissed the male second lead. I simply could not bear it. And then I thought of the Empress kissing another, leaving me utterly bewildered. Chun Ting was also taken aback. In that instant, the power unleashed by the Thunder Mother was overwhelming. Even he could not withstand it. Yet after that strike, not only would the Thunder continent face decline, but the Thunder Mother herself would likely exhaust her lifespan, perishing in the process. In Chapter 67, one's hand may not feel pain, but social death can be fatal. Performing well would present them with an excellent opportunity to establish their image. Failing to do so would hinder future efforts to portray the nation as a technological powerhouse. In the villa, old Master Xia observed the departing figures of the two with a complex expression. Yi Zhenan's countenance darkened as well. After all, this was the Yi family, and Chen Kai's recent actions left him feeling humiliated. However, Lord Lin seemed oblivious to the implications of his actions, choosing to pursue the role of commander rather than scholar. In the world of martial arts, countless individuals find themselves trapped at a bottleneck due to incompatible skills or inadequate cultivation methods. Bulletin au clock. Various pieces of information regarding the victims were laid out in the criminal investigation team's office. Simultaneously, nearby partners shouted frantically as gunfire erupted like sparks, continuously firing and causing the beasts to howl in distress, retreating relentlessly. Just after wrapping up filming, Guo Fan was communicating with the editing department about the new promotional video content. Wen Exun lifted her gaze, casting a suspicious glance at Yan Fei, then fixing her eyes on Kai Yin, who hurriedly turned her head away, feigning indifference. What if the syringe contained a powerful anesthetic, one so concentrated that even 10 elephants would succumb to its effects? Songji opened the car door and stepped out, while Lu Jinyuan, aware of being discovered, followed suit. Engaging in comment spamming was not a task she'd waste time on. Her colleague happened to want to learn the procedure, so she taught it to her, but only in exchange for help with her own comments. The alley was desolate, bathed only in the blood-red moonlight, and the earlier scene felt like a fleeting dream. Now vanished. Looking down, she noticed a silver lock ring had been fastened around her right wrist unbeknownst to her. Furthermore, as the smoke ascended, Xia Lan's vision blurred, prompting him to lead everyone to another location for viewing. Chu Liuzheng was unwilling to comply. She knew that if she stepped outside, this lecherous old man would surely devour He Lian alive. Is it truly unseemly? Lu Jinyuan, observing Yi Ning's laughter, walked over to the full-length mirror, scrutinizing his attire that seemed out of place, frowning slightly as he prepared to remove it, only to be repeatedly stopped by Yi Ning. Consequently, the originally planned expeditionary force of 15,000 from the Hongsha royal family was reduced to 7,000. Reluctantly, the king had to withdraw 3,000 soldiers from the royal private army to make up the numbers to 10,000. I support the leader's decision. If we do not eradicate the root, it will eventually pose a hidden danger. At this moment, Luo Yume spoke, uttering words that took everyone by surprise. The violent aura enveloping him surged, erupting with his movements. A blue ribbon of light elongated behind him, appearing both shadowy and ethereal. His so-called execution concealed a significant premise. He was a sorcerer posing a grave threat to the world and its people. Lu Tianyu sensed an unusual atmosphere in the flower chain today. In the past, although she maintained a cold demeanor, she would never have addressed others in such a tone. These warlords were certainly not to be taken lightly. Moreover, Su Yang was indifferent to the rise or fall of the jade materials, as a higher price would only benefit him. With the stocks of Chung Ku S Jade and Su Yang S shares, as Mark mentioned, the dividends promised a substantial sum. Finally, after a brief moment of calm, Chi Hei eyes ponder how to resolve this matter flawlessly. Since they were now enemies, the Morgan family would not permit such a significant threat to persist. It was imperative to eradicate it at its inception, denying Xiao Yunfei and Xiao Tu any time or opportunity to break through. This merely indicated that one's observational skills required enhancement. Zhai Mo dismissed Murong's remarks with indifference. Internally cursing his bad luck, Ru Mo heard a crackling sound and then, in a daze, saw a cold light rushing towards her. Instinctively, she dodged, causing the cold light to crash to the ground. The black pig appeared somewhat mournful, believing that he and Ru Mo shared similar sentiments. However, Blue, it would be best if you refrain from inquiring further. Just know that he deeply loves Jin Xian. As the black pig spoke of Tianling, he appeared to share his own hidden sorrows, his face reflecting profound sadness. The young master was benevolent and magnanimous. With his ascension, Qian City held hope. Yet should he decline, the city would be doomed. The soldiers expressed their fervor, fearing that if the sinful disciple did not respond, disappointment would ensue. Xiao Baoan lifted his wine bowl, drinking absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed on Ru Mo, conveying an ambiguous emotion, seemingly suppressing a torrent of rage. Boan Rue, what troubles you? Why are you silent? His sudden silence struck her as peculiar. Luo Yu, may I thank you in person? Fear not. I shall not take much of your time. Just a few minutes will suffice. Once the call connected, Tang Royale smiled and addressed him directly. Indeed, I harbor feelings for Liang Wang and Xiao Yan. Since my entrance into the palace, I have been unable to extricate myself from this infatuation. Though I have tried to suppress it, I find myself incapable. Exine Mo trembled as tears streamed down her face. Chapter 68. The occasionally rebellious Emperor Your Majesty has arrived. A familiar sharp voice echoed from outside the door, startling Chu Liuzheng, who sat up in bed without even using his hands for support. What on earth? The tyrant has come? I looked disheveled. Would it be deemed inappropriate for an audience? Chu Liuzheng was attempting to salvage the situation when, unexpectedly, the door was flung open by Xiao Anzi, and Xiao Jingfan strode in with a graceful demeanor. Simultaneously, Tang Zhe and his entourage approached the forest near the tranquil lake village, having traversed the outskirts of the Taimon mountain range. The Ling family had only 10 days left. After that, life and death would be determined. In such a critical moment of survival, who could remain unburdened? The underground dark world faced its own crises, with the confined environment amplifying the fury of the hurricane, causing destruction far more severe than that on the surface. Many subterranean realms were breached, connecting with the surface and revealing the terrifying figure of the nightmarish King K. Plunging all into despair, Fei Luan wielded his blade, engaging in battle with several agile feline beastmen scouts, the situation appearing relaxed as he navigated it with ease. In the realm of cultivation, Ling Yun had once survived a celestial-level killing formation, possessing absolute confidence in his understanding of formations. She was frightened. Such occurrences were not new to Yu Zixue. Last time, she had also fainted unexpectedly, even more severely than this instance. Not only the thermal molecules, but also photons, particles, and atoms fell under the sway of the vast energy, yet this energy lacked a dominant consciousness, presenting a state of stillness, not stillness of itself. But in relation to the universe, it was motionless. The flurry of monthly tickets was Lu's dream, ideally landing in my pocket, I promptly expressed my desire to seek help from the New Jiao Gang, only to be informed by the steward that the deputy leader of New Jiao Gang was the nephew of Shun Wansan. He even threatened that if I wished to avoid ruin, I should tread carefully. Chen Shui seethed with resentment. Zhang Yuan's limit was originally at the 9th layer of qi condensation, but unexpectedly ascended to the foundation establishment realm within the gathering spirit formation. Thus he had no need for that fruit. However, now returning home and preparing to reunite with his beloved, he could not help but consider her feelings. Several men in black suits captured Zhao Peng and others, rendering them entirely incapable of resistance, even unable to shout or curse. Du Jiaqi waved his hand, and after the captives nodded respectfully, one man dragged 2 limp individuals away, swiftly clearing the scene. The onlookers in the hall watched her anxiously, as the overwhelming aura of despair emanating from Chu Yinxiao raised concerns about her ability to endure. After 5 jarring clangs of metal meeting metal, Zhang Liao felt his arm go numb. He steadied himself by leaning on his sword, retreating 3 steps before regaining balance. He was unaware of how fearsome his expression of anger had been at that moment. He had practiced swordsmanship in the manor until the afternoon, which had calmed his emotions significantly. The beast path summoned spirit beasts simultaneously, splitting hounds and rhinos, charging towards the distant Kalabi. Suddenly, the view before him expanded. A grand city stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, the sky a tapestry of clouds, with Taihua Mountain cloaked in ethereal mist, while Hucking City below exuded an air of time's passage. Ji Xingji accepted the subway ticket, inexplicably agreeing to a meal that sounded like a disadvantageous deal. Chapter 69. A sight to behold, however. Did they send someone into the palace overnight to summon the imperial physician? Has Gu Zetian's poison taken effect? Isn't there still half a month? Why has the poison acted so swiftly? Chu Liuzheng, curious, couldn't resist quietly accessing the system. Just a glance, he thought. Upon hearing this inner thought, Xiao Jingfan relaxed. Success. Thanks to this woman's folly, he had finally found an opportunity to steer the conversation elsewhere. Chu Liuzheng, like a thief, rummaged through the system. The musicians of the Huaxia Symphony Orchestra were of exceptional caliber. Only the elite could gain entry, and the nation placed great importance on this competition. The sleeping baby nearby remained oblivious to the unfamiliar sounds that had suddenly emerged in her sensitive hearing. They responded affirmatively, drying her hands and preparing to wash the elder brother's clothes. Otherwise, her sister-in-law would surely complain to their mother-in-law. Xiaochen noticed that Sushi did not believe his words and was about to say something when Sushi's phone suddenly rang. He glared resentfully at Yin Nan's phone, thinking that if it weren't for him enlisting Yu Ku to confront him, he would not have been cleaning the school restroom. Consequently, a series of events would not have unfolded, all stemming from this individual before him. Yi Yunfei coldly fixed his gaze on the Jiufang Guild. Today, he intended to erase the guild from Shanghai. Chengbo appeared somewhat puzzled, while Teng Yui hurried to have Chun Rong retrieve the man's robe and cap, preparing for a disguise. Upon seeing Du Yifei delay in joining him, Xiao Shuren approached and overheard Yi Mei's disparagement of Du Yi. Aside from Yin Ruojuan, Yi Tingmo, Lin Jiahao, and Peng Yu, who hailed from the most prestigious families, the class also included numerous students with considerable influence. Yet on the first day of school, the young masters and ladies were all quite well behaved. For many, this night is destined to be sleepless. Yet the overtime pay is substantial enough to ease the burden, as others will take over once the album is released. Are you concerned? He draws closer to her, his eyes brimming with mirth, mimicking the languid motion of pistons. A captivating spectacle is about to unfold. Jia Mu Ran smiles like a cunning fox, malice glimmering in his gaze, for the forthcoming formation conceals a deeply intricate mechanism. With a thud, she plummets down. The moment she hits the ground, her heart races violently, her mind momentarily clouded. When she regains her senses, she finds herself sprawled on the ground, every inch of her body aching, stars flashing before her eyes, as if she heard the sound of a bone fracturing somewhere within. No, upon reflection, she realizes she possesses numerous treasures that would make even masters envious. Feng Nanyang seems to possess an uncanny ability to see into the hearts of men, his judgment of character remarkably accurate. The title of fortune teller is far from unwarranted. The two individuals before her clearly harbor no ill intentions. Upon encountering her in-laws, they exhibit an overwhelming warmth. Yet her presence incites a fury in Hua Jinyu. I have distanced myself from you to such an extent. If I do not exert more effort, how can I ever hope to catch up to your pace? It has only been a week since departing from the Yaozu tribe, and my elder brother has remained in the imperial city all this time. As she approaches the bridge, she indeed spots a shadow beneath it, which promptly begins to climb up upon noticing her. Li Jing Zhao's endeavors against the tyrants have adversely affected his own business, leading to a significant decline in the purchasing power of luxury goods. Junior brother, your name is Mu Fan, a disciple of Tian Yuan, Zhongzhi Yunpeak. We met in a cave. Lu Oxian heir attempts to awaken Mu Fan's memories. Feng Zikai glances at the soldiers by his side, who have loyally guarded this southwestern region for many years. With the blood supplement powder enhancing his vitality, he had just unleashed a powerful palm strike, resulting in a 1-point increase in the progress of the Baiyuan palm technique. Chapter 70, A Disastrous Defeat. The capital of Shenghua is home to two renowned establishments of indulgence, namely Wanfang Lu and Chunman Yuan. The ladies of Wanfang Lu come in all shapes and sizes, appealing to both refined and rustic tastes. They can engage in conversations ranging from poetry and philosophy to drinking games, catering to guests from scholars to common laborers, as long as one can afford a cup of tea. Of course, the services of the flower girls come at a different price. A cup costs 2 taels of silver. Zhu Dao Rong did not inquire how Su Yu knew that Tanshan was hidden in Benwu Temple. While the matter is confidential, it is not uncommon for people in Shu to be aware, and one loose tongue could lead to its disclosure. Nevertheless, Xiao Wan's enthusiasm for certain matters remains unabated, especially upon encountering Nobel laureates, prompting her to wish for a meaningful exchange with them. still lingering at Foster's for discussions. Indeed, the entire process involves the tree of life, drawing the finest souls from the mineral realm and the world of white short rods, and through its own means of propagation, bringing them forth. Plucking a leaf and flicking it with her fingers, she cast a vigilant glance. Noticing Su Yu slightly nodding before retreating to the other side, forming a vigilant stance with Su Yu to monitor the movements within the residence. Collective punishment does not embody the spirit of law, yet Su Yu has no choice. In times of chaos, stringent measures must be employed to eradicate such tendencies from the outset, lest it devolve into a tool for purging dissenters. With Lu Jiarui's assistance, Qi Ying swiftly eliminated all cultivators, save for the 3 from Tunlong Zone, within a mere 2 hours, disposing of them all in Su Xian Yuan. Such an outcome is indeed commendable, all thanks to Yuan Gong's benevolent governance, as Su Yu mused while casting a casual glance at Feng Tong. Pondering, I have made my hints so overt. If you remain unresponsive, Yuan Jie must truly be blind to select such a dim-witted individual as a trusted aide. None have ever witnessed such a colossal dragon, and its aura is incomparably more formidable than that of ordinary dragon clans. Huzi assumed a commanding de menor, instructing me to follow his lead. We both slipped through the fence, and I took my seat in the back of the Audi, while Huzi settled into the passenger seat. Although I was contemplating how to extricate him from the ruins, when this scene unfolded, Conan let out a gentle sigh. Tang Juan remained largely untouched by the event, yet the figures behind him had already succumbed to nausea, suppressing their retching in the hall. Do not kill him, Qinjun. Amidst the ensuing chaos, as everyone harbored their own thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone. Is President Pang in danger? I hope Zhu Qi and Wu De are truly safe. Feng Ling turned to Sister Meng, exhaling deeply, as they prepared to close up around 6. A dapper young man in a suit, around 25 or 26, pushed the door open. Li Chunsha felt a wave of unease wash over him. Truth be told, he was not prepared for enrollment in the Cosmic Academy or Taoist training. Could it be yet another bizarre incident? This sudden tattoo left her bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Li Chunsha remarked that he recalled a painting in his sea of consciousness, from which he gleaned a mere fragment of understanding of the essence of fire. Thus, it is certain that there exists a legacy concerning the cultivation of such principles within the vast universe. They then proceeded to change the sheets and blankets, enticing Yin Rongshi to take a bath, of course with his accompaniment. Chapter 71. Anticipating this day, they both turned their heads simultaneously. Leading the group was a man clad in a red flying fish robe, wielding a beautifully embroidered spring knife, who smiled at the masked figure. It has been a while. Han Zhu, I trust you have been well? The masked man stared at him, momentarily taken aback, before gently sighing and slowly removing his mask. With a prominent nose and full lips, his appearance was undeniably that of Han Ruoyu, the head of the Ministry of Justice. He inclined his hand towards Xiehui, remarking, the Jin Wei truly possesses remarkable skills. I admire your prowess. Tianxing nodded in agreement, stepping forward to stab the back of the sovereign's hand with his silver needle. This time, the flying sword merely stirred against the sovereign's chest a few times before settling into stillness. Water Ink, feeling a pang of guilt, bit her lip, furrowing her brows, wishing to offer some words of comfort to Shui Lu, but was at a loss for where to begin. So she silently accompanied Shui Lu in search of Tianxing's whereabouts. The leader of the Yu Ming sect chuckled coldly, then unleashed a barrage of dark energy orbs, each infused with a terrifying force of annihilation. I instructed Wang Hong to empty his pockets. Initially reluctant, he ultimately withdrew the money, only to drop it in shock upon realizing it was all ghost money, the winnings from the previous night transformed into spirit currency. Mo Qiong Yin mused that it was unlikely. The creature known as Mother of the Swamp likely bore some semblance to the Mother of the Earth. Subsequently, she prioritized handling today's affairs with a phone and computer, arranging matters based on urgency. Next, it was time to address Zhang Wuqing's call and Luo Jing's email. Could it be true that they had captured Luo Jing and several noblewomen? Zhao Shu observed his rare, serious demeanor and found it amusing, saying, engaging in private duels within the camp is tantamount to insubordination. Such actions warrant execution, and leniency is not an option. Bring him out. Immediately, 2 soldiers responded to the command, dragging Yifeng out. Jiang Yilin nodded, truly feeling that joy rejuvenates the spirit, alleviating her worries about her grandmother's well-being, who had been increasingly mired in memories of the past, leading to a decline in health. After savoring a bite of pigeon meat, tender and flavorful, it was indeed a squab. Only such a delicacy could achieve such tenderness. Look at my forgetfulness, she mused. Sister Dohua promptly presented a wooden tray laden with prepared delicacies. Had Chenmu not been circling without entering the Gray Realm, he would have already rid himself of these individuals. Who you are is of little consequence. At this moment, Lu Shang heard Long Juan's words, which were imbued with an unprecedented coldness and depth. This revelation astonished Long Juanza, as Bai Ling's cultivation had far exceeded their initial expectations. However, it was unlikely that they could remain in this position indefinitely. It was time to proceed. Chenmu felt he had exercised sufficient caution, so he began to descend along the rock face, opting not to leap down using lightness skills. Shi Yanwu, accustomed to being dominant, would never show hesitation before others. Otherwise, how could he navigate the social circles of this area in the future? Moreover, with distinguished guests at the residence today, boasting that the affairs of the Zhong County Brotherhood were entirely under his family's control would only serve to undermine his own authority. Previously, Lan Linger had captivated the audience with a dazzling pole dance in her own venue, creating quite a sensation. Chao Bin surveyed the relaxed and untroubled troops of the chitin, then glanced at his own weary and demoralized forces behind him, feeling a wave of despair wash over him, prompting him to order a retreat. Where is Mu Chun? Are you all at home? What about Chairman Shi? Su Ran anxiously inquired, fearing that Mu Chun might once again fall victim to Shi Li's scheming. Chapter 72. To stir the pot. Cheng Shi could hardly believe how cold-hearted her son had become. Her maternal family wished to defend their honor, insisting they acted out of self-preservation rather than malice. Repeatedly, she sang softly to herself, while Chun Fu listened in silence, his gaze distant, gradually finding tranquility. The wild grass spread across the area, with stones covered in moss. The structures within the garden were askew, their windows and doors warped, ensnared by cobwebs. In the imperial palace, such a place could only be deemed a deserted garden. When one chuckled coldly, they were indeed perceptive. If they lingered too long, they might find it impossible to leave. Those who dared to harm the Jiang siblings must be prepared for severe retribution. One could only wonder if they had devised a strategy for their defense. The messenger arrived at the Gue garden, promptly reporting with tension. Fu Yuni exchanged a glance with Shen Wang, both nodding to one another. Then, Fu Yuni rose, casually adjusting his attire before stepping out to greet Zhou Buan. He certainly would not search for him room by room, instead opting to head to Fu Yuni's courtyard. Once antagonistic, the two now found themselves growing closer within the tribe, as if a special bond had formed between them. Before he could finish speaking, a vine emerged from nowhere and struck him across the cheek, tearing away a piece of flesh. The suddenness of this event was entirely unexpected, causing Wen Wan to reflexively accept a handful of flowers when they were thrust upon her, only to feel awkward upon noticing the expressions of those around her. Li Xiaocai's family was not particularly affluent, and his foray into establishing a private school was likely motivated by the need for income. Gu Buosheng glanced around, although few people were passing by at the moment. He felt his face flush. Speaking ill of others behind their backs was always unseemly, prompting him to lower his voice and urge Gu Qingyun and Gu Qingming to keep their distance. The collaboration of two powerful nations to suppress the Great Xia was a boon for the country and its people, beneficial in every regard. Yet, the emperor seemed intent on preserving face for Empress Diyun. What kind of absurdity was that? Did he truly expect gratitude from her? Lin Sesu had never witnessed Du Yume exhibit such gravity, not even during her father's passing. Anxiety churned within her. Shu Yu was relentless, exerting every ounce of strength to bite down, aiming to sever his finger, believing that would occupy him long enough for her to escape. A request was made to summon the captain of the Jinji from Dengzhou to investigate the grain merchants in the vicinity, checking for any signs of hoarding. After all, Zhu Houwei tended to trust his own investigative reports. Meanwhile, within the Soul Sea, There were no anomalies, as this was merely the world within the blood coffin. Ping Wei's sister, after weeping, seemed to grasp who she was, questioning how she had been found by her brother and what their relationship had been. Given her age, she should not have been a peer of his. The classroom erupted into chaos. The students had not anticipated that the long-awaited new homeroom teacher would arrive with such a display, clearly intending to establish authority. Thus, upon seeing Wu Jianru, Zhang Jin felt no surprise, but rather admiration for her fierce demeanor. Shizha, Lin Sesu's eyes brimmed with tears, unsure how to articulate the complexity of her emotions at that moment. The station troops in Lingnan were established by the Qi dynasty to defend against the southwestern tribes and protect the port of Guangzhou. To prevent the local feudal lords from gaining power, the majority of the station soldiers were drawn from various provinces of the Qi. The Marquis of Shangwan had only one son, Pei Jin, who had but one legitimate heir and 3 illegitimate sons, 2 of whom remained silent, indulging in their wealth without involving themselves in family matters. The number of grandchildren was slightly larger, but only 5 legitimate members could represent the Luo Yang Pei family. Oof. Lin Feng snorted, feeling begrudging yet aware that he could not easily leap into the fray. This was good news for the diplomatic mission. In Jiaoji, they could replenish fresh water and, with the assistance of the East India Company, provide care for ailing sailors. Was that an inescapable illusion? I am not well versed in illusions. Perhaps you could consult Tsunade, who excels in that domain. Everywhere were Chinese characters, as individuals with yellow skin proudly raised their heads. Our Chinese Han characters composing poetry in a harmonious rhythm. Really? Lin Feng's large hand roamed over Lu Rushi's body, his gaze igniting with intense fervor. Xiao Noyan could not help but voice her thoughts, feeling a wave of unease wash over her. These individuals were truly excessive. Previously, they had forsaken their companions to save themselves, and now they sought to take away the bodies of those they had abandoned. As expected, I knew she would choose to conceal her presence upon reaching the shore, prompting me to urge Jiang Wei to merge with me swiftly. The general wielded his enchanted blade as a shield, bloodlight surging around him, forming a colossal blood wolf that roared defiantly at the oncoming blood phoenix, bracing for a climactic confrontation. In the audience, Mouyu's expression stiffened momentarily. Is that so? Just as he was about to inquire further, he heard the broadcast begin to resonate. He began to tidy up, collecting his instruments into a box. The proficiency of a mechanic is often judged by their tools. A skilled mechanic would never rely on the merchandise sold in stores. Chapter 73. Unless one undergoes a transformation. As the entire city of Beijing lay restless in anxiety, the lights in the Yangxin Hall of the Imperial Palace remained aglow. Xiao knelt in black attire before the writing desk, reporting the findings of the day and night. Xiao Jingfan had given him 3 days, but if he truly took that long, it would signify incompetence and dereliction of duty. Xiao was fortunate to have presented his summary of the intelligence gathered by the Shadow Guards to Xiao Jingfan promptly. Otherwise, by the time the night passed and all were apprehended, his report would hold no value. What? You encountered the wrathful god? Yuan Tong's wide eyes indicated his disbelief in Li Chang's words. Mo Shui's heart fluttered. No way. Just like that, she enters a state of dormancy? I still have many questions that remain unanswered. After satisfying her hunger, she washed her face with water from the room and eagerly lay on the bed, waiting for what was to come. Madam, this is what the doorman just delivered. A maid entered, followed closely by Ronghua. What did you say? Peng Lifeng narrowed his eyes, his previously softened expression darkening once more. He was indeed handsome. However, which handsome man was not a flirt? His physique seemed somewhat frail, lacking vitality, yet he did not appear entirely unskilled in martial arts. Perhaps my movements were too forceful. The already precarious bed could not bear the additional strain, leading to another tremor that broke the remaining 2 legs. Although the man in black had taken his own life, traces could still be uncovered. Ning Yuxuan remarked, I am keen to see who dares to intrude upon my residence. After the old woman spoke, a creature emerged from her body, a blood-red goo worm, mirroring the hue of her attire. The previously clear sky suddenly unleashed rain, droplets falling onto the faces of the spectators below, imbued with a faint metallic scent of blood. After school, Ding Yu, unusually, chose not to indulge in skewered delights, instead closely trailing behind Hua Dongyue, mirroring his every direction. At a tavern, Hua Qingfeng sat alone, reveling in his own company. It was indeed amusing, worth the long journey he undertook. Yet, a mere pat on the shoulder hardly constituted a lesson. Such words were perplexing. What did it mean to lack memory? Thus, when the demon clan ravaged the capital, the three kings promptly received word and sought refuge in a stronghold of an assassin organization. Perhaps due to lingering guilt from past inaction, the Su family had always held a negative sentiment towards the Wu family. The teacher was furious. Had it not been for the need to maintain her dignity as an educator, she might have erupted in anger. He seemed to admire the sight of his cigarette being gradually consumed by the light, and suddenly, a wicked smile curled upon his thin lips. Feek took hold of the paladin's sword, his gaze sharpening as a surge of radiant energy flowed into the blade. With a resonating hum, a brilliant light emanated from the sword, instantly tearing through the surrounding air. The summoning of the great specter of swordsman Lung Yi increased his attack power by 30, additionally bestowing that same amount upon his fellow team members for 1 minute. After simple meal, Navia, who had incessantly conjured fresh water through magic over the past 10 days, was the first to succumb to exhaustion, her head resting heavily on the table. Chapter 74. Denial. Despite the chaos of the previous night not affecting the relay station, the commotion was far too substantial for the emissaries to remain oblivious. They dispatched messengers to gather information under the cover of night. Was it true that corrupt officials were apprehended? The subordinate, tasked with investigating, assured no error in the news. It was reported that many corrupt officials were captured, with both the Jiniwei and the Jinwuwei mobilized, thus alarming the entire city. The second prince of the Xixia kingdom, Wei Mingliang, waved his hand, questioning whether it was truly the underground guard of the founding emperor. Though reluctant to believe, the sight of dozens of skeletal remains compelled my conviction. The skeletons charged towards us, and I dared not underestimate the threat. With a swift motion, the longing sword was drawn from my waist. Seeing this, Fu Botang Yi, though fearful, also brandished his weapon. As he approached his seat, Zhao Gan wiped his tears with the back of his hand and silently sat facing his father. Naturally, mercenaries like the coalition forces would not have the opportunity to engage with such matters. The techniques they could learn were the most rudimentary and commonplace, viewed by the great families as mere refuse, utterly unworthy of regard. Back then, Jun Wuxiao had indeed seen his own reflection, yet he merely smiled lazily, seemingly indifferent. Now, however, his gaze had turned frigid. Was this yet another performance? No wonder the emperor chose to bring her along, with such a breathtaking beauty at his side. His mood would surely brighten. The restaurant was modest, with perhaps a dozen tables, yet it was remarkably clean. This was what pleased Song Duanwu the most. He sought not abundance, but rather quality and reassurance in his meals, aligning perfectly with his approach to tasks. Thirdly, it puzzled her greatly. For some reason, every time she contemplated speaking, her mind would inadvertently drift to the masked man, recalling his graceful dance leading her. She could not fathom why she remained so captivated by this enigmatic figure. Indeed, the younger generation had already become alchemists while in the Duqi continent. Xiao Yin bowed respectfully, though Carlos dared not comment on the matter. The notion of treating ordinary people as equals to royalty and nobility was not overly severe. However, advocating for genetic warriors to be treated the same as everyone else could potentially stir a monumental uproar across the Federation. It turned out they were disciples of Baika Xianzun. Li Tianwang had long known their identities, having received reports during their routine inspections at various checkpoints. Jiangmin pondered, as the demonic beings had already apprehended the true Buddha beneath the grand flag, one foot kicking him down, while another raised a ghostly blade. The crowd felt a chill. The fallen demonic beings were overwhelmingly powerful, unafraid of life or death, their combat strength surging. Should such entities unleash their wrath, blood would surely flow like rivers. Wang Yishui must not be allowed to escape. If Wang Yishui fled, the situation would become exceedingly troublesome. I reiterated this to my brothers. At that moment, Gray Daling noticed the monk winking at him. Could it be Shitzi Fengdian? In the context of the martial world, this indicated a show of strength, implying that Jiang Nan and Yin Fu had the backing of Tai Gong Fu, signaling the elders not to act recklessly, allowing for a fair battle. Fan Lu was well aware of the nature of that place. Thus he was concerned for his sister, fearing unforeseen harm. Chapter 75. Envy upon seeing Lu Jiarui's appearance. The young eunuch gasped. How is the lady's hand injured? At that moment, Chu Liuzheng's hands rested outside the covers, swathed in thick bandages. She had voiced her concerns earlier, requesting not to be so heavily wrapped, as even bandages could hinder airflow. Yet, Li Tai insisted that thicker wrappings were necessary to prevent further injury, advising her to wait a few more days until her condition improved before loosening them. What could Chu Liuzheng do but comply? Let us head east. Young lady, please accompany us, Luo urged, helping the young lady to her feet, brushing away a stray hair from her face and gesturing towards a direction, allowing her to decide. Brother Fong, what brings you out? Has the auction concluded? Suddenly, Yang Chang's voice echoed. What did you say? Ling Yunhao was still pondering why King Fengzi had departed, failing to catch Xing Qin's words. As Luo's fist struck the water column, the column simultaneously enveloped him, instantly freezing solid. You must wonder why I am not pursuing you, Fong Sin remarked, his expression grave. It seems someone had leaked information. As the entire city learned of Min Zhao's independence overnight. The following day, Scarred Ku appeared in the city, accompanied by Faceless Man, Second Master, and Shui Yaoyang, alongside 5 of Shui Yaoyang's elite warriors. What brings you to Fengming Mountain without informing me? Yin Nanjiao spoke first, having realized that her stubbornness was unwise. It would be better to forge a friendship. Upon hearing it was Ji Luo, the demon saint crushed Waguzi's jaw and struck him atop his head. However, this blow was delivered with only half the force, causing Waguzi to emit a muffled groan, his limbs fracturing as his body became encased in a layer of black ice. In comparing the two, it was evident that anyone with sense would choose the higher price, a fact she could not prevent. Liang Run and Yu Run were not from Jin, and thus held no sense of belonging to Tsiwa. Guests are welcome, and requests can be made without hesitation, Mr. Duanmu stated succinctly. At this moment, the youth, lost in thought, no longer paid heed to the violent, invisible blades of energy swirling within the halo. His true spirit unconsciously focused upon his eyes, the remnants of his disguise offering no concealment. Thus, the visage he had contemplated for nearly 1,000 days and nights appeared vividly before his eyes. In summary, the composition of the I Ching regime bore no distinction from that of other nations, comprising a coalition of clans sharing the same surname alongside those of different surnames. It was over. Chu Yusen bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes, cascading down like a torrent, stood on the ground, forcefully knocked back several steps by the explosive power of the blood droplets. His sword-like brows furrowed as he inhaled sharply, a sense of foreboding rising within his heart. Wei Lao had already snapped out of his stupor. This time, he was quite subdued. Although he loved alchemy and cherished medicinal herbs, he was not foolish enough to disregard the value of life. With a resigned breath, he buried himself in thought as he entered the establishment. Upon stepping inside, a wave of trepidation washed over him. The tavern was vast and filled with a cacophony of voices, yet he possessed no money. He secretly pondered whether he could indulge in a meal without payment. Your Majesty, you must reconsider. In the war against demons, the fall of generals is commonplace. We urge you to think carefully. A group of demon ministers quickly advised. The others were referring to the first man who had made an offer. He had a verbal agreement with Jin Yifang regarding the exchange of the immortal source crystal for certain items. Chapter 76. Dog Ears Yin. Taisher's expression instantly darkened. I have suddenly been afflicted by a leg ailment and must proceed slowly. Please, young master, go ahead. He did not wish to appear overly connected to the Li Wang. Observing the swaying curtain of the carriage, the young master of Li Wang turned pale with anger. Old fool. A guard whispered, Young master, it is getting late. Let's leave. Do not linger here for others to mock us. As he spoke, Simu Yu lifted his gaze to Lin Wan Air, his gentle demeanor abruptly shifting to one of cold severity. On the road, they encountered a large turtle gliding silently past Bei Zhongtan and the others. She curiously observed the creature. Well then, seniors, I shall take my leave. Yu Rose Z was indifferent, her thoughts entirely consumed by the disposable flying sword. However, Xier would not allow Yu Binglan to brazenly set the arena as her own stage. Allow me to introduce you. This is my elder brother from the village. Tai Tu. Ji Yun casually introduced the members present to Tai Tu. In the next moment, a total of 10,000 talismans materialized in the void, forming a massive talisman array at the finish line. He had some understanding of AI Heir Fan's identity, merely a side branch of the Luo Lin family. Xiao Li was taken aback that the usually timid Li Lu dared to confront her, instantly infuriating her to the point of gritting her teeth. Thus that night, after settling into her guest room, Yun Xiu quickly immersed herself into her personal space with tenfold enthusiasm. Long Qing felt a slight stir. The relationship between these ancient nobles and their servants was far from a simple master-servant dynamic. She sensed that Lin Yuhan had changed significantly. The former Lin Yuhan, no matter how despondent, had always been mindful of his image. How could she possibly restore the original Lin Yuhan? Understood, regardless of the outcome. We are deeply grateful to Mr. Liang Yu for his support. Let us set aside official matters for now and continue our meal. Chen Shu Mo feared that Chun Hongxia would complain again, provoking Liang Yu's displeasure and jeopardizing their sponsorship. However, when sunlight finally streamed into the room, it illuminated a scene of blood and corpses. Miracles through sheer strength? That was the realm of cinema. In reality, it was impossible. Chen Shu Mo's shot veered wildly off course, ultimately landing in a large sand pit. Come with me for a moment. I have a few questions to ask you. Zhang Sanfeng said after a brief silence to Wu De. Following the reunion dinner, as per annual custom, Chu Ning would certainly set off fireworks with Lin Yuhan at the family St. on Tai. However, this year Lin Yuhan was absent, and fortunately, Lin Yuhao stepped in to fill the void. Bai Ling Xian, seeing this, immediately approached, narrowing the distance between them with a concerned expression, clearly exceeding the bounds of friendship. Grandfather, you're my last family member. Please do not leave me, do not abandon me, she cried, kneeling on the ground. I slowly approached the bedside, staring at Vice Dean Lao Lu's face. His eyes were tightly shut, and he muttered incoherently. Yun Yin's casual murmuring stirred deep emotions within Xian Yuan Fu, compelling him to lower his head and kiss her lips once more. Chapter 77. Precise sniping. What Lu Yineng and the others were doing was essentially an assessment, merely checking one's qualifications to partake in the auction of Millennium spiritual herbs. Those who did not qualify were promptly expelled, while those deemed worthy were provided with a token to await the next day's bidding. I sat on the stool, intending only to rest briefly, but as I sat, fatigue began to overwhelm me. When I finally regained consciousness, daylight had fully arrived. I jumped up in alarm, hurriedly searching for the figure of Xiao Yaowang. When I saw he was still sound asleep in bed, I slowly felt relieved. Farewell, Crown Prince. Once the Crown Prince had taken 5 steps away, Zhong Lishuo straightened up, watching the Crown Prince's retreating figure, his jaw tightening. Gun Yi, seeing the hand looming so close, let out an enraged roar and swiftly retreated to evade Wang Jia's frenzied assault. As the price soared to 200,000, the number of bidders dwindled. Ultimately, only 2 voices remained in the bidding, clearly indicating that those who had persisted thus far possessed exceptional strength, likely backed by formidable sections. She carried a bag in one hand while the other wrapped around the arm of the plump man beside her. Sect leader, do you truly know nothing? Wei Long inquired of Fan Xiaodong with a hint of concern. The departure of Bada Ku immediately relieved the deities. In the face of Bada Ku, his meager strength was utterly inadequate. Today he had learned an astonishing secret. Sun Wukong was the son of the Lord of Annihilation. Upon approaching, he saw a figure seated on a mountainside, hair unkempt and swaying gently in the breeze, back slightly hunched, perhaps due to fatigue. Yet in the dim light, the sharply defined profile appeared even more handsome than usual. Thinking of the fate that awaited the Xiao family for offending Ji Wei sent a shiver down Xiao Lihua's spine. Since Gao Song Yun possessed the qualities of a rising star, why not capitalize on his resources? Li Yin, though he had not served as an official in Donglu, was well acquainted with its laws and political climate. Crafting a strategy to compel the Ministry of Revenue to yield was not a daunting task. Later, as the two parted with tears, Sui exited the main tent, suppressing the painful urge to laugh, and took several strides directly towards Yun Chong's tent. Suddenly, he remembered that advanced martial artists had a method of using mental energy to impose restrictions on others. This individual must have been bound by their leader to prevent excessive information leakage. He had already resolved that once this crisis was over, he would resign and vacate the principal position, as he must bear the responsibility for the failure of this gathering. Ji Weiwei continued to follow closely behind, only daring to pull out her phone to call Meng Qingyun after seeing Xiao Lihua safely out of Tianyu Company's doors. Unable to act, it was not that he did not wish to throw, but the distance exceeded his range. If he were to force a throw, it could adversely affect the team's morale if he missed. I have a passer like Han Miao on my side. How could I fear you? She had assumed that the one called Yi Ming resided in the capital, only to find Shiminja taking him directly to the suburbs, causing her heart to leap in trepidation. Shiminja had previously conveyed the message of not selecting a consort to Li Shuiyun quite clearly. However, Li Shuiyun resolutely awaited his arrival against all odds. I knew you had designs on Mo Sha. No wonder my mother secretly guarded against you. What? Do you also wish to emulate my mother-esque delusion of dictatorship? Bai Su asked with irritation. Mu Yili was concerned that Li Luo Wei's frail physique could not withstand their intensive training. A sudden jolt gripped my heart as I nervously inquired about the princess's well-being, only to discover that she had fallen ill with a fever early that morning. In a flurry of activity, Li Er helped the princess to bed to rest, her mind awash with conflicting emotions. After Ming, Yinshi settled into the silver Maybach. Akia followed closely behind, its occupant none other than Su Anren. Peering through the windshield, she intently observed the Maybach ahead, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close. With so many archers, could they not capture him? The commander of the Imperial Guard spoke, a flicker of anxiety crossing his gaze. Dressed in men's attire, Ling Dongwu and Mu Zicheng were accosted by soldiers as they reached the city wall. The garrison of Gan Ningfu boasted 10,000 troops, yet the number of men driven into the city barely exceeded 5,000, rendering them insignificant in the eyes of the Northern Desert Army. 7 days had elapsed, and not only had they failed to catch Yang Xiu, but they were frequently ambushed by him, resulting in significant losses among Sun soldiers. Chapter 78. You brat, playing stocks here. While Xiao Xiazi was astonished to find silver charcoal burning in the room, Chu Liuzheng unearthed the true mastermind behind the scenes. She cursed silently. They say a servant should not serve two masters. You brat are here playing stocks. Gao Bin, Su Wani, Wen Meizen. Each one of them seems to be at odds with my hands. I am but a fragile and pitiable little palace maid. Yet she claimed to possess genuine calligraphy and paintings by Gui Longji at home, appreciating them daily, thus elevating her own status. Entering through the dilapidated gates of the mountain stronghold, before he could assess the internal environment, a shimmering net materialized from thin air, descending upon him. By then, the plight of migrant workers had naturally become a unique category of modern tears in Lu Tai's eyes. However, having reached the level of the sacred domain, he had begun to grasp the profound mysteries of the laws. Whether or not he was a wizard had ceased to matter. As she lifted her gaze, the reflection in the mirror revealed that her image had entirely vanished during the brief moment she spent looking down to retrieve a bead. Certainly, each year, numerous individuals succumbed to the icy depths, perishing from freezing or drowning, with no fewer than a dozen such cases. Late at night, Luo Ningning changed out of her sick clothes in preparation for washing up, when a note slipped from her garment. Wang Beixin, not understanding why their conversation was abruptly interrupted, hurriedly bid farewell to the other two, following Luo Ningning out. Time passed unmeasured until the door swung open once more. A heavy scent of blood assaulting the senses as Shun Chung rushed in, his steps frantic. Zhong Zhichen succinctly stated here. Xiao Jie was aware of Xia Yishuan's engagement that day and also knew Zhong Zhichen resided in a villa. His remark triggered an epiphany in Xiao Pingchu. If that were the case, it made perfect sense. Pei Ying and Ling Ruhan were previously acquainted, but Pei Ying had suffered amnesia and could not recall Ling Ruhan. Impossible. The illusion has been dispelled, thus it should no longer exist. What is the item that Ling Ruhan uses most frequently? Pei Ying inquired. Pei Ying lowered her head. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at Gu Xinji's form not far away. His originally black attire bore no trace of the bloodstains, and from this angle, he appeared to be merely sleeping, deeply and peacefully, evoking a reluctance to disturb him. Bing Shichun seemed to intuitively understand the thoughts of Ting Yuan Li, gently ruffling her hair in comfort. The black-robed cultists, having dared to publicly acknowledge the young master of the demonic sect, were clearly well prepared. Ling Yunsu's sudden, imposing aura caused Ziguifei to tremble slightly. This unexpected regal presence seemed to regard the world with disdain. Her eyes were slightly curved, her delicate nose charming, and a smile graced her perfectly shaped lips. Moreover, everyone was aware that Yang Qi's plight stemmed from being forcibly abducted by the Zhuxian sect, who had sought to enslave him. Each time a patient arrived, Yang Qi would inquire about any connections to the Zhuxian sect. If such a connection existed, he would refuse to provide treatment. Having passed through Storm City, they soon beheld an expansive sea. Taida Do informed Yang Qi that this was known as Crystal Sea, a gathering place for aquatic fairies, where massive islands dotted the horizon, each as large as a mundane continent. Beneath the depths lay countless crystalline palaces. Occasionally, one might unexpectedly find a bottle of orange juice appearing nearby, and upon glancing at him, he would make a silly face, sweetening my heart. History textbooks recount that Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states in 221 BC. I wonder how many years have elapsed since then, and whether that infamous tyrant has yet been born. Chapter 79. Saved by a hero. The tyrant was assassinated. Chu Liuzheng gasped, her hand colliding with the table edge, causing a sharp pain that brought tears to her eyes. Xiao Jingfan, panicking internally, hastily blew cool air onto her hand. Xiao Xiaozi dashed to the door and swung it open. Immediately, 3 members of the Feathered Forest Guard rushed in, scouring the room. Perhaps someone had forewarned them, for they seemed aggressive yet did not cause any damage. Sleep now. Close your eyes and embrace Su Tang tightly, a smile lingering on my lips. Tonight will surely be a restful slumber. It seems that for the administrators within the space, including Shui Yin, meeting the foremost leader of the realm was no simple task. It could be said that reviving the Ice and Snow Divine Emperor not only secured a divine kingdom, but also yielded ice meteorites comparable to celestial stones, attracting numerous cold attribute talents to join the Bei Luo sect. I left the cleanliness-obsessed man here to serve as your sparring partner. How could you not have realized? Ation's voice was laced with affection, as if Lan Mi were his child. Yinner let out a piercing scream, and within Jinghe Palace, roars and cries echoed, creating a cacophony. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shi felt a surge of complex emotions, happy for her sister, yet pained by the praise directed solely at her, feeling criticized for her own delicacy. This must be someone framing my lord. How could he, born of the Bai family of cultivators, possibly practice such dark arts? The steward of the Gao residence was drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling from guilt. Zhong Zhichen observed Gu Qiao as she slept, gently caressing her face. In truth, if her words were less sharp, she would not be so unlikable. Continuing along the road, they encountered a kind-hearted uncle driving an ox cart laden with hay, who offered them a ride to the nearby town. Zhuoyu endured a long and troubling nightmare, the details of which he could not recall, but he awoke drenched in sweat, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. Unbeknownst to him, the gap between his assumptions and reality was vast, particularly regarding the term puppet, for it was Ralph who was the true puppet, and a genuine one at that. Daoyu, there is no need for such formality. Upon witnessing Li Tian bow deeply, the figure hurriedly rushed over, intending to assist him. Yet, as he reached out, the tranquil sea of consciousness erupted into tumultuous waves, separating him from Li Tian. Tang Tiao remained oblivious to her appearance in another's sight, wholly absorbed in the competition, searching for Wu Jiwen's vulnerabilities. However, as Qin Jiu's figure flickered, evading confrontation, Wu Jiwen lost a few hairs, which was not the outcome she desired. The words spoken by this individual carried an air of weakness. Otherwise, with his status, he could have easily dispatched any provocateur without uttering such nonsense. After discussing the mercenary group's name, exhaustion washed over everyone, especially Hu Xie, whose heightened tension from consecutive battles left him utterly fatigued. Subsequently, Nangong ascended to the upper floors to arrange several guest rooms, assigning each person their own single room, and everyone soon retreated to their quarters, collapsing into deep slumber. Chapter 80. If we are to kill, let it be the tyrant. His fate is sealed. Ah, so he is the one who harbors dead soldiers. It has long been apparent that this individual is not to be trusted. During the initial feudal period, he was exceedingly reluctant, concocting various excuses to delay matters, and ultimately, he nearly faced expulsion from the capital at the hands of the tyrant. With such audacity, does he truly believe that upon the tyrant's demise, the throne shall rightfully belong to him? Does he possess sufficient troops? Is he not wary of expending great effort only to benefit another? Chu Liuzheng shook his head at the plans of certain king, exclaiming, "Ah, Ling Huangye, await your reckoning." Yan Guqing spoke with a tone of foreboding, her gaze fixated on the figure that had just entered the tent. Meanwhile, in the shadows, several figures exchanged worried glances, and after a brief discussion, one turned and swiftly departed, while the others stealthily approached the vicinity of Zhou Wushuang and her companion. After a symbolic dimming of the lights to fulfill their wishes, everyone present was served a slice of birthday cake, meticulously prepared by Xiao Jing. This hospital coincidentally happens to be where Ao Lei's mother is employed. However, it has now been acquired by Wei Taiqiang. The esports players under one Shiliang had previously sought opportunities within the esports club of Tu Qiao and Wei Taiqiang. Yet they ultimately pledged their allegiance to Wan Shiliang. Once the match schedules were announced, the first competition area became inundated with spectators eager to witness the thrilling contest between these two well-connected individuals. Nevertheless, it was not without consequence. Chen Yinfeng observed the torn garments of Tianqing Yangyang and Long Zhu, nodding slightly. Originally, the fire-type gemstones were guaranteed. However, no one anticipated that four would suddenly appear. As promised, Leishan had previously agreed to provide fire-type gemstones for Chu Liuzheng, and despite his reluctance, he fulfilled his promise. The forum was quickly cleared, and Xiaoming reached out to other moderators, requesting their assistance in banning these accounts and posts, assuring them that he would take responsibility for all consequences. Enthusiasm for one's work ensures that regardless of initial results, progress will ultimately follow. Kong Lingyu stated earnestly, yet Chen Guan was not oblivious. He discerned that Kong Lingyu was subtly undermining Su Xiaoyan. Although Chu Liuzheng seldom contacted him, business on both sides remained steady. Due to auspicious circumstances, Tun Yuanbao treated Chu Liuzheng with considerable care, often reserving items for her before they were officially listed at reasonable prices. In return, Chu Liuzheng had also proven profitable for him. Recently, Zhu Qian had inexplicably taken to frequenting this place daily, and Tang Na was always present as well. With a flick of his hand, a droplet of water flew into his grasp. Chu Feiwu utilized the Sheng Xin Pijing to form a thin membrane on his hand, capturing the blue droplet. Upon contact, it melded into his hand, and a jolt ran through Chu Feiwu as he felt the droplet fuse with him, as if it had united with the Sheng Xin Pijing itself. Su Qianma was aware of the situation, yet upon hearing Lin Feng's words, she felt a twinge of disappointment rather than joy, casting a mournful glance at Lin Feng, pondering whether she, Su Qianma, was truly so inadequate that he lacked the desire to even touch her feelings. The sincerity of her words was palpable, and even her eyes glistened with unshed tears, leaving one in awe of his remarkable acting prowess. Move aside. Su Saran felt a series of veins throb on her forehead, tempted to give Lin Qin a good beating. Yet, this was hardly the time for such matters. As the moon reached its zenith, it was the hour for restful slumber. In the clouded courtyard, Chu Liuzheng was wide awake, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Freshly indulging in a juicy revelation, he longed to remain in the realm of discovery. Goodness, this circle is truly chaotic. Is the tyrant perhaps bound by some sort of green hat? Or is he the fated scapegoat? The designated bride has not even entered the harem before she is already with child, and twins at that. At last, they reach the most profound depths of the dungeon, where a wave of overwhelming stench of blood assailed them. Even Yes-Cece, accustomed to the sight of blood, furrowed her brows. The man before them was but a shadow cast by the demon sage, demonstrating his formidable techniques, shattering mountains, shattering earth, shattering heaven, each move reverberating with earth-shaking power. Wen Hongfei cast a jealous glance at Su Daoxing. Having practiced for 3 years, He was striving to transform his aspirations as a cultivator into the mindset of a true practitioner. Yet it would take him another couple of years to attain that status. On the trunk of a century-old tree by the village's edge, a long spear was driven through a green spectre. The arrival of Nyasisi undoubtedly excluded everyone from the owner's list. In the classroom, students either stared blankly ahead or eagerly flipped through the colorful illustrations of certain anatomical parts in their biology textbooks, exchanging knowing glances and wicked smiles. Your identity has always been above reproach. It is not you who should depart, but rather someone else. Madame Hua's gaze pierced through to Mu Liuying with the sharpness of a blade. Strange, Susan muttered to himself, sensing nothing amiss. Hesitantly, he reached out and wrapped his arms around Yin Shan's waist. The figure continued across the bridge, but did not draw nearer, lifting its hood to reveal a weathered face. Skin tinged with gray, adorned with short horns, and a beard of the same hue. This was a demon from the underworld. What business do you have with me? Mao Chao felt no fondness for Zhou Wei. However, since Zhou Wei had introduced him to the club, he refrained from treating him as an adversary. The eye of chaos, should it strike Chao Shengtian with full force, would render me blind, but it would be worth it, having stolen a pill furnace and stirred up considerable trouble. Wang Dao deemed it all worthwhile, rushing to intervene as Li Ruochu began to fiddle with the furnace. At this moment, a thought flashed through my mind. Could Simba's father be nearing his end? Just then, I noticed an elderly man appear before me, his expression one of extreme anger, his shadowy eyes glimmering with murderous intent. Lin Baqian, this time, I shall see where you flee. Instantly, I pursued, determined not to lose sight of Lin Baqian. Evidently, this young and handsome man was unaware of the circumstances. He wished to travel to Duobao Island, yet his purse was light. Upon learning that he could board a ship for free, he did not hesitate to compete for one of the 10 available spots. Jian Feiyang was momentarily taken aback, sensing the aura of a first-level breakthrough within him, confirming that recent events were indeed real. Away with you. Those two are old friends of mine. Do we know each other so well? He Tian turned with a dismissive expression, indicating his disdain. Li Tai, is it your turn again today? Li Tai set down his medicine box, gazing at the woman in bed, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. Did you not rest well last night, my lady? Last night, the emperor was attacked at the birthday banquet, and the imperial guard searched the palace for the assassin. It seems no one here could sleep peacefully. The assassin has been dealt with, you may rest assured. To heal swiftly, rest is of utmost importance. Please take care. Understood. Chu Liuzheng responded obediently. Yu, a middle-aged man, bore a round yet not overweight face, with a hint of shrewdness in his brow, and his eyes mirrored those of Yuran. On the top floor, beside the furnace, a middle-aged man with fiery red hair and a calm demeanor murmured to himself. In an instant, he felt an inexhaustible surge of energy within him. His once black and white pupils now entirely blood-red, and his wounds began to heal gradually. The trenches had been dug, extending from Baishui Lake to the surrounding fields. As for the herbal seeds, Meng Fan instructed them to scatter the seeds on the ground, requiring no further intervention. Fuxi received the he too, expressing gratitude for heavenly grace. After inquiring around, he finally realized that he was by the banks of the Mengshui. Han Fei let out a disgruntled huff, rubbing his backside, and turned towards Han Shoshan, seemingly implying that his words were meant for his father. As for when it was used, that did not fall within the purview of the doctor's investigation. The doctor regarded Tong Xuan with a gaze that betrayed both mockery and sympathy. Mockery for her regret over her beauty, and sympathy because her tears were undoubtedly genuine. If only the enemy's ranged units had not penetrated their formation, if only they had kept their lines level, things would have been different. When Song Jie learned that Li Shou was imprisoned within the dungeon, he hurriedly attempted to move the chair, but it remained obstinately still. Lian Xin note that. Just as the elevator doors opened, I pulled her in and pressed the button for the 26th floor. The boy was undeniably handsome. The familiar faces of the yellow-skinned race were embodied in Cheng Long, yet this boy's allure far exceeded his. He stood tall, just the right height for a gentle kiss. A perfect match for them. Shen Fei Wan observed the heavy guards along the route. The horse-drawn carriages ascending the mountain underwent rigorous searches before being allowed passage. I stood up, retrieved the bag hanging on the coat rack, and handed it to her. She took it, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately decided against it. The next day, Wang Quan arrived at a courtyard within the second ring road. This private club was chosen for its arena. It was understandable that Zhu heir was excited. In the days when their parents were alive, their family cultivated over 20 acres of land, including several acres of mulberry trees, laboring tirelessly day and night. At the end of the year, their earnings barely amounted to 10 taels of silver, and after expenses, saving 6 taels was considered remarkable. Upon hearing Jin Fa Guang's words, Songling heir felt a wave of guilt wash over her, repeatedly apologizing. She was momentarily taken aback, only to notice that Mo Zili had ceased smiling, awkwardly averting his gaze, as if the previous laughter had been but a figment of her imagination. The explosive force erupted in the blink of an eye, unleashing tumultuous waves and a mushroom cloud in the sky, shattering the very fabric of reality. Later, the instigator took advantage of Li Yuan's drunken state, summoning 2 concubines from the Sui young emperor's harem to entertain him, and in a state of unconsciousness. He succumbed to their charms. The dual peaks of her bosom were tightly encased by her undergarment, pressing inward, forming a seamless union, leaving only the deep contours beneath her collarbone visible. Judging by the rounded and upright shape crafted by the undergarment, one could surmise that the touch of those curves would be firm and resilient. In Chapter 83, what other surprises await me? The royal physician was busy mixing medicine into warm water, oblivious to his surroundings. The court official cleared his throat, attempting to catch the attention of this oblivious man. "What medicine are you using? Do enlighten me." The royal physician remained focused, stirring the concoction. The court official, having noticed Xiao Jingfan's unwavering gaze towards him, furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there something unusual about the injury?" "Sister, the elder sister has bullied us in the past, but those are bygone days. Just a few days ago, she explicitly stated that she would no longer mistreat us. Now, she treats me well and even buys me snacks just like you do." Ji Fu Rong stated. This was something he needed to discuss with the steward. Otherwise, if the entire estate were to suffer losses, even dying 1,000 deaths would not suffice to settle the debts. Xianwu Peak was renowned for its defensive prowess, and coupled with his superior cultivation level compared to Yinji, this battle would prove challenging. Although her whip lashed out with ferocity, Yinji had grown stronger since their last encounter and easily evaded the attack. Lanji, seeing her first strike miss, immediately swung a second whip. But Yinji once again dodged, refraining from countering. Furthermore, their 2 little ones had ventured into enemy territory and had been missing for 7 or 8 days. "Wait for me. I need to grab my bag," Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her heart soaring as she turned and dashed away. Completely disguised, Yinji stepped outside the cave, observing the absence of spirits, and signaled Zhongxi heir to follow her out. Xiaoshan narrowed her eyes slightly, unaware that within this household lay 2 assassins, Ling Long and Gong Shize. Zhang Xiaoyu almost called out to him, but fortunately, reason prevailed, and she refrained from any impropriety. "Let her go." I turned around immediately, wondering whom Mu Chun she wanted me to release. Was it Pu Sheng? Long Si-ju carried her into the bathroom, and soon, a cacophony of discordant sounds emanated from within. Hu Shui recalled the various horror films she had seen in her past life, shivering in the cold wind. Noticing my reluctance to exit the sedan, the man reached in and swept me up from within. The charges of harboring a notorious fugitive, if leaked, would send shockwaves throughout the Yin family. Yiwu Shuang opened her mouth, her tongue suddenly feeling numb, rendering her speechless. Clearly, this topic was not to be revisited. Jia Erluan fell silent, and Jia Erning showed no intention of broaching it, leaving Hu Shui without hope of uncovering the truth. Could it be that the Special Affairs Response Division of Dong District in Jiujiang City was comprised entirely of such youthful members? Lin Xiu observed the fierce battle among 10 peak warriors, their clash wreaking havoc in all surrounding areas, leaving only the location of the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce unscathed. Madame Gao's full-power strike collided violently with Buluyuo's palm in midair, intertwining 2 distinct energies that resonated with a thunderous roar. Hinata Keika swung her blade towards Lin Jie, yet her silver-grade status paled in comparison to his speed. As soon as her sword descended, Lin Jie had already appeared behind her, his left hand wielding a dagger aimed at the back of her neck. In Chapter 84, the thoughtfulness was almost alarming. Inside, Chu Liuzheng, feeling fatigued, decided to take a stroll in the courtyard. Emperor Xiao disapproved. It's freezing out. I believe it may snow. The room is warm with a fire pit. You should walk around inside instead. Let me assist you. Very well. Understanding that Emperor Xiao had her best interests at heart, Chu Liuzheng chose not to insist on going outside, aware that if she caught a chill, it would be her own suffering. As Emperor Xiao supported her in circles around the room, she recounted a time when a fly had flown into the sick room. Lan Jiao had asked her to demonstrate her supposed exceptional knife skills, yet she stubbornly refused, claiming her expertise was reserved for humans, not flies. Upon hearing Xian's name, Tang Su's previously amiable expression darkened significantly. Xie Yufei lounged in the living room, reclining on the sofa with one leg curled under her and the other draped over the coffee table, meticulously grooming her toenails with a file. Camilla exuded confidence, fully aware of her assets. Her beauty and figure were sources of pride. Arriving at the villa area, Lu Jiarui exhaled in relief upon spotting military vehicles from the Special Rescue Team alongside police cars from the Public Security Bureau, believing the situation was under control, thus easing her mind. Most importantly, the opponent was merely a fifth-stage body refinement cultivator. Who would have believed it if not witnessed firsthand? After finishing a cigarette, Tang Yi rubbed his temples. The chaos of the battlefield seemed far less daunting than the mercantile arena, and he couldn't help but admire those cunning veterans of business. Mother, it appears tonight is not feasible. We may have to start from tomorrow. Yao Chu Dai remarked as she stood, clutching a basket of peach blossoms. It was indeed a disaster, and while we could not inhabit the place, who could say whether the zombies would care? Before Meow Meow could catch him, Tang raised his glass, turning it upside down, spilling its contents. What are you staring at? Am I wrong? And Luo Chu felt a twinge of anxiety, but retained her bravado as she spoke. As the sun began to set, the evening glow painted the horizon in hues of red. Dressed in her bridal attire, Xinyu played games with the children in the courtyard, their laughter and playful shouts echoing in every corner. Leaning against the doorframe, Shang Wanju wore a blissful smile, reveling in the beauty, intelligence, and compassion of his bride. Are you hungry? After eating, we shall resume our cultivation, Song Lei remarked, retrieving some food, including dried meat. Despite having attained the status of a martial saint, he maintained a discerning palate, relishing the exquisite flavors of food, a sentiment not easily understood by others, given his humble beginnings as a beggar. Just moments ago, Qi Yin expressed his disinterest in Xin Yao, who now reciprocated with indifference towards him, her calm demeanor revealing no signs of insincerity. Guanfeng, unperturbed, approached with a gentle smile. Patting the young man's shoulder, Lin Xinyao reached out to stroke the head of the unconscious Yuan Han, mulling over his recent words, which felt oddly familiar, an observation that aligned closely with Wang Yu's conjectures. Upon receiving the news, Li Gua hurried to the cafeteria, urging Sun Li to hold on, assuring her that he was devising a plan. Within a leather pouch, needles lay arranged neatly, while a centipede rested on the table, motionless and oblivious to its surroundings. As Mu Bai learned that the growth card would restore its quota by tomorrow, he relaxed and closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. As the appointed hour approached, Mo Xiang went to the imperial kitchen for chicken soup. Chu Liuzheng assumed that Mo Xiang was referring to a small bowl meant for bird's nest soup, thinking she would only have a few sips, barely tasting it. How extravagant the tyrant is! If I were to purchase this half chicken and these nourishing herbs myself, would you still try to deceive me? A loud crash ensued, the unfortunate wooden table beside Wusu becoming a casualty, splintering into pieces, while Wusu's face began to display a growing anger, prompting Ying Lily to instinctively step back, her subconscious warning her of Wusu's imminent danger. Once you have taught me, I shall no longer wander, but instead pay my respects to my grandfather, Mo Lin stated earnestly. As the aura coiled around him, a red pill gradually materialized in his hand. On the terrace, 2 long beach chairs were placed beside a table adorned with 2 bottles of foreign spirits, their brand recognized by Lin Yu, each costing over $1,000. Luo Ling envisioned a novice swimmer, first waiting at the riverbank, then splashing in shallow waters to gather enough courage and enthusiasm before venturing into the deep. However, he found himself bereft of time and strength to follow such a path, realizing that reopening the door to the Shadow Realm was no longer feasible. Rescue has come. Just moments ago, my son was found in the tomb you descended into, unconscious but still breathing. The village chief exclaimed with a smile. Though the battle was arduous, progress remained steady, albeit slower than desired. Unfamiliar with the terrain, they filled it with troops. If one team faltered, two would take their place, and if two could not hold, four would charge in, advancing step by step, steadily and reliably. Li Qing, I demand your life. My tears streamed uncontrollably as I struck out at Li Qing. Indeed, the structure of the secret chamber diverged from others, with the serene corpse of Wenwan lying undisturbed even after the grand collapse of the Tiandao Hall. Yet, Lu Fei found this unsurprising, for Mu Rong Jinhua had already reached the pinnacle of the business world in Shanghai City. A mere stamp of his foot could send ripples throughout the commercial realm. The survival rate of the seedlings reached 95, exceeding Yi Lao's predictions, particularly for the Huayan Fiuma, which soared to 99, a testament to the quality of water and feed. If last year's unfavorable market conditions were taken into account, this batch of seedlings would undoubtedly hold significant value. Before dawn, they arrived at a desolate ruin, having traversed the sandy terrain under the cover of night. Knowing they must sleep during the day, the winged demons, torn and consumed, emitted pained cries, stimulating the nerves of the surviving winged demons. Yao Guan slapped his forehead, berating himself for forgetting the tidal timings, turning his back towards Sang San'er's home. Such a child was a headache to keep close. Yet releasing him could bring chaos to others, a true conundrum. Players gathered at the tunnel entrance, awaiting their entrance, while substitutes and coaching staff had already taken their seats on the bench. Did they possess the ability to sense impending calamity? The monsters did not lack the desire to slaughter. Rather, the celestial anomalies had thwarted their efforts. Perhaps after the monsoon, they would return to pursue their prey. As applause erupted, Xiana and Su Jiao embraced, recognizing the irreplaceable power of imitation. Chapter 86. 2 decrees. What decision could Xiao Jingfan arrive at? Naturally, he trusted Chu Liuzheng's system, dispatching Wu Yuan to confirm his suspicions. He lightly tapped the document before him, remarking, "Your beloved truly bore a wonderful daughter." He found himself increasingly enamored with her carefree demeanor, handsome, roguish, and particularly captivating when she smiled. When Chenmu Yin harvested the Shanmian fruit, she deliberately chose the ripest, darker red specimens, as they contained a higher concentration of sleep-inducing properties, yielding more pronounced effects. His eyes were so striking that even the brightest stars in the sky paled in comparison. Feng Ling recognized that this Kaylee was somewhat spoiled and headstrong. Yet as Granny Mai stated, she was simply indulged, harboring no ill intentions. Previously unaware of Yun Xian's eloquence, Tang Xin'er's defenses crumbled gradually. Haozi felt a wave of disappointment, glancing at the retreating trees outside, sensing the increasing distance from his desired path. He contemplated knocking on the door, but remembered that Feng Ling was the head coach of the youth training team, having entrusted her with this responsibility. He could not interfere with her decisions during normal circumstances. As long as she remained silent, it indicated her temporary self-sufficiency. The silence was heart-wrenching. Upon closer inspection, the passage of time had etched its marks at the corners of his eyes. Su Jin purchased a Dior handbag, a pair of shoes, a bottle of Bulgari perfume, and a ring. My anguish and impatience grew. I incessantly pressed my tongue against the strips of cloth that stifled my voice, yet to little avail. Mu Wang's slender frame could hardly withstand the forceful tug of a burly man, her body being yanked as if airborne, dragged unceremoniously inside. After tidying the chess club, the members began preparing flyers to recruit new members, an essential task each time, considering that the upcoming events might be the main attraction. Yicheng felt that these 5 minutes might prove insufficient. As I lay on the bed, wrapped in a towel, Chen Tu plopped down on my lap, his hands slowly rubbing my back, igniting a warmth that sent shivers through me, causing my heart to flutter and my eyes to close instinctively. However, no matter how wondrous the moment, the opportunity had long passed. Glancing at my brother, his temper was exasperating. I questioned whether 520 Yun and Jean Rui were indeed an engaged couple, as only Du Sinan had claimed so, with neither party affirming the relationship. Yet another truth emerged. I had originally cared so deeply for the man named Chun Tuesday. Such tactics were countless. This society lacked loyal individuals. Xia Baocai's aggressive approach prompted others to either distance themselves or align with him. Han Guanghao trusted Xia Baocai completely, entrusting him with the entire company's affairs, thus remaining oblivious to the underlying truths. Carrying the Lang Jinyuo's gun stems from a concern for encountering unforeseen dangers. However, considering Yi Cheng's only slightly superior physical capabilities compared to an ordinary person, this burden, coupled with the arduous journey through the dense forest, undoubtedly proves to be quite exhausting. Ross was taken aback. Before he could turn around, a foot appeared before him, the toe poking to send the soccer ball rolling away, followed by a silhouette emerging before his eyes. Chapter 87. Bitter medicine due to this incident. His Majesty was enraged and ordered the execution of the head matron of the pharmacy, Madame Wu. He personally accompanied Doctors Wu and Li to visit, instructing the imperial kitchen to prepare a bowl of chicken soup daily for the one in need of nourishment. His Majesty's kindness had led to neglect on the part of the palace during these past days. Empress Zhong discarded the yellow leaves, observing two young men and a middle-aged man, the latter wielding a blood axe, presumably the one she suspected. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered. Before he could speak, a sharp sound pierced the air. The gleaming claw suddenly detached from the hand, lunging directly towards his chest. Before Tao Tao could finish her words, over a dozen figures clad in black burst from the windows of the surrounding houses, all wielding long swords and charging towards him with alarming speed, their movements revealing rigorous training and an overwhelming aura of hostility. Wang Shi was overjoyed after gathering several baskets of mushrooms, her face beaming with delight. Just as she was about to call everyone for a meal, Yang Shi and Zhu Hua insisted on washing some mushrooms first to savor their freshness. The rapid advancement of several ninth-level magical beasts had sent ripples through the human world outside the monster beast mountain range, prompting many to venture into the mountains to investigate the cause of the phenomenon. As Zhao Xing stepped out of the stable, his curiosity led him to peek into the horse trough, a sight that left him feeling dizzy. She attempted to probe Xia Weiqi's boundaries using Bai Hen. If Bai Hen became a favored concubine, she too would have her chance. Should Xia Weiqi be willing, she would gladly seek his acceptance. However, when Xia Weiqi dismissed Bai Hen, she realized the rumors about the Xia family matriarch forbidding her husband from taking concubines were indeed true. Haha, enough about them. Let's discuss something joyful today. Xiao Yang remarked cheerfully. She appeared somewhat skeptical of Shun Feng's words, especially since Lin Miao Miao had mentioned numerous things about Shun Feng during lunch, suggesting that while he may not express it, he likely harbored resentment. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, as if a soft whirlpool appeared before her, gently drawing her in. However, just as Inshur was about to sip his drink, an eerily familiar voice interrupted from the side. Bai Tingting was enjoying her meal when she suddenly heard a confession, freezing as if struck by a spell. Gradually, she turned her head to look at Li Liang, who continued to eat his ice cream, but his flushed face confirmed that she was not imagining things. The mountain path diverged from the main gate. Perhaps due to the time of day, only their sightseeing vehicle occupied the road. He was a master of theory, but lacked the reckless ambition of Su Ruan during practical execution, making him an excellent executor and data analyst, though ill-suited for pioneering ventures. Neither party wished to acknowledge that the final battle was their victory. This held true for Gao Shan and for Inshur alike. Wang Yang naturally could not relinquish his hold so easily. Who knew what that space truly was? Xie Ji glanced at his right hand, where each finger seemed to bear a different blade-shaped fingerstall. Chapter 88. Something is amiss, Xiao Jingfan declared. I have snow upon me, lest you feel the cold. Understanding dawned upon Yun Fei, dispelling her minor doubts. The two entered the palace, one following the other. As Yun Fei settled down, she heard Xiao Jingfan command, Zhou Yuanda, bring forth the medicine. I must personally witness my beloved consort consume it for my peace of mind. The steaming concoction remained bitter and foul, the bowl unchanged. Yun Fei observed the approaching figures, nearly halfway to departure. Upon seeing Lung Rua Bing, her heart sank, tears welled in her eyes, yet she held back. For Qinshan was by her side. Moments later, the blue hue upon Han Yu completely melded into Austin's body, gradually transforming into a gentle azure. This type of jade possessed immense artistic value, yet for Austin, it had lost all significance. The specters of the deceased, or mere wandering souls, were driven more by resentment than reason. He was different, his reason suppressing his anger. In Du Ning's view, conversing with these unfamiliar individuals was a sheer waste of time. She truly could not comprehend how Gu Yuze, the one who had strayed from fidelity, could place the blame entirely upon her. Piercing screams echoed in her ears. The guards, unable to close their eyes in time, felt ensnared in a boundless realm of anguish, pain coursing from their optic nerves to their brains. Their lower capability rendered them defenseless against such light. Should they survive this day, they would never see again. Li Bai sent a photograph of Yi Qian, who had just stepped in front of the motorcycle, looking splendid with her flowing hair and sleeves. Li Bai's photographic skill was commendable, capturing a scene of exquisite beauty. Val understood their fate. Trapped in the crowded streets, they would surely perish under the charge of the heavy cavalry. He wished to show his aunt the transformation he had undergone since their parting. In that instant, Long tongue straightened, revealing a radiant smile to Wu Xiang, Lu Feizhou, and Jiang Fan. Through Ouyang Yan's eyes, gentle flames spiraled into a spectrum of colors, enveloping the entire Meng family. I understand now, Senior. You intentionally led me to discover you, drawing me in for labor, GMO realized in an instant. Upon exiting the Xiang residence, Zhang Shanging's sedan chair headed towards the Zhang family before turning back towards the imperial city. Mo Fan felt an odd sensation, as if his perspective had suddenly broadened. Xueming felt somewhat awkward, just then recalling his nominal position overseeing the investigation division. At this moment, she felt no irritation at her words, for she was the overseer sent by the King of Hell. Her scant experience and actions informed her to maintain a good relationship with her direct superior. Originally, the area was guarded by Qin Long, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu to prevent powerful foes from infiltrating, but by chance, they sensed the aura of the true saints from their side and rescued them, leading to the recent events. As the food in the box diminished, the aroma's reach shrank, eventually confined to a single classroom. Recognize this? It's from the batch that bound you before. I've reforged it. Yuyan discerned the question in Mi Si Lai's eyes. Chapter 89. She needs to sort things out unexpectedly. Xiao Jingfan's expression turned cold. He forcefully placed the teacup on the small table, declaring, Shun Chongyi, your words are indecorous. From today forth, you are demoted to a concubine, your salary docked for half a year, and you shall reside in Jiayue Hall for self-reflection. Shenpin what? Not only was she astonished, but all present in the hall were equally shocked, because a seemingly petty remark had led to her downgrade from a third-rank charge to a fifth-rank concubine. Surely, they must be collectively hallucinating. Shenpin felt the same disbelief. Similar to a cultivation family outside the Feng clan, they had recently received something reminiscent of what the Feng clan steward had received. Wonderful. Wen Lan is organizing a team to head your way. Stay in contact, Lin Panner said, her tone noticeably lighter. The next morning, Lin Panner awoke to the morning light, her thoughts lingering on the conversation with Luo Yang from the previous night, a newfound determination blossoming within her. She understood that from this day forth, the matter would not be as simple as it appeared. Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately divulged the incident of selling the blood jade Guanyin statue without permission. He summoned the attendant and inquired about recommendations for several signature desserts. Ultimately, the two chose the renowned tiramisu and chocolate puffs. The exhilaration within them was palpable, a sense of relief flooding their minds after narrowly escaping danger. However, the crisis was far from over, as they remained encircled by flames. He was acutely aware that these items were not priceless treasures, and resorting to pawning them out of necessity was a lamentable option. The last time, whether it was duck profit or Kurapika's sort of restriction, those were merely drawn at random. The Western-style buildings of education and administration, steeped in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, whispered tales of a century-old history. Yet, Yi Zhen and Xiao Qitu had no time to admire this picturesque scene. Yi Zhen needed to apprehend the figure clad in black masquerading as Xiao Qitu, while Xiao Qitu sought to flee. Judging by previous encounters, it was clear that the black sphere was not Xiao Qitu's ultimate weapon, yet forcing Yi Zhen to endure it had depleted a considerable amount of his vital energy. I entered a room adjacent to the laboratory, and through the glass, I observed Wu Yu and her companions busily at work. Wu Yu, lacking proficiency in biology, had swapped roles with Lu Rongri, who became the doctor while Wu Yu assumed the role of assistant. As the clock struck 1:57, the three deputy mayors simultaneously descended from their quarters and gathered at the window, eager not to miss the spectacle at 2 o'clock. However, concerned about appearing foolish, Yi Zhen cautiously sniffed the air to ensure all was well before the two clinked their teacups and drank heartily. Refreshing. Yi Zhen had been holding back. The liquor was quite potent. A casino? Yu Monli and Guoqiyun exclaimed in unison, perplexed by Ming Fan's intentions, as the Ming family's rules were notoriously strict, leading them to question whether Ming Fan was playing with fire. What a good child. TSK, I never expected such charm from Su Jun, exclaimed Fei Lucia, admiring the current Su Jun. The pit was several fathoms deep, irregularly circular with a diameter exceeding 2 zhong, and its walls were smooth, hard, and vertical. Jiang Shan was taken aback. Having anticipated Shi Xiaofeng would inquire about her peculiar relationship with Shi Tianxi, never imagining he would pose such a question. With no options left, Yingji had to hastily evade the massive fireball's pursuit. Seizing this moment, Yuan Shui instantaneously appeared before the cloaked Hu Feifei, wielding a bloodwood sword, and without hesitation, tore open the golden cloak to rescue the trapped Hu Feifei. Chapter 90. Please exercise caution. No, Yu Zhuo replied, picking at the noodles in his bowl. You all know what kind of temperament Gongong Yu possesses. How could I dare to speak in his presence? Mo Xiang looked over. If you don't agree. Has she not persisted? She certainly wished to. Yu Zhuo scoffed lightly. I see she's not someone to be easily pacified. She didn't seek me out earlier, but now that you two are absent, she comes knocking. You didn't hear her words or discern her intentions, did you? People generally. She understood Su Cheng well. Such an honest child would not readily resort to violence. Even when bullied at school last time, he had refrained from retaliating. Since their last encounter at the television station, Li Cheng had resumed buzzing around her like a fly, sending her warm messages from time to time, making her feel as if she had swallowed a fly, an unbearable sensation. After their departure, I messaged Qinjie, warning her that today's incident must never occur again. Otherwise, if Chun Dan faced trouble again, I would not intervene. Shui Wearer took a deep breath, scoffing derisively at Mo Jingyuan's questioning, her disdainful gaze sweeping over the man confronting her. Seeing his aggrieved expression, Su Jiang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Teacher Chun, I hold you in high regard, never expecting you to be this kind of person. You have truly disappointed me. I did not. Gu Yuan replied solemnly in defense of himself, his eyes brimming with feigned grievance, lacking any impact. I do not regret it. What is there to fear? She smiled sweetly, her voice as gentle as an orchid, her enchanting eyes lingering as she embraced his neck and pressed her lips to his again. After indulging in alcohol for 2 months, Yi Han's voice rumbled, his gaze fixed intently on the television screen. He boarded a small airship, gradually approaching the starlit square atop the Crystal Palace fortress. As he drew nearer, he discerned an unusually bustling crowd gathering in the square. You are but a fleeting couple. Moreover, if she truly harbors hatred, it should be directed at me. If revenge is to be sought, it ought to be upon me, I remarked. What is there to fear? And how Ian questioned those behind him, sensing her steps seemed somewhat unsteady. Upon noticing Luo Tian's presence, everyone awakened from their stupor, gazing around in astonishment. Momins latte. Wanyan could not help but exclaim, it is said that this place is one of the 3 forbidden areas. Why does it feel like a paradise? As she spoke, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. El Tianhao leaned against the car, observing me as I walked forward leisurely. When I passed him, I did not glance his way, but continued directly towards the entrance. El Tianhao abruptly seized my arm, halting my movement. He suddenly embraced me and kissed my lips. Zhou Yi informed me that I had been enchanted by Zhong Zhichen in my dreams, and he sensed my peril, searching for me everywhere. Fortunate to find me in the corpse cave where dark energy had gathered. Look at me. Come see how helpless and wretched I am now. And how Yin said, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. It's not that nothing happened. The injuries are quite severe. After dawn, we should find a doctor to examine them properly. I only know the basics. What ultimately matters is the doctor's assessment, and Rand deliberately stated, wishing not to be considered some miraculous medical genius. The objective was to have them ascertain the bamboo stick numbers drawn by Lu Jiarui for the competition, and then have the glutton steal the same number. Chapter 91. The True and False Princesses conclude. Look at Zhou Gonggong's demeanor, treating Zhu Jixiang as if he were a grandson. Truly the trusted aide of a tyrant. Brimming with confidence, Chu Liuzheng observed, a tinge of envy coloring his thoughts. The aspiration to strive momentarily flitted through Chu Liuzheng's mind, akin to dust cast aside. I don't know, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next year, perhaps for a lifetime, I shall remain this way. Bai Luoxi playfully nestled in his embrace, slowly articulating her thoughts. However, after contemplation, I deemed it inappropriate to raise my voice at this moment, so I reluctantly took his mischievous finger into my mouth, applying pressure gradually under his teasing gaze. Yi Huang was struck down instantly, blood splattering from her mouth. Yet even as she lay on the ground, it was evident how much strength Lu Fei had exerted. Given the stakes concerning Jiang Ming's life, she believed it prudent to exercise greater caution. At that moment, Afong was entirely unaware of the tension building within her, oblivious even to the cold sweat forming in her palms. Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Song Jinggang, and Zhou Tao anxiously watched Su Shiji, all aware of the emperor's high regard for him. You wretched girl, seeking harm upon yourself to garner your husband's affection, just like your mother, with a heart as wicked, Murong Lianxin remarked as she approached to seize Bai Luoxi. Zhou Chu initially sought to persuade her stay, but soon realized he had no standing to do so. His outstretched hand ultimately fell unfulfilled. Li Mi was overjoyed, promptly commanding Wang Bo to lead a large contingent of cavalry to gather at the city gates. Prepared for a charge, the press conference proceeded as scheduled, unveiling the Yueying series bracelets one after another, each eliciting tremendous excitement, with prices soaring, culminating in the penultimate bracelet, named Half Moon, which surpassed 7 million in value. Fortunately, following this was the much-anticipated performance by the Hercules Martial Arts Hall, pitted against another renowned martial arts institution. Lu Mei and Lu Ruyan were both quite reluctant, unwilling to part with me even for a moment, fearing that my sudden appearance might vanish before their eyes once more. Wang Yuyin stood at the school entrance, surrounded by numerous students, her brow slightly furrowed in distaste as she gazed at the white Maserati before her. The scroll, devoid of signatures or inscriptions, nevertheless presented a vividly colored and exquisitely crafted painting. At that moment, the corpse within the coffin stirred, its long red nails reaching toward Xiao Lung Lai. We averted our gazes, shaking our heads in unison with Tu Do, intent on moving forward, when suddenly the voice of the goat-bearded man echoed from behind us once more. I must admit, I failed to comprehend his words, recognizing only that they were verses from the Diamond Sutra, and wished to inquire further. But my master had already taken out his phone to shake. Chun Qing dashed past Wang Yuyin like a gust of wind, completely oblivious to her presence. The rush of air lifting her skirt's hem. Upon seeing Feng Qiji enter, Lan Exine and Lan Yu promptly bowed in greeting, while Xiao Sui, startled, dropped the chess piece in her hand and hurriedly stood to pay her respects. This situation was not entirely incomprehensible, as most people would naturally resist the idea of having their memories erased. The adult believed that Zhong Kui thought Li Nai Xin was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him, prompting him to hastily defend himself before the latter could finish speaking. Presently, Chen Xin Ming also yearned to experience breathing through his skin, perhaps alleviating some discomfort in his nose. Song Ming Hao, an exemplary federal officer, had accepted the order to eliminate the 4th Interstellar Marine Battalion in the Chongping Star Military District over a decade ago, embodying the soldier's duty to obey. Chapter 92. The Unethical Years. Barrels of wine stored in the cellar were smashed across the courtyard, the flickering yellow-red flames rapidly spreading, engulfing the estate in a raging inferno. Outside a CF, a middle-aged man held his partner's hand, the two leaning against each other, sharing smiles as they gazed through the window at the scene within. It was said that Xinguang City had 20 deputy city lords, though Lin Feng casually remarked that he was unsure if they were all present in the city. Witnessing the situation unfold, Xiao Ho felt a surge of anger rising within her. Despite her usual composure, she could not restrain herself. She rushed forward, attempting to push the guards aside, yet they remained immovable despite her desperate efforts. As they beheld the lush greenery, listened to the chirping of birds, and inhaled the fragrant blossoms, their spirits were once again lifted. "What is a hot spring?" Lu Nin inquired as he sat down, while Ma Luohua gently removed his coat and placed it on a nearby chair before draping her fur coat over her knees. The pure, innocent children's song elicited puzzled frowns from the onlookers, as its lyrics were bizarrely superstitious. After 20 lashes, the 4 young lords of Kyoto could scarcely walk. Hastily assisted by their attendants as they retreated down the mountain, leaving without uttering a single harsh word. The mighty elemental force of ice split into 10 clusters, rapidly transforming into 1,000-meter-long, 3-meter-wide spears, which surged forward under Lin Feng's command, charging towards the fiery serpent ahead. As a head coach, witnessing one's team gradually fall into a passive position during a home match is undeniably a most frustrating experience. In a vacant glass room on the 4th floor of the basement opposite the Jinju building, a young man dressed in casual black attire with striking blue eyes and dark hair was confined. Gu Xianjin frowned, intending to intervene, only to find Su Jin restraining him, compelling him to cease and squint in observation. Su Jin, having the same intention, tightened her grip on the horse's belly, urging it into the torrential rain. "I cannot deny that Ming Jin Shu is indeed a good girl. However, I would prefer not to jeopardize the relationship between you and your mother due to her, nor would I wish for you to hurt your mother's feelings because of her." Everyone was deeply concerned that the mist might surge inside. Yet fortunately, such a calamity did not unfold. Instead, the mist lingered at the threshold after they rushed through the door. Since Yun Shu had made up her mind, she was prepared to wager everything, leaving no room for retreat. Lu Qingze spoke with utmost sincerity, and Su Mo, observing the shadow in his eyes, nodded after a moment's reflection. In truth, she was even more curious as to why, given such a profound enmity, the Lu family had entrusted her to her grandmother for upbringing. This was a natural sentiment. Sha Luo understood well that Gao Ju was not the type to falter before superiors. Sasha despised the second prince, which had nothing to do with his current title as the Kadu Emperor. As a fairy, she felt a sense of reverence towards him, yet remained oblivious to how humans should pay their respects. Meanwhile, Fenny regarded the figure emerging from behind the screen with a skeptical expression. Of course, one cannot allow others to slumber peacefully beside one's south-owned resting place. Guo Jia responded naturally, and Sun Yu nodded in agreement. It would be imprudent to suggest that one should seek such materials from the zircon extracted from Norway and Greenland, lest it be deemed overly clever and raise suspicions. This phrase is profoundly philosophical and rich with meaning, reflecting a deep understanding and detachment from worldly concerns. Yet, the prince had not yet reached the age of coronation, and his insights were indeed perplexing, leaving one to sigh in relief while harboring doubts. There must be a motive behind this, undoubtedly to curry favor with that biased general of Yuyang. Otherwise, why would they engage in discussions with them, devoid of any sincerity? Zhao Long scoffed, reaching for a cigarette from the box on the table, lighting it and inhaling with satisfaction, while Xiang Tong furrowed her brow slightly. "Enough, do not be upset. Tomorrow, let's visit your father-in-law first," Ning Xiaichen advised, observing Nishuanke's irritation. Wang Tian spread his hands, stating that no matter how much Lin Gaoyuan spoke, it was futile. The crux of the matter lay with Zhao Lushan, and as long as she was willing to come, everything else would be inconsequential. Regrettably, his strength was insufficient to perceive the aura of skilled combatants from such a distance, only sensing the allure of Xiongba's martial arts, while the identity of Xiongba's opponent remained unknown to him. Chapter 93. The Bold Will Survive. Outside, Emperor Xiao glanced at the still kneeling Dongwu, then knelt before Xiao Jingfan to pay her respects. "Your Majesty, may you be at peace." "Rise," came the reply, and Dongwu stood alongside Emperor Xiao. Xiao Jingfan cast a fleeting glance at her. Though devoid of emotion, it felt to Dongwu as if a great weight had descended upon her, causing her legs to tremble uncontrollably, as if all her hidden thoughts had been laid bare before the emperor. Indeed, her previous intention to pay her respects was a gamble. If only she could align with Xiaoya and others. Exclamations erupted as Bai Qifeng's pristine eyes widened in shock. Yu Fei pondered the purpose of each generation's demise in solitude. Was it faith? Presently, Lu Jiarui was more forthright. Yet Hao Chan dared not respond affirmatively to Lu Jiarui as he had to Elier. Yi Miaocheng remained by her father's side as he exited the inner city. Thus, she was the first to engage with Wang Pingjiang. After inquiring, her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she hastily galloped out to find Yi Qingcheng. Meanwhile, Su Jinlang had composed himself, his usual gentle smile replaced by a sharp gaze directed at Chui Liying, who quickly grasped the situation and promptly activated the speaker on the screen. A series of low, rumbling sounds resonated from the northern sky above the emerald stone base, where the clouds had transformed into a fiery red, rolling and swirling as if ablaze. This could elucidate the presence of formidable individuals on the celestial rankings here. She awaited my arrival, perhaps to witness my disheveled state. Or perhaps she already knew how events would unfold. I, alongside Wei Wu, exited the main hall of Qianxing Palace and proceeded to the western annex to await summons from Bumu Butai. I gasped in astonishment, pointing at the living room cluttered with physics equipment, casting a bewildered glance at Wenjin, eager to comprehend the situation. It was truly inconceivable. The moment I heard that sound, a surge of response coursed through me. The Qiyu clan is indeed a household of a certain celestial emperor, and referring to them as mere poultry does not seem too far-fetched, though they are not truly bred for consumption. Upon hearing this, Jin Yao appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His legs weakened, and he sank softly onto the sofa. For instance, a certain individual who failed to claim kingship within the western wilderness could choose to challenge the rulers of several other domains, and if victorious, would gain eligibility to enter the celestial emperor's residence. When the phone was answered, Wei Wei unleashed a harsh reprimand upon DeLong, informing him to wait for him as he intended to confront Fan DeLong. It was evident that Wei Wei comprehended far more than Fan DeLong did. As for the millennium-old heart, Tian also had no idea what it was, yet should be related to the next task. When he was about to toss the golden equipment into the system shop, the two unique characters following its name captured his attention. Regarding failure, Wang Liao exhibited no sense of dejection. He was inherently a person who thrived on adversity. Moreover, he and Han Fei were merely a move apart. In their confrontation, victory and defeat were intertwined, making it difficult to ascertain who was superior. The underworld god was slightly gaining the upper hand in battle against the flame giant. His strength and agility evidently surpassed that of the flame giant, showing no fear of fire, and his advantage grew with each clash. As for Zhao, she was indeed perplexed by a question she had never considered before. Now, pondering it, she found herself questioning how her father had encountered that fox demon. How could that fox demon have ventured into the celestial realm? She could never approach the Tianxian Palace unless by chance she encountered the emperor on an outing to another faction. Chapter 94, Becoming the Empress. Chu Liuzheng sensed something amiss and continued reading. The princess understands simple Xixiao language. Upon hearing the bamboo horse youth converse with the true princess, she became suspicious yet kept her thoughts concealed, pretending to be a caring elder sister while leading these 4 children. Ren Xingxia possesses decent martial skills, and the bamboo horse youth is exceptionally strong. However, Princess Mingxiao lacks martial ethics, and with a single dose of sedative, regardless of one's martial prowess, they succumbed instantly. These 4 now lay as soundly as dead pigs. This weighty dilemma pressed heavily upon everyone's hearts. The essence of existence and oblivion incited deep contemplation. She took a step forward, to which Nailan Ming retreated correspondingly, displaying no intention of confronting her directly. One must understand that upon reaching the capital, had it not been for Ping and slight capabilities, he could have been killed multiple times. Whenever he recalled this, he secretly regretted ever thinking that the study of martial arts was a brutish endeavor. It must be noted that being able to refine 2-star medicinal materials would provide him with a solid foundation to concoct 2-star elixirs. Although the 2-star elixir tier is not particularly high, it nonetheless serves as a threshold for novice alchemists. Successfully refining genuine 2-star elixirs signifies a true entry into the realm of alchemy. Alone and unanchored, he relied solely on his knowledge to ascend. Yet upon arriving in the capital, he was besmirched, nearly ruining his prospects. The false celestial dome appeared dim and lifeless. The charred sun hung in the west, having extinguished a billion years prior. Since this was a contest for leadership, naturally, the one with superior martial skills would prevail. However, if Xin were to speak, such a selection process seemed rather hasty. A mere brute with high martial prowess could wreak havoc, yet the battlefield's dynamics change in an instant, making it impossible to draw conclusions with just a few words. Just yesterday, he had been chatting with him, resting his arm on his shoulder, and now he was suddenly gone. While life on the battlefield is inherently unpredictable, he still found it unbearable. Having completed the 3rd batch of fried rice, Zhong Zhichen set down the spatula, feeling that 3 pots should suffice. He entrusted the rest to everyone, stating he would step outside to see what they were doing before leaving the kitchen. Chun Feng merely cast a few glances. The pain in his chest intensified, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. They were all losing their minds. A mech warrior controlling the Haifeng mech could leap dozens of meters. What on earth had transpired in this world to make reality so delirious? Whether it was the overburdened eruption of Lanhong Mountain or the meticulously prepared Longguang Xiao, even at the cost of utilizing some dream pearl essence to obscure supernormal perception, it was a long-planned lethal ambush. Zhang Sun had not rested well throughout the night. The next day, he simply chose to stay in the camp, leaving Song Hufeng, prepared for a major battle, feeling frustrated. However, the enemy was not in a hurry, so neither was Song Hufeng. Their orders were to hold their position and delay, and with the opponent not pressing an attack, Song Hufeng was glad for the respite, simultaneously repairing the city walls and preparing supplies. In truth, even without this factor, no sect would dare provoke the Jishimen, primarily due to the artifact involved. Without this reason, many matters would remain uncertain. The source of these streams lay at the summit of the Bayou Lake. That was our destination, Feng Chung explained. Due to her father's 6-fingered warning, Zheng Yingying understood that this place was unusual. When she came to play, she never cheated nor intended to win the dealer's money. While she relied on gambling techniques, she primarily engaged in skill-based betting, never winning excessively, always leaving when her winnings were sufficient. Ordinary demons cannot control steadfast humans. Logically speaking, Narnia should not have fallen to such a plight. Chun Feng couldn't help but glance twice, attracting the ireful gaze of another man with a fierce demeanor. Chapter 95, Keeping a Concubine. Lu Jiarui hurriedly declined, stating, "Our family has already committed a wrongdoing. How could we dare take the lady's possessions?" Mo Xiang handed him the ointment, suggesting he accept it, as this salve was bestowed by the emperor, effective in promoting blood circulation and alleviating bruises. Zhu Gonggong would surely find it useful. After kneeling for an hour on the freshly fallen snow, Lu Jiaruy's knees must have turned purple from the cold, certainly making this ointment necessary. However, he was there to offer apologies. Now to take someone else's valuable remedy was utterly unreasonable. At this moment, Xiao Yu's eyes gradually regained focus, allowing him to faintly discern the 2 swordsmen. At this instant, someone truly was outside. Could it be that Feng Shui had indeed arrived, as Xiao Sun had predicted? Initially, Su Li had been brought in merely to fill numbers. Yet, upon ascending the stage, Han Yinshi was left agape, for had it not been for Su Li, she would likely have been crying helplessly by now. Towering over a yard high, describing him as a formidable figure would not be an exaggeration, even when compared to the stout Jing Shurian impersonated by Feng Xiaoye. He appeared particularly paltry. In contrast to Yin Yuan Xiao, he appeared even more robust. Wang Mo, while hacking and advancing, cleaved numerous spatial fissures along the way. Beifeng Luo's skills encountered these spatial rifts, which absorbed and nullified his attacks. With no choice, Beifeng Luo had to retreat hastily. Wang Yimou plopped down in front of Karamoz's grave, staring at the tombstone as if his soul had been lost, contemplating the inscription, which surpassed the words of all other prophets combined. Yet, how could I easily forget these matters? The days spent with him linger vividly in my memory. Then, the 7 kings of the Trident Fishmen raised their heads to look at Wang Yimou, who merely arched an eyebrow and flashed a satisfied smile. Having summoned the reapers and sent all the spirits away, Shunshi surveyed the grim scene before him, utterly at a loss for what to do next. An eye for an eye. With no tolerance for even a grain of sand in his eye, his actions were ruthless. Even Chen Tianling had been slain. How could Su Chen possibly spare Chen Tianxi, the instigator? You claim Feng Yuan's death was at the hands of a ghost. I demand you avenge her. Chu Yang declared fiercely, slamming his hand onto Shun Qingling's desk. The primordial divine ability requires the fusion of one's own Tao and bloodline, a privilege reserved for the innate demonic gods. He would not permit anyone to disrupt his preaching, nor would he allow anyone to usurp his rightful place. Like a malignant sore parasitizing his martial path. Otherwise, his journey would be tainted. Not only was he aware of this matter, but he also knew who was involved in the destruction. With a thud, the humanoid monster collapsed before Shen Yao, its eyes filled with terror and a wild defiance. Baring its teeth at him, Ji Chun, puzzled, thought that if Qin Yin mentioned this, shouldn't he have called him as the captain? Si Kong Xian indeed dared not neglect his duty, respectfully returning the manual of the bone extraction palm. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhu Ho caught a glimpse of a cold light flashing beside her, and a bone-chilling chill approached her nape. Chapter 96. She excels in this. Your Majesty need not worry. In merely 3 months, no, in just 2 months, your servant will ensure she undergoes a complete transformation and is reborn. She excels at exacting revenge on scoundrels and manipulating their feelings. Far more entertaining than keeping a concubine. Seeing Mingxia Junju so eager, Xiao Jingfan's carefully prepared words fell to the wayside. Known for immense strength, now paired with the path of strength, it was as if his attack power had multiplied exponentially. Smoke suddenly billowed in the alley, accompanied by pained groans after injury, plunging the area into chaos. The nearby school lieutenant grabbed Wu Tianxi and ran toward the courtyard, and moments later, the courtyard gate crashed down, becoming a heap of rubble. Instantly, waves enveloped Sinlaw. Yet no resounding clash of battle echoed. At this level of existence, the contest was no longer one of strength, but of one's own realm. As for the other contestants within the Golden Lotus, they had long been forgotten. Compared to a spatial path dweller, their brilliance was utterly dim. Even Na Lan Ming Deng and Ouyang Taixian were overshadowed by Baikoan. Just as Yuan Shu stubbornly resisted, Lu Hong mysteriously vanished like a common ghost, as if he had never set foot in Bingzhou. Let us rest here today. Tomorrow, we shall frolic by the seaside, Zhao Feng said with a smile. Baikoan non-committally nodded, seemingly agreeing with Deng Yin's suggestion. Seeing this, Deng Yin felt a surge of joy. There was hope. Not binding their words too tightly. After all, the benefits were not theirs to give. Whatever was provided was decided by the ancestor and had nothing to do with them. However, Jiangnan had warned them before the conflict that all of this was of their own choosing. Oddly, this fellow usually never backs down. Having been mocked like this, he should have retaliated by now. Yet today he merely uttered a harsh word and departed, which was indeed strange. The middle-aged man gazed at the retreating figure of the elder Deng, perplexed. With such murderous intent, half a month later, Zhu Peng broke away from the group and plunged alone into the desolation plains, engaging in a decisive battle against Guli Dan, who had evolved into a great flame demon amidst the desolate sands. Now, the personal matters I must attend to could be resolved in half an hour, perhaps even less. Rest assured, esteemed guest, there is no need for concern. Even a demigod would feel dwarfed when faced with over 30 top-tier players, with the potential for exhaustion looming. At times, I wonder if we are living in the same dimension. Gibson made a speechless expression and rolled his eyes at Yuan Shu. Feng Fei once heard such a sound. During the dry winter, when a fierce wind swept across the vast plains, branches snapped and withered leaves were lifted. Lin Feng was engaged in matters of nations, while they barely played with mud. Then, picking a white piece from the jar before him, he changed his tone, saying, "You have arrived too late. Your seat is no longer available. Miss Cuckoo, I sincerely apologize for any offense during the competition. Jiang Yin offered a slight bow as a gesture of regret. Lu Ran felt dizzy. Every sight appeared amusing, each one she wished to experience. How should one put it? Did she not promise Rong Yin? Moreover, he mentioned that if we went, he would treat us to dinner and late-night snacks. Am I not also securing some benefits for our dormitory? We checked it. He had just thought that his sister understood his intentions. Yet, in the end, it seemed she was not even listening. Chapter 97. Layers of Cunning. Tang Qianlin surveyed the room. There were no tables, no chairs, nothing of the sort. Apart from some broken jars and pots, most items were made of stone. If you were to tag along with me, it would be akin to a ticking time bomb. No one could predict what might happen, and if it exploded, I would be the one to perish. Do not move. Whatever you do, do not move. Tang Qianlin motioned for the other two to remain calm while shining his flashlight from the creature's head down to its neck, then to what should be its body. But the neck vanished directly into the stone ceiling above. Suddenly, Yida lunged at the parasite, and simultaneously, other parasites and spiders closed in on him. The onlookers felt a chill of apprehension at this sight. By the way, what is the situation over there? At this moment, Michin also inquired of me. Tang Qianlin approached the room, but Li Yunfan stopped him. Yet, Tang Qianlin waved dismissively, indicating it was fine. Reluctantly, Li Yunfan had no choice but to follow him inside. However, Zhong Kuei was unaware of the perilous situation. Only the judge and a few confidants knew, and no whispers had circulated within the realm of Yin and Yang. Perhaps individuals of our level were not yet worthy of such knowledge. Lu Gonggong said nothing. Qian Qingshi cast a cold glance at Jing Yi, silently boarding the carriage, with Jing Yi following closely behind, both entering the carriage together. A resounding slap left Pei Shirin's mouth bleeding, her face swollen significantly. Pang Tong shouted in anger, "How vile! You simply do not wish for my success, do you? Truly an evil cult." He clenched his fists tightly, while Ma Chao knelt before Ma Tong, refusing to rise. Pang Tong ordered a proper burial. Among the two cultivators, one's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the pure white flower amidst the blood river. The fervor in his gaze was irresistible. I saw her pale lips quivering, and my heart was also trembling violently. The Tao sect refers to the seven spirits as corpse dogs, hunting arrows, sparrow shadows, silk thieves, not toxic, purifying, foul lungs. And the three souls can also be called celestial soul or master soul, terrestrial soul or awareness soul, life soul or human soul. Wang Yong had never looked up at the sky, even if there were light spots. How could he know? I retorted, after chatting for a while and ordering some food. This was the scenario of their first date with Yuan Qingli. However, those imprisoned from a Qin family were not its main members. They were primarily stewards, guards, and some distant relatives with nearly mediocre talents, close to being ordinary. Jian Imo shook her head, suddenly recalling that last night. Gu Beichen mentioned he would head to Donghai City early this morning. Subsequently, the Piku elf egg flickered with electric light, directly dispersing 3 rings of starlight. Li Su could sense Piku's strong intent to attack, completely unwilling to let the power of the jet machine approach it. After finishing the meal, Bai Jingyao prepared to leave. Lan Yinchuan offered to escort her, but Bai Jingyao refused, firmly insisting that no one must see them together. Only Li Su understood that the golden lightning mark within Pikachu contained a unique electric current power, which was the reason for the stimulation of the electric bead's formation. The 6 disciples also understood that this time they must secure victory, otherwise they would have no place in the 3 Connections mystic sect in the future. To put it plainly, its efficacy is to dispel control, equipped with purifying properties. It is suitable against opponents with large-scale crowd control, just as it could be tactically employed in the current situation. Just as she was about to leave, the soldier immediately began whispering to those nearby. One soldier directly departed from the city gate. The smile of the youth exudes a formidable presence, and his rectangular glasses always reflect a bright light under the street lamps. Sasuke himself has not realized that during his time with Ji Chi, he has always prioritized Ji Chi's decisions, indicating a subtle transformation. The gargantuan size of the stone statue monster inevitably creates a significant commotion even during a surprise attack, making it susceptible to detection and easily avoidable. He has contemplated countless possibilities regarding the evidence Song might provide, including an alibi, yet he never considered that he could directly hand over the murderer. The werewolf, caught off guard, crashed directly into the hail of gunfire from the Holy Emperor's guards, blood erupting from his chest, and thereafter, the guards sheathed their spears as the werewolf collapsed. The entire sequence completed in less than a second. Without granting Zhou any time to react, Jiang Shengsheng leaned in and kissed the corner of his reddened eye, a wicked smile playing upon her lips, enchanting those who beheld her. Currently, it is Lu Jiarui who faces criticism from the entire internet, yet he has remained entirely absent and silent throughout the ordeal. With a powerful kick to the solar plexus, the man fell to the ground, glancing at the two without lingering, and brandished his knife as he leaped outside, casting a furious glare at Lin Yi, revealing a deep-seated animosity. When Jiang Shengsheng emerged, he maintained his original posture, obedient and restrained, too afraid to move, but upon seeing her, he suddenly looked up, his gaze unwaveringly following her. Chapter 98. For the sake of indulgence, just reading the words is already quite delightful. This pair of red agate earrings had evidently been soaked in bird droppings. No wonder the tyrant refused to touch them. Upon learning this, the tyrant intended to have them discarded. Yet Mei Run, unaware of the circumstances, found the red agate earrings beautiful and insisted on keeping them with her charming demeanor. Each time the tyrant sees Mei Run wearing those earrings, his expression becomes peculiar. She mistakenly believes he dislikes them. Coinciding with the moment when Song Li slightly furrows his brow, directing his gaze towards the slowly approaching imperial ceremonial procession. Gong Yuchu looked at Gong Yu with a provocative expression, while Gong Yuchu merely rolled her eyes in disdain, offering him no kindness. For the rest of my life, wherever my gaze lands, it shall be upon you. The accompanying image is of Gu Ziwei holding her just moments ago. Song Haiting meticulously reviewed the divorce agreement. Must he seek out Lan Tian merely to grant her a share of the Tsong family's assets? Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt an uncontrollable influx of spiritual energy surging into her body. Following the cultivation method imparted by Li Long, the energy entered Tian Hai but did not leak out. Instead, it transformed into a cold and domineering source of power. The high priest's lack of cooperation infuriated him. He had not spared this man, whom he referred to as father, on numerous occasions. I would like to, but I have no fake options prepared. Moreover, given the circumstances just now, could I not submit? Yizhan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Indeed, Bing Pa is a divine artifact of heaven and earth. Its power and capabilities are beyond imagination, and even I have yet to fully master all of its strength, the moon goddess remarked softly. Shaolin, while speaking, handed a brown bess firearm to Queerd. Queerd had never encountered such a firearm before and was unsure how to handle it. A punch was thrown, golden light surging forth. An energy resonance akin to a deity striking down upon the demonic figure's palm. Upon hearing this, Xuanning Shang's expression darkened, momentarily rendered speechless. Clearly, she had never anticipated failure, and the impact of this realization was immense. At this moment, Lu Tuo's disdain and prejudice towards Geng Jin Long slightly eased, leading to a significant shift in his impression of him. I am merely a passing spirit path master, Zhang Yu stated, holding his sword at an angle. The blade pointed downward, remaining still, yet unbeknownst to him, a fine crack had appeared in the ground beneath. Chun Taoluo was clearly aware of the differing magical authorities between the two, yet he did not relent. Instead, he cackled, proclaiming the inherent disparity in tears, urging them to experience the consequences of such a gap. After several days and nights, under the potent influence of the last remnants of medicinal power, the lively sounds of the deep pool's fish transformed into the resounding cry of a divine dragon breaking through the depths. As Lu Tuo felt an overwhelming surge of power filling his every orifice. In the desolate surroundings, enveloped in darkness, feelings of solitude inevitably arose. Yet within the empty expanse, the final words of the banner echoed hauntingly, resonating long after. Strangely enough, amidst these battles, her thoughts drifted solely towards food. With each kill, various cooking methods would involuntarily surface in her mind. Chapter 99. Hellish beginnings, hellish endings. The assassin had not slain the true fifth prince. Rather, it was a decoy prepared by the fifth prince himself. The genuine fifth prince remained in the shadows, plotting his resurgence. Mei Ren was specifically positioned beside the tyrant as an informant. Upon realizing the deception, the tyrant feigned being utterly captivated by Mei Ren, merely using himself as bait to lure out the fifth prince for a comprehensive capture. The tyrant's performance was so convincing that all spectators were taken aback. The power of the binding heavenly lock could even restrain the ethereal intent of blades, instilling a sense of dread. Once locked, ordinary cultivators would likely find escape nearly impossible. The vehicles were dismantled and reassembled into 26 rafts, and it was not until the following morning that the moment to cross the waters truly arrived. Master of the palace, they are coming for me. Allow me to accompany you. Shangwan Rong hesitated briefly before gesturing for Su Chenyang to follow. Indeed, it is 80,000, I confirmed, gazing at the unchanging number on his forehead. There is no need for such formality. With my decree in hand, summon Wubu Tianzun to take action. The stone sculpture instructed. The villagers were elated upon receiving the news from an Anyang. Each household had been worried about their grain supplies, fearing they would need to tighten their belts until the autumn harvest. Yet unexpectedly, a lucrative opportunity had arisen. Alice rose to take the sword, declaring, "No, I shall do it myself." With that, she struck fiercely at the glove, splitting the wooden table in two with a resounding crack. The stone egg, once cleaved in half, sent one half soaring upwards to become the heavens, while the other half fell downwards to become the earth. Thus, heaven and earth were formed. Observing Wang Qian's expression, Shi Xiao surmised the difficulty in locating the tree that grew in the fire. As they descended, the weapons above their battleship extended outward, commencing precise strikes against the exposed creatures within city number 6 from their elevated position. Just as Yuan Shao wallowed in the bitterness of defeat, a feeble voice broke the silence. Unbeknownst to him, this spirit tea was regarded as a treasure by his master, who, out of indulgence for his beloved disciple, had bestowed a portion. By Xiang Yuan's covetousness for his spirit tea was not a fleeting desire. At this moment, Meng Shui Rao caught sight of a group of figures emerging from the hazy mist. With concern for Qian Shun and her third senior brother, she nodded and turned to leave. Chun Shaoan shook his head, no longer willing to listen, abruptly ending the call, silencing the phone, and carelessly tossing it onto the sofa, allowing it to ring incessantly. Otherwise, she would find no peace tonight. San Xiongui Tai, a diplomat from Neon, began to panic upon learning of the virus leak. Yifeng disregardedly shunned Min and Chu Haobei, allowing his knife to slip from his grasp as Chu Haobei's left hand was severed. Moments later, a creature resembling a purple-black scorpion emerged from the whirlpool. Known as the poison scorpion beast, its entire body laced with venom. "I'm eager to reminisce with you," she said, hurrying him along. But only then did she realize her words might be inappropriate, and Ajio quickly halted. "Yu Yuan, is there some misunderstanding?" The inquiry pertains to a middle-aged man beside Wu Chen Master. Although he donned simple attire made of unremarkable fabric, his every gesture exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Chapter 100 reveals a tale of conflict that must have had a catalyst. Chu Liuzheng rummaged through his thoughts. Eureka! Zhao Yu demonstrated filial piety and diligence by assisting at the pancake stall. Her graceful appearance and nimble work caught the attention of the proprietor of Li's fabric store, who sought a matchmaker to propose marriage to his son. This proprietor is none other than Lord Li, whose betrothal gifts were quite substantial, indicative of his sincerity. Yet, one wonders why, despite this union, he would dispatch his lackeys to inflict harm. Meanwhile, regarding the transformations occurring within his dantian, he maintained an indifferent demeanor, showing no sign of peculiarity, and remained wholly engrossed in refining his vital energy with meticulous care. What do you think? Did Master Zheng uncover this destiny 44 years ago? Yi and Yang inquired with a smile. In a moment of astonishment, Yi halted before a stall, which, unlike others within Tianbao Temple, was simply a wooden board resting on the ground. Upon it lay 2 three-tiered spiritual herbs, Feng Wei Chao, a massive beast carcass, and a sign indicating a price of 30,000 gold coins. Indeed, just moments ago, a black hole had expelled a dark orb, and he realized that the earlier absence of reaction was merely due to the lengthy digestion time of what he had consumed. Are you suggesting I replace the broken string? Jiang Dongyu mused inwardly, recalling his role as a student beneath his teacher's guidance, despite being transformed into a ghostly being by the leader of the Ghost Clan. His heart still yearned to charge into battle with flesh and blood. Yin Feiming's capabilities remained an enigma. As the minister of the Heavenly Mandate's Foreign Affairs Department, she typically delegated tasks to others in the remnants of the demonic sect within the Huaxia cultivation realm, rarely needing to intervene personally. On the night that Gu Manju arrived, Xia Dai awoke in the intensive care unit. Jiang Dongyu's eyes flickered with a crimson glint, as the accumulated malevolence from the blood ancestors' techniques was finally ignited in the atmosphere of the gambling den. Yang Miao gazed intently at Su Dan, who stood immobile before Fan Jihua's steel blade, showing no inclination to evade the threat. It is understandable. Fan Jihua possessed the speed of a fifth-layer postnatal practitioner, far beyond the reaction time of an ordinary person. On Monday, Zhuang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The words of her roommates and classmates, filled with pity and regret, led her to a decisive conclusion. Although Xiao Yu had stood up for her, which was commendable, she worried excessively that he might not return. At that moment, though gravely wounded, the Ghost King had expended much of his divine energy and was no longer the formidable being he once was. Min Er commented with indifference that when the time came, she would not impede the Emperor's actions, but whether they would have the fortune to meet was a matter for their own fates. The scene before me was rather astonishing. Feng Shui Yu was bustling around in an apron, serving dishes at the dining table. Mulan Yi regarded Xia Huan with a cold expression, questioning her intentions, to which Xia Huan replied with a faint smile that carried an icy demeanor. This prompted a collective gasp from those in the hall, soon followed by bloodshot eyes fixated on the elixir bottle held by the elder. Gazing at the tear-streaked face of Su Qian, Lin Liang sighed inexplicably. He was not one to display such flamboyance, yet upon noticing the jade hairpin atop Su Qian's head, he suddenly reached out and enveloped her in an embrace before the crowd. Chapter 101 introduces a young woman who once appeared delicate and sprightly, now with swollen eyes resembling peaches, a clear indication of a night spent weeping. Even the application of powder could not conceal her distress. Despairing, Yuzhu had no recourse left. In the following days, Huichuan County received various reports. Through the observations of scouts and Peng Zhao's analyses, it was nearly certain which directions the treasure would be transported, should he truly attain the 5-star Xianshan realm. Su Han's overall combat prowess would rival that of a 5-star Tianshan. Zhao Li's countenance darkened like storm clouds as he brewed his mystical energy, evidently intending to confront Lin Mu. Lin Mu felt a stir within as he accepted the treasures, reflecting on the distinct advantages of having a powerful background. When the incident befell Lao Luo Feng was left in a daze, completely devoid of his usual vigor. On the previous occasion, he had regained a semblance of composure. Hu Yin relaxed her weary form, a smile gracing her lips as she closed her eyes. As long as her demise did not occur at the hands of the man she loved, it mattered little whose hands it might be. Xiao Mei let out a scream as she fell into the river, leaving only her bloodied legs visible above the surface. Enough. You've grown increasingly humorous. Is it necessary for me to draw my blade to reason with them? I grimaced, shaking the bloodied blade in my hand. Swang was ridiculous, and even the deputy lord of Giant Island dared to confront him openly. Opposite her sat a man swathed in a black hoodie, his face obscured by the hood, save for a pallid, delicate chin that moved slightly as he sipped his coffee. Hu Guiyang's thoughts were consumed by a single notion. Just yesterday, he had been carefree. Yet today, he found himself embroiled in such a significant predicament. Had he known, he would have refrained from dining out and instead enjoyed a long slumber. No more fighting. From now on, we shall heed your counsel. Look at this. An Imba produced a notebook alongside a black pistol and a triangular dagger. Taking a few steps back, Feng Yun grasped the wooden spear, propelled by his waist to launch it forth, sending it soaring into the distance. In truth, her intentions aligned with those of Hua Yunyang. Only their perspectives on the matter differed. Sleeplessness was unacceptable, as it would lead to dark circles that would mar her makeup. Thus, she reached in her bag for her phone, intending to scroll through Weibo in hopes of aiding her slumber. Haha, Li Xiaojun laughed heartily, unable to contain her amusement at Chun Bo's antics, drawing numerous gazes before hastily covering her mouth. Indeed, for instance, this is a private collection I encountered at the Tokyo National Art Center, Guan Xian remarked, gesturing toward a painting on the wall and recounting its history. The living room housed numerous artifacts, even a tea set possessing its own story. However, it was perplexing that the two managed to perfectly evade all patrols of the Righteous Alliance, traversing smoothly and exiting the city without hindrance. The princess of the Turkic tribe, Ashina Yen, fell hopelessly in love with the Cloud King and insisted on marrying him, even if it meant becoming a secondary consort. The Turkic Khan, seeing no alternative, reluctantly acquiesced to the union. Her neatly styled black bangs rested just above her willow-like brows, casting them in a mysterious light, reminiscent of a fading rainbow, exuding an undeniable playfulness. Aside from a certain quantity of ice points still operating in a dot-like formation, the continuously melting ice resembled a puddle, settling in the center, creating an impression of seamless tranquility, as if the prior turmoil had never occurred. Chapter 102 reveals a false proclamation of imperial edict. Now that he had arrived, certainly he would approach. Chu Liuzheng maintained a surreptitious stance, simultaneously scanning for the target as described by the system, while stating that it was not yet the time, suggesting they would proceed once the dignitaries had departed. Perhaps fueled by this hope, the jade pendant regained a semblance of vitality. Noticing Chu Liuzheng's lingering gaze toward the Jinxiu pavilion, she curiously inquired, "What captures your attention?" Everyone exchanged glances, perhaps due to their frequent collaboration on missions. They shared an unspoken understanding, all simultaneously casting fierce glares at Huang Tian. "Do you not find me particularly striking?" Yang Qing questioned earnestly, devoid of any jest. Chu mainly pondered this and realized that this fellow was indeed formidable in combat, which alleviated her concerns considerably. The gaze revealed malice and hatred. Yet one dared not be the first to take a stand, instead retreating to the back, waiting for an opportunity to flee. "You may marry, but your fellow villagers will scorn your parents, slander them behind their backs, stab them in the back, look down upon them, and mock them. If everyone is selfish and indifferent, devoid of the warmth that can warm another's heart, then they cease to be human, for there is no trace of compassion left." Yishun waved his hand, fearing that if this fellow continued to utter more sentimental words, he would be unable to restrain himself from striking him. Naturally, in order to enhance the aesthetic appeal of the slingshot, children of that time would often wrap rubber wire around the handle in circles to increase the smoothness of the bow, and even place a bit of fluorescent powder in the bow's belly, aiming to make it shimmer in the dim light of night, thus elevating their own prestige. Secretly guessing that it might be a message from Huan Huan, I felt a trivial joy in my heart. With no other choice, Chu Feng waved his hand, transforming their attire without drawing the attention of passers-by. "Tian Kuei, what shall we do? Shall we simply watch?" As they observed the four battling in the sky. "Tai Chi Lamente." The minions of the chaotic world king observed his demeanor, none daring to speak, fearful of provoking him and becoming his outlet for frustration. These were all renowned prodigies from the last session, now officially rising in this one, and by the next competition, the stage would be theirs. They hurriedly entered the Hong Yun Tavern, finally persuading the divine being to believe that the assassination attempt did not originate from them, the second prince and others, but rather from the eldest prince. Finally arriving at the back mountain, where her grandfather resided. Upon entering, she placed Lu Feng on a bamboo bed and called for her grandfather. Lu Feng felt utterly bewildered. How could this yellow-grade exceptional sword be priced higher than those mysterious grade items at yesterday's auction? However, Lu Feng was too lazy to haggle, encountering a sword he cherished. A weapon he would bear through his journey as a Yuan master. He deemed the 700 gold coins worth it. The might of Qinglong Zhantian, the swallowing dragon seal, and the 9 nether purgatory would all amplify with the breakthrough of one's cultivation. Amidst the clamor of the daytime battle, the gigantic dragon suddenly surged towards the clouds. This time, Yin Tiankong would not sit idly. The previous instance was Yuan power, difficult to defend against, but this time was different. Mr. Shui Jing, Sima Hui, was an extraordinary recluse, well-versed in Taoism, the mysterious arts, military strategy, and the classics, with his greatest pride being his ability to discern the world's talents. Chapter 103. The Noble Circle is indeed difficult to navigate. Xiao Jingfan cast a glance at the cloaked figure, although the red plum in the vase bore interest. It lacked the profound ambience of the red plum in the snow. Huh? The tyrant just accepted it so lightly? Contemplating whether he would be beaten or executed, Chu Liuzheng raised his eyelids in surprise, quietly glancing at Xiao Jingfan. To his astonishment, he met Xiao Jingfan's cold, piercing gaze. Even a pretext requires me to clean up afterward. Foolish. Mu Ji's disregard for Wu Han stemmed from this reason. Possessing a treasure is a crime. Mu Ge had long known that someone coveted his hard-earned victory. In chaos, changes arise. In stability, there are no worries. On the eve of the battle for divinity, Mu Ge needed neither to express anger nor protest. He simply had to maintain his aloofness. Han Sun utilized her reward points from purchasing items, totaling over 300, along with her remaining points, to exchange for basic Qi Gong, which is internal energy. However, as one delves deeper, the terrors and cruelties of this plan become apparent. Many experiments currently conducted in the Shenghui Inner Court are based on this foundation. Please appreciate the power of my Ghost International, Mr. President, Vic said with a faint smile, leaving Mr. Sa momentarily speechless, as he exuded an unparalleled confidence. At that moment, the spiritual arrow pierced through the ghost cat, yet it remained unscathed, as if the arrow had merely skimmed the surface of water, returning to its original state. Notably, after the establishment of huashing technology, Li Family Village benefited, attracting many tourists, with the preserved ancient buildings becoming the villagers' most treasured assets. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Suabin? Can you sense me, Suabin? Suabin. Mo Chio suddenly lost sight of Subin, calling out fervently through their mental link. Lin Xiao remained vigilant. This was the back door of the prison, not yet fully escaped. Unexpectedly, this area was a dark zone, a layer between the upper monitoring room and the lower prison, circumventing the prison system's security controls. A police car halted at the intersection, and a middle-aged officer in uniform swiftly took control of the offending vehicle, suspecting it might flee. These were the coveted possessions of the imperial people, yet the prize for obtaining them was to find a way to survive, to prove one's innocence. His calculations were perfect. The competition unfolded precisely as he anticipated, and he felt the scales of victory slowly tipping in his favor. Excellent. The Feng family truly does not know the meaning of caution, daring to commit such acts. Yang Bo exclaimed angrily. Of course, these male classmates were no benign characters. They were wealthy scions from Donghai City, each hailing from affluent families. Among them, Wei Mingtai had long desired to pursue Zhang Xinyan. Yet Zhang Xinyan had remained lukewarm towards him. Iran, let's go. Ling Tian carefully stored away the herbs and turned to Iran, who was still soaking her feet by the riverbank. Yang Yun was now merely a step away from reaching the foundation establishment stage. Being at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he needed to break through the 9th layer to enter the foundation establishment stage. Li Jianan, in his 70s, was of a similar age to Chen Yanwang. Individuals of this age are generally quite astute. Just as she set down the bowl, she suddenly noticed someone had appeared before her, seated in front of her without her noticing. Chapter 104. Are you foolish? Xiao Jingfan waved his hand, abruptly silencing the music. An entire second floor of the Jingxiig fell silent, leaving only Zhao Yu's voice. My parents were beaten to death in the street by thugs, and the governor of Shuntian Prefecture remains inactive, allowing the thugs and their instigators to roam free. I beseech your majesty to deliver justice for my parents. Xiao Jingfan stared at her for a moment, pondering how she bore no ears or tail, lacked hair on her face and hands, and did not resemble a wolf at all. He asked, Are you from Desheng? The broken dragon, relying on its status as Zhuge Junhao's mount, behaved arrogantly, displaying no goodwill towards Jiang Yuan, who had long wished to teach it a lesson. Yet alas, his strength did not permit it, and Jiang Yuan could only console himself, believing that a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Currently, only 300 true warriors of the Su clan remained, including Yuan Tan, Cao Cao, and elbow. "You finally deigned to meet me," Gong Yuqing said, embracing the frail Jiang Qiao, burying his head against her shoulder, trembling uncontrollably. The Empress Dowager glanced back at the soft couch, unable to stand steadily, clutching her forehead and exclaiming of a headache. By the lake stood a man with dark hair, distinctly different in attire from Qin Ju and Meng Ku, lacking any modifications to his uniform, instead donning a somewhat tattered scarf. Facing the bewildered king with the invisible great sword, Delumudo, too, grew serious, and his uncontrollable tear mole enchanted the lady, standing far behind the king. "Please follow me." The attendant smiled upon hearing Jiang Qiao mention the person she was looking for, then quickly pursed her lips, leading Jiang Qiao to the reception desk. Upon hearing those words, Yenner was taken aback, recalling she had been told to forget. How could she still remember Mu Yunxi? "I trust you, you big-headed ghost." The beautiful girl grew furious, seizing a handful of dirt and flinging it at Lu Dinyo, before quickly picking up the black outer row from the ground and donning it. By the time he inquired here, the sect leader's voice had grown weak, evidently lacking confidence in his own doubts. In the midst of astonishment enveloping the crowd, the fiery divine beast let out a mournful wail. Just after tearing through the fabric of space to arrive here, it disintegrated in mid-air, dissipating into nothingness, leaving behind only 5 spirit talismans that fell to the ground. Indeed, the world of Moterra harbors such entities, yet the eastern giant eagles seldom make their presence known, and their mountain remains a mystery to Stephen, who is unable to establish contact with them. Such coincidences are implausible, yet the true meaning behind this event eludes comprehension. Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Han's mind, none of which could elucidate the situation. Luo Lai felt a sense of foreboding as he approached Lu Weilin to examine his wounds. During the recent frenzied assault by the bats, their focus had been primarily on by Yunfei and Lu Weilin. Although both managed to fend them off to some extent, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of bats, resulting in multiple bites. Fortunately, the entity had not fully revived. It remained in a spiritual form, albeit stronger than during the previous Zhanda battle. However, Jiang Han refrained from making any attempts. He was rational enough to realize that, based on his current knowledge and experiences, he could not conjure a perfect world. Such a notion was utterly impossible, as many aspects remained beyond his understanding. Meanwhile, the remaining jar of dream for 1,000 years was swiftly dealt with by Ziyu. Upon seeing Su Lingfeng, Chu Xiaoxiao felt assured that Yi's imprisonment was secure, and her spirits lifted, leading her to speak with increasing audacity. Thus, when the sound of space fracturing resonated through the sword world, Wang Jiu immediately summoned his utmost focus to confront the impending crisis. Chapter 105. Ingeniously conceived titles. The Emperor's imposing presence was palpable, causing Zhao Yu's heart to race with anxiety, stammering as she spoke. In the plays, it is sung thus. Xiao Jingfan pressed for clarification. What plays? Zhao Yu recounted several popular dramas beloved by the people, tales of the wronged receiving justice, and corrupt officials facing the consequences of their actions. The man was exceedingly complex, exuding an aura of danger, yet possessing a naive heart. Her association with him would inevitably lead her into a bottomless abyss. He bore a pair of glossy black wings, rendering him endearingly whimsical, seemingly devoid of threat, akin to pets designed in certain video games. Gu Xinling, caught in a restless cycle of sleep, pondered numerous matters, feeling weary, yet unable to find peace in slumber. The Ming army, comprising hundreds of thousands, could not sustain their efforts indefinitely. The logistics simply could not endure, and when the time came, they would merely feign surrender to align themselves. Unexpectedly, the man opposite her erupted in fury, raising his hand to attack. Ye Huanggu, currently inhabiting Jia Lanye's body, wielded the memories of Jia Lanye, rendering her martial prowess unparalleled as she effortlessly dodged. After several hours of travel, the group sought a shaded spot to rest, with approximately 2 hours remaining until they reached the town, aiming to arrive before nightfall. All right, I shall inspect immediately. Zheng Tianzu understood the gravity of the error regarding the medicinal supplies and commenced his examination without a moment's delay. Gu Xinru dared not acknowledge any faults, for admission would equate to punishment. Yet, she also hesitated to sit down for a meal, as Gu Xinling had just delivered a scathing reprimand, and Madame Mo had neither defended her nor expressed any stance. Jun Weiyao, naturally, would not be swayed by her deceptive words, seizing Yi Huangshi's head to kiss her. However, he recognized that until outcomes were determined, he was unable to depart. Thus he had no recourse but to await the final verdict. Yang Peiqi was no naive fool. She comprehended the implications and discerned yet another rejection. Though reluctant, she had no choice but to accept this conclusion, despite the possibility of being ensnared by explorer number 8. Yang Peiqi had no alternative but to seek his assistance. Kong Dan was immediately overwhelmed with chills at the thought of accompanying her in such matters, goosebumps erupting as she glared at him with palpable menace. Unbeknownst to her, her subconscious had already opted to trust Hao Jun, or rather, to believe that Hao Jun was indeed Beibei's father, thus surrendering control of the situation to this youth. The pervasive cold here could instantly freeze even the most seasoned practitioners of the Wushi and Lingwang realms into ice sculptures. And even those of the Shanhai realm would think twice before entering, for the temperatures were simply too frigid. Although following Yulong Tian's guidance would reveal Gu Chao's true intentions, Lin Jin was unwilling to place Che Xiaoyan in jeopardy. Lao Yin and Suzuki SH exchanged glances, their breaths heavy as they stood back to back, weapons in hand, facing the encroaching assailants. They had begun to grasp the weighty possibility that Honda Masanori had betrayed them, sending chills through their hearts. Chapter 106. What use is it? Wei Mingyang sat at Xiao Jingfan's side, acutely aware of the shift in atmosphere. He could not articulate what had changed, but two words emerged unbidden in his mind: danger. His instincts directed his gaze toward the emperor seated above, with a faint smile in the emperor's eyes faded, replaced by scrutiny and evaluation. This young monarch was incensed, and his wrath was palpable, over a grave miscarriage of justice. The difficulty surrounding the unsealing of the weapon known as the Dingguan drum was apparent. However, after the impact of over 30 appraisal scrolls, the 4 seals on the weapon were sequentially undone, revealing an exceptionally formidable attribute, perfectly suited for Shuefeng. Upon entry, before even being recognized as an inner disciple, one had already subdued inner disciples, which was quite extraordinary. Mo Xiaodong was presently having Shun Donghe peel an apple for her, and upon hearing Lin Qingfeng's words, she was taken aback. Will you hand over the person or not? Shun Ruobing brazenly trampled on He Jing's form. And though He Jing gritted his teeth in defiance, he found himself devoid of any fighting capability. Métis had instantly prepared everything. He retrieved the reconstructed core from the interface atop the table, while the energy converter he had previously ordered hung around his neck, allowing him to connect it to the reconstructed core and view Métis's messages through his smart glasses. That evening, whether it was a peculiar signal or directive, both humans and Trisolarans ceased their attacks. This allowed one to drown out the sound of the dice settling, thereby disrupting Yi Yuren's judgment. Of course, all of this was exchanged with Yi Tian. The exchange function had been restored 5 years prior. Shun Yinyu, attended by Xiao, changed her attire and dressed her wounds, finally awakening only after a long slumber extending into dusk. She had once again succumbed to death. In a corner of the tavern, a young man scoffed upon hearing the conversations around him. He was Ji Yuchen. At that moment, Bai Li Songming had not anticipated Qin Susu's rebellion, the pain radiating from his leg, eliciting a grunt of discomfort. Do you truly think so, Your Highness? Wu Qingde sought confirmation once more. For this was a significant matter not to be trifled with. Should they succeed, the world would belong to them. However, failure would condemn them to eternal infamy, leaving them no chance for redemption. He hovered in the dark void, feeling as though his body no longer belonged to him, life slipping away as warmth gradually ebbed. Rain-like tears fell from Yu Fei, as Chu Qing had never spoken so much to her. Initially, it was her admiration for Chu Qing that drove her to pursue him relentlessly. I won't leave. What kind of brothers are you? Don't you care to help him? Ding Yuhan was incensed by Han Jijun and Li Chang's indifference, their utter lack of concern for Wang Feng's fate. She rushed forward, seizing the handbrake of the vehicle. Chapter 107. Only the northwest wind, the stunned palace attendants, upon hearing the command, swiftly mobilized to clear the chaotic scene, bringing over a new long table. Perhaps fearing that the Haichong princess and her maid might discover a gap, leading to the table shattering again. This one was lacquered and devoid of any patterns, gleaming with a reflective shine. The Haichong princess reached out to touch the surface of the table, and everyone's gaze fixated on her hand. Her skin appeared slightly fairer than her face, with slender fingers. Witnessing the imminent defeat of Xuan Wu, Gui Songming's eyes darkened, just as he was about to employ a secret technique once more. He had intentionally considered their circumstances. Withdrawing at this moment would seem exceedingly ungracious. Meanwhile, the great king and Zhou Chaosheng were left baffled, pondering why Wang Yilong seemed indifferent to the great king's sentiments. Mo Lin had already advanced to the late stage of innate cultivation, with a significant increase in the spiritual energy within his dantian, coupled with his dual attribute innate Dao spirit. The robustness of his spiritual power was twofold, or even several times that of an ordinary spiritual practitioner, yet he still felt somewhat overwhelmed. The youth, sporting a tousled, hot mane, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the individuals in the private room. Zhang Yuan fabricated an address without concern for her belief, secretly gathering strength, preparing to initiate a counterattack. The humid and sultry climate of the southern frontier rendered the inhabitants' skin darker, contrasting with the delicate fairness found elsewhere. Mo Lin held his breath, completely focused on controlling the blood lotus fire. Every alteration in its shape unleashed a tempestuous energy that assaulted his body. His internal energies were already tumultuous, but fortunately, the thunder-veined physique shielded him, or he would have collapsed long ago. Thus, Shu Ran deliberately alleviated the burden on her right foot, her toes barely grazing the ground, with her left foot immediately following, resulting in a limping gait. He believed she placed too much emphasis on victory and defeat, fearing her stress would suffocate her, which is why he assured her of his unwavering companionship, hoping to alleviate her pressure, not realizing that pressure is also a source of motivation. Luo Yao and Yun Ling couldn't help but blush, while Lian Er's face grew increasingly pale. If it were an ordinary man, he would have likely succumbed to the urge to passionately kiss her exquisite, fair face. However, Yi Hanshen was no ordinary man. Sheng Qiang shook his head in refusal, smiling as he remarked that he had other guests and no time to waste with her. Watching Shu Ran dash away, Fu Yiqing's eyes sparkled with amusement. His mood lifted as he gazed at her retreating figure. The elderly man with white hair couldn't help but burst into laughter, declaring that their schemes had long been anticipated by their sect leader. Yi Hanshen's deep gaze swept over her, finally resting on her lips smeared with yogurt. His pupils slightly contracted as he reached out to wipe it away. Simultaneously, this was their guard's territory, and such an incident occurring now highlighted their negligence. Though they lacked the strength to resist, they were instantly gripped by fear at the thought of the consequences for their failures. Much like Paulus, Pavlov demonstrated great humility towards his superiors, navigating his interactions with utmost courtesy. Naturally, this was why leaders often favored individuals of such caliber. So, you wish for the police station not to explode, not to lose your dreams? Tang, he looked at her. Truly a born divine infant, though slightly inferior to me. Still remarkable, Hong Hai heir murmured, delight gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 108. Deviating from the norm. Such a scoundrel can act quite well. Were you crying to deceive when you pushed by Xiaojia off the cliff? If you're capable, maintain this faade for a lifetime. The moment your in-laws passed, you hastily plotted your wife's demise. What is the matter? Afraid your mother-in-law might reincarnate too swiftly for by Xiaojia to catch up and become one family? Taking advantage of the incense offering to invite someone to view the autumn leaves, only to opportunistically lead them to a secluded area and push them off the cliff. Feigning that by Xiaojia slipped and fell, then brazenly claiming it as an accident. Wu Ming, Yan Hua, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. They knew the divine consciousness transmitted by the twin emperor was imbued with malevolent power, yet unexpectedly, Chu Zifeng extinguished it in an instant. This was a sealed space, resembling a wooden room devoid of windows, yet furnished with everything. beds, chairs, fruits, and food, but lacking any sharp instruments, indicating it was a boudoir specifically prepared by the ninth prince for his sister-in-law. The board that had lingered in the water for too long felt icy in his palm, the chill seeping into his skin, rendering even his hand cold. It seemed we had ventured out for leisure, not to escape for our lives. He smiled with an air of wickedness and disdain, casually shifting his posture against the tree trunk, gesturing for Mo Cho to sit as well. Si Fei, I recognize our errors, yet we have strayed into this mountain by mistake. How did you find your way here? Did you also wander off the wrong path? De Zhuang inquired. After a while, perhaps just an instant, Li Ziming's voice resonated from the heavens, his gaze scrutinizing the pale old man as if observing a lifeless object. This way, please. Let us head to the flower pavilion for tea. Tang Xin led Yin Yueying toward the western courtyard of the Tang Guogong residence. Regardless of her intentions, she must be eliminated. The prince's attention towards her has surpassed our tolerance. Lu Marin contemplated until arriving at this decision. Wei Yulan's body suddenly tensed. Subconsciously, she dreaded Song Yu witnessing their closeness. She attempted to push Su Mo away, but upon touching his slender back, her heart quivered, and she ultimately could not bring herself to do it. With a sigh, she gently patted his back. The matters here progressed surprisingly smoothly. Yet the surgical intensive care unit at Jiangnan Provincial People's Hospital was far from tranquil. Ren Yunfei's condition had not improved. Rather, it was deteriorating alarmingly. As of now, he remained completely unconscious. Strangely, signs of failure had also begun to arise. Upon initially learning of Asuna's identity, Bai Yi had been momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, he recalled that in the second season of Sword Art Online, Asuna's family company had previously been acquired, and upon arriving in this world, it seamlessly transformed into a game developed by her family, which was not overly jarring. After this revival, she understood that her current life was a chance bestowed by Bai Di and 11 other formidable beings, for aside from them, no one else possessed the capability or willingness to resurrect so many souls at once. A seasoned master could determine the optimal frying time simply by listening to the sound of shrimp shells bursting in the oil. Moreover, the seamless transition of these skills into reality exemplified the adage, products from the system are guaranteed to be of superior quality. However, now witnessing Mikiri Irina confidently proclaiming that there was nothing she did not know about Yuan Yue in the 10th district, Bai Yi suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that he had unwittingly been constrained by the so-called original setting. Chapter 109, Is it really this glitch? Xiao Jingfan could not fathom how Chu Liuzheng, a peasant girl with minimal education, could possess so many thoughts contrary to societal norms. Could they have all stemmed from some system? His thoughts had veered into the distance due to Chu Liuzheng's inner voice. Yet Li Yukai, startled by the Haichong princess's sudden outburst, recalled his own need to defend his son. Princess, do not be deceived by this venomous woman. The individuals in my humble abode can testify that the two disobedient daughters-in-law are indeed the culprits, he declared. The murderer had temporarily buried the body in the snow, then disguised themselves as the deceased to follow them into the eerie house, only unearthing the body last night, now frozen alongside this building. I hastily caught her, inspecting her body. There was only blood, but it did not threaten her life. I finally felt relieved, yet this was not the time for tender inquiries, as there were adversaries awaiting my resolution. Is that truly the case? You need not employ ninjutsu, and if you do not capture me thrice, then I am the victor. What about the time? You wouldn't toy with me indefinitely, would you? Long Fei's eyes sparkled as he sought to amend the terms between the two. Clearly this time, the old witch was not as easily swayed by the visage of the dead face as before. I did not anticipate that a mere word from Hu San Yi could incite discord between these once cooperative allies. I was intrigued to witness the unfolding drama, eager to hear how the dead face would continue its charade. My assistance to Zhuizhua in his training stemmed from our shared nature. Kakashi remarked that he and Zhuizhua were both of the lightning attribute. Qin Feng observed the two taking on the role of protectors ahead, relishing the respite, while remaining vigilant of the surroundings. I suddenly leaped into action, wielding my peach-wood sword to cleave at the massive tendrils assaulting me. Each strike was accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, as the severed tendrils released a torrent of foul blood, staining considerable portions of the stone platform crimson. Under his precise control, the blockage in the artery gradually cleared. Shimin Jing felt a rush of joy and immediately directed his spiritual energy into the second artery. Fueled by such resentment, Ting Cheng amassed extraordinary power in just 4 years, formidable enough to rival even a dragon-slaying mage like Nas. The struggles and efforts behind the scenes remained unseen by the fans, who only knew that the Dream Factory had been silent for an entire week, devoid of any news. It was nearly time for the curtain to fall. Regarding tonight's live broadcast, Su Luo felt quite content, for the audience was satisfied. Although it was not in person, the fervent barrage of comments and the ceaseless stream of gifts conveyed the sentiment. Moreover, the alluring beauty of the demoness, having her millennia-old chastity broken, delighted him immensely. The chief led the music and entertainment departments, sounding the charge. Naturally, the other divisions of Dream Factory could not remain idle, unwilling to let the music and entertainment departments steal the limelight. They admired a player not solely for his dunks, but for his spirit, and Lin Yi's indomitable spirit endeared him to them, altering the atmosphere of the venue upon his words. As for the gaming sector, it goes without saying that a cash cow does not earn its title in vain. A single game could generate revenues exceeding 500 million in a month. No need. As long as you remain eternally loyal to the Yuan Zai family, I shall transform you into the mightiest warrior in this world. Yuan Zai Lu Bing Wei said with a smile. Chapter 110, Unstable. Fantastic. Lord Dong is the scapegoat, ugh. Being a scapegoat is hardly commendable. Why should I be pleased? Chu Liuzheng muttered several expletives in his heart before continuing to read. The true recipient of Liu Kai's bribes was a secretary named Han Xiuanzhong, whom he hired. This secretary leveraged Lord Dong's name to extort many, even purchasing several grand residences and taking 3 concubines. He has been with Lord Dong since his days as a minor county magistrate. Yet Maria remained silent. She abruptly seized the protruding bricks and timber, beginning to scale the wall. Behind her stood a tower seamlessly integrated with the city wall, the tallest in the entirety of Aikport. At this moment, however, Lin Miao felt an uncanny resemblance between her and the frail old woman of 20 years hence. That year, the armies of Chu led by Xiang Yu and the Han armies under Liu Bang ravaged Guangzhou, leaving the accumulated wealth of the Qin people utterly depleted, igniting their anticipation for the resurgence of the Qin army. Wasn't the box office guaranteed to exceed 1 billion? It is Eis Vedant. She had actually been given an opportunity to partake in this film, but was ultimately assigned to different roles by Zhou Xia. Reynaldo's few words ignited the fighting spirit of the Christian soldiers, even prompting him to extend an olive branch to the hospital knight Commander Roger, with whom he typically had a contentious relationship. The chaos atop the city walls subsided only after Lu Tang completed his duties on the other side. Yet, as Bai Hu himself stated, the battlefield situation was ever-changing. One could never predict the opponent's next move. Gerard flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that sparkled under the sun. Suddenly, a cry rang out from outside, followed by the entrance of an old man. Stumbling into the courtyard, the 4 armed guards observed with disinterest, their expressions betraying a sense of amusement at Mo Fei's plight. After downing a drink, Wang Yuyan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, appearing exceedingly alluring. Being her first visit to a bar, she was as curious as a child, exploring every corner. The current scene was unmistakably indicative of someone communicating with a martial god realm. The demigods had already set their sights here. At this moment, Mu Qingxiao, akin to a thief, squatted in the heart of the hot spring, her flawless form entirely laid bare before her eyes. Jiang Qin noticed that when Feng Yu and Shuang Ling spoke of the spirit race and the Blood Shadow dynasty, their tone was imbued with a profound sense of ceremony. Upon finishing her words, Guanyin waved her hand, and the figures of the 2 attendants vanished to procure the materials for crafting the celestial water. Mou scoffed disdainfully, then pointed, unleashing a sword energy brimming with vast magical power that surged into the old man's head. How ludicrous! The martial world still believed that Bei Qiaofeng and Nanmu Rong were equals, even concealing the fact that their own young master was indifferent to fame and fortune, disregarding the opinions of others. Such a thing would undoubtedly incite envy. Mu Qing Xiao silently lamented her foresight. After transporting Feng Jiutian, Feng Huai Ran directed the great thousand-world mirror to penetrate the abdomen of a sizable fish replete with spiritual energy. Her body had nearly fully healed. On this day, she left the Yongning Palace for a stroll, but found herself inexplicably halted outside the Qianxing Palace. She could not comprehend why she had come here, her legs seemingly moving of their own accord. Perhaps she thought it was simply a pleasant day to clear her mind, even though it was undeniably raining. As the wind shadow flower leopard moved slowly, the gravity zone shifted accordingly. Fortunately, its direction did not lead toward Li Yin and his companions, so there was no immediate concern about the gravity zone overshadowing them. Chapter 111. The second man to cast flirtatious glances at me has appeared. He suddenly looked up, causing Xiao Jingfan's lips to curl downward. What, do you think my punishment is too severe? Dong, he shook his head dismissively. If this is considered heavy, then those predecessors of his must be unable to bear their coffins. One must learn to be content. I thank your majesty for your leniency. Henceforth, I shall strictly admonish my subordinates, he said. Very well, Xiao Jingfan nodded. Rise and take your seat. Thank you, your majesty, Dong Yi replied swiftly. Despicable. Seeing that Sang had so grievously injured Tai Shi Ci, the crowd erupted in anger, eager to assist Tai Shi Ci. If I were truly foolish, there would be no Qing Shi Su Yurong in this world. Su Yurong laughed, propping her forehead with her hand, finding this fellow rather endearing at times. Though he was a rough man, he sensed that the boss's arrangement was laden with deeper implications. The fearsome and terrifying demon lunged at Jiang Ruoqing. It was the first time Jiang Ruoqing had seen such a demon so clearly, and despite her unwavering resolve, she felt a paralyzing fear. Due to the proximity of Howie's residence, I wished to engage in martial arts practice with him at any time. Last time, Howie mentioned he had not brought a weapon. This time, he has no reason to decline, right? Sun Tzu's face turned slightly red as he expressed his thoughts with a smile. Gu Hongyi, taken aback, reflected on the current isolation of Xingzhou, where information scarcely penetrates, making it intriguing that Qin Rui managed to acquire military reports. Nevertheless, maintaining a connection with the outside world is, at least, a positive development. The young master of Yin, Feng Min, suddenly appeared before this person, delivering a punch with immense force that sent the opponent flying, blood splattering. Feng Ziyun emerged from the ruins, shielding Nangong Yuan, and glanced at the dying assassin on the ground, shaking her head. The days of exorbitant grain prices comparable to gold are now behind us. After the new year, the Engineering Institute, Agricultural Institute, and hospital branches swiftly dispatched to every county under Lu Rinjia's governance, even reaching the farthest western regions like Guangjin. Therefore, during my training sessions, I chopped dense bamboo, hollowing the insides for compression and explosive training. Li Laoka stated while setting up an iron plate over the flames and arranging the ingredients prepared by Tian Tian. In his mother's eyes, he was scarcely regarded as a tool, perhaps not even as a human. As a ninja, you should be aware of the agreement among the daimyos. If someone usurps a daimyo's position as a ninja, all other daimyos will unite against him. However, at this moment, Shaolin had no authority to comment, as it was a family matter, and he was not the Pacific Police to meddle excessively. Lu Qiner directly announced the name of the song she was about to perform, which was also the title track of her new album. Just as she attempted to shake off Qin Yu's hand, she glanced up to find him wearing a somewhat anxious and apprehensive expression. The local land temples, often no larger than a couple of square meters, are modest structures housing a single statue and an incense burner for offerings. Qi Yu and Guing Fei, looking somewhat disheveled, shared a table with Tang Ning, while Jiang Mengmeng scanned her surroundings, finally locating Xiao Yin. Chapter 112. The Law is No Child's Play. In Longyin City, poetry gatherings abound, and among them, the Jiangnan Poetry Festival stands out, flourishing for decades. Many renowned literary talents have emerged from these gatherings to alter the crude image of the Rong family. Sending representatives to participate in the poetry festival would indeed yield effective results. Yet, the Mithria statue before them wore a rather peculiar smile. Bai Xiuxiu had remained silent ever since Jing Beihan approached, her movements even slowing as she ate her bun. Upon entering the venue, Ming Quan collided with a sharply dressed individual. How strange it is, they say blood ties skip generations. Why does it not apply to me? Miss Sheng, feeling a heaviness in her chest, tugged at her collar, her breaths becoming slightly hurried. The same dialogue unfolded between Song Lanes and Han Hui, with Song Lanyue being the slowest to act. Beilu, who paid no heed to Yongtai's thoughts, for time was of the essence to him. Achieving his goals took precedence over everything else. Regarding Yu Xiao, Ming Quan found himself at a loss. His original intent was to confront her, but he had to acquiesce to her whims. Gradually, he sensed something amiss. Since Su Qin had already discerned Gu Si's true identity, she should have been able to infer his unusual status, yet her demeanor remained neither humble nor arrogant. Instinctively, he yearned to reach out, but the recent violent clashes in the liquor factory and Ue Harakeki's warnings echoed in his mind just in time. Min Xiaoyue, being a person of the martial world, lacked understanding of imperial tactics. If matters were so simple, why would Zhao Linghan and Zhou Zai be necessary? Furthermore, as soon as the Tengu was properly installed, it couldn't contain itself, charging forth and unleashing a powerful cannon shot at the airborne Yamada and no Orochi, following Lin Yunhua's instructions. Hee hee, Lin Tian chuckled, a smile that bore a hint of mockery. What a joke, to pin my hopes on you, unaware of how to meet death. After speaking, Hao Bing leaped into the sea, startling the black and white sea beasts passing by. Hao Bing's by Shui Zhu remained with her. They would likely undertake a mission as soon as they left Zhoushan City, and the Bai Shui Zhu was of great significance to them, while Yi Yao felt embarrassed to use it continuously. What? Do you wish to strike me? If you dare to act, I might just commend you. Shen Yuan scoffed. The second-generation wealthy individual, having made frequent purchases, became well-known, and Yu Yao, feeling lazy to venture out, had the second generation prepare a self-service talisman machine for her convenience. The nuclear crisis in Dongshui town was averted due to the commendable performance of the hunting team led by Lin Feng, and the nuclear warhead, already mounted on the launch platform, was ultimately not fired. The external situation was even more terrifying, as the Yao Wang Ding plummeted like a fireball, trailing a kilometer-long flame. Upon crashing heavily into the molten lava, Old Wang, I have heard of this iron-blooded army. Is Commander Dong truly as formidable as you say? And how can he possess such remarkable abilities at such a young age? Feng Jingguang, after taking a bite of his food, asked in disbelief. Most of them were over 30 years old, and none had reached the level of martial artists. At this age, their cultivation was set, and further growth was nearly impossible. Their training was merely to maintain their muscular physique. Dongru had long experienced his theories and found them unconvincing, so she ceased to engage. After the child was fed, she set him aside to prepare for dressing and washing up. However, Zhao Zhu's mindset was now different from the previous occasion, as Hua Hu stood beside him. Li Fan glanced at the dark door plaque, which read, Long Ting In, then shifted his gaze to the sides, seemingly searching for something. If he does not come, I shall inspect for counterfeit elixirs myself. Will he even show up? I am responsible for all the cultivators in Zhongheng City. Yuan Ding Tian easily deciphered Lu Wui's intent. All right, thank you, officer. When would you be available? Shall we bring him in now? Tai Fei expressed her joy, as if this single sentence sufficed. The two sisters were momentarily speechless upon hearing Tian Lei's words. If it were truly as he said, they had no options left. This giant was comparable to the Saint One Hungry Wolf, known for its massive warships alongside the Blackbeard pirate group, its size surpassing even that of U's descendants. Though belonging to the myriad realms, the beings within this world could not transcend their existence. The only one who seemed of little consequence, easily overlooked, was Kata K. However, this matter remained a secret from beginning to end. Only a few trusted individuals were privy to it, and those old and feeble soldiers involved were executed in secrecy afterward. From now on, do not kneel to anyone, not even to me, the Emperor Li Xing stated sternly. Chapter 113, A Game of Go. Chu Liuzheng was entirely unaware of the Emperor's inner turmoil. After all, she had already savored the gossip, her curiosity satisfied, indifferent to the plight of a certain bystander. Xiao Jingfan waited for a long time without receiving a response. When Han Suanzong raised his head in confusion, he coldly commanded, Take him to the imperial prison and conduct a thorough investigation. If he won't speak, then I shall send someone to investigate. Han Suanzong. He confessed. Shouldn't he be dragged out and executed directly? Shuefeng mused that being an actor might just be the most remarkable profession in the world, as deception can lead to dire consequences. The region of Yingchuan is renowned in the sacred domain, celebrated for the saying that great scholars emerge from Yingchuan. Talented individuals abound, such as Siki's secluded disciple, who, if traced back, descended from Yingchuan, composing poetry at the tender age of 4, showcasing remarkable talent. Moreover, he is regarded as the second by Feng divine bird nurtured by the heavens of the sacred domain. Qian Fancheng hesitated momentarily, his hand poised to strike, while behind him, 100 disciples of the Yin-Yang sect hovered in the air. Qing Sangxing wielded profound spiritual energy, which spiraled around him and transformed into a formidable spiritual light that swiftly claimed the life of Qi Hai. Li Xiao was somewhat astonished by her embroidery skills. Upon glancing at her, he noticed her bright, beautiful eyes and fair skin, her face flushed with a charming hue, prompting him to smile and express his gratitude. Initially, it seemed the matter had concluded, but unexpectedly, Yi Jintang lifted her and placed her on the sofa, pressing down on her legs while continuing to question her. Those unfamiliar with Zhonglan or who had not followed her Weibo livestream were left in awe by the magnificent sight they beheld on television, radio, and various other channels. Upon landing in California, Yi Qiao received a text from Yi Zheng the moment she disembarked, but upon reading it, her spirits plummeted. Within the palace, all eyes were subtly drawn to Du He's situation, and as others finished speaking, their gazes converged upon him. He regarded Yao Yinyin with a peculiar expression, as if pondering her intentions. Observing Lin Yi's desire to depart, Tian Lao's expression shifted abruptly, and he reproached him. However, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with determination, and the reasoning behind defeating Bai Hua was sufficient to keep him engaged. The concept of one soul. Many bodies could be illustrated by the fact that Su Chang exists as a singular entity, embodying one soul alone. Clearly, if Yanran were to persist in her offensive, she would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions from the elder behind her. Reluctantly, she turned, her long whip snapping back in response. With a clang, the first assault struck, shattering the golden barrier behind her, yet a second attack followed, which Lin Yi successfully countered with his spear. Despite this, he felt a tingling in his palms, exerting all his strength to stabilize the iron spear. The foolish individual had been gazing at her all day. It was evident that Qin Jiang had shared yesterday's photo with Song Lan. One of the servants hurried to retrieve a medicine bottle, and upon reading the label, his face turned pale. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill emanated from his hand, surging toward Lin Yi. Chapter 114. Auspicious Signs. Bonus update. The lively atmosphere outside the palace failed to penetrate its confines. The coals in the brazier had burnt out, and the cold wind swept in through the half-open window, leaving the room devoid of warmth. You should lie down on the bed. I will light the coals. And once the room warms up, you can rise. Yu Zhu helped Chu Liuzheng remove his cloak, shedding his outer garments to reveal a light inner robe, and assisted him onto the bed. Modric is a remarkably team-oriented player. Although somewhat disappointed, he accepted the coach's explanations with composure. He nodded in acknowledgement, remaining focused on Li Chengfeng's arrangements without displaying any discontent, embodying true teamwork. As the black-clad figure approached, the diamond-like avatar smiled, retracting its oppressive aura, and accepted the soul blood from his hand. Gong Cheng kept his word, refraining from disturbing Yang Mingyang for a month. Yang Mingyang attempted multiple times to break the iron chains binding him, but they were evidently forged from extraordinary material. Despite devising numerous strategies, he ultimately chose to relinquish his efforts. There must be more than just these characters. There should be other clues beneath the stone pile. Che Huzi exclaimed with excitement. Standing atop the ruins, Qin Ju's mood grew somber. The central heavenly palace was largely in ruins, with perhaps only the throne of the heavenly emperor in the innermost palace remaining intact, sealing the passage to the first taboo. With a resounding clash, two sword energies collided, neither combatant budging an inch, although the wind from their clash caused Yin Lingxin's purple dress and the Taoist's yellow robe to flutter wildly. Yinli was well aware of Zhua Xingyu's intentions, but felt helpless, clenching her fists in frustration. She wore a peach-colored dress adorned with floral patterns, trailing a splendid blue skirt embellished with peonies, draped in a veil of rose flowers. Sidu Wei felt the rush of wind around him as a distant thunder rumbled ominously, initially instilling fear that gradually transformed into excitement. "Teacher Zhang, look, that is our school's teaching building," Director Lu introduced. He had anticipated that Yi Xuanhuan would have Xu Mingjun eliminate Li Wei, believing that Xu Mingjun would subsequently meet her demise, but Yi Xuanhuan disregarded all expectations. Now, the fans of the Dream Team rejoiced at the prospect of victory, many shedding tears of joy and celebrating in advance. The shield of principles surrounding his right claw shattered under the brief onslaught from the Divine Master. Although I felt a twinge of discomfort discussing matters concerning my own body with others, it was unavoidable. What about my father? Should I bring him along? Feng Biluo suddenly expressed concern for her father. Tang Yu was astonished to learn that when the red-purple spirit python experienced a headache, he had intended to use the power of the withered wood to alleviate its pain, but the python had declined, seemingly aware of its own condition. Did the red-purple spirit python already know it was destined to emerge with only its head? Meanwhile, the shadow represented the spirit of the innate treasure known as the Hunyuan Black Hole, a being capable of mimicking anyone's appearance and aura with remarkable precision. Moreover, the forebears of the Zhuge family who established this arrangement were neither formidable beings of the harmonious Dao realm nor adept in the path of time. They merely relied on the divinations of the I Ching, lacking the foresight to predict such distant events. Chapter 115. Not entirely without reason, as night fell. In the Yangxin Palace, Wu Yuan used a respectful demeanor to convey his attentiveness. Xiao Jingfan remarked, "I have heard from Minister Xie that a rustic physician once claimed that the offspring received." On his way home, Yang Lin noticed the townsfolk pointing and whispering about him. However, during his tenure as an official, he had not oppressed the common people, but rather had taken great care of them. Nonetheless, no matter his actions, some remained ungrateful, believing Yang Lin presented one persona publicly while harboring another privately. The one-eyed dragon, Old Zhou, with a singular gaze, focused intently, and with an outstretched finger, commanded the attention of everyone in the classroom. The black dragon's form starkly contrasted with that of a flying dragon, possessing two robust pairs of arms and a pair of fearsome wings. Its 6 sharp claws gleamed ominously in the sunlight, while tattered membranes stretched between its wings and hind limbs released a cloud of black dust with each breath. The threat posed by Yin Fei's discarded gun sank into the depths of the sea, alongside the dangers presented by Chai Junya. Under the night sky, the Yulu Villa was built against the mountains, exuding a majestic aura, with various lavish carriages parked outside, creating a lively scene. At this moment, Wu Feiyang, aside from Ling Qingshun, was indifferent to the safety of others. Within the sea of flames, a muffled sound emerged, followed by an eruption of thunder that resonated through the skies, causing the entire inferno to tremble. Blinding white light tore through the dark blue flames, unleashing torrents of lightning that scattered in all directions. The nether flames recoiled from the thunder, retreating in fear of contact. In his desperation, he hastily summoned all the hidden masters of the Wind God sect to Wind God Peak. Ling Qingshun and Xue Ji were momentarily stunned, realizing that Wu Feiyang had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Su Keqing stepped out of the vehicle and initiated a complaint with the taxi company, reporting the taxi's license plate number. The ability possessed by the lesser board members is known as Zhu Xian, a relatively rare skill that allows one to transform their own energy into various materials. In simpler terms, if one were a scientist, the challenges of developing materials would not be insurmountable, as Lan Meng continued to elucidate. In my childhood, I suffered even more than Huang, being inherently frail and nearly succumbing in my youth. At long last, Shangli drew back her bow and released the arrow. After such prolonged preparation, Chun Hao was resolute in his intent to see Chun Yang falter while firmly retaining control over his company, Ji Fu. "No, I will accompany you," I said. Previously, I believed I was merely fulfilling my master's wishes, but now, I genuinely seek to uncover the truth surrounding the malevolent artifacts and the mysteries of Bai Shidong. Lan Wanyu lifted her head, inhaled sharply through her nose, and wiped away her tears with her sleeve. A resonant dragon's roar echoed across the sky as a golden dragon manifested within Wei Zhong, twisting and emerging from the crown of his head. After the passage of half an incense stick's worth of time, the students of the army lecture hall, along with the leaders of the Qin troops, assembled in the grand hall of the general's office. Upon hearing this, Wu Cha felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had mustered the courage to clarify everything with Fong Tianche, hoping for understanding, yet the outcome remained uncertain. Many can construct a home, yet should they discover the previous constraints on an undeveloped planet, they would significantly reduce their efforts. Chapter 116. Why is it not a eunuch? Wu Yuanshi remarked, Your Majesty, are you aware that in the past 2 years, officials from the 6 ministries frequently summon imperial physicians to their residences, primarily regarding matters of offspring? Those without children desire to conceive. Those with few children worry for their only heir's well-being, wishing to continue their lineage. However, regulating one's health necessitates a balance of work and rest. The 6 ministries are notorious for their late-night work habits, and the speed at which the imperial physicians administer remedies cannot keep pace with the toll these individuals take on their bodies. How can one expect to conceive under such conditions? The surrounding ninjas exchanged astonished glances, gazing at the figure in white against the sky with expressions of fear. To shatter a colossal meteor hurtling down at such speed requires immense power. Simultaneously, Jiang Lin and the venerable Murong elder exchanged a palm strike, both retreating several steps before coming to a halt. Yet, the battle team not only locked onto the demolition genius, but also seized the opportunity to acquire this hero, leaving the champion team bewildered. The celestial beings in the sky regarded Yun Qian with astonishment, contemplating whether they should venture into the outskirts to hunt for game to barbecue for their master, fearing he might later force them to settle their debts at a tavern. Typically, at this level, regardless of one's exceptional talents, the combat prowess one can manifest remains limited. With a swish, all eyes shifted toward the official road, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the 5th-ranked beauty on the 6 beauties list, Shibing. Thus, upon hearing the renowned name of Mi Tao Duo, the man was left utterly speechless. The time travel was successful, deducting 5,000 points from the host total, leaving a balance of 10,000 points. Immediately, the system's upgrade notification followed, finally reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd stage in my cultivation of the realm body. My physical form attained the 9th layer of the beginning realm, with defensive capabilities nearing that of a first-tier artifact. Ba Er's expression turned to one of delight, as attaining the peak of the 2nd layer had rendered his defensive strength exceedingly formidable. Guozi was not dead. After his unfortunate capture, Zheng Peng awaited developments, unexpectedly discovering information about him from a mysterious letter. As a being born from the source sea, he was the king of the ocean. In the depths of the sea, the devouring prowess of the shellfish was greatly amplified, and even Taylor, possessing nearly intermediate lord-level strength, found himself unable to resist. Lan Duo resolved to protect her dear sisters, Lu Shu and Lin Sun Air, from Zheng Peng's reckless actions. If it seems feasible, then let's proceed, Li Qianji assured. I will cooperate fully. Wazi declared earnestly. The practitioners in the sealed land practiced a technique that transcended magic, proving even more potent than conventional spells. Due to the separation of the e-commerce departments of AI, Fei Air, and Fei Air trading, Jin Yufan's arrival had little impact on their work. After an intense debate, everyone ultimately reached a consensus. Adhering to the traditions of the immortal sect, they would bear their own fortunes and misfortunes, and the martial arts hall would not intervene. However, Zhou Yu reconsidered. Such elixirs could not be plentiful and were likely extremely precious. The western road to Yizhou was arduous, and the eastern Lingling County was equally challenging. Could it be that Cao Cao truly intended to venture towards Jiaozhou? Sword Saint, Sword Demon, Sword Maiden, and Yasuo. A flurry of hero names flashed through Gao Yushi's mind as he jotted down these names, contemplating how the blood moon would unfold. Chapter 117. Quite the notion. Chu Liuzheng sneezed, vigorously inhaling through his blocked nose, his almond-shaped eyes glimmering with moisture. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged absence from the fresh air. After visiting the imperial garden, he caught a chill, suffering a high fever through the night, lost in a haze of delirium. Had it not been for Emperor Xiang's timely intervention upon noticing his irregular breathing, he might have endured the fever for the entire night. In a flurry, Emperor Xiang rushed to the imperial hospital to summon a physician. Upon hearing that Chu Liuzheng had developed a high fever, the chief physician, Zhuang Tai-yi, immediately. She ceased her tears, halted her scolding, and stared blankly at his pair of deep, dark eyes. The faint scent of medicine emanating from him dispelled the previously pervasive stench of blood in the air. The cool minty flavor on his lips felt like a sweet spring, irresistible to her parched soul. The leaders of the 5 mercenary groups each possessed their own private rooms in the Moonlight Bar, where they occasionally indulged in a drink or two. It must be said that if the rich aroma of the Moonlight Bar's liquor were to claim second place in Guangming City, few establishments would dare claim the first. At this moment, his originally dim eyes glimmered with traces of blood, appearing particularly haggard. "Why don't you inquire what I just discussed with Chu Hanxian?" Rong Qian tilted her head, gazing at his strikingly handsome visage, a hint of mockery dancing in her expression. When it came to Qin Wu Qiuo's character, Yao Qingmu instinctively glanced at Qin Shang, and indeed, a flicker of resentment passed through his profound gaze. After pursuing so far, he still had to kneel and busy himself in the kitchen. Alas, if Lu Jiarui would find out, he might very well harbor murderous intent. Yao Qingmu was taken aback, unsure of his intentions, but seeing his face remain ashen, she dared not voice her questions, merely curling up obediently in his embrace. In truth, Qin she had long desired to visit her sister, but due to grandmother's prolonged illness at home, she hoped her sister would not take offense. After taking her seat, Yu Qing she addressed Yi Yao Guang, who personally poured her tea, and she accepted it with both hands. Due to the distance, Lester's voice did not reach the stage. Thus, when he stepped onto the stage, Yu Rongrong wore a look of surprise, believing him to be her savior. The tricycle jolted violently as the others dashed toward the buckets filled with batter and the egg crates. "I do not comprehend these matters. What do you think?" Li Yin inquired, gazing up at Pei Qing, who met her gaze and nodded toward Kong Mama. Li Yin understood and turned to Kong Mama. "Do you truly wish to hear my explanation?" Lin Zhe began, only to realize what Gu Xingyin had meant. In truth, there were not many princes. Apart from the crown prince Nangong Chu, the Dili kingdom had only one grand prince, Nangongling. The rest were all princesses. Gu Xingyin refrained from casting another spell. Although she could still perform a few more intermediate spells, this level was sufficient for these supernatural beings to manage. Qin Wansha inhaled sharply in pain, while Suna hurried to console her, prompting Qin Wansha to burst into laughter uncontrollably. Because when compared to the impoverished rural family of Gujia, Qiao Xinru, who is wealthy and influential, possesses a level of control and interference within the county that the Gu family could hardly fathom. After confirming that Xiao Jiabao posed no significant issues, and seeing the elder's delighted gaze fixed on that direction, there was no need to intrude further. Amidst this overwhelming atmosphere, Yi Qiu displayed not the slightest hint of fear, nor any intention of retreat. Mo Qianqian, having finished a phone call, glanced at the time and realized it was already 5:30. She hurriedly grabbed her clothes and dashed to the bathroom for a shower, completing her preparations in a mere 10 minutes. Just as she slung her backpack over her shoulder and was about to step outside, her phone rang once more. Overthinking proved futile at this juncture. Unless we truly embark on a trial, the cost is something none of us can currently bear. Additionally, I sense the crux of the matter may not lie solely in the need for rest, Huang Jun said. Chapter 118. I regret it so much. Ooh wah wah. Lord Xie, following the clues from the stone tablet, has led people to the Zhu residence, where Miss Zhu is performing the 100 birds greeting the phoenix in the courtyard, preparing to solidify her identity as the Phoenix Maiden. TSK, in this frigid weather, it's no easy feat to gather these birds with the 2 new fish she has raised. While consuming medicinal cuisine, Chu Liuzheng opened the system to follow the live updates. It's getting closer. Lord Xie has seen it. Lord Xie is astonished. Lord Xie has been struck by bird droppings. No, you're the villain. You are not my Jiang Hai Gij. Jiang Hai Gij is the best of me. Li Bai cried, leaving Jiang Hai at a loss for words. Wang Gimi, while unaware of Tu Qitong's background, could perceive his affection for Lu Yi, spending all day with them, helplessly watching Tu Qitong fawn over Lu Yi while he was scrutinized closely by Chang Hui. As he spoke, he gestured, and immediately numerous transformed ghosts and dark qi ghosts emerged, surrounding the entire Chongshu ancient temple. The events of the past few years are shrouded in mystery. It seems that only by awakening the master can the truth be unveiled. However, what Lin Xia released was merely the simplest fireball technique, lacking in potency, causing those sparks to dissipate before fully descending. When the scorpion and others saw Zhuo arrive, they could only stare in awe. And Zhuo, he remained with that indifferent expression, his gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on Ao Guan. Although Lin Sheng realized he was merely at the peak of the late stage of martial spirit, he was nonetheless elated and infused with confidence. After all, it had only been a few days since he reaped such benefits in this ancient forest, unaware that he had been unconscious for over a month. If the combined phase cultivators were not immobilized by powerful binding talismans, Qin Yang could evade when deploying the sword formation. Princess, if your perception of him has not changed, you would not so readily forgive him. Feng Zhu and Lu Yi shared an unspoken understanding. Strange humanoid beings roamed the woods. Just moments ago, a shadow descended from the heavens, crashing down and ruining much of their food. Wang Momo placed a bundle in a corner of the table, unwrapping it to reveal a sandalwood box. Gaoniki snorted coldly, leaping aside to evade the two strikes, yet also interrupting the unsealing process. Here it comes, just as I anticipated. Chen Guohan, upon witnessing this move, remained unfazed, instead smiling. In realms unexplored by humanity, ancient tribes, or demon races, a pristine lake lay before them. A piece of flawless white jade with a pale yellow stone floating upon its surface, pulsing with a faint yellow light that flickered like a breath. Luo Lai gestured for Father Simon to lean in closer. As Father Simon complied, Luo Lai whispered a few words into his ear. Seeing Xie Yu so captivated by her, Lu Ruoyan felt her initial panic dissipate, replaced by a sense of pride. Look, even the second deity of the Ma-Fa continent, the legendary President Xie, has been rendered speechless by her unparalleled charm. Upon hearing Athena's words, even Lei Yu, with his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment, having taken undue advantage of the situation. Chapter 119, Enemies Reconcile. What the heck? As expected from a killer, when Marin unexpectedly turned on the queen, Chu Liuzheng was astonished by the latest gossip, and after digesting the entire sequence of events, his emotions became quite complex. Indeed, love is something one should not touch. Even a calm killer can be driven to insanity by such matters. The dagger is retractable, with a small mechanism at the handle that can switch between feigned death and true death with a mere press. Originally, when Marin had prepared for herself, at this moment, Lu Ren nodded in realization. To be honest, Lu Ren had primarily been unable to respond earlier, but with Sun's current nudging, his thoughts began to flow more freely. Recalling many events, Beishan did not hesitate to kill him. Rather, it was the presence of Lu Zhongzhou outside. That fellow, cunning as a fox, still refuses to enter the formation. Autumn has deepened, and winter is approaching. If the Xiongnu do not come soon, the soldiers must prepare for the cold season. The He family cannot remain imprisoned indefinitely, nor could they genuinely be convicted of treason. In a dilapidated building resembling barracks, which was quite distant from Su Yan, he could ascertain that the strange mist appearing in the city and the thick ice on the city walls were likely related to that half-ruined structure. In the martial arts world, it is the same everywhere. Only by standing out can one acquire the best resources. Although he was followed by the people of Lingwang, Shuang Rui was not worried. Upon reaching the lower level, they coincidentally encountered Jean and her companions. Yuan Mo blinked her large eyes and softly said, I know, because the bad guys will carry me away and then toss me to feed the zombies, right? The words that her sister used to frighten her were always the same two sentences, and she had already memorized them. Guo Qing, observing Lin Miao's feigned nonchalance, felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Yet he was unwilling to press Lin Miao further, settling down beside her with a gloomy expression. Such words could only be uttered in moments of victory. Regarding the so-called justice, I have long held some skepticism. feeling that it is the victory that renders justice a timeless truth. Lin smiled and said, "Since we are here, let us make ourselves comfortable. I shall not be rude." He strode confidently to the left side of the banquet, taking the lead for Rong Rudy and Granny Xin. "Throw him out. If he refuses to leave, we can call the police," Gong Sun Yu said coldly. After the formalities of the celebration banquet, Elbu arrived at Diao Chan's chambers, burdened with worries. Diao Chan greeted the triumphant monarch with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zisong shot the other a fierce glare. Truly a case of asking a question with an obvious answer. How could this fellow have become so much like Duo after mingling with her for so long? They had intruded privately, and now, as outsiders, they were likely to be captured if they left. It is precisely because the space created by him and Gao Yu lies on a different plane from that of the Central Plane Star systems that they can ignore the prohibitions near the Central Plane Star and achieve direct transmission. Indeed, upon hearing this, the six martial saints burst into joyous laughter, filled with enthusiasm. They had long coveted the celestial palace on the moon. Now that their two masters were finally willing to take action, how could they not be delighted? As a result, Wang Yiqing became increasingly annoyed, having been harassed by all those openly pursuing her, leading those boys to gradually give up, even to this day. Her notorious reputation for being bad was well known throughout the school. The nearby boys glanced at their leader, feeling ashamed of their earlier cowardice, and now awaited a single word from Shui Zhongyang to charge at Tangjin together. Chapter 120. It's truly a dog. These two are actually the secret guards of the Tyrant's reserve. The Tyrant has dispatched them to monitor the palace attendants serving him, ready to report back at any moment. Chu Liuzheng glared at the system, realizing that her every word and action would now be under the Tyrant's scrutiny, leaving her utterly disconcerted. Has the Tyrant evolved from a fiery dragon into a perverse control freak? Must his paranoia be so profound? If this continues, it won't be long before the Tyrant replaces all those serving him with secret guards. His hand, holding the Lei Lin blade, was jarred loose, leaving him with torn palms and shattered arms. "Li Hu, I have heard from Master Ji that your strength is quite formidable," remarked Li Gongbiao, gazing at the tattered, pallid figure before him. As for her connection with the Suo in training camp, he had no desire to investigate further. The more he delved, the more alarmed he became. Each time he heard rumors about that mysterious organization, he was left speechless. In the early days of the 5th year of Tianxi, a divine bird appeared, its silvery wings billowing smoke and fire as it soared across the sky, eventually descending to the west of the capital. Ming Jun, Ming Yufei, Ming Tianning, and Ming Jianfeng's eyes turned icy, their gazes towards Qin Feng brimming with lethal intent. If Zhou Nuo could truly manipulate the chessboard of fate, she wished to eternally remove Yu Chun from her territory, ensuring they would remain two parallel lines that would never intersect. Indeed, Ersheng did not veer off course. Instead, he gripped the steering wheel, focused ahead, flooring the accelerator. His brother had been brutally murdered by the Japanese, gutted simply for casting a glance at them. This was a grudge he must avenge. Today was the day he would confront the enemy, to meet his brother in the afterlife. The wedding was grand and romantic, particularly highlighted by two towering 8-meter Roman columns, standing out amidst the snowy white venue adorned with endless flowers, balloons, and a vibrant red carpet. The next day, Xiao Han left the 1st Battalion of Zhao Lu to defend the 3 counties and the mountain stronghold, while he and Guiyong Kai led the 2nd Battalion towards the Old Street. The distance to the Old Street was considerable. The roads were not in the best condition, and they did not wish to attract the attention of the Northern Army, thus proceeding with a covert march. He sent only a single brigade to seize Longzhou. For the Xuehu people, it was not a significant battle. When Xue Ru announced the battle plan, all the generals regarded the Japanese as already dead, having never considered whether they could hold Longzhou. Upon opening her eyes, Ma Exanli glanced down at the vehicle's front, mere centimeters from colliding with her legs, and let out a shriek, collapsing to the ground. She attempted to walk away, but was seized by Li Yuanhao, who forcibly administered poison to her. She struggled desperately, but her hands were incapacitated, rendering her unable to summon her strength. To avoid the homeroom teacher's suspicion, I deliberately donned a hat and sunglasses. Wearing sunglasses at night indeed felt quite pretentious. The squirrel and the ground tiger, The greedy dragon and Ichio had already clashed at the entrance of the Phoenix Business Club, and thus had some familiarity with each other. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Qin Xiaoping looked at her with deep gratitude and nodded. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's heart. Qin Xiaoping had never expected that while many of her relatives and friends were too afraid to approach, it was Bai Yi, a friend of merely a day, who came to offer assistance. As the warrior among demon cultivators, Xiao Luo was naturally domineering, a trait characteristic of his lineage. Dong Zhe, as a descendant of Xiao Luo, embodied this nature. Chapter 121. What medicine did he take wrong? To send someone to Xiangwu Temple for blessings? Is the tyrant a believer or not? Chu Liuzheng failed to comprehend the tyrant's command. If he believed, it did not seem so. If he did not believe, sending someone to the royal temple for blessings had its own significance. If he did not expose the truth, the tyrant must still have faith, right? The act of sending someone for blessings was indicative of the tyrant's enduring lack of romantic understanding. The inscription on the stone tablet seemed directed towards those destined to become concubines. Before entering this forest, I had already slain 3 waves of soldiers pursuing me, primarily enhanced creatures around level 110. While I was unaware of how Tianfeng City managed to track me, these soldiers could locate me. Did they leave some mark upon me? Regarding the dagger thrust at him, Alan did not deign to glance at it, his left hand swiftly moving to grasp the opponent's heart. These figures in white soared into the air with lightning speed, their graceful forms suddenly unfurling pairs of luminous wings as beams of sacred light cascaded from above, a faint holy sound enveloping the entire sky. Upon understanding, Xiaoyu cast a gentler gaze towards Turia Fu, for the first time experiencing the warmth and care of a large family. Tossing a pristine garment at her feet, Alan sat at the stone table, a mischievous smile on his face as he watched the angel before him, his gaze unwavering. Yun Anri would no longer argue with her father about this topic. Right or wrong, the choice made back then was final. Previously, Chu Feng had informed Cuckoo of his intention to establish a domain, and upon learning this, Cuckoo naturally supported him. Although the energy within the Gathering Spirit Pearl was vast and boundless, Zhou Dao would not casually distribute it to others. Fool! How could there be none? I, in fact, miss you dearly. Huang Shan, in a moment of urgency, confessed her longing for Yi Feng, which instantly brought a smile to his face. Moreover, Huang Shan turned, rising on her toes, to kiss Yi Feng on the lips. This was likely something that appeared only after the equipment was taken away. Why? I do not know. Now, we must head to Yinyan City. Zhang Ning had no time to explain further, unfurling the large map of Yinyan County, pointing towards the county seat. What transpired today had forged a bond that could never be undone. It was fortunate that the two did not clash. Feng Hao pulled Qi Wan up, seating her opposite him as he slowly lit a candle, pouring red wine for both himself and her. At this moment, Lian Ling felt a sudden panic. Although he knew that Lu Fan had secretly met with these individuals, he was overly confident in his own power, believing they would not cooperate with Lu Fan. Little did he anticipate that Lu Fan had already garnered their support. As for whether Xiao Anbua had changed due to that person or because of a child, Han Pianxian could not investigate further. Darn, something significant must be happening. Could it be an inspection from higher-ups? National and local tax audits, perhaps? Zixing had always adhered to the law, never evading taxes. Even if the tax authorities launched a surprise raid, such anxiety seemed unnecessary. Moreover, that was a matter for finance, supposedly unrelated to sales. Tian Wuming scrutinized him, and he, in turn, assessed Tian Wuming. However, Tian Wuming bore a placid expression while he appeared flustered, his face pale and covered in cold sweat. After all, very few who had fallen to the status of a prisoner bore any other expression. My wallet is missing, the youth murmured softly, the earlier words of the driver and passengers now ringing in his ears, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Chapter 122. Intentionally causing a stir, oh dear. Lord Zhu's situation is truly dire, nearly losing his life due to his daughter's antics. Now, he cannot even plead for her, to preserve the family. He must act as if he never had such a daughter. As Chu Liuzheng strolled around the room, she fiddled with the system. Now no one was clinging to him. Yet, he still yearned for her to confide in him as she once did. not allowing Zhong Yang an opportunity to retaliate. Yiling Long Yu expressed her gratitude to the Zhixiao ferry before departing alongside the Shengshui ferry. It was unfortunate that Shengshui ferry had yet to converse with Zhong Yang, but she could not defy her master's orders, leaving her profoundly disheartened. The divine light of gold not only ceased its assault on Zhong Yang, but also appeared exceedingly affectionate, emanating from the statue as it flew towards Zhong Yang, greeting him with a lively spirit. Lung Yuan was about to speak when the matron behind her lifted her gaze to glance at her, then lowered her eyes once more, forcing herself to swallow the words that had reached her lips. Murong Xingxiao regained his senses and glanced at Feng Zhenchong, his brows slightly furrowed. Although Feng Zhenchong was a martial arts expert, he felt a twinge of uncertainty when recalling Jun Wuyin's formidable prowess on the day atop Kangmang Mountain. Bruce finally comprehended the function of these peculiar plants, or at least one of their functions, to shield against detection. Mu Xiang observed the suddenly tense Yi Qingsheng, noticing her furtive glances towards her legs. These circumstances were indeed quite apparent. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Though he couldn't pinpoint what it was at that moment, Wu Wei explained with a furrowed brow. A voice, reminiscent of an ancient wasteland, echoed, urging, "I hope you never cross this mountain range." This sentiment reached Fu Xubui's ears, accompanied by leaden clouds and a fierce wind. "This person is exceedingly narcissistic," Yin Xiaoxiao remarked, nodding in agreement, but shouting is certainly preferable to running. When the old dog returned empty-handed, Fu Xubo reported that the Shurahul's Black Forest was vast and uncharted, with 7 years passing without even a footstep upon its borders. The bright moon hung overhead, and the campfire blazed warmly as Yu Zichen and Qing Rang sat side by side, enjoying sweet potatoes, wiping their hands and mouths after finishing. Yu Huli, with her spirited nature, played another tune, while Miss Duanmu rested her head on one hand, drifting into a deep slumber. After all, Lin Tianyao possessed immense power, and many talented individuals who encountered this strange fish found themselves at a dead end. Nangong Ming, his voice hoarse, gently covered half of her face with his hand, unable to tear his gaze away in affection. After uttering this phrase, Feng Xinghan's expression darkened somewhat as he sat cross-legged on the control table, closing his eyes in silence. Yi and Hai approached the table, pulling up chairs and vigilantly observing the bewitched sorcerers. Hua Shu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she nodded slightly, seemingly ready to drip honey, indicating that the crown prince Exen and was indeed gentle and nurturing towards her. Sure, he looked at Fei Liangyin's shameless demeanor with exasperation. Shaking his head, he felt helpless regarding Fei Liangyin and could only follow her lead as she indulged in her antics. For the stone monkey, the more perilous the place, the greater the chance of successfully ensnaring Chui Feng. Thus, he subtly lured Chui Feng to this location. Chapter 123, Grim Tidings Master, it is done. Zhu Qing hurried into the hall and whispered into Xiao Guipin's ear. Xiao Guipin nodded faintly, turning to gaze out the window, a smile slowly forming at the corners of her lips. She had been troubled about how to deliver items to Huayin Hall, but unexpectedly, this opportunity had been presented by Yun Fei herself. The arrogant Su Jianren had caused a ruckus these past few days, providing her with an opportunity to seize. Now, she awaited good news in silence. The entire sky and sea were engulfed in sword intent, leaving no trace behind, transforming the sword realm. The strong had eyes like lightning, their faces contorted in rage, their unleashed energy more formidable than that of the two divine-level beings outside. Previously, the curse of the vengeful spirit had been shifting among the four, but now he had received photographs twice in succession. Was it possible that the curse of the vengeful spirit had locked onto him? Ming Kai shivered, retreating a step as he nervously regarded Wu Zheng. The earlier bravado now vanished. Dark smoke suddenly surged into the kitchen through a few upper ventilation windows, quickly filling the entire space. Beneath the peaks, the army stood at the ready, the distance between the front and rear stretching over 100 meters. Horses trumpeted, weapons clanged, and morale soared, led by Shi Tai. Facing the demonic army was no pleasant experience. The mere scent was nauseating, let alone witnessing their grotesque forms. Chinamo turned his head, shining a flashlight into another room where a door stood unmarked by any number, the very room where he had encountered supernatural attacks earlier. As he stepped onto the stone path, the shores of the lake rapidly receded, leaving only boundless darkness, intermittently illuminated by rusted torch stands, presumably to light the way for those conducting rituals. We descended the steps, and, as we went lower, our vision blurred increasingly. By the time we reached the bottom, we could see nothing at all, having to feel our way forward. Zhu Yuan was naturally unwilling to accept this. If he did not clarify this issue, he could not, under any circumstances, vanish amidst the billowing storm clouds. Yu Yin turned her gaze towards the noise, observing Lu Xingji surrounded by a crowd, his deep gray tailored suit still exuding an air of aloof elegance. Initially, they had intended to slander Su Hao, but unexpectedly, Luo Shanshan had truly awakened and had indeed purged the blood poison. Boss, have you considered that selling the underground items to the old gentleman could be fatal? Yin Fuxing ignored the others, focusing on the vendor. She did not believe that the other party would neglect this princess and allow her to create havoc at her own expense, tarnishing his reputation. It was rumored that the national leader had confided in a close friend that, should the opportunity arise in the future, the Tongliao Principality would expand fivefold, advancing to the Tongliao Khanate, and even crossing the stars to reach the Tongliao universe. Indeed, a colossal holographic image emerged in the sky, resembling a gigantic cloud visible to anyone, no matter their location. Taiyu maintained an exceedingly high interception rate. Even when the Summer Army suddenly launched over 2,000 unmanned ships in a large-scale assault, Taiyu, through the coordination of warships and ground forces, managed to destroy over 99% of the unmanned fleet. Being with oneself may require forbearance and concealment, may feel like walking on thin ice, or may lead to being crushed by powerful forces, yet at least it was not solitary. Su Qingqiu's willingness to live a good life was not an act of submission, but rather a response to the torment inflicted by Shun Jixian, which had already been sufficient. Even imprisonment had a set term. At this moment, General Jerry, now a prisoner of war, found that the Taiyu Empire lacked the capacity to assist him honorably, thus necessitating a suitable person to offer counsel. On the peak of Snow Wind, eternal snow blanketed the land, seemingly consolidating all the cold upon Li Huai, who remained motionless, kneeling in silence, his soul having departed with the tragic demise of the entire Tianzi team. Chapter 124. The importance of performance, however. Relying solely on this nascent friendship was far from sufficient. A grand gesture that he could not refuse must be presented. In the audience, all eyes were transfixed on the image of Wang Yin waving from the main screen, each person frozen in shock, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Only after the three settled did they feel as though their meridians were ablaze, yet suddenly an icy chill gripped them, experiencing the primal clash of water and fire which brought indescribable agony. After speaking, one of them retrieved a mobile phone, dialing a pre-prepared number to contact the military district, then the municipal old cadre bureau, and finally the provincial military political department. This night was indeed tumultuous, yet it eventually passed. Many followed the developments closely, while numerous veterans of the army hid in their homes, praying that the imperial guards would not invade their abodes and take them away. Wang Yin had previously been awestruck by grand war scenes in films, yet now, reflecting on those moments, he found them a mere shadow compared to the current reality. In the next instant, the chamber door swung open, the intense internal pressure unleashing a torrent of mist. Following today's collaboration, Lei Hao merely indicated that the gambling terms were about to be executed, with the remaining 10 shares initially reserved for Qin Yu's perspective. However, this left Su Lu almost doubting her own hearing. It took a moment for her to realize that such a person could offer no better explanation. Huang Yuanwei and his 36 family members knelt neatly in the courtyard, their faces pale with terror, devoid of any wounds, all having perished. Liang Du had observed the members of the Tsang Gang who practiced the profound iron cloth shirt. Each was a mass of muscle, exceptionally corpulent. He twitched his nose and glanced around, ultimately fixing his gaze on a scruffy man in the front left. The two were unaware of Huang Wei's pressing matters, as he was currently a man of leisure, even more so than Su Ran. On Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street, where every inch is precious, the price starts at 100,000 per square meter, and parking spaces are exceedingly scarce, even if they could muster 6 legions. The depletion from this battle meant that the new soldiers had not yet arrived, preventing them from fully exerting their strength. The overall combat capability would have to be reduced by about 10 to 20%. After exchanging pleasantries with the coroner, he exited the yamen, confirmed the direction in which Chao Yi had departed, and followed suit. He was uncertain what Yin Yuanqing was observing, but he surmised that Yin Yuanqing must have a fondness for this room. Each time he indulged in a bath, Cat Yufeng felt that it effectively alleviated the disorienting confusion brought on by frequently browsing through fragments of others' memories. It was astonishingly humbling to relinquish one's own thoughts merely to accommodate his connections with others, all for the simple desire of remaining together in harmony. If such a thing truly existed, the nation would have intervened long ago. What whimsical spirits! Why not directly pursue a physical exorcism? As for the original Muhan heir, with prosthetic limbs, it was considered a disabled puppet, significantly hampering its strength. However, amidst the inky filth, one could faintly discern that this bowl was made of a dark material. Moreover, although the young lad before him appeared youthful, he exuded a refined demeanor, unlike someone who had never been taught. Really? Chun Xinyan's eyes brightened. He expected Xue Feng to be willing to venture to Jinling City. Gu Lianyuan was aware of his disciple's exceptional talents, but did not believe that anyone could ascend from the void refinement to the integration realm in just over a decade. After practicing Taizu Chongquan a few more times, Qin Wang lay down to rest. After awakening the intelligence panel, he had only managed to sleep at dawn. Having slain Yin Pe today, it marked his first act of killing, leaving him quite fatigued. Hua Jingji rolled up the map, then opened the curtain and handed the map that Guruashi had drawn to Enchi. Lin Heng, you are about to become the sustenance for this zombie. Thus, it is necessary to introduce who shall consume you. The factory manager wore a smug expression. Shuren was taken aback as he watched the city gate slowly open, with Zhao Shizhen leading people into the city, feeling somewhat at a loss. Was Wu Song not implying that he knew nothing? On the way to the film set, Su Mu maintained a cool demeanor, saying nothing at all. Am I cold? Xiao Chang'an turned his head, his beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as they fixed on him. That young man, what trouble have you gotten into? The Lord of the Yuan realm wore a grim expression, filled with murderous intent, questioning Yuan Jiang beside him. Upon hearing Miao Miao, though feeling a twinge of sympathy for the young master, she recalled his preference for such a lifestyle and refrained from saying much more. Although the crown prince's residence held greater value, she still felt a twinge of reluctance toward the fourth prince's mansion. I am your uncle Bai Zhe. I have seen you while you were still in your egg. The mini unicorn held an air of regal pride. Continuing down this path is not a solution. Young Master Feng, what should we do next? Perhaps we should form an elite team to break through, someone suggested. Yu Yin's words immediately caused the tying madam to falter mentally. Her greatest fear was that Yu Yin would take the golden dragon, rendering her years of hard work futile. Upon hearing this, she retrieved a pearl from her bosom and tossed it into the air. The bandit's voice was not loud, but for Nie Xiangyuan, who had trained in martial arts, it was crystal clear. Chapter 125, A Double. The Tyrant is only in his early 20s, if he were to pass. It wouldn't be until he was over 40, right? There are still about 20 years left, and there are no established rules for succession. Are the concubines not being a tad too impatient? Moreover, Yin Fei is feigning pregnancy, aside from the antidote for the fake pregnancy drug. Even abortion pills would be ineffective for her. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Chu Liuzheng remarked, while casually flipping through the birth rates of the imperial concubines and princes since the founding emperor. Frog fun. He bit his tongue, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth, yet he still had difficulty discerning the person beside him. Li Jian had been working intensely all day, feeling an unsettling dissonance, but unable to pinpoint its cause. His heart felt oddly hollow. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Gu Qilan? I am Feng Haoqian, the director responsible for the opening and closing ceremonies of the Winter Olympics. Introduced Feng Haoqian over the phone. Lin Chan called out, but upon seeing Su Lingyan's footsteps not even falter for a moment, anxiety gripped her heart as she prepared to chase after him, but found herself unable to move. Today, The sixth prince of the Tianchu kingdom was also present. Xie Shua's words were clearly pushing the Shun family and Heng Yuan Wang into the spotlight. Suddenly, she pondered a question: if the elite society believed that Li Jian's late arrival was due to her. Meanwhile, Mo Gongshu and Mo Wudao could only assist from the sidelines. As for the position of head of the Mo family, with the disappearance of Mo Yingying and Longer, it had been forfeited. The original controller, Long Xing, had vanished for 7 years, and the 3 elders of the Mo family and their subordinates had lost all hope. Only she remained of the Shun family's second branch in the capital. The rewards from the emperor remained in the capital, some of which she would distribute to her grandmother, while the rest, no matter how lavishly she spent, would still be unexhausted, especially since she seldom ventured out to shop. Should there be someone understanding, she wouldn't mind lending a hand. However, if there was someone truly ignorant, she would not hold back. Upon seeing Jiang Lingxi's naturally radiant and unadorned face, especially feeling that vaguely familiar aura pressing towards her, her confident smile faltered. After following the fourth master for so long, Su Peixing believed that his longevity in service stemmed from his adherence to propriety. Nevertheless, since meeting Chu Liuzheng, he had begun to stray from the norm. After pondering for a moment, he calculated the time. With over 30 routes in one night, if coupled with luck and frenzied training methods, it should be more than sufficient to master them before dawn. Yu Yanxian similarly emerged, her innate power surging forth as she treaded the ancient Yuling sect's path. The fourth master fixed his gaze on Qi Yu for a considerable time. If there is something, seek the foreign. Having said that, he withdrew his crumpled sleeve from Qi Yu's grasp and departed. Upon opening Douyin, he was met with an influx of messages from fans about the likes of Niu Tuma Mian, Elbu, and Diao Chan, even Tang Yimyan. Others' marriages do not concern me, and as I am not the bride, what joy is there? Fu lay aside, watching the newlyweds embrace on stage. Xiao Yun felt a surge of confidence. She sensed a force encircling her, reminiscent of her elder brother, instilling her with the belief that she could vanquish this monster here. There exists a disparity in strength between the starting lineup and the substitutes. Should the gap widen, the difficulty of training will escalate. In the absence of resistance from the opponent, maintaining grace is quite normal, is it not? Under such circumstances, only pants would become disheveled due to intense movement of the legs, which is easily understandable, right? Upon hearing Gong Lingyuan sitting cross-legged across from her, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a master's admonition, Feng Shusan felt entirely speechless. How could he not know the effort required? Cheng Han's eyes revealed a glimmer of resolve as the cold atmosphere in the hall turned icy and oppressive, with the black liquid on the ground coalescing once more. He then silently recited a peculiar incantation, causing the black liquid to convulse violently, transforming into a humanoid form. Immediately afterward, he waved his left hand, and a long sword abruptly flew from his waist. Chapter 126, A Silent Loss. Chu Liuzheng had never shared a modicum of tacit understanding with a certain eavesdropper, as he was very adept at fanning the flames. I believe that this situation cannot truly be blamed on noble consort due. In this frigid palace, emotions must find some form of solace, right? Who can resist the allure of a gentle, considerate, and understanding beautiful confidant? The tyrant, if only he could share a little more evenly, allowing all the ladies of the inner palace the chance to revolve around him, or perhaps arranging some beneficial activities for their minds and bodies. However, what surprised Xiao Huan was that Hui Qingnan still regarded her with indifference, neither angered nor inclined to chastise her. Just moments ago, he had been concerned about Lu Jiarui. Now, he found his own affairs in disarray, and in comparison to Lu Jiarui, he was hardly in a better position. Yan Jiao, with a hint of shame on his smiling face, although a martial arts master renowned in the south, still adhered to traditional class distinctions, unable to emulate Tang Feng's approach. Thus, within just a day or two, they had reached the core area, and only a few thousand miles remained before they could arrive at the location of the Nirvana pool. After pondering for a moment, she seemed to recall something, a resolute expression emerging on her face as she dashed towards the passage behind her. It is said that the Soul Tribe excels in spiritual strength, possessing formidable primordial spirits, Yet this young man in a coarse robe was different from them, exhibiting extraordinary power. Li Tianchan's speed reached an astonishing level, allowing him to evade the tentacles of the devouring inkfish in an instant, and then, with a swift motion, he flipped his hands. The headless body of the god of light swayed a few times in the deep pit before crashing down with a resounding thud. Lin Xin had spent several months with Ruan Mian. Just from the troubled expression on her face, he could discern her inner thoughts. The feverish heat and pale complexion left no doubt that Hu Jiarui was indeed suffering from high fever. Meanwhile, the thatched cottage was engulfed in flames. Thick black smoke billowing forth, the fire raging like a tempest. He turned to his parents, only to see their expressions filled with helplessness, evidently feeling quite burdened by the arrival of this family. Zhu Yuanzhang, who had been sitting quietly for quite some time, appeared as calm as still water. Contemplating for a moment, as a former overlord, Chu Tianan had lost count of how many dumpling skins he had consumed, yet he had never encountered such an aura before. The vastness of the distance before him seemed boundless, resembling a world awaiting his arrival. The Hall of All Gods appeared like an ancient temple courtyard shrouded in mystery, surrounded by sturdy locust trees and ancient stone steps, as if it were a guardian of time. After styling the princess's hair, Ling Xin helped her don the attire brought by Ling Wei, selecting floral hairpins and ornaments to enhance the princess's appearance in harmony with her outfit. If we complete our task today, let us celebrate afterwards as everyone is in the city, Qingdai suggested. Having exhausted every delay tactic, he hoped that someone would see his reluctance to take the medicine, unwilling to be left behind, and would rush to take it, thereby becoming a convenient scapegoat. Despite his indirect encouragement, no one around seemed swayed by his words. However, when Kate noticed my gaze fixed on the skin of the swamp salamander king, her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 127, Come, Showcase. Were it not for the Empress Dowager's decree today, and His Majesty's command preceding it, I would not dare to defy the sacred will and deliver Swan Xing, to Huayin Palace. Y pusas no prupaticabilitias. The urgency of the Empress Dowager's edict leaves me no time to prepare those harmful items. Noble consort Rong chuckled self-deprecatingly, while Qi Sunyang covered her mouth with a fan, watching the spectacle with amusement. At this moment, she dared not approach the Empress Dowager, having risen from her bed to take a stroll outside, as Yiyue had told her to feel free. Sheng Ruixiang certainly still wished to visit Zifu's official residence and ponder how Zifu had fared these past few months. After some consideration, he agreed. They agreed to set off on the third day of the 5th month, first to fetch Zishou. At this moment, Cheng Fuhua had no inkling that his old classmate, Chuan Ko, had just been promoted to commander of the Southern Task Force, busily strategizing to annihilate his fleet. What could the Ming Dynasty's Changshao signify? A flicker of light emanated from Qin Gu's eyes. He was not one to engage in conversation often, nor did he frequently interact with young ladies. His only sister was much the same, leading a life even more secluded than his own. To console Lu, who was mired in despair and love, was indeed a tall order for him, given that the theoretical foundation of this experimental reactor stemmed from Duke's previous revelations on natural nuclear reaction principles. He harbored no concerns regarding skepticism towards this reactor, even though the core design appeared to entail a considerable engineering workload. Qin Yao entered with her catch, greeted them with a smile, and handed 2 weasels to Ding Xiang. In an instant, his gaze fixated upon the massive chasm stretching 60 to 70 zhang, and his expression grew solemn. Jiang Xingchuan, however, disregarded her feelings, his large hand firmly gripping her slender waist, his fingertips unconsciously pinching her flesh. He realized that defeating monsters of a lower level yielded no loot, and the experience gained was pitifully scant. In a hasty bid to marry into the Feng family, he merely sought to preserve a trace of bloodline for the Tuoba clan, ensuring he would not entirely become the architect of its downfall. Suddenly, his gaze swept to the horizon, noticing something amiss. This courtyard was designated for the young clan leader, and since being appointed, Lin Hao had eagerly moved in. Old Gu, have you had too much to drink? You can't even open the door? The one opening the door was Old Gu, the owner, who was indeed inebriated. Tao guest looked affectionately at He Yuanqing, remaining silent as they embraced tightly, patting each other on the shoulders. Otherwise, Once Chu Ming's body adapted to the power of the demonic spirit lotus, it would become increasingly difficult for him to contend with Chu Ming. Chapter 128. When the walls crumble, all push against them. Perhaps the servants of the Huaqing Palace had grown lax. Chun Jiaui suddenly spoke, directly accusing noble Consort Rong, saying that the lady had been urgently summoned by His Majesty, and the servants had been negligent in their duties, conveniently allowing Zhou Gonggong and his men to discover the oversight. You slander me. The charming fox-like eyes of noble Consort Rong sparkled with sharpness as she glared at Chun Jiaui. If I truly committed such a heinous act, how could I dare to request a palace search to prove my innocence? This assertion held some merit, yet Kilian knew his time was short. Once his strength waned, facing the ravenous undead army would surely spell his doom. As dawn broke and the rain ceased, he hurriedly led his people towards Njizwang, directly heading for the Jiang family grave at Qingyang Ridge. It was clear now that this was not the case. The little insect circled to the other side, finding no further suspicious individuals, yet he believed there were likely still enemies lurking nearby. Nevertheless, Yuan Langjun remained acutely aware. Although the sect leader was unlikely to disturb the court's interests, should overseas trade draw the court's attention, he might be forced to send several letters to Yuan Qi, urging him to exercise restraint. Beneath the endless starry sky, an elder sat beneath a towering tree, deeply troubled by a chessboard devoid of opponents. Staring at a wraith emerging from the ground, Kalen was taken aback, observing the drastic transformation of the green-tinged undead. Han Xingmei truly did not expect Chu Guangming to have sustained such severe injuries, leaving her utterly astonished. Slowly stepping forward, slightly tilting her head, she caught a glimpse of Yuan Langjun trailing behind, a hint of pride emerging on Shangwan Wander's face. This battle was destined to shock the world, involving nearly all the superpowers of Yanzhou, even the shadow of the Great Zhou dynasty, with 3 superpowers at the pinnacle of the mundane world perishing. The Daxiao Longke sword finding a new master, and the Zhao family of the Daxiao royal lineage losing their foundation, teetering on the brink of collapse. All right. Nelson immediately signaled his subordinates to mark the display, categorizing the involved individuals into 2 distinct colors as per Gu Fengshun's request. Yuchen nodded, stating, "Yesterday, after Master departed, I practiced several more times, and have thoroughly comprehended the essence of that set of boxing techniques." Although Xia Fengyuan made every effort to suppress her emotions, a flicker of loneliness was still discernible in her eyes. How was it accomplished? In response to the inquiries of the trio, Xiaoyu began to feign ignorance. The opposing party had their own calculations, and Qin harbored similar thoughts. Rather than pursuing them one by one, it would be more efficient to lure them together and eliminate them all at once, thereby saving considerable time. This approach was ideal, as it would neither disturb the populace nor cause undue strain. Thus it was settled. Guided by Gu Yong and Lu Sun, they proceeded into the administrative office. She gazed at her cramping leg, momentarily uncertain whether to feel fortunate. "Don't tease me. I won't fall for your tricks." The prince had entered the palace, and for the time being, Shun Jingling's words were momentarily stifled. As long as the disciples of the demonic path were not oppressed or discriminated against within the demonic realm, Shen Hafeng will be quite satisfied. Chapter 129. Stealthy maneuvers when Jian Xiong, from the dialogue between Tang Mofan and Lin Jixiao, discerned that Lin Jixiao was unwilling to disclose the specifics of their drawings. Such a scenario had been speculated by Ning Meijin countless times in her mind, and now executing it felt remarkably adept and graceful. The combined attack of the 4 formidable masters unleashed a terrifying force, instantly enveloping him in a closed barrier. Outside the Duanhuan Valley, the livestock of ordinary human families had never witnessed such a magnificent spectacle, bleeding in terror, while many human citizens sensed the impending cataclysmic power and hurriedly sought refuge, some utterly bewildered. Upon finishing their conversation, the sword intent they had cultivated surged forth, and in an instant they charged towards Yang Ruoxing. However, the rain was torrential that evening, with the raindrops drumming against the tent like a war drum. As Qian Yun and his companions entered, Meng Lao and others prepared to follow suit. Yet unexpectedly, 2 attendants from Yuehu stretched out their hands to bar their way. Nevertheless, The more perilous the divination, the greater the consumption. Given his current frail state, forcing the divination could result in his immediate demise, rendering it utterly pointless. Even if Zhang Yuan truly possessed such abilities, he could not possibly ask all the seafood in the deep sea to refrain from biting his bait. Could he? Suddenly, a face intruded into his field of vision, a pair of lively almond-shaped eyes gazing at him with a hint of trepidation. After all, gamblers are often the losers. Those who are vain and not in need of money would hardly dare approach Feng Min. Forget it. It was merely a worthless drawing that I intended to discard anyway. Perhaps a servant mistook it for refuse when I left. The Zhijing family was one he found difficult to approach, unless he had the means to rank among the top 20 billionaires globally. That's enough. While Weixian may not be a bustling place, it is still on the outskirts of the capital, beneath the emperor's feet. How can you, a foolish official, treat human lives so carelessly? Jin Tang finally could not remain silent and stepped forward. Look at ZMO. So considerate, managing family affairs even while attending university, she remarked with a disapproving glare at a few others. Haha, Xian, have you finished repaying your loan? You didn't let your phone break before repaying it, did you? You truly make me laugh every day, the studious roommate inquired. This was not an exclusion or a diminishment of the external students, but rather the multitude of troubles that accompany the wealthy. If mishandled, it could spell disaster for the less fortunate students. After waiting for 2 full days, Xie Yuding was eager to stand, but alas, as she rose, she collapsed back in her chair, and the 2 bodyguards rushed to support her. I merely went out for a moment. How could they possibly know who I am? Qian Yu forcefully shook off Zhou Yi's hand, her expression one of grievance. At that moment, the celestial energy from Meng Fang's black wind blade was once again dissipated by the white dragon's silk, which also lost half of its celestial energy. However, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. Recalling what transpired that night, and having heard Tesla's words, he could piece together the events. He must have transformed into a wolf that evening. The array, very well, I shall give it a try. Guided by Tesla, Lin Feng realized the location of the array, Since Tesla had presented it so simply, he was willing to give it a shot. Yang Hua quietly pondered the elder's words. Could it be that every encounter in dreams was merely a manifestation of his inner feelings? Could it be that the foolish girl Yu Ruo truly saved him? Li Yunlin's 4 elders sat with an air of superiority, though it was unclear whether they possessed any genuine skill. In contrast to the 200 martial arts students seated quietly behind them, the university students behind Zhou Yi were restless, their discussions loud and animated. Han Mo's talent enhancement was less than first-rate. However, his combat attribute was only surpassed by space, making it even more formidable than both gold and fire attributes combined. Tang Ji felt that the effects of the injection he had just received might be fading, as he suddenly felt a chill. If he were currently in a suppressed state, how intense would his jealousy be at full strength? As Mu Si bravely traversed the Huazhuang Road, Feng Zi was exploring an alternate path. This path, at that moment, lay within the bedroom of the wise monk Shihong, appearing far less perilous than the treacherous Huazhuang Road, until the fragmented recordings and conjectured words prompted Gu Xiao to furrow his brow. In that fleeting moment, Yao Yao sensed a surge of spiritual power and was struck with fright, halting her movements. He was lost in delusion. As a cultivator with merely 2 years of training, his current strength was already commendable. As a prodigy, he was striving diligently. How had you been these past days? Gu Yuan awkwardly initiated a conversation, hoping to foster a bond between father and son. Yet, what miracle seeds could they possibly possess here? Only the meager contributions from Wang Xiao to the tavern had been mentioned, and even many nobles had heard of it. They were acutely aware that failing to keep pace with trends would be a tremendous disgrace, subjecting them to ridicule from other nobles, an affront that could not be tolerated. Chapter 130. The Spirit of Laborers. Never again, a labor steward Zhou expressed, Your Majesty, where is the person? The servant has called for you. Shall we proceed openly instead of in secrecy? Xiao Jingfan pondered. What if I were to inadvertently strangle this woman? The wind is strong at the door. Standing here, one feels no breeze. Not far off is the charcoal basin, quite warm. Steward Zhou is truly a good person. Chu Liuzheng, accepting the situation, found Zhou Yu and his actions baffling. Yet this did not prevent him from swallowing the reverse element pill that would enhance his power. In that moment, a surge of even greater energy flooded into his dantian, leaving him with the sensation of being on the verge of bursting. What a perplexing situation this is. Xian has declared that it is impossible for the clear one to find joy. She must be the one to bring about this fate. And how could she bear to die after the red light of destiny has faded? The crowd was in a frenzy, their hearts twisted in anxiety. Beyond praying for Lin Feng's success, there was little else to be done. The battle erupted without warning. Only after its conclusion did the people in the universe learn that the members of the Dark Assassin Temple had hunted down the Fire Spirit clans Xiao, Hu, and others. Subsequently, Zhao Huayin raised 2 fingers, piercing the silver needles into Dongfang Wenxi's acupuncture points, while Mo flawlessly followed orders, emptying the medicine bottle without leaving a drop. Chao Min nodded in agreement, curious as to why Yang Qi had suddenly inquired about matters concerning the Tianwu continent. As a martial emperor-level sect, the corpse puppet sect's influence extended far beyond the Tianwu continent. Yes, I shall take my leave now, Zhu Daosheng replied, curling his body and rolling out of the ice palace. He had long been reluctant to allow Shun Maxiang and the children to relocate, as he felt that children's education was paramount. Yet upon reflection, considering their cultivation levels and status, was it truly necessary to be so concerned about their studies? The power of faith was something that Lin Ruofeng grasped with just a moment's contemplation. However, the cold reality that met Li Ling was that promoting this concept proved to be quite challenging. What seemed easy in theory was fraught with difficulties in practice, primarily due to the lack of initiative among the stonemasons. He had no desire to become a second Wang Lin. Although he did not harbor envy towards the talented, he was wary of harming the precious relics. He aimed to weigh the pros and cons, much like Cao Cao, who valued talent above all else. The cunning Sima, he had indeed been subdued by Cao Cao. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting dappled patterns around Song Chenxi, who sat in a wheelchair. At a cliff near the summit of a mountain, a cave fortified with protective formations appeared, its aura thick with spiritual energy, marking the location of the Jianshan spiritual vein. In retrospect, it was likely that the other half of the shareholders had been privately arranged by Gu Qinfeng. Su Mianmian glanced up at his profile. The Ming Dianxia was indeed different from Jiu Dianxia, yet in some respects they were alike. However, everyone had witnessed Yao's martial prowess, having emerged as a resurrected contestant from the revival match. Despite her impressive journey to the semifinals, the organizers' high odds reflected a lack of confidence in her. Lung Yu's emotions settled. He understood that while these extraordinary treasures might not be immediately useful, securing them would undoubtedly be beneficial in the future. On the 3rd day of Lu Jiarουi's hospitalization, she remained unconscious, prompting the arrival of a neurospecialist from abroad, who scheduled her surgery for the following day. After Yun Shuan left the palace, every time he spoke to her, Yun Shutian would find various excuses to take her away. Yet, his current mood starkly contrasted with that of the past. His heart raced with anxiety, uncertain of what awaited him. Chapter 131. Do eunuchs have this function? Yidong, in her eyes, was merely a debauched youth, possessing only an aging facade. As a cultivator of the Golden Core stage, Xiao Chong had long claimed the title of 4th-grade alchemist as his own before her arrival, completing it with ease. The competition for the 5th-grade alchemist title was a significant event at every alchemist convention. Blood trickled down the icy blade, yet Xian Xiaozhan maintained an unflappable demeanor. His brow unbent. A sharp pain surged through the back of his head, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness, and soon, smoke began to rise from the back of Yu Qinglei's head. The paparazzi had certainly crossed a line this time, irreparably damaging a carefully maintained facade, prompting Lu Shui to furiously strike her keyboard. Pray tell, master, why do you strike me? Even in death, let me perish with understanding. Yu Qinglei spat blood on the ground, his tone laced with disrespect. She swam in the frigid water for a considerable time before finally retrieving the drowning individual, exerting great effort to drag him to safety and administer first aid. Chen Yuanxi suddenly hurled her phone to the ground, shattering it underfoot. These devices had been specially treated, ensuring that once deleted, data was irretrievable. Yet Chen Yuanxi remained fearful. Should this video come to Chun Tianjiao's attention, it would undoubtedly stir up another storm. In short, the rogue had fully awakened. Aside from the treasure map, what significant items could Qin Shulang possibly possess? He leapt off the bed, hastily donning his clothes and rushing outside. I can't recall the account password. Today, I shall show you what it means to feel the wind chill. Yuan declared fiercely. Am I truly ugly? Luo Yang observed the tea leaves in the cup, some sinking to the bottom, while others floated, their upright forms resembling stalactites. Quite a sight to behold. No problem. The commander has decreed that all units must fully cooperate with the paratroopers' operation. The large figure believed himself to wield authority, yet he was hardly more than a salted fish. Zisher is searching for me? Umph. Let him venture to the depths of the Thunder Burial Grounds. I would relish seeing if he possesses such capability. With that, Yin turned to depart, accompanied by his 4 attendants. However, it was perplexing that someone would spend 10 contribution points to convey such information, leaving Yuan Yi curious about the nature of the message that warranted such expenditure. Who was that lizard, and what was the content of the message? In such an atmosphere, could the strategic bombardment by the German Air Force not be perceived as an unorthodox ideology? It became clear that the Crimson Flames required a supply of combustible material to sustain their burn, awakening Luo Yang to the reality that the previously scorched earth atop the mountain and the newly laid concrete could not maintain a lasting flame, whereas the Coca-Cola could. In desperation, Lang Tianba was compelled to enhance patrols while dispatching numerous disciples to gather intelligence on the Fan family, hoping to ascertain whether they had acquired new leverage. Hey, Zhao Bin, why are you wearing those broken glasses? As Zhao Bin lost himself in thought, Yi Zhengdao inquired with a smile. The Ruiying vehicle proceeded leisurely out of the prison, gradually turning onto a quiet road towards Jiangdong City. 3,000 is too high. How about 2,002? This is already my final offer. Boss Jiang wore a bitter expression. Yet, Zhu Ji was all talk and no action, bold online, but cowardly in reality. He lacked the courage to meet in person. Lin Jiama lowered her gaze to the coffee table, remaining silent for a long time before bending down to open the food box, a fragrant herbal aroma wafting up from a jar filled with medicinal roots. While the other dishes appeared quite healthy, Wang Zhanlong pondered the hardships his child faced. Yet the crux of the matter was that he had spent a pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes and prepaid 100 yuan in fines to extricate the child from the police station. This cost of smokes and fines was to be repaid by you. Although he could have harnessed the power of the swastika technique within the Insha coffin to intimidate the likes of Gigu and Fanfation while capturing Murong Hanyu, the narrative was entirely fictional. Gu Feng recognized its fictitious nature due to the numerous mythologies it contained. The underground cavern was immense, entirely formed by the roots of the Longhuai tree, creating a semicircular prison, densely intertwined roots binding a colossal heart, controlling the dragon heart while absorbing its power. However, once the deeds of the Tianjiao suspended isles were made public, their astonishment was far from over. After turning to marry into the Zhang family, she bore a son only to be left widowed, raising the child in hardship. The first step in the construction endeavor involved the planting of a vast expanse of biograss, ensuring that the Tei Bao Yalong stayed away from that region. Fortunately, Chunli was not a fool. He understood that even if Yamamoto Yu was fragrant, that aroma was laden with toxins. I implore you, grant us a little more time. We will surely repay the debt. Please do not frighten my child. The mother pleaded, her expression filled with desperation as she bowed repeatedly. However, Uncle Zhong, due to his advanced age and somewhat faltering memory, had not made any particular note to remember anything, merely glancing briefly without scrutinizing closely. At this moment, Luna was not only overweight, but her once smooth and fair skin was now erupting with yellow, pus-filled bumps, an unspeakable sight. Gunyan was acutely aware of her physical condition. She should not be overexerted, especially after the recent tumultuous events that had drained her spirit. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the opening in the stone wall, signaling the arrival of someone. They must have activated the mechanism. Could it be the subordinates of the buzzard? As he spoke, the scruffy man leapt into action, charging towards the middle-aged man like a great eagle taking flight. Ahem, we do not intend to participate at all, Zhang Ning stated candidly, revealing the truth to Chu Qinan. Chapter 132. Youthful kidney deficiency Niu Fei was indeed a clever individual, unrestrained in his actions. Upon receiving news of Zhou Yuanda personally leading a search of Huaqing Palace and the demotion of Rong Guifei to a mere noble, he sensed impending doom as the gathering within Huaying Hall lingered. Anticipating the worst, he left behind a letter of confession and resolutely ended his own life with a white silk ribbon. Though it appeared he had a choice, in reality, he was bereft of options. Should Niu Fei choose to betray Gao Pin, he would face severe punishment and lose his position of authority, resulting in certain death for his nephew and niece. Conversely, if he bore the blame alone, it would be a matter of life and death. Rong Lang gazed out the window at the receding scenery, observing the composed driver beside him. The serene sense of stability and tranquility in life surged within him. Although the Luo Shan Wei possessed only initial foundational cultivation, their power was formidable once the Luo Shan battle array was established. Yet, it was still insufficient to restrain Wang Ping. Du Delong speculated that he should still be safe when we set out, as he was the one who had alerted the bandits to our movements. Chui he analyzed, drawing the attention of all present to Fu Daishe, who felt the weight of their gazes for the first time, realizing that such attention was not a favorable situation. Qin Xiao's mutterings were interrupted by an exclamation, his eyes bulging in anger as he beheld his son clutching Shijan. For reasons unknown, the fleeting glimmer in the drunkard's eyes momentarily unsettled him, a seasoned bodyguard, leaving him with lingering unease despite the light having faded. However, Ling Luo seemed to recognize the voice with remarkable familiarity, showing no signs of surprise. Her expression unwavering as she lowered her eyelids, appearing to be in a meditative state. With a polite smile and bright eyes, she thanked the approaching bodyguards, garnering a significant amount of attention without a hint of complaint. Conversations flowed freely, touching upon local customs, peculiar anecdotes, and the recent invasion of the Central Plains by the Demon King's army. Yu Xiaoma followed closely behind Xingyu, feeling awkward and somewhat fearful, her mind swirling with questions. If they lost the trail, the Sijao leopard would have to rely on its sense of smell and the unique electrical properties of its four horns, enduring a long journey to locate Jingjing Mouse. Just days prior, everyone had been clad in thick cotton robes. Now, they had shed them for lighter garments, yet they remained hot and thirsty. In this place devoid of spiritual energy, only the ominous aura of death prevailed. Thank goodness I can absorb and refine various energies. Otherwise, I would not survive a day in this bizarre world, Xie Tingfeng contemplated as he aimlessly moved forward. This seemingly innocuous statement might evade scrutiny by anyone. Yet Hua Yi discerned the unease in Zhong Zhichen demeanor. With Shun Dandan's commotion, even Lin Xiao's attempts to enliven the atmosphere fell flat, leading to a hasty conclusion of the meal. The circular forest separated various races, delineating the entire demon cultivation continent. Hua Yi had already begun to recall memories from his past life. The matriarch of the Shun family gaped in shock, marching up to strike Shun Jiwa, admonishing him for his lack of integrity. Dandan is pregnant. How could you push her? For years, regardless of Shun Jiwa's misdeeds, the matriarch had never been so fierce. This time, however, it was all for Shun Dandan. Hao Yunzheng's booming voice left those around him bewildered, and they all noticed the sudden surge of malevolence radiating from him. As Yi Nansheng entered the conference room, he gestured for his assistant to retrieve the copied surveillance footage. Xiao Xiao, seated at the leftmost position, wore a sardonic smile. Yet, everything that transpired was a consequence of her own actions. Though she appeared somewhat mischievous, she was not ignorant. In that moment, she could only suppress the twinge of discomfort within her. Chapter 133. Sharp-tongued Shang escorted them out of the tavern, refraining from following further to avoid drawing undue attention, allowing the pair to proceed along the street toward the northern gate. The arcade was filled with claw machines, each surrounded by eager patrons. Lu Yuan chose to observe intently rather than rush in. Apollo nodded silently, undeniably. They harbored ambitions to absorb the essence of a singularly powerful body, yet success was far from guaranteed. With the advent of high-definition videos, high-resolution photographs, and even live streaming applications, the existing network was evidently insufficient. Xiao Feng enjoyed himself, while the few ninjas shadowing him felt like paparazzi, relegated to watching from afar. We cannot allow the French to establish a large-scale royal workshop for steel wheels. What about those scattered soldiers? Marin decisively stated. The sun grew increasingly fierce and bright. The grass appeared more vibrant, and the doves became even whiter as heat rose around them. Even without surveillance, we could trace Harry's last known whereabouts outside the corridor. The final footage showed him entering the wormhole room and not re-emerging, suggesting he intended to confront someone alone, Lindley remarked, gazing at the two stable wormholes with a hint of nostalgia. At these words, the assembly fell silent, collectively choosing to disregard the portly middle-aged man's remarks as if they had not been spoken. Such is humanity. One takes what they possess for granted until it is lost, only then realizing the true value of what was once held. Muku Takaharu hesitated, scanning the room's occupants, his expression a mixture of intent to speak and hesitation. This side quest resembled a novice task, both time-sensitive and quantity-driven. Yet the crucial distinction lay in the added condition of old customers. He dared not admit that his sister had nudged him, for she was glaring at him fiercely. And you, holding a child barely 3 months old, have you the heart to let her perish with you? Upon hearing in Mu's words, Feng Shu's heart warmed, and she swiftly inscribed her name in the designated spot on the contract, tearing the paper into shreds and casting them aside. She marveled at how the transformation technique had become so refined that she had failed to discern it. But how might it change? Uchiha Sasuke inquired hesitantly. Asuma-sensei, are you hiding something from us? Yamanaka, Ino spoke up. Turning away, she ventured deep into the forest, where spring awaited. She had visited with Xia Hosu the previous day, who had mentioned water would attract numerous animals. Teacher, why not give this opportunity to Ji Yuding? Lu Yaoyao suggested softly, lowering her head. If Ji Yuding desired it, then she should have the chance. However, this ostrich-like approach could not last long. Eventually, one must confront reality. Thus, it would be best to face it sooner rather than later. She would address the matter in the palace today. Though she had never met Yuan Wan, the vividness of that person's every expression and smile in her dreams felt as though they had encountered one another countless times. Upon seeing her begin to eat, Xiaohosu felt relieved and joined her, recognizing that this dish, though labeled coarse grain, was not truly so. The steamed buns made by Song Yi were hardly inferior to fine grains. Yet, in this era, people favored refined flour and rice, with wealthy families seldom indulging in such fare, unaware of its benefits. In the car, he caressed Lu Yaoyao's face, gazing at her with a blend of affection and concern, pondering the hardships she had endured to become who she was today. Why reveal the truth, allowing him to choose or force her to remain? Xiaohosu furrowed his brow, observing wisps of white smoke drifting across the distant sky, their shapes unusual. He felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. How had he not noticed these people before? And why had no one been injured during yesterday's hunt? Furthermore, Gu Ming had accurately predicted that Guan Qinji would have other classes today, making it impossible for him to persistently entangle himself with her. After all, Guan Qinji had his own principles regarding work and life. Gu Ming was already showering in the bathroom, and Guan Qinji, captivated by the graceful silhouette behind the frosted glass, felt a tightening in his lower body. In the next moment, he shed his shirt and trousers and stepped into the bathroom as well. Lin Feng set Suzuki Yuli down, allowing her to sit on the wash basin while he filled the tub with hot water. The difference in strength was evident. The short sword forged by Liang Dong had undergone a remarkable transformation, capable of completely overpowering the previous Water Hong's broken sword, its sharpness transcending the description of cutting through iron like mud. Turning to his comrades, he noticed their faces contorted with agony, some even collapsing to the ground in a fit of despair. They longed to scream, but no sound emerged. It seemed their vocal cords had been rendered useless at that moment, leaving them to silently writhe in pain. Fragrant was Liang Dong's assessment. He was not a professional chef, merely adding a pinch of salt to the soup. Yet the chicken broth made from organic ingredients was irresistibly aromatic, not an exaggeration to say it left a lingering taste. Chapter 134. The debauchery of poor virtue. Xiao Pingzi realized he could not deceive them and nodded. Yes. Zhu Qing promised that as long as the servant diligently assisted concubine Xiao, she would find a way to transfer him to Feiyu Palace for better opportunities. In this palace, nearly everyone aspired to climb the ranks, and Xiao Pingzi was no exception. However, since Yin Fei regained favor, the number of palace maids vying for her attention had skyrocketed. With 1 carat for every hole, how difficult it was for him to gain her favor. Not long ago, he had good fortune, and Li Yin was not one to deceive friends. Yin Shunning could see that Li Yin genuinely cared for Jing Yinua. Yet why did he not disclose to her that he had a fiancée? I simply do not believe it. Wang Chong remained undeterred, repeatedly launching assaults against the monkey. Yet the creature continued to narrowly evade capture. All right, let us take a shower first, and later I will treat you to a meal at the neighboring restaurant. With that, they embraced and entered the elevator. After all, the current objective was to rescue people, and the more, the better. Even if Zhang Wu did not seek him out, he would still take action upon encountering him. The higher the skill level, the more demanding the requirements for snow quality. I recall that during the Sochi Winter Olympics, Shaun White complained about the poor quality of snow, as daytime temperatures reached over 10 degrees, and the snow was held together by a special adhesive, rendering the venue rather inadequate. However, as the number of slain monsters increased, their spirits grew heavier, for they were uncertain how many more mutated creatures remained. What do you want? She shouted, demanding Rong Ting to release her. Yet he remained unfazed, even daring to caress her waist. Let go of me, don't do this. Su Nuo was ticklish and feared the sudden intimacy with Rong Ting, unable to resist. Suddenly, the ground-shattering, mutated creature let out a piercing shriek, its severed limbs exploding into a mist of blood. What are you laughing at? Don't you believe me? Gunanin pressed on, questioning why amnesia was so unusual. Did he think such matters only occurred in television dramas? Chu Fan, fearing she might truly put in her mouth, quickly said, I'll do it myself. This time, Chu Fan followed Han Bing's advice, allowing the chocolate to melt slowly, yet he still felt it paled in comparison to candied hawthorn. Hua Mei fell heavily to the ground, a sharp pain coursing through her arm as she struggled to look up, only to see a massive Ying Long descending from the sky, wrapping around her soul, capturing mirror. Uncertain whether it was a dream or reality, Zhao Yi felt a warmth in her heart, akin to the winter afternoon sun. An inexplicable flutter, and she simply wished to change her position to better observe the figure in the splendid robe. Su Maobai gave Su a thumbs up, exclaiming, My goodness, this fellow is truly terrifying, effortlessly clearing out someone else's assets. To oppose such a person is certainly troublesome. Hello, Boss Su, I am Jiangbin. I apologize for the abrupt intrusion, the man said humbly. You. Chun Yaxin was left speechless. Since their breakup, although she had briefly been with several men, none had treated her with such tenderness as Su In and Yi Minglan, who had caused her the most profound hurt. If one intends to teach a lesson, it must be thorough, ensuring he never dares to mistreat others again. Chu Fan saw no reason to show mercy. If the owner of the artwork had previously refused to sell for 50 billion due to prior comments, perhaps the additional 10 billion would sway him. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's cold smile, a sense of foreboding washed over the monster. Chapter 135. Betrayal and Revelations. All of this requires time, and it must not be detected by Mai. Resigning from the Umbu and leaving the village is a necessary decision to make. As Gue Shiru's thoughts ran wild, his body was violently thrown onto the stone-paved ground. Everyone lowered their heads slightly. Xing Tianyu felt somewhat speechless, noting that the deaths of summoners were often self-inflicted. So why the solemn tone of mourning? When she saw the corner gradually widening, revealing itself fully, she gasped in disbelief. No, how could Shangwan Chun be here? Shangwan Fei was not questioning. Upon seeing Shangwan Chun, he realized that this was no benevolent affair, ultimately leading to a confrontation. Fang Zheng understood everything in an instant after reading the situation. The incense here was inserted by worshippers into the original incense burner or outside. They had already performed 3 bows, so once the incense entered the Fuyun incense burner, it would be immediately absorbed. Before he could speak, Yuan Shi Tianzuan shouted coldly, a celestial celebration appearing above his head, holding the 3 treasures Jade Rui. In the original text, the six-headed lion monsters, and three-headed rhinoceros spirits all met their demise. Although currently enslaved by the Buddhist sect, they had at least retained their lives, with a chance for redemption in the future. At this moment, Itachi felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing someone whose appearance had barely changed, still wearing that familiar smile, appearing so carefree. However, maintaining the anti-flying barrier required a significant amount of energy. From what I know, even the highest-grade anti-flying gemstones cannot sustain the barrier for long. Therefore, I believe it won't be long before the barrier dissipates on its own without our intervention, Rue remarked to Lin Yuhao and others. He wanted to reassure himself that the value of 217 was merely a record. Could be that easy? After listening to Chu Liuzheng's brief explanation, Yuhao pondered for a moment. She did not believe she would be so heartbroken over the passing of a respected elder as to shut down her memories. Indeed, let her be. One reaps what one sows. I simply wish to someday ask her if she ever hesitated when she struck against me. Xiao Jingfan trembled slightly. The recollection of that scene sent chills down his spine. It was the most terrifying sight he had ever witnessed. Since the child had decided to stay, the remaining ineffective contraceptives within her body must be removed to ensure the health of the fetus. Due to the majority of the people from the King of Jin's residence having military backgrounds, even though they were no longer in the military, they still adhered to the routines established there. Fan Hanyang tidied up some of the cooking tasks, feeling quite satisfied, as long as she could distribute the wealth. It was worth taking a small loss. After spending 10 days, he had not completely absorbed this spiritual stone, yet he remained undeterred. Zhang Sun and Lina both displayed expressions of surprise, but soon disregarded it. Zhang Sun picked up the bag, which still contained cookies and water, and shared it with Lina. Although telephones can be categorized into private and public types, Xiao Muhan was acutely aware of the prevailing changes. Surrounding the hall were 4 rooms, previously designated for the temporary accommodation of the captains from 4 distinct regions. With their presence now on the front lines, these rooms lay vacant, and someone escorted the 3 of us, along with the child, into one of the chambers. I took a cursory glance around. Upon hearing a certain name, the 2 soldiers stationed there exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions betraying an unusual discomfort. They had certainly heard the name before, and it was precisely the frequency of its mention that rendered their demeanor so peculiar. With a fierce strike, Fei Hu unleashed a devastating move known as Sheng Si Huotan, transforming into a colossal blade of 10 meters that thunderously collided with the sword's radiance emanating from Wei Yao. However, the mood within the Hidden Han clan and Han Chi Shui was far from tranquil. The entire palace was enveloped in a formidable aura of security, a description that could aptly be summarized by the phrase copper walls and iron bastions. Even though it seemed at first that he had gained the upper hand, witnessing the 2 of them tightly embraced rekindled my perception of Jin Junzhong's deep affection. Smiling, I chose not to intrude further and turned towards Bai He's shop. Upon reflection, he realized that Wu Mei likely hailed from a less fortunate background. Growing up in such an environment, it was improbable she would aspire to lead a major corporation. It was more plausible that Wu Mei was preoccupied with securing a stable job after graduation, diligently working for others. Luffy shouted a warning and leapt to deflect the bullets. Thanks to his Gomu no Mi powers, several bullets ricocheted back towards the Navy. Suddenly, Oka felt as though his eardrums were being hammered, a sensation both uncomfortable and surprising. He understood that such force could not penetrate his defenses. Within the Iron Fortress, there were no entertainment venues or marketplaces. It was entirely a military stronghold. It was said that should the great demon race breach the abyssal rift, the Iron Fortress would transform into a formidable bastion, serving as the first line of defense against the invading demons. There lay a second-level mutated creature, and though it would normally be inconsequential, George and his companions, piloting the white armor, were startled by the unfamiliar weaponry on their suits. Regrettably, Su Shi had been continuously filming movies and increasingly excelling, contrary to his belief that Su Shi would never again produce a martial arts drama. Chapter 136, A Turn of Events. In an instant, Quan Lan initiated an attack. Gue Pai had already coalesced into a dense golden light in his right hand. Xiao Mo was certain that if his strike could accurately hit the illusory crow, This creature would not only be injured, but might very well perish. Before Jiwu Xin could inquire about Wuyizi and Shiyun Mountain, he felt the warm currents surrounding him dissipate. Gu Si Shui bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes, presenting a particularly heart-wrenching sight. She hurriedly called for Qiao Shi and rushed out to enjoy roasted duck, dismissing Su Hong's words entirely. However, such matters were of no concern to Mark. He had many pressing issues to attend to and lacked the leisure to deal with trivialities. After Chun Xian and Yang Xiong Fei entered the inner palace. Before they could settle, Chun Xian abruptly embraced Yang Xiong Fei. This sudden gesture astonished Yang Xiong Fei, who initially flinched but soon nestled comfortably into Chun Xian's warm and ample embrace. Zhuan Ti Dao Run held a magical seal in one hand, touching the peacock's head, rendering it immobile. He then sat upon the peacock and gradually descended the ridge into the camp of Zia. Despite his attire not matching that of his royal brothers, his handsome elegance could not be concealed. He was destined to become a distinguished gentleman. Ispuka calmly, batraying nojitation. Yet I noticed Yu Xiang Heir's body tremble slightly as she lowered her head, lost in momentary contemplation. His expression was starkly genuine, revealing no pretense. He attempted to speak further, but found himself at a loss for words. This sensation was all too familiar, as if an invisible hand were gripping his throat, stifling his voice to mere utterances. The elderly lady had feigned reluctance to take her medicine, her true intention being to seize the bowl from her hands. This cunning old woman was indeed shrewd and full of guile. The 21st century? Harry was momentarily bewildered, then lowered his head to count on his fingers. But the more he did so, the stiffer his body became, emitting a sound reminiscent of rusty machinery. This was impossible. He let out a piercing scream in despair. "Huh, you have lost. From now on, the title of champion belongs to me. Long Lin Fei." Long Lin Fei cast a disdainful glance at Chu Jiang, who had retreated a couple of steps. Whoever's technology is superior shall gain a more advantageous position in the competition. Wouldn't you agree? I hummed a cheerful tune as I ascended the stairs, feeling an unsettling gaze upon my back, sharp as if two knives were piercing through me. "Enough. This is no concern of yours. You may leave," Mei Xiang declared, arms crossed, casting a haughty glance at the two servants carrying Su Meng Yao inside. In truth, Qin Feng merely spoke without much thought. He understood the challenges of running projects. Previously, Jin Ci Gue had faced collapse while managing projects in the capital. Devoid of any hope, after Mu Dan suffered a miscarriage, she wept uncontrollably, inadvertently revealing that Song by Qing had kicked Pei Shi to death. Who dares to be so audacious, to stir up trouble in my presence? Just as Li Tian was compelled to employ the 9-character true words to absorb the surging yuan energy of heaven and earth, a deep and resonant voice echoed. Subsequently, the uncontrollable yuan energy was subdued by this commanding voice. Wang Zhichao retrieved a diamond ring from his bag. Under the illumination, the egg-sized diamond sparkled brilliantly. Previously, Gu Yangcheng had asked me something to which I claimed ignorance. Now, inquiring about others' matters felt rather awkward. Just when I thought disappointment awaited, Jiang Yu Chun spoke up. Indeed, at that moment, Su Ruo Shui began to exhibit the initial effects of the medicine, trembling all over, clenching her teeth as if battling an unseen foe. However, upon learning the rules, Qin Hao relaxed. Xing Hun sect, indeed, predominantly recruited disciples at the Xianwu realm, but this did not imply they excluded those above that level. For someone like M01, who had invested only a few million, the returns were now staggering. Furthermore, although Zhu Rong had barely managed to rescue the ancestor Wu from the Wu clan, ancestors like Di Jiang were not as fortunate. Ultimately, both human teachings and the human race required his governance. Thus, despite initial inexperience, he had accumulated knowledge over time. Moreover, due to the presence of the Tian Di Xian Huang Ling Long Bao Ta, the pressure weighing upon him diminished significantly, allowing Zhou Yuan to move with greater ease. They had previously discussed whether there were elves or green dragons lurking about, never anticipating that they would soon become part of the team's set to verify this rumor. Sensing the fluctuations and movements of the water dragon whirlpool, Qi Ji and Jing Zhu closed their eyes, prepared to take a risk. However, should one fail to grow properly, Abandoning principles and disregarding others could lead to becoming a dangerously deranged entity. Just as the sun fully set, Yin Shuihan glimpsed a dark protrusion in the distance. Uncertain of its nature, she recognized that the raised area would be her target for the night. With eyes like stars, skin as fair as snow, and a visage like a painting, her long, flowing black hair made her appear as if she had descended from a celestial realm. Due to the availability of food and drink, coupled with the fact that Bien Yinlong was not particularly restless, he found himself quite content to accompany this group. After uttering this thought, he leapt briefly from his wheelchair and promptly turned off the video on his phone. Chapter 137. A simple recap. Those who needed punishment were punished, and those who required investigation were investigated. It was time for everyone to disperse. Chu Liuzheng shifted his numb feet. The tyrant, cursed be he. It was already the second watch of the night. When would he finally be able to leave? Xiao Jingfan cast a glance at her before rising to retreat behind the screen, seemingly to check on Yin Fei. Just as Chu Liuzheng was about to discreetly stifle a yawn, the emperor commanded him to approach. With sunset still a while away, Ming Yi momentarily bid farewell to the crowd and made his way to Dongsher Rongyafeng in search of Xiao Huanfeng. Meanwhile, the old spirit of the Yellow River remained remarkably calm, one hand gripping the cable tightly while the other held a large gourd. Feng Qinglong shouted loudly. Yet he remained oblivious, fixated on the swirling darkness before him. Of course not. Am I such a dull person? I swear I've never made any harassing calls. Tao Ran declared without hesitation, asserting that he had no inclination to disturb the airport. If it weren't for the lives of those passengers aboard the flight, why would he engage in such a thankless task? Although both individuals possessed remarkable martial skills, they were still comparatively human. Yet for Chimera, I cannot claim that he could be overcome by human strength. I understand and believe in Feng Qinglong. Brother Li is also aware of this truth. Their decision to fight to the death was merely a gamble, a wager on their own fortune. The ability to set aside personal grudges and devote oneself to the nation is a great righteousness that left her speechless in admiration. Zhou Qingxuang had never been one to shy away from trouble, yet with so many eyes focused on her, she could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. However, what occupied her mind at that moment was not embarrassment, but an indescribable sense of irritation. You truly are a finely crafted gentleman. I can't fathom what fourth miss sees in you, he Xiaojiao remarked with a chuckle, the fragrance overwhelming her senses. Xie Yi and Chimera also laughed. The five of us quickened our pace, just as we turned a corner when a familiar voice called out loudly. If we continue to slaughter one another, we will only end up with mutual destruction. What good will come of it? We initially agreed to extract the items here and then divide them. Why must it now be a matter of life and death? I was shouting, my heart brimming with pent-up fury. Only through shouting could I prevent myself from being consumed by rage. I roared, for it was the only way to keep my boiling blood contained within my body. These individuals were essentially currying favor with Shun Guang and Howard Stark. It was unavoidable. The resources controlled by the two were vast, and if they chose to, they could significantly advance their endeavors. Following the footprints did not lead them far before they stumbled upon the poacher, a man in his 30s. However, the scene before Lu Yin and Li Di was shocking. The poacher had lost the entire right side of his face, with the left side displaying a purplish hue, as he crouched over a slain wild boar, devouring its entrails. Zhang Yu munched on potato chips while watching the team members firing in the distance, clicking his tongue in wonder, yet shaking his head slightly. The Maya descendants of North and South America, particularly Prince Dio, suddenly rose to prominence, dominating the Americas and subsequently renaming the land Dongxing Shenzhou. As for the original Pope of the Vatican, he descended into Oceania and, after unifying it, renamed it Nanjian Buzhou. He Qinqing and Gong Ziki also wore expressions of confusion. Just yesterday, Gong Ziki had dispatched individuals to load numerous items onto a ship, and neither he nor his companions had encountered this elderly woman before. Chapter 138. She must be rising incorrectly. Old Turtle displayed no hint of surprise. He merely continued to pick at his filthy foot in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing these words, Elder Nie Feng was immediately incensed, ready to retort, but was halted by Elder Ming Feng's raised hand. It was a rare occasion for scholars from all corners to gather and engage in their idle banter. Zhu Zhu could not help but compare each face to her memories, secretly lamenting the unrelenting passage of time, finding it difficult to recognize the familiar visages of yesteryear. She mused that if she were to encounter them on the street, she might not even recognize them. Xian Dushi observed with a sigh, contemplating, such allies truly are exhausting. Looking up, he found Shakyamuni Buddha staring intently at him. This bronze cauldron, originally guarding a temple outside the city, was not genuinely 1,000 jin heavy, yet the elders knew it weighed at least 700 to 800 jin. Now, Kazal effortlessly supported such a massive cauldron with a single palm, landing it silently, a feat that could only be described as astonishing. Bai Shuel lay on the freezing ground for an extended period, her lips turning blue and her face darkening, her hair disheveled, devoid of any semblance of her usual elegance. Yang Chun gazed into her eyes, which were filled with frost. Perhaps she possessed some memory of her parents, simply harboring resentment for being abandoned. Or perhaps she had no recollection of her biological parents at all, explaining her reluctance to ponder the matter. Ameng, old turtle, where are you? Bai Shui slowly rose, climbing upon the azure stones, surveying her surroundings. Only a few gnarled trees stood coldly beneath the frigid moon, gazing back at Bai Shui. Due to the urgent circumstances last night, she had no choice but to inform Minru. After all, they were Murong Che's family. The exterior of Huoyishan was not shaped like a bowl, but rather it stretched for hundreds of kilometers as a grand mountain, composed entirely of Yuanyang stone. Resembling an enormous burning coal mountain, summoning all her strength, she lifted her gaze and beheld a tall figure blocking her path. Observing Jiang Ku standing tall before Jiang Tao, Lu Ruoling smiled, awaiting the reaction of her authoritative elder brother. The supernatural is humanity's interpretation of the unknown, encompassing all phenomena that defy natural explanation, collectively referred to as supernatural events. As for defeating the malevolent forces, it was already clear. The Phoenix clan leader employed ancestral secret methods, consuming the blood of the Phoenix. To ascertain that the one responsible for the princess's death and the theft of the Phoenix's soul was none other than the demonic tribe. No one could resist milk tea, not even the crown prince of the Qi. Li Heng reveled in the coldness seeping from his cup, extolling its deliciousness. After taking a 2-day respite, Zifeng also provided a copy of the Divine Beast Raising Manual to Joy's grandmother and likewise to Dr. Demu. She intended to arrange for participating elves in the silver competition. Truly, as the head of public relations, she had resolved the issue of not being able to take leave together. Under normal circumstances, Shen Gui would never stoop to undermining Fu Shi. But now that it was certain Fu Shi would undoubtedly join the camp of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, Shen Gui felt no guilt in doing so. Following discussions with the shop, Wang Chun joined this team, though he did not disclose the extent of his abilities, merely stating that he was a somewhat talented descendant of the King Kong clan. Could it be that our recent establishment of a new account, binding all payment methods to it, prompted the tax bureau to investigate? Peng Yuyan raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Zhang Zhichen dismounted to inspect the area. The mountain was not large, bordered by lush vegetation, indicating that it had taken a considerable amount of time for the energy to gather and the waters to clear. Suddenly, the entire space was illuminated, as the soul fused with the system, transforming him into the system itself. Previously, they merely coexisted. Now he became the system, a sentient entity endowed with all its capabilities and authority. Seeing the constable still heaving in relief, Yin quietly vowed to the heavens that she had not intended any harm. The student spirits were rekindled, their previously doubtful gazes reigniting with hope within the school. Former president of the Bank of China, Tang Rui, among others, fervently engaged in national affairs, tragically fell victim to the Haizhu incident. The Army Department has determined that the recent meeting is related to the difficult circumstances faced by many and will provide preferential support. Just as the Ice Emperor regained his ability to act, he leaped up, furiously striking at the remnants of the past. But alas, his soul power was sealed and his strength diminished, leaving no trace upon the remnants. Zhang Dehai had previously sworn that the competition rules with Peng Yuyan would adhere to the same regulations as those of the match between Lu Rong and Deng Gang on that fateful day. She had brought these reinforcements specifically to provide timely support, and the current situation certainly portended a significant victory against the remaining demon forces of Titan City. Chapter 139. Not inferior to male models. When Chu Liuzheng and Xiao Anzi arrived at Wenhua Hall, the court meeting was still in progress. The palace maids and eunuchs curiously regarded Chu Liuzheng, pondering whether this unfamiliar young eunuch had recently been assigned to serve at Wenhua Hall. Some who were on friendly terms with Xiao Anzi quietly inquired, but he dismissed them with a simple, "Do not pry." Uncertain when the court meeting would conclude, and finding waiting tedious, Chu Liuzheng leaned against the wall, perusing the system for gossip. The crown prince brought a doctor to the door. Wearing a large sun hat obscuring half her face with sunglasses, Idia entered the shop, followed closely by a Western man resembling a butler. After speaking, she proceeded down the corridor, slowly making her way toward the place guarded by Heimdall. The Jiu-Yin Jiu-Yang soul binding ring possesses the ability to automatically absorb and bind the souls of the deceased, drawing the freshly departed into its confines. He believed that Song Lan's youthful appearance, at over 100 years old, must have a reason behind it. Her ability to vanish without a trace, relying on a mere white silk to inflict severe damage upon herself, could only be the result of extraordinary martial prowess. Ling Zikai hurriedly intervened, insisting, "Do not move while lying down. As long as we hold the moral high ground, the heavens shall not fall." One absurd system. It is utterly confounding, presenting nothing but unknowns, leaving me to wonder why it exists at all. Ling Wuxia was at a loss before this seemingly bottomless system, having expended so much energy only to receive results that were entirely unknown. The newly emerged intelligent angel was impossible to vanquish, although she was reluctant to fight. Such beings posed great danger and could not be allowed to escape. The three were at a loss for how to proceed. Meanwhile, the expression on Eli's face became serious. He understood this information well, yet the elder's conjecture seemed more credible. To avoid delaying Ling Chen's instructions, both acted without mercy, sending those who approached them flying, soon leaving no one daring to obstruct them. However, in this environment, Lu Yu was aware he could not hold out much longer, particularly with numerous experts from surrounding him. Bai Chen's absorption of spiritual energy even surpassed that of himself, who had already awakened 2 chains. This was the true genius of survival, quietly cultivating the authentic scriptures of survival for 30,000 years. Within the palace, El Qiao encountered Jiang Menglan. Jiang Menglan invited El Qiao to visit the beast forest, and at that time, El Qiao, having shed Yin Shaochun, set off alone to meet Jiang Menglan. The military camp was brightly lit under the night sky, with a tense atmosphere. Soldiers patrolled with rifles, maintaining strict vigilance. A line of special vehicles equipped with advanced technology was parked on the playground, exuding an eerie and mysterious ambience. This was the convoy of the scientific department. Upon hearing Yin Shaochun's words, I anxiously inquired if the Baiju ointment was worthless, fearing that my senior brother's task would remain unfulfilled. Cheng Yisun approached, glancing at Song Meiting, then turned her sharp gaze towards Qichan. Once all conditions were agreed upon, they flew in with their team, intending to sign a contract, and decided to shoot on location there. Now, the spiritual energy fluctuations reaching around the 30 levels of legendary prowess were unreservedly challenging the heavenly path of Earth. With only 2 paddles on the boat, the 2 men on the team took the initiative to row, while Ling Ran observed. Thus, Ren Fei concluded that the indigenous people had won the war here. Otherwise, there would not be a single body left, and everything would not be so thoroughly plundered. Though victors may cause destruction, they would not leave such complete devastation. The traces indicated that the Annihilator held deep feelings for this place. Dongnan truly did not expect that Mengpa would appear in a visible form. He had assumed she would resort to trickery. When Wang Taika arrived at the recording studio, Tion was already singing in the soundproof room. However, she was so engrossed that she did not notice Wang Taika's arrival. Chapter 140. This eunuch resembles my sister. Such a tyrant is best admired from afar. To approach would be to invite calamity. Although Chu Liuzheng was an admirer of beauty, she was cautious about her own life. In her idle moments, she loved to indulge in whimsical thoughts for amusement, her mind quite agile. Reflecting on the gossip she had just perused, she could not help but draw comparisons. The butterfly's stature is quite tall, her face handsome, and as for her figure, she is certainly not a simpleton. Suddenly, a guard, appearing dazed, looked at the spot where Gong Mo Yin had just flown past, perplexed. Let's go. Although Onfin had not yet summoned me to disembark, I leaped lightly from the vehicle, grateful that one hand remained on the handle. Otherwise, I would likely be sprawled on the ground, eating sand. Onfin was my protective umbrella. I would not contest that. Linger, are you here to find Dugu Fan? Shangguan Ci inquired, but Dugu Fan should already be at the regent's residence. Upon descending the stairs, I observed Onfin busy with laundry, with 3 backpacks prepared nearby. Feng Yurong's suggestion to Su Zhaocheng was quite satisfactory, and he awaited the actions of Feng Luochan over the next 2 nights. Knowing that Nangong Ying was to enter the palace for an audience, and that the second lady in Nangong Huaro had gone to the temple fair, it meant that she was likely the only one left at home. Su Yangqin, do not harbor animosity towards me. I'm not as ill-intentioned as you might think. At the very least, I will never harm you. Before Su Yanjin regained her memory, Xiaoyu could only provide foolish explanations. Kai Jiang was astonished to learn that General Bai Ao was only a first-rank official. He, Kai Jiang, had merely assisted in a city defense battle to attain the same rank, finding himself on equal footing with Bai Ao. Very well, I will keep my word. Since you have fulfilled my request, let us consider this matter settled, Lin Yu said softly, waving his hand. Though the gesture was gentle, the scorpion spirit exhibited no resistance, causing it to exclaim in alarm. In truth, if one were to be precise, she had not lost to her opponent, but rather to her own master. Fearing that hotel reservations might be filled, he called out to Nanyu and hurriedly took the elevator to secure a room. He could see that although Shi Xiao was older than Zai Zai, throughout the journey, it was indeed Zai Zai who had been taking care of her. Chen Yi was also pleased. The issues of provisions had been resolved, and considerable heating supplies had recently been acquired. She had made such concessions, even agreeing to share a room with him. He could hardly refuse her now. Indeed, wait, it seems that our fabric may also be damp. Eugene Xian surveyed their group. The nearby sea creatures had long since vanished, as if they had anticipated the impending danger. Xiong Shan appeared bewildered, still processing the situation when Wu Qiufei's puzzled voice reached him. At that time, she, like the other second-generation individuals in the box, was crouched with her head held low, confronted by numerous guns. As long as one could seize the opportunity, there was potential to earn money at any moment. Regrettably, most people lack that capability. For them, having a stable job for a lifetime was the best choice. Old Zhou, bare-armed, handed a bowl of tofu pudding to someone, feeling quite pleased upon seeing the dentures. Chapter 141. Talent breeds courage. They have arrived. Chu Liuzheng promptly nodded, intending to request Xie Hui to lower her from the horse. However, Xie Hui drew closer and, in a manner reminiscent of lifting a chick, placed her onto the carriage. Chu Liuzheng swayed slightly, and Qin Xing timely supported her. She offered a smile to Qin Xing before turning to Xie Hui, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Xie Hui first cast a glance at Qin Xing, then regarded her with a profound look, nodding before riding away. Qin Xing was aware of Chu Liuzheng's limited mobility and delivered a scathing admonition, piercing her heart with words that unveiled years of buried lies, a heavy burden indeed. The battle at Liangshan had shattered the confidence of the Zhe family army. While they were not afraid of the Jin people, facing the Imperial Guard left them no choice but to flee, as engaging in combat was simply not an option. They were merely waiting to be slaughtered. Zhao Yun paused at this revelation. Although Du Ping's martial techniques were abundant, they were all tailor-made, impossible for others to replicate. At this moment, the Wei family underwent a significant transformation, the entire estate appearing rejuvenated. Even the guards at the entrance exuded vigor and sharp intensity. As the strength of human warriors continually advanced and their titles elevated, the mimetic properties of their fighting spirit would further enhance, evolving from an outer gaseous field to simulating biological forms, ultimately transforming into exquisitely detailed armor and an array of remarkably intricate weapons. The hall was abuzz with chatter as the attendees engaged in a lively debate over the exchange of coconut juice for wine, with the uninformed speculating fervently. My lord, we did not notice how the person vanished. a cavalryman in his 30s awkwardly admitted, while the others lowered their heads in shame. The exhilarating promotion tournament officially commenced amidst this bustling scene. A sword thrust forth, a terrifying sword domain freezing the crescent-shaped wind blade. Blinding blue sword light erupting from behind the fierce eagle's body. Just yesterday, when Wu Daod first arrived, Tang Ning had looked down upon him. Yet after Wu Daod articulated his analysis and response plan, Tang Ning's expression markedly shifted. Ling Xiaozi and Ku Qing were visibly moved. But given the ongoing conflict with Song and Jin, they nodded in agreement. Upon entering the city, one observed the black-eaved houses and expansive streets. The ground covered in dark stone, not suspended in the air. A hazy white figure traversed the city, constantly moving, while four men in white pursued closely behind, unleashing invisible sword chi with pointed fingers. For instance, with fire attributes, the same level of Xian masters, if possessing fire attributes, would inflict burning effects, an advantage beyond description. Jiang Guli, though aware that Lung Xingyue and Yun Ming were not far from her, could not engage them at this moment. She could only grit her teeth, fixating on Lung Xingyue. Lung Xingyue sneered, gradually distancing herself from Jiang Guli and Jiang Longxing to prevent any sudden attacks. Perched on a tree, Lu Jiarui and others were startled, wondering if they had been discovered by Jun Tianzi, preparing to leap down. At that moment, a melodious laughter rang out from another direction. Lu Jiarui and the others exchanged glances, realizing there were others eavesdropping in this place. They looked down. Cheng Yin led the bomb band onto the stage, igniting a wave of excitement in the bar. Cheng Yin, guitar on his back, greeted everyone with a smile while the band members set up their instruments, tuning and testing the sound. Long Jianfei lowered his voice, uttering a statement that intensified Gao Yu's desire to eliminate Long Jianfei. He remained indifferent to others' opinions, unperturbed by their fleeting words. Chapter 142. The Northern Tyrant. The officials wore expressions of irrepressible mirth, yet pretended to maintain composure, cautioning the envoy group to provide commentary, while many envoys turned pale. Initially, Chu Liuzheng attentively observed the performance, but as time passed, she found it lacking compared to those she had witnessed in her previous life. Thus, while everyone else was fixated on the spectacle, she diverted her attention to the people around her. What a frog's delight! The expression on Master Yan's face is quite a sight. As she spoke, she suddenly paused, her eyes sparkling with excitement, surpassing even Lin Tian's reaction upon witnessing the blood of a general. Sister Yueshi, I want to go too. I will protect my brother. Wang Tianba was puzzled by Yueshi's intense reaction. While falling, Yun Yang activated his spiritual eye, noting the peculiar nature of this vertical tunnel, distinctly different from ordinary soil, imbued with two entirely contrasting auras. Earlier, the battle between Yi Hao and Lei Ling, with Xing Tianyu, had already demonstrated the terrifying prowess of the solar body, proving that the myth of invincibility was not unfounded. Oh, Yun, she responded, approximately 10 minutes later, peeking into the room where Xia Ling was grinning foolishly. He hesitated to enter, aware that Feng Xiumei was inside. As she extended her delicate hand to take the wine cup from Zhang Hao, suddenly, a large hand intervened, snatching the cup away. On this day, halfway through their journey, Li Weidong leaned against the ship's railing, feeling the breeze, when Lin Jiaxuan approached him, her face filled with doubt. However, after the events of today, Yu Tong could not bear to be separated from Jiang Un for even a moment. Forget about the American medical qualifications. She simply wished to be with Jiang Un. This situation left Hao, Chun, and others bewildered. As the stream's source flowed down from the waterfall, why did the area farther from the source see an increase in water volume? Merely this 1% was sufficient for me to wager everything. Ling Yin pondered. Indeed, upon a casual glance, Li Weidong observed that the jewelry on the counter was worth at least tens of thousands, far beyond the means of an ordinary consumer. Nevertheless, this matter had made him acutely aware of the seriousness of his issues regarding this situation. The gaze of Yang Yulan upon me sent a chill down my spine. Indeed, one could not measure a ghost's temperament by human standards. This bore no distinction from street brawl, devoid of any embellishments, each blow landing with force. Liang Sanxiang, you are sabotaging the company's collaboration plan. Fei Tianming finally uttered this statement after a lengthy silence. I was simply too anxious earlier. My words may have been a bit reckless. Please forgive me, Senior. Dong Zhanyun articulated his words with clarity, and though they contained no hint of defiance. His speech was laden with subtext, and he had yet to finish. Peng Yemo felt a wave of emotion. He had warned that speaking would bring calamity. Yet Sange did not even inquire, solely because of his own desires. Reflecting on Sanji's past deeds and his previous life left him with a pang of sorrow. You colossal fool, brawn over brains. Did you not realize why I did not place the wine jars together? Fei Liangyan's expression was one of impending breakdown. Chapter 143. Shadows according to the system's account. This was the treasure left behind by Wang Wanshu, the wealthiest man of the Zhou dynasty. The white jade ring served as the key to unlock the treasure. Should the Wang clan encounter a great upheaval, they could seek the treasure for a resurgence. Unfortunately, Wang Wanshu was betrayed by his confidant and died without leaving instructions for his kin, who remained oblivious to the existence of this treasure. Some clan members felt that Wang Wanshu's legacy was inadequate and secretly sought more. However, Wang Wanshu's secrecy was impeccable, and aside from the white jade ring, they had no other leads. Xiao Yin was taken aback by his demeanor. Yet consumed by rage, she disregarded Wei Qihong's feelings, shoving his hand away and storming out of the team leader's office. Yet, this also served a beneficial purpose, as it could set an example for domestic private enterprises, restoring their confidence and encouraging them to focus on expanding their own production capabilities and brand influence, rather than resorting to imitation and counterfeiting. Wei Qihong refrained from further inquiries. As they neared the hotel, they spotted Cao Chongshan and his wife approaching from a distance. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yin couldn't help but smile, realizing that Cao Chongshan had likely offended his wife, who was gripping his ear and chastising him, causing him to wince and exclaim in discomfort. This exercise has passed for nearly a month, during which grandfather has gradually adapted to a routine of daily exercise, recitation, and sleep. Zhang Tianbao silently admires the exquisite contours of her face, her elegant attire and posture, as she appears like a living painting. The first dish is served, and Xiao Yin maintains her graceful pose, a cup of tea delicately cradled in her hand, as her turbulent thoughts slowly seep out with the fragrance of the tea. As the melody concludes, Xiao Ran pauses, lifting her gaze to see Lu Bin holding a large bouquet of roses, a sudden blush flooding her cheeks, while her lashes fall, concealing her dark eyes. Despite Qing Feng's internal energy being suppressed and his severe injuries, the power of his punch remains formidable. In Germany, there exists a stretch of roughly 300 to 400 kilometers of unmonitored territory, where neither Germany nor China exercises control. However, this period in Central Asia is marked by profound poverty, rendering the area devoid of inhabitants even in the absence of governance. Her initial intention was merely to purchase a piece of raw jade for 600 yuan, yet upon its unveiling, an astonishing bid of 50,000 emerged. Currently, two groups are still engaged in the spectacle. Li Ruinjie and Li Delong remain unchanged, while the other faction has transformed into Sheng Lao and Lu Zhengnan from the antique shop of the martial world. Upon receiving a clear directive, Zhang Sheng first posted a Weibo message as instructed by Lin Yichen, then opened a web page to search for keywords related to the unrest in Shuangtogo village. However, when Huazin's gaze shifted to Kong Nianci and the fierce beast Xiongqi, an involuntary calm enveloped him. Both possess a unique aura that instills a profound sense of peace. Jiwian exudes an imperial air of superiority, easily inspiring thoughts of supremacy, as her position as crown prince is not without merit. Feng Ying, wary of Mo Li's potential nagging, quickly composed himself, fearful that Mo Li might detect any aberration in his demeanor. Wang Yintian noted that Ouyang Ming did not wish to complicate matters with Lin Ran, indicating a cordial relationship between the two. Mo Li nodded, believing it far more advantageous for the prince of the demon clan to address the situation than for him to do so, especially given the awkward phase he currently navigated with Lin Xiuyao. Though Mo Li's disposition is thick-skinned, he was unprepared for the confrontation ahead. In silence, Yuan Bao suddenly found his anchor, reaching for Yuan Sheng, only to discover the latter's hand was already cold. Chapter 144. A touch of esoteric philosophy surrounding the Crown Prince's title. The former emperor's decision to bestow the title of Crown Prince was somewhat influenced by esoteric philosophy. To test the will of heaven, the former emperor devised a similar title for the Crown Prince, intending for whoever was idle to assume the role. The results were varied, with some encountering venomous wasps, others being chased by ferocious dogs into walls, and some struck by falling plaques. Ah, what a series of misfortunes! If the former emperor were to rank these calamities, he would surely secure a prominent position. Even tyrants have suffered for being named crown prince in jest. Lin Xian nodded, trading 20 silver coins with Huadong. With Huadong, now equipped with the blaze set, it would not be overly difficult for him to establish a guild, leveraging his rebirth advantage to grow and strengthen. She gracefully shifted her body, gliding into the shadows of the bushes with remarkable stealth, making barely a sound as she concealed herself in darkness at the moment they approached. Had it not been for the delays caused by the Wolf Madman incident, Suja would have likely been unable to restrain himself from meditating upon entering. Huh! Feng Xiao exclaimed, suddenly raising her right leg to kick at Ling Chen's chest. Du Wenwen opened the door to find Xiao Yu, his expression one of bewilderment. She said nothing, while Xiao Yu sat on the sofa, noting that Du Wenwen did not join him. Yet, these details mattered little. His primary concern was whether the murderer would create another victim, and who that next victim might be. Suddenly, a flash of smoke enveloped the scene, and the vice-captain's hand was severed. It had been blasted off, more accurately described as obliterated. The severed hand lay on the ground, unrecognizable, blood and flesh grotesquely exposed, enough to induce a cold sweat in onlookers. The murder weapon was a 12-gauge shotgun. The chaotic soul formation was exceedingly formidable. Bai Yuqing knew that the best approach to confront such a phenomenon was to remain still. The more one moved, the more apparent the vulnerabilities became under the disturbance of the chaotic soul formation. Once a flaw appeared, a master like Wolf Madman would surely seize the opportunity. "Then you shall accompany me," Luo Yun said, evidently anxious about the whereabouts of the shrimp, firmly grasping Lan Duoduo's hand as they exited. Though the damage was mitigated, Lin Xian was astounded by the fluidity of the mage's movements, from rolling to casting fireballs, each action seamless. Lin Xian felt a deep admiration, truly. He was the top mage in the previous realm. Lien Yin observed that Fa Layer seemed slightly darker, likely due to his week spent outdoors. Thus, Gu Qinyu pondered whether the oil from the Mother Shark Queen could serve as a wick for the Jiuhua lotus lamp. He cleared his throat, contemplating whether he had misjudged her, as she bore no ill will towards him. Sun Wan had also considered eliminating Yu Chuan Kuan directly, but with Yin Su and Bu Yin present, she hesitated to trust them and ultimately refrained. Yeah, Dad is fine. Your mother and I just miss you. I called to chat. The middle-aged man's voice was deep and gentle. Shangguan Ling lowered her gaze, observing Su Fu post-surgery, exceptionally obedient and endearing, hoping she would always retain this initiative and awareness. Dismissing the harem? That would bring you considerable trouble, Bai Yuruo said, lightly furrowing her brow. Sun Wan found her resolve wavering, beginning to feel lost. The words of the Supreme Gu were not without merit. The following morning, Hiying appeared outside the valley. She walked alone in the vast expanse of snow and ice, feeling a sense of comfort and ease for the first time from within. Chapter 145. Worrying over trivial matters. When the fifth prince's consort poisoned the osmanthus lotus root soup, she was seen by the Zhentai Fei, who not only did not stop her, but also personally fed the poisoned soup to the ailing former emperor. How was it that such a direct act was allowed without a poison tester present? The former emperor trusted Zhentai Fei enough not to require a poison tester. How perilous is the emperor's position, with so many eyes watching. Yet he did not insist on testing the poison. The former emperor's affection for Zhentai Fei must be genuine. Chu Liuzheng twisted the conditions under which Chen Shandao could leave alive, stating there could be no further financial aid, as his once grand reputation was now utterly tarnished. Otherwise, it would remain a hidden danger. "Principal, hello, I am Nanan's grandmother," Xiaoling Bai, she said, rubbing her hands in a flurry. A gentle breeze seemed to blow from the heavens, carrying the coolness of the moon and stars, mingled with the moisture of the Milky Way, refreshing the spirits of all sentient beings. Xiao Jingfan recognized that he needed time to strengthen his wings further. The greater the fluctuations in Shiheng County's landscape, the more detrimental it would be for him. Consequently, Xiao Jingfan resolved to extend a helping hand to Yuan, albeit as a last resort, despite having no confidence in the outcome. Amidst a mix of sobs and silence, the room was filled with an atmosphere of stillness. Although everyone was sympathetic to Tan Erxi and his companion's plight, the matter involved central policy, and even sympathy was best left unexpressed. Yet the crux was that he could not afford to be skeptical. Not only did he believe, but he also treated Bai Yuqing with utmost courtesy. Gagging on her words, she could only muster all her strength to attempt to cry out, producing a muffled sound that barely carried. Luo Hongmei was momentarily taken aback. With the advent of reform and opening up, foreign news is no longer shrouded in secrecy. As a passionate singer with considerable talent, how could she be oblivious to those illustrious names? They are all world-renowned pop music icons, yet they want Xiao Han to compose songs for them? On the battlefield, Yu Etien's eyes were continuously absorbing various data. Presently, the status of the four great magicians was excellent. Their magical energy was nearing saturation. It seemed that the time had come for them to take action. The violet magic vortex, though seemingly small, was profound and boundless, as if it concealed an entire world within. In that moment, a startled horse broke free from its reins and galloped away, while the carriage careened wildly down the steep mountain path. The young woman felt a twinge of panic, yet fear eluded her. He, who had once believed himself to have mastered the nameless 11 sword 6 forms, suddenly experienced a terrifying illusion. Akin to the first time he encountered an unknown opponent wielding this sword technique to breach his defenses. The mere 6 forms, with only dozens of variations, left him bewildered and helpless in the hands of this youthful, elegant swordsman. Your master can assist you little. The divine body requires your own exploration. Here are some elixirs that may aid your cultivation. Remember this. Without achieving the divine body, do not become emotionally attached, Jiang Huairan advised. Qin Yao, young and beautiful, was currently in the capital, and her suitors were undoubtedly countless, which troubled Jiang Huairan the most. Faced with such ruffians, He Chuan knew only to respond with violence. For it was only when one's abilities surpassed those of these thugs that they would begin to remember you and even seek to avoid you. The opportunistic assailant lunged forward, but Zhang Tianyi found himself unable to break free, swiftly maneuvering his long sword to shield himself. A white serpent and a golden marten engaged in a fierce battle amidst the marshlands. The white serpent was no ordinary creature, nor was the golden marten. Both bore twin, star-like markings on their foreheads. Listening to Yi Xiu's words, Wu Jinwei, who had initially anticipated witnessing Yi Xiu's disgrace, felt his mind explode in a cacophony of confusion, his expression shifting to one of shock as he gazed at Yi Xiu. Chapter 146. The decorum of onlookers, the arriving warriors wore grim expressions, for above them loomed a colossal celestial seal. In the next moment, it appeared on a tree trunk beside Yang Bian, bound tightly by numerous branches, with some vines even sealing its mouth shut, rendering it unable to open. Time passed slowly in the vast cavern, enveloped in an eerie silence. Even the wind seemed to be absent in the thick, rich spiritual energy. A single statement from the third generation nearly caused me to faint. Could it be that I am indeed an artificial being cultivated from that gemstone? At this moment, I also comprehended why I possessed the ability to nullify the powers of others. It was my racial gift, was it not? Yet something felt amiss. If this were indeed a supernatural ability, then Bao Yiyun should not have perished, right? Yang Feiyu also possessed such an ability to transform individuals into liquid. After such a transformation, he would directly eliminate the target. So, was Bao Yiyun already dead after being turned into liquid? Shock was etched on everyone's faces. The elder, filled with trepidation, instinctively recoiled, his eyes reflecting fear as he regarded Li Yijiang. Lu Min'er, elated, climbed to the mountain's peak and, without grasping the situation at the summit, called out Yang Bian's name, releasing all the pent-up frustration within her. An-I Duosher could not help but burst into laughter, bending over in mirth until his stomach ached. You are comrades in arms, As your medical officer, how could I not exert my utmost effort? However, Jisher's foundation has been entirely destroyed, and his cultivation is beyond recovery. I am truly powerless. Yi Xian spoke with a heavy tone, causing Yi Xian to lower his head in silence. As the solitary moon descended upon the phoenix, it produced an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, and the lone moon remained locked in a stalemate with the phoenix, neither breaking through nor vanishing. The most excruciating experience in this world is to pour your heart and soul into someone only for them to betray you in return. Feeling himself suppressed and facing Zhang Ling's impending assault, Lei Tao was driven to a desperate corner. Without hesitation, he harnessed the power of the spiritual veins, intensifying the surrounding lightning and emanating an increasingly powerful pressure. Yao Dongwu's expression shifted slightly, but seeing my casual inquiry, he nodded. Indeed, he was not local. Yet, I was unaware that both he and Cheng Zhifen had come here with the same objective. Once they had finished their meal, the two pretended to have just awakened and rushed into the room, instinctively dashing toward the table laden with food. Without strength, I would not even qualify to act as a human shield for Shui Wei, having accumulated so many enemies. If I were to lose this power, even the followers of Jean Letty would suffice to lead me to the underworld. The surviving cultivators were transported out by a mysterious force. Numerous family heads or leading elders began to tally their disciples. With ample resources at the rear, Yan Hongfeng completed the remaining sections of the film within a month, working tirelessly. Self-inflicted trap? Bali Ming, do you know why I reveal my identity before you? Fang Jun inquired with a smile. He stepped onto the sea, creating a series of 1-meter-wide pits in the water, which immediately attracted a swarm of demonic spirits. In this place, there were far more illustrious figures than his own family, and he was unconcerned about anyone seeking revenge against him. Among the younger generation, few could force him into a corner, and even if there were, they would not appear here. Thus, he calmly asked, his tone revealing little emotion. Dare you? I sense quite a bit of courage in you. What exactly do you intend to do? It is best not to force my hand, Yao Ling replied coolly. This cataclysmic assault persisted for a full 5 seconds before gradually waning, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The eyes of several individuals widened in recognition, as if they had identified Chun Danqing, but they fell silent before they could speak. Lu Qing'er was utterly exhausted and wished to take advantage of the rest period to inquire about their grievances. Meanwhile, the drones that had previously hovered near the gates of hell now dared not approach any closer. Although experts had cited various examples and applied numerous theoretical formulas to address the gates of hell, their actions thus far had been mere exercises in futility. Gao Fei, could you enlighten me on your future plans? Looking at Gao Fei, who was engrossed in driving, Zhou Sini could not restrain her curiosity. She truly could not comprehend what Gao Fei desired. The pressure of his fist intensified, and He too felt as if it could increase infinitely. However, if this continued, this place would likely be destroyed. The foreigners began to curse, questioning whether the elder was out of his mind. Meanwhile, the Chintian Ghost Hall was eager for this object, as they likely possessed the formula to activate it, and would stop at nothing to acquire this raw stone. Chapter 147. Without a breath of rest awakening. A crisp voice echoed in his ears, and Chu Liuzheng gazed up at the charming yet elegant face above him, slowly blinking. Chun Xing extended a hand to assist her up, while Chu Liuzheng felt utterly drained, her throat feeling as though it were stuffed with cotton, making it difficult to swallow. What has happened to me? She leaned against Chun Xing's shoulder, her voice hoarse like a duckling's quack. Mo Xiang entered with medicine and remarked, "The wind chill has worsened. You have been in the carriage." In Chang'an, following Changfu, they arrived at the front of the Shenzhen Hall, gazing at the infinitely vast square, at the grand and magnificent palace atop Dandi and the expressionless, fully armed Yulin army at the steps. A fleeting moment of confusion swept through her heart. Zhang Hua donned a black garment, while 2 heavy swords glimmered with various hues on his back. It struck Li Zi as peculiar that she could discern this at a mere glance. Mo Yang, rubbing his temples in frustration, mused that such a carefree individual could have survived numerous encounters, undoubtedly indicating an extraordinary nature. Vishnu was taken aback by the imposing figure before him, who exhibited no reaction to his words, seemingly oblivious to the possibility that Mo Yang might truly betray him and launch a surprise attack. Sure, Hao's stature was grand and robust, yet appeared somewhat frail in comparison to the boldness of the imperial guards and the foreign armies. The third divine general hastily urged caution. Having just surrendered to the two, he must deal with his former master to avoid being retaliated against. The implication was clear. When one encounters a ghost in the dead of night, it is best to remain silent and act as if one is unacquainted. At that moment, a knock resonated upon the office door, and Zhang Ruoshun entered with a solemn demeanor, placing a stack of documents upon the desk. Faced with Long Xian's thunderous assault, Heishan Lao Yao maintained an air of calm composure. Consequently, Guan Xiaoyu found her meal tasteless, and Fu Lin observed her state, pondering how she could possibly find rest in such circumstances. Suddenly, Shun Pei and Su Yu were left dumbfounded, exclaiming in disbelief at Zheng Yi's fearless demeanor, wondering why they had only now recognized it after years of acquaintance. The subordinates, trailing Fu Lang, felt their minds explode in panic, anxiously glancing at the man's countenance, silently lamenting their fate. Additionally, there were middle-aged women playfully posing, covering their mouths in laughter, all in hopes of attracting Tang Shan's attention. Zhu Feng, having refrained from involving himself in the disposal of the clones, exited the increasingly lively cultivation chamber, wandering through the base's first level until he stumbled upon what appeared to be a storage area, where he rummaged through some clothing. Confronted with such formidable power, Lu Wu could not claim to be unperturbed. However, after several trials, his resolve had solidified like adamantine. Following his initial trepidation, his fighting spirit surged, invigorated by the Ling Zhu sword's awareness of his emotions, which sang with vitality, its light flickering as it prepared for action. This indicated that the area she had traversed earlier lacked any connection to the outside, suggesting that her current position was at the very center or beneath the ground. Are you certain you desire this body, which has already begun to decay and would be of little use? Xie observed the body of Huan Ying Ziqing with disdain, recognizing that her use of secret techniques to elevate her cultivation had fundamentally deteriorated her essence. Even if this body were preserved, it could not restore her ruined foundation. Chu Nangu was tense, having been carried from the airport hall to the car, realizing that the chance of rescue had diminished to zero. The Fairy of Lotus observed that neither of the two individuals before her conformed to societal norms, and thus would not remain discreetly ambushed. With a swift motion, she followed suit. Items included one super solar penicillin manufacturer machine and one banana magic wand, among others. This vehicle was evidently modified, though cloaked in a Hanland exterior. The engine and transmission had been entirely replaced, resulting in a significant enhancement of its off-road capabilities and power. As night fell, the bustling San Xian Qiao night market in the capital thrived with activity, the calls of vendors echoing in a chorus, while the aroma of various hot dishes wafted for miles. Unsatisfied with the feast at the palace banquet, the heir of the Li Wang summoned the Gaochang princess to explore the night market. He had taken special care in his appearance, holding a folding fan adorned with landscape paintings, striking a pose beside a wonton stall at the bridgehead, leaning against the steam rising from boiling water, eager for the Gaochang princess to witness his charming demeanor upon her arrival. As for your money, I shall not part with it. The old man was quite serious, glaring with a fierce gaze. Who else would I seek if not them? By the way, I have something to tell you. Do not kill anyone in the market. And after I enter, follow me from a distance without engaging unless necessary, I instructed. The gymnasium also served both Handong University and Handong Medical School. It was expansive, complemented by several nearby sports facilities, having previously hosted the National Youth Games, thus boasting significant scale. Reflecting upon it now, I realized that the most pivotal moment in my life was when I laid down my hatred and forgave Bai Xie. Initially, I could not fathom why I acted as I did. Had I pursued vengeance, what would I have become? But can we truly blame anyone? Zit is a deity, and so is his mentor. Such is the nature of deities, devoid of reason. As I drew closer to the sound of the qin, the situation in the heart of the forest gradually revealed itself. Previously, I had unwittingly added drama to my own life, then resorted to laxatives, and now accusations of unseemly behavior, I found it repugnant to associate with such an artist devoid of virtue. Lu Tian stroked his chin, deep in contemplation, skeptical that the figure in black had divulged all information at once. The most critical details are typically reserved for the end. Moreover, the world, which already teetered on the brink of apocalypse and war, would continue along its original trajectory without endangering other realms. Meanwhile, Su Qing sat beside by Li Longhe, unable to suppress a giggle as she smiled. Qing Li led them out, walking ahead while he naturally kept her company, the other three trailing anxiously behind. You allowed them to be so humiliated. How long has it been since I saw them injured? Long Yu Qing exclaimed angrily tout et la deux. Sun Shenzong had specifically consulted several commanders of the Fujian Navy regarding the potential arrival of 400 ready warships to the Ming dynasty, inquiring whether the Ming Navy could prevail or how great a cost would be incurred to repel them. Certain races on the Holy Soul continent possess an innate, distinctive aura, such as the ethereal essence of the Spirit Clan and the nobility of the Phoenix Clan. These races are typically extraordinarily powerful and exceptional. The layers of fat at the back of his head seemed to have a consciousness of their own, writhing around, ensnaring Su Li Feng's bone wings, before pivoting to embrace him. Should such an embrace occur, an ordinary person would surely be reduced to mere pulp. However, if one were to consider it, Dong Fei and Chun Kai-in had improved tremendously compared to their past lives, for in their previous existence, they had perished. In this life, fortune had turned, and they each found opportunities to survive. Suddenly, he stepped forward, circling around the fifth elder, who in turn stepped forward to mirror his movements. The two moved in unison, akin to strands of scattered hemp suddenly coalescing into a single rope, their combined presence amplifying dramatically, at least doubling in intensity compared to before. Ma Pingchuan's murderous intent was palpable, his eyes resembling blades fixated on Lu Shuang's neck, contemplating where to strike to sever his head cleanly. Chapter 149. What sheer foolishness could lead to this? The porridge at the Grand Tutor's residence is deadly. A piercing scream startled a mass of snow atop the roof, drawing the attention of nearby townsfolk. Curiosity led many to gather and observe. In front of the Yu Lao Temple in the southern part of the city, a vacant area facilitated the passage of people, and several porridge stands from various estates were set up there. As the crowd grew increasingly larger, the steward of the Grand Tutor's residence glared at the weeping woman, admonishing, "Do not speak nonsense. Your child must have consumed something inappropriate." The thief chuckled lightly, showing no intention of releasing her, delivering a kick to Wan Ying's knee. Pain surged through Wan Ying's leg, causing her to collapse to the ground, where the thief promptly pressed upon her. The heavy breathing only heightened Wan Ying's alarm, as the thief violently tore at her outer garments, confirming her dreadful suspicions. A knock resounded at the door of the private room, and a server entered with dishes, placing them on the table without delay and departing once all were served. However, she found herself quite bored these days. A few butterflies or flies to play with would certainly brighten her spirits. Thus, it was no wonder that upon first encountering Luo Li, Yin Rose sensed that he was far from an ordinary guard. Evidently, she often engaged in such activities, executing her movements with seamless precision while remaining utterly silent, a clear indication of her expertise. Under the moonlight, Wan Ying hummed a tune as she swaggered down the mountain. Xixiao, how are you?" Lu Haifu inquired, approaching Hu Kuangyi, initially believing he had only sustained minor injuries, for they all recognized Hu Kuangyi's formidable strength. With 2,000 people now, she was utterly dumbfounded, pondering how to amass such a following to establish a guild. A lover, an old hag. Why must I sleep with him? Yu Qingwu's father nodded in agreement. However, agreement aside, Yifeng remained vigilant, his peripheral vision scanning the performance hall for suitable puppets. Waiting for the opportune moment, Meng Naya deliberately ensnared everyone within the school with a binding barrier, her intentions far from innocent. Yifeng would not let his guard down. Seeing Mo Ningyu completely vanish from sight, Qin Yu finally exhaled in relief, glancing at the two individuals relentlessly attacking him, their faces adorned with greedy grins. A smile crept onto his lips in response. The Mu Mountain City Lord's residence he had previously encountered was a grand stone edifice, exuding a sense of solemn grandeur and ruggedness. In the competition results, Chensi earned 3 gold coins over 3 rounds. Yang Xie 2 gold coins, Si Qiyu 2 gold coins. Mia 2 gold coins, Jiang Yuxuan 1 gold coin, and Yu Chuxian none. Thus, the unfortunate Yu Chuxian faced the inevitable consequences. Thank you all. Until next time, Jiang Yuxuan remarked after finishing his makeup, promptly departing. Just months ago, he had traveled to Xingyin Kingdom and experienced prophetic illusions, making him acutely aware of such powers. Meng Nai's expression turned serious as she stood still, indifferent to whether Yi Feng could hear her. Yet, through the shared ears of the bound, she had fully grasped every subtle movement within the performance hall. At this moment, Yang Fan gradually regained his composure. Witnessing the warm enthusiasm of those around him filled his heart with a comforting warmth. In Chapter 150, a personal meeting, players on the forum could observe two battlefields, the Wuong Forest and the Duantian Canyon. In an instant, numerous crimson-clad sand thieves surged forth like a tidal wave, while the archers among the Sand tribe clenched their teeth, awaiting Mo Bai's command. Excluding these three colossal superpowers, the premier mansions of Ningzhou were primarily situated in the northwestern inner city, the northeastern inner city, and near Yia Mountain in the northwestern second city. After a hearty meal, one person and one monkey prepared to rest. Wang Yin found himself surrounded by rocky terrain and vegetation, with not a flat surface in sight. The desolate surroundings yielded no signs of life. Not even a grasshopper could be spotted. Your murderous intent is too strong. If this continues, you will inevitably fall into darkness. Wang Yin shook his head, his tone wavering. At that moment, Long Jiao, fearing Qiu Zhou might escape, left Xiang Lu to watch over him. However, upon analysis, it was evident that even in ancient times, there were virtually no Huaxia players comparable to the thief god Bing Feng. Li Hao was quite displeased, feeling frustrated yet helpless. Coupled with the sudden days earlier, his attack on Yang Nin only heightened his sense of strangeness. The sounds resumed, now more frequent, as threads descended. Long Jiao evaded left and right, unable to withstand it, and chose to deflect with the nine-dragon sword, guiding the threads aside, which proved less cumbersome than a direct confrontation. The individuals behind him lacked the temper of Chuan Rinsong and displayed visible dissatisfaction but refrained from expressing it. Instinctively, I attempted to pursue, but just as I was about to step out, I stumbled and fell at the doorway. Unexpectedly, Mo Yihan raised his voice. "What are you getting away for?" His tone was laden with reproach and impatience. Gantang contemplated. Upon her arrival at Yanlong, she wished to clarify matters directly with Lu Sun at the first opportunity, to prevent misunderstandings from spreading. With an expression of profound grievance, though she said nothing, Fu Qi was not foolish and could perceive the subtleties. "What do you want? That is a matter between the two of you." I pouted, thinking, if I never inquire, do you intend to keep it a secret forever? Sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat in the training hall, Wu Tao summoned 3 jade vials from his storage bag, hovering before him. The 10-year-old Yao did not fully grasp her third brother's obsession, nor did she understand why Gantang, faced with pressing issues, did not seek her brother's assistance. Yet, witnessing Gantang frowning over the young Master Lu, and her brother's concern for Gantang, her mood darkened as well. Wu Tao glanced at him, ultimately not halting his steps. The situation was chaotic, compounded by the foundational battle, leaving him no time to rescue anyone. To save another was to neglect his own responsibilities. Mu Xiang and her companions found it amusing, unaware that others might think their young lady was a man-eating monster. However, the disparity was less significant at lower realms. As levels increased, the gap widened. The elderly figure before him was a peak expert of the Slash-Dao realm, and his strength was undeniable. On the icy expanse, Li Changfeng struggled to open his eyes, uncertain of his location or how much time had passed. Having encountered many alluring men, she regarded this one as merely superior. Beauty held little allure for her. "Stop with the nonsense. Tell me, what is your relationship with Qin Susu?" Fang Min stared at Yi Lung, demanding an answer. At that moment, feeling helpless, I unleashed everything I had learned in my lifetime, clashing against this fateful trap. It must be said, Ying Zheng's power was formidable. A golden bee's claw, crackling with electricity, struck, and instead of dodging, he allowed it to hit his side. Lu tilted her head. "I'm not yet so destitute as to require assistance." Her tone was slightly frosty, yet Lin Xiao understood that Lu was not targeting him. She was merely unable to control her emotions due to her current state. One after another, ministers knelt behind them, the sheer number rivaling that of Jiang Xiong and De Wu. With no progress made, Gu Jinxiu remained at 6 foundational heart pulses, failing to meet the standards for using this explosive shotgun. In Chapter 151, Choose One, in the Yangxin Hall, a gentle breeze filtered through the window, carrying a hint of chill. Shang Baoxi, seated on the ground, looked on in shock at the youth behind the desk. The young man, dressed in soft, dark robes, had long black hair cascading behind him, resting his chin on one hand with an air of languor, still bearing traces of sleep, as if he had just risen. He yawned and instructed Xie Hui, let him see the items. A shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from Fong Long, awakening him from a deep stupor amidst intense pain. It felt as though a thunderclap had exploded within him, causing his insides to tremble, while blood gushed from his mouth as if it were free-flowing. Lu Feng remarked calmly, and Li Yi nodded in agreement. Those daring to compete for the limited spots were undoubtedly geniuses, and achieving 5 consecutive victories among such talents was indeed a daunting task. This is also a path. Wang Dong slowly nodded, realizing he must speak with Li Shumin shortly. If she were willing to assist, it would be immensely beneficial. In the cosmos, the world lay in slumber, with fragments of continents scattered. Where does the savior begin to emerge? Where does the dust settle? The unfathomable dreams, the untold vicissitudes of life. A pair of eyes gazes from afar at Mo's retreating figure, filled with a hope as vibrant as a rainbow. Why must one be disrespectful in their old age? What have I said to deserve such a label? My intention is that in a confined indoor space, when besieged, one may not be able to cope. What are you thinking? Montag smilet gently et vuhua. Since Feng Shi's Chun Baiyuan passed away, the stars left behind were few, and it is well known that it was merely a shell. If she cannot provide them with any resources, why waste time? Eventually, those who left did so, and those who were released from contracts also departed, leaving not a single one behind. Thus, Li Xian followed the original plan, unleashing a pure yang true fire from his fingertips, striking the skeleton's chest. To be frank, regardless of others' opinions, Lei Qi-ming remained indifferent. However, Su Jinya frequently brought it up, leaving Lei Qi-ming somewhat speechless. Understanding the direction of the lookout, seizing the opportunity, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting past the national boundary marker. The following morning, everyone rose on time, exchanging smiles and greetings. When facing Sai Yin, a hint of tension lingered, yet everyone's disguise skills had improved significantly, allowing them to maintain a calm exterior. Although Britain seems distant from China, the British Empire